This is insane. This car costs less than $500 to build, yet it delivers performance that even top-tier supercars wouldn't dare dream of. With a top speed exceeding 600 kilometers per hour, it can accelerate to terrifying speeds from standstill, reaching 400 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye. Even more outrageous is that it can not only speed on the highway, but also drive directly into the water and continue driving. It can even make a U-turn on the spot. Lamborghinis and Ferraris, no matter how much they boast about them, pale in comparison to him. And it all started with a man named Chun. Chun was originally a car enthusiast on Blue Star in the 21st century who loved to study all kinds of top-of-the-line sports cars. Once, he was invited to a test drive event for a new car launch, but the car spontaneously combusted shortly after he drove off. When he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to a parallel world. Upon arriving here, Chun encountered something that infuriated him. He wanted to buy a car, but the seller suddenly increased the price by 300,000 yuan and told him that he could only take delivery of the car in 6 months. What's even more outrageous is that after the car was sold, the after-sale service was practically non-existent. Chun was furious and declared in front of everyone that he would personally build a car that would surpass all the top-tier models on the market in 3 months. Originally, it was just a harsh remark he made in a moment of impulse. But unexpectedly, at that moment, he suddenly awakened a cutting-edge car manufacturing system. A God-level electronic control system, a God-level battery pack, God-level design blueprints. All sorts of futuristic car manufacturing technologies appeared before his eyes in an instant. At that moment, Chun immediately opened Douyin and started a live stream. The title of the live stream was Explosive, the car-making maverick who will destroy Toyota in March. He wanted to maximize the hype. The more high-profile he was, the easier it would be to attract traffic. Sure enough, within 5 minutes of the broadcast starting, hundreds of people flocked to watch. Chun addressed the camera directly. "Hello everyone, I am Chun, who was kicked out of the Fengtian 4S store. From today onwards, I'm going to build cars, and Faith Auto Company has been registered." After saying that, he showed his business license and other qualifications on the spot. The audience immediately erupted in discussion. "Are you serious, host? This is too outrageous. Is he really going to build cars?" Some people also questioned, "Is it a fake certificate?" But soon someone verified. The documents are all real. He did get the car manufacturing license. The comment section was flooded with messages, some supporting him, some just watching the spectacle, and some recognizing him as a coal mine owner from Shanxi. For the rich, building cars is child's play. A car made with faith, that's interesting. I'll buy one as soon as it's built. The live stream's popularity soared. With the 4S store incident trending on social media, even more viewers flocked to the site. But Chun knew in his heart that most people were just there to laugh at him. Very few truly believed he could build cars. And what he lacked most right now was precisely funding. Chun continued, "Over the next few months, I will fulfill what I said today, step by step, and everyone is welcome to supervise me throughout the process." He then made a bold statement. "If I fail to do so, I will give everyone a car of faith." This sentence instantly ignited the entire audience. I recorded it, waiting to pick up the car. That's some serious guts. The atmosphere in the live stream exploded, and popularity skyrocketed. In just 1 hour, Chun's live stream broke into the top 10 on Douyin. All the other streamers on the list were selling products, and he was the only one talking about building cars, making him stand out. Just as he was chatting, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. Faith value +1. Faith value +2. Chun was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized that as long as someone believed in his car making, he could gain faith value. And faith value could be exchanged for cutting-edge technology. He, who was originally planning to end the broadcast, immediately broadcast for 2 more hours. After the live stream ended, Chun slumped onto the sofa. Finally, the stream is over. He checked the system. His faith points had accumulated to 561. Opening the shop, he quickly locked onto his target. God-level design blueprint, 500 points exchange. The next second, a flood of car design drawings rushed into his mind. Sedans, sports cars, SUVs, MPVs, everything was included. Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "These designs are outrageous. They're absolutely groundbreaking products." After a moment's thought, he immediately focused on MPVs. Since he was going to compete head-on with the Honda Alphard, he'd go straight for it, starting in its territory. More importantly, no automaker had yet established itself with MPVs. He'd be the first to try. Chen immediately named the new car Qilan. It had to be a Chinese dragon element, and it had to be imposing. He even declared, when Qilan hits the market, even Alfa Romeo will have to give way. However, the practical problem quickly became apparent. Where would the money come from? The system wasn't providing funding. He had to figure everything out himself. He started planning to contact old friends in the coal industry to secure investment. With the system in hand, this project was almost guaranteed to make a profit. Just then, a private message popped up in the Douyin backend. The profile picture was none other than Lei Jun, the CEO of Dami Company. The other party cut to the chase. Young man, I watched your live stream. Your idea is good. Are you interested in collaborating? Chen was completely dumbfounded. He replied, Mr. Lei, are you a scammer? Unless you give me a Mi 14 Anchuang edition with free shipping. He'd seen this trick many times before, with someone impersonating a big shot right after announcing his car manufacturing venture. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Dami, a man stared at his phone, lost in thought. I became a liar? Lei Bus was unwilling to give up and continued to send private messages to Chun, even asking for his address. Chun didn't hesitate and sent the address of Lu City, Shaanxi province directly. After replying, he prepared to log off. Lei Jun immediately became anxious. This guy is definitely here to cause trouble. He had watched Chen's live stream the whole time and checked his qualifications, confirming that the other party did indeed want to build cars. Although Dami Company was also preparing to enter the car manufacturing industry, he still wanted to cooperate with Chun to see how this young man could challenge Flight on within 3 months. However, after chatting privately, Chun not only treated him as a scammer, but also wanted to get a Dami 14 Anchuang edition for free. Lei Jun thought it was outrageous and made a video call directly. Chun saw the caller ID and was about to hang up, but hesitated for a moment before answering. Lei Hoi, I'm surprised. Is it really you, Boss Lei? Looking at that signature smile, he was completely certain that the person on the other end was indeed him. Lei Jun smiled and said, the phone has already been sent to you. Remember to leave a good review if you like it. Chun was speechless for a moment. Mr. Lei, are you serious? Lei Jun didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Let's talk about cooperation. He admitted that building cars is extremely difficult and the market competition is fierce, but he valued Chen's drive, so I've decided to persuade the senior management to invest 1 billion yuan in your faith car. Chen almost dropped his phone. The figure of 1 billion yuan left him momentarily speechless. He could only repeatedly confirm, Mr. Lei, is this true? Lei Jun nodded. Someone will be in contact with you tomorrow. We'll discuss the details later. At that moment, Chen's heart raced. With this money, the project could start, and at least they could build one Qilan engineering vehicle to attract further investment. He immediately declared, Mr. Lei, you will be the first owner of Faith Auto. Lei Jun waved his hand, reminding him, you have to be careful when building cars. This industry is very complex. One wrong step and you might not be able to recover. Chen nodded emphatically, understood. Then he couldn't help but ask, that Mi 14, did it really get shipped? Lei Jun remained silent for a few seconds, then fell silent. After the video call ended, Chun jumped up excitedly. With the system in hand and 1 billion yuan in funding, the project finally had a solid foundation. He immediately turned on his computer and searched for suitable factory resources, quickly identifying a bankrupt company, Xinfei Agricultural Machinery Company. After reviewing the information, he slammed his fist on the table and decided, that's it. He planned to negotiate the next day and try to secure the deal directly. Meanwhile, a bombshell news story swept the internet, with multiple trending topics all about Lei Jun's investment in Faith Auto. Netizens were instantly in an uproar. Some were shocked, some questioned, and others joked, won't that 1 billion yuan go down the drain? Others voiced their support. Lei's judgment is still sound. We must support one when it's released. A mix of opinions fueled the rising popularity. Later, an interview video surfaced in which Lei Jun simply said to the camera, I'm optimistic about faith cars. This statement caused an even bigger stir in the industry, with many car companies directly mocking Chun, believing that he was just an outsider who would burn through his funds in 3 months. But Chun didn't care about these taunts at all. In his view, it all boils down to one sentence, just do it. Seeing the ridicule from some of his domestic counterparts only fueled his anger, prompting him to post on Weibo, what kind of skill is it to make money off my own countrymen? If you're so capable, go make money off foreigners. This statement reignited the fire in the comment section. Supporters rallied to his side, expressing their unwavering support for domestic brands as long as the cars are well made. People began to wonder what the configuration and price of the first car from Faith Auto would be. Even the official Weibo account of FinTech was flooded with comments, with netizens saying, "Get ready to be proven wrong in 3 months." As the public outcry grew, Chen's goal became clearer and clearer, not only to build cars, but also to sell them overseas. The next morning, Chen found that he had gained over 500 faith points in the system. He checked and found that the high-tech battery pack required 2,000 points, and he was still short quite a bit. He made a quick decision. I need to acquire a factory and start production as soon as possible. He then located the Xinfei agricultural machinery factory, which was dozens of kilometers away, and immediately drove there. At this moment, Zhao Peng, the factory director of Xinfei agricultural machinery factory, was extremely worried, sitting in his office, smoking and lost in thought. Employee representative Lao Zhang came in demanding back pay. "If you don't pay us soon, we're going to sue." Zhao Peng sighed. "We haven't had any income for 5 months. We've already filed for bankruptcy, and there's not a single penny in the account." No sooner had he finished speaking than an employee rushed in. "General Manager Zhao, someone said they want to buy our factory." Zhao Peng was taken aback, then stood up abruptly. "Please come in quickly." A moment later, Chen walked into the office and cut to the chase. "You're the factory manager? Just tell me, how much do you want?" Upon hearing that there was hope, Zhao Peng quickly invited him to sit down and offered him a cigarette as a token of their conversation. Suddenly, he recognized Chen and exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the owner of that Faith Cars Online?" Chen nodded. "That's me. Name your price, and I'll transfer the money today if it's right." Zhao Peng gritted his teeth and quoted a price. 20 million, the factory, warehouse, and tractors are all yours. Chen pressed for details about the land, and after confirming there were no issues, he lowered the price, 15 million. Zhao Peng pleaded with a wry smile. "Employee salaries and bank debts are all waiting. Please add a little more." Chen decisively said, 16 million, deal? Zhao Peng immediately nodded. Deal. The two parties quickly completed the transaction, with Chen transferring 16 million yuan on the spot. Zhao Peng almost cried with emotion upon receiving the money. For him, this money was a lifeline. Afterwards, Chen went directly into the factory area to prepare to take over the renovation. Before the acquisition, Chen had already conducted his research and had a clear understanding of the factory situation. With just a few modifications, the production line could be quickly put into operation. After completing the handover, he didn't linger and went straight back to the company to arrange the next steps. Back at the company, Chen summoned the construction team he had been working with for a long time and slammed the rectification plan on the table. It must be completed within 10 days. For every day ahead of schedule, a bonus of 1 million will be awarded. Enticed by the generous reward, the foreman did not hesitate and immediately started work with the plan and advance payment. In the afternoon, Lei Jun sent people to conduct final negotiations. Once the process was complete, the 1 billion yuan was quickly deposited into Chen's account. For Chen, this money only alleviated the pressure, but it could at least support the initial frenzied investment. After a busy day, Chen started his Douyin livestream as usual, broadcasting the entire process of acquiring the factory and pushing forward production. The livestream chat exploded instantly. "This execution is unbelievable. The factory is all done. Is Faith Cars really going to be a success?" Some people pressed for details about the model. "What will the first car be like?" Chen didn't answer directly, but simply replied, "The factory is currently undergoing renovations. If all goes well, everyone will be able to see the new product in a month." These words immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. Mass production in a month? That's outrageous. Normal car companies take at least 2 or 3 years. Some even joked, "Won't driving this car be a disaster for your ancestors?" The comments were a mix of doubt and shock. Faced with the doubts, Chen simply replied, "Trust me, we'll see in a month." Then he turned off the live stream. Meanwhile, his system faith points had already reached 1,800, just 200 more away from unlocking the battery pack. He thought to himself, "I can release some information on the official website tomorrow to whet everyone's appetite." He had to control the pace well, keeping it secret while continuously generating anticipation. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Fengtian Longhua, President Tan Ming saw the live stream and immediately frowned and complained. Mass production in a month? Does he think he's the protagonist of a novel? The conference room burst into laughter, and someone said disdainfully, "This kind of person actually helps us boost sales." Tan Ming finally put down his phone, and the atmosphere in the meeting room relaxed considerably. Someone mentioned that Alpha's sales had skyrocketed, with production capacity already booked for 8 months. His subordinate reported with a smile that they were deliberately stockpiling inventory to create a false sense of shortage, preparing to capitalize on this hype and make a killing. Tan Ming nodded, only instructing, "Remember to have the public relations department follow up." As for Faith Auto, he dismissed it with disdain. Just the kids gotta laugh at it. The next morning, Chun posted photos of the Chen car on social media. However, he only released a partially obscured image. The entire car was covered by a cloth, revealing only its sleek silhouette, yet it already sparked much speculation. The sophisticated lines immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. The caption was also very direct. "The first model from Faith Auto, Chen, is about to be launched, a fully electric new energy vehicle. Stay tuned." In just one sentence, all the key information was revealed. Coupled with his recent status as a prominent figure in the automotive industry, this post almost instantly went viral. The comments section quickly exploded. Some exclaimed, "This side profile is so cool. It must be at least 5 meters long." Others guessed it was an SUV, believing that this type of vehicle best suits the market. Still others said, "The name has elements of the Chinese dragon. A good car deserves a good name. My expectations are through the roof." The buzz soared. However, there were also many doubts. Some mocked Faith Auto for lacking real strength and only being able to build cars through PowerPoint presentations. Others asserted that it was a project to fleece investors, and even opened betting pools to predict how long it would take Chun to burn through the billion yuan and when the company would go bankrupt. Various voices were mixed, and public opinion was polarized. Chun completely ignored all of this. He knew very well that this was how the world was. Before you succeed, everyone laughs at you. Once you succeed, they all change their tune and fawn over you. He was used to it. Now, his only goal was to actually build the car and let the results speak for themselves. Meanwhile, in the R&D department of Taichung Automobile, Lu Fei was scrolling through Chen's social media feed and couldn't help but say, "This Faith car is quite interesting." Several key members gathered together to analyze the situation. Some thought that Lei Jun's willingness to invest 1 billion yuan meant that the project was not simple. Others suspected that Chun might actually have some technological trump cards up his sleeve. But the discussion quickly turned to practical issues: layoffs. The company's performance had been declining for some time, and rumors circulated about a large-scale restructuring, with even the entire R&D department potentially being eliminated. Lu Fei remained silent for a long time, then sighed. "If it really comes to that, where will we go?" The air suddenly became heavy. Soon, the group meeting notice was issued. Lu Fei led his team into the conference room and saw that President He Xiangyang's face was grave, and he already had a premonition. Sure enough, the other party got straight to the point. The company was on the verge of collapse and had no choice but to lay off employees. The final decision was announced. All employees except those in logistics and finance would be dismissed, with compensation as stipulated. He Xiangyang's voice trembled slightly. "When we're together, we're a blazing fire. When we're apart, we're stars scattered across the sky. Take care, everyone." His words silenced everyone present. The formalities were completed quickly. As they walked out of the company gate, the R&D department staff lingered, reluctant to leave. Someone smiled bitterly. "Mr. Liu, this day has finally come." Lu Fei sighed helplessly. "I don't know what to do next either." The pressure of midlife unemployment weighed heavily on their hearts. Just then, someone suddenly suggested, "How about we try contacting Faith Motors?" This suggestion sparked a thought in everyone. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Yes, they've just been established and are short-staffed. He immediately decided to go find Chun himself, and the others echoed his sentiments. The group quickly set off. Meanwhile, Chun sat in his office, deep in thought. The money problem was temporarily solved, but the most crucial issue was the lack of manpower. He had the system, but he couldn't possibly tighten the screws himself. Just as he was racking his brains, a news item popped up. Taichung Auto was laying off a large number of employees. Chun slammed his hand on the table. Great opportunity. If only we could bring this group over. He was about to arrange for someone to make contact when his secretary suddenly came in to report. Mr. Su, there's a large group of people outside who want to see you. He casually declined. Tell them to come tomorrow. The secretary hesitated for a moment. They said it's Taizhong's dismissed employees. Su Chen was stunned, then instantly realized. Taizhong, please come in. He couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this exactly what he was thinking of doing? It seemed that this time it was definitely a two-way street. As soon as Lu Fei and his RD team entered, they were stunned by Su Chen's aura. He couldn't help but exclaim, President Su is so accomplished at such a young age. Faith Auto is incredibly popular these days. Su Chen didn't stand on ceremony and immediately arranged for everyone to be entertained in the internal restaurant, quickly warming up the atmosphere. At the dinner table, the two sides chatted very congenially, and Su Chen simply made the decision. Welcome everyone to join Faith Auto. Lu Fei had originally only come to explore the area, but he didn't expect to decide on his destination on the spot. This decisive and efficient style of doing things made him have more confidence in Su Chen. Looking at everyone, Su Chen said with barely concealed excitement, with you all joining us, the company will definitely take off. Lu Fei was also fired up. Following President Su, we're doing something big, and we're willing to give it our all. Su Chen immediately promised high salaries, which made everyone even more motivated. To put it bluntly, these people are all just working people, after all, and they're after a reward. As long as the pay is good, everyone is willing to work hard. Ultimately, both parties agreed that all employees would be on duty in a week, at which time Su Chen would gradually demonstrate the core technology. As soon as everyone left, Su Chen paced back and forth in his office, in high spirits. The scale is finally taking shape. With the addition of this group of people from Taizhong, Faith Auto is like a tiger with wings. Immediately afterwards, he announced the news on social media, which instantly sparked a discussion. Netizens' reactions were polarized, with some exclaiming, the entire RD department has joined. Faith Auto is about to take off, while others joked, this is the power of money. There were even dissenting voices suggesting that bringing in the Taizhong pickup truck team might not be a good thing, and the controversy continued to escalate. After posting the update, Su Chen immediately rushed to the production line factory under renovation. Thousands of people were working simultaneously, and the roar of heavy machinery created a spectacular scene. He found a foreman and asked about the progress, who gave a clear answer. It will be completed in 5 more days. Su Chen immediately approved the plan. Keep going, I've already prepared the funds. The foreman beamed with joy and repeatedly assured him of the progress. Only then was Su Chen completely relieved. As soon as the factory was completed, he could immediately get on the production line and move forward with the subsequent plans. Next, Lu Fei's team would be brought in to procure raw materials and begin production. He estimated that the Qilin car could be launched within a month. With the design blueprints provided by the system, Su Chen was confident that this car would be an instant hit, directly seizing market share from Alfred. However, after visiting car websites, he discovered that Alfa Romeo sales had actually increased, with some areas even seeing price markups of up to 400,000 yuan. This made him marvel at the astonishing purchasing power of the wealthy. Back at the company, several Alfords and a brand new Relfa were parked in the yard. Su Chen recognized the license plates as belonging to several long-time coal mine owners. He had a vague feeling that their arrival was unlikely to be good news. Entering the office, he found several people smoking. Chun Jiangwo stood up and laughed. Boss Su, you've been making quite a stir lately. Are you really planning to build cars? He then abruptly changed the subject, pouring cold water on the idea that Shaanxi province was completely unsuitable for developing the automotive industry. Others echoed his sentiments, urging him to quit as soon as possible, saying that car manufacturing was a bottomless pit of money and that it would be better to go back to coal mining for a guaranteed profit. Some even flaunted their newly purchased luxury cars, their tone full of superiority and sarcasm. Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine after hearing this. These people were clearly there to watch the spectacle. He stated directly, if you're just here to watch the show, then please leave. I will definitely make Faith Motors. His words were decisive, without the slightest hint of backing down. Chun Jingwo no longer bothered to hide his intentions, leaving with the words, when you can't hold on any longer, I'll buy your company at a high price. He then left with his men. Watching them drive away in a car with a markup of hundreds of thousands, Chun felt a mix of emotions, but his resolve only strengthened. He stood by the window, his gaze calm. He refused to back down. He was determined to take this car. Meanwhile, inside the Shanxi provincial government meeting room, a group of leaders were discussing Chun. Some felt he was too boastful, while others believed that Faith Auto had already achieved considerable success and had a promising future. The debate raged on. Finally, the top leader, Lu Mingqing, spoke up. Personally, I'm optimistic about it. In his view, Shanxi province had long relied on the energy industry and was weak in high-tech fields. If Faith Auto succeeded, it would become a significant breakthrough. He immediately made arrangements. Make preparations. We'll go to the Faith Auto Industrial Park for an on-site inspection soon. These words shocked everyone. It was clear that this indicated official support. After the meeting, Lu Mingqing pondered alone. He believed that Chun was driven and decisive, and if the project aligned with policy guidelines, he would provide maximum support within his authority to help this emerging company truly grow. Chapter 8. Impressive. Official recognition. Soon, the Shanxi provincial government contacted Chun. When he received the call, Chun was standing at the construction site, looking disheveled. He was stunned to hear that a high-ranking provincial leader was coming to inspect Faith Auto. He hadn't expected that his car manufacturing project would attract the attention of a high-ranking official in Shanxi province. But on second thought, this was definitely a good thing. The fact that the leaders were willing to come meant that the authorities had taken notice of Faith Auto. With Lei Jun's investment first, and the attention of the Shanxi provincial government second, if there was further official endorsement, Faith Auto's momentum would undoubtedly reach new heights. The meeting was set for 2 days later, at the Faith Auto Industrial Park, currently under renovation. Chun immediately arranged for personnel to prepare for the reception. At the same time, the official Weibo account of Shanxi Province also posted an update announcing that they would be visiting Faith Motors. Within 10 minutes of the announcement, the news went viral, garnering over 5,000 comments within half an hour. This was an unprecedented level of attention for the official Weibo account of Shanxi Province. Netizens were instantly abuzz. Some were surprised that the Shanxi provincial government was personally supporting the Faith car brand, while others marveled at the sheer scale and prestige it commanded. Netizens from Shanxi province were also very excited, saying, "Does this mean Shanxi province will finally have its own car brand?" From now on, when people mention Shanxi province, they shouldn't only think of coal and coal bosses. In recent years, Sundan province has been seeking industrial transformation, but its pillar industry still revolves around energy. Now, the sudden emergence of Faith Auto, a local company, is truly inspiring. Many Sundan students studying abroad have also spoken out, saying that they should no longer be told that they only know how to mine coal. They can also build cars. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lu Mingqing arrived at Faith Auto with officials from Shanxi province. Lu Fei and others, who had just joined the company, also arrived with all their employees. Everyone was wearing matching uniforms with the words Faith Auto printed on them. The atmosphere was lively, and the employees could not hide their excitement. Some people whispered with admiration, "We really made the right choice this time. Boss Su may be young, but he's certainly capable." Others joked that working for Boss Su might just lead to the downfall of Feng Tian in 3 months. The scene was bustling with people, red flags waving, and quite impressive. Chun changed into a neat set of clothes and stepped forward to shake hands with Lu Mingqing. He politely said, "Welcome, esteemed leader, to Faith Auto for your inspection." Looking at the young Chun, Lu Mingqing smiled and said to those around him, "Chun is truly young and promising. We're all getting old." Those around him laughed and echoed his sentiments. Chun was somewhat flattered and quickly arranged for safety helmets to be given to the leaders before leading them into the park. At this moment, inside the Faith Automotive Industrial Park, various large machines were operating at full capacity, and more than 1,000 workers were busy at work. The constant clanging and banging of construction noise made the place seem particularly vibrant. As Chun walked, he explained the park's layout. Pointing to an area, he said, "That's a production line being upgraded. It will be operational soon." On the other side is Faith Auto's R&D building, equipped with top-of-the-line equipment in the industry. Next, he introduced the employee dormitories and canteen, explaining that Xinxing Automobile's philosophy was to make the entire industrial park a second home for its employees. Lu Mingqing listened attentively, nodding continuously. The more he looked, the more he realized that Chun, this young man, was not only bold and decisive, but also had a well-thought-out plan. The entire park was clearly laid out and fully equipped. It was definitely not a hastily assembled, impulsive operation. After the inspection, Lu Mingqing shook Chen's hand, his tone full of confidence. He said, "Excellent, truly excellent. You have set a great example for the industrial transformation of Shaanxi province. I believe that Faith Auto will definitely succeed, and we support you." Hearing this, Chun finally felt relieved. With official confirmation, Faith Auto had gained another bargaining chip. After the inspection, Chun wanted to invite the officials to dinner, but Lu Mingqing politely declined. Lu Mingqing stated that they were all people who got things done and wouldn't engage in formalism. They would discuss the next steps after returning. He didn't specify what those matters were, but Chun could roughly guess that it was mostly policy support. As for official investment, he had considered it, but with Faith Auto just starting out, the possibility was slim. However, to his surprise, the phone rang again the day after he saw off the officials. What? The Shaanxi provincial government plans to invest $5 billion. Upon hearing this news, Chun was completely stunned. He had initially thought it would at most involve policy favoritism, but he hadn't expected the government to be so supportive this time, investing 5 billion yuan directly in the name of the government. More importantly, this money was simply an investment, without any additional rights attached, making it more akin to a bank loan. The news quickly spread across the internet, and Faith Auto once again topped the trending search list. Netizens commented that Shaanxi province was truly determined to support Faith Auto this time. With Lei Jun's 1 billion yuan investment followed by the government's 5 billion yuan, success seemed inevitable. Some people excitedly said they were increasingly looking forward to the launch of the Faith car and would be willing to support it even if it turned out to be a low-speed electric car. Some even put their family's car-buying plans on hold, waiting until the Faith car was officially released. Of course, there were also dissenting voices. Some argued that Honda is, after all, a long-established automaker with the world's highest sales volume, so why should Faith Auto compete with them? This comment was immediately met with criticism from netizens, who told such a person who boosts the morale of others while diminishing their own to get lost. Meanwhile, at an internal meeting at Fengtian Motors, Executive Tan Mingzheng spoke with a smile. He said that Faith Motors was quick to act, since they wanted to piggyback on Fengtian's popularity, then let them. However, at this time, a sales regional director reported that Alfred's sales had plummeted the previous day. Customers who were originally planning to place orders began to wait and see, and many even canceled their deposits. Tan Ming's face immediately darkened, and he asked if this matter was related to the Faith car. The director nodded, indicating that many customers who requested refunds said they wanted to wait until the Faith car was released before making a decision. Tan Ming burst into laughter after hearing this. He simply didn't believe that Faith Auto could produce any good cars, and said that once their cars were released, all the orders would naturally come back. The director asked what to do next. With a wave of his hand, Tan Ming directly ordered continued inventory reduction, increased price markups, and a 1-year waiting list for vehicle delivery. After the meeting, Tan Ming, a cigar in his mouth, went to the window and said in a low voice with a sneer, "Just a small fry. I'll see how much trouble you can cause." Just then his phone rang. The caller was none other than the president of Fengtian Nanzhong. On the phone, Fengtian Nanzhong asked in a serious tone, "Mr. Tan, I've heard about what's been happening lately. Will this sudden rise of Faith cars impact our market?" Chapter 9. The Qilin appears. The moment to witness a miracle is approaching. Tan Ming bowed and scraped into the phone, his tone full of respect. He assured the other party that Faith Motors was just a fledgling new energy vehicle company that would never amount to anything and would certainly not affect their position. On the other end of the phone, Maeda Osaki scoffed after hearing the story. Upon hearing it was about new energy vehicles, he became even more dismissive, even calling it outdated technology. After hanging up, he immediately posted on social media, mocking new energy vehicles as a disgrace to the times, stating that Maeda would never produce such obsolete cars. This post quickly went viral in the comment section. Many people in China echoed the sentiment, believing that gasoline cars are the way to go, and that Toyota's record-breaking sales prove that Akira, the founder of Toyota, had a keen eye for opportunity. However, overseas netizens were not convinced. Some criticized him for being conservative, while others cited Tesla as an example to refute his claims. Others mentioned the newly established Faith Motors in China, saying that its founder, Chun, boasted that he would overthrow Crazy Motors within 3 months, attracting considerable attention and investigation. Soon, netizens discovered that Faith Auto had just received investment, and its production line was still under construction. Many people felt that the company was making empty promises and didn't understand where their confidence came from. Meanwhile, the renovation of the Faith Automotive production park was completed 3 days ahead of schedule. After settling the project payments, Chun rushed to the factory immediately to cash in the system reward of a cutting-edge technology production line. Looking at the production line in front of him, Chun knew that Faith cars could finally officially enter the car manufacturing stage. He opened the system and found that his Faith points had risen to more than 6,000, so he exchanged them without hesitation. Following this, Chun convened an employee meeting. During this period, Faith Auto recruited a large number of talents, with all departments now largely complete and the number of employees exceeding 5,000. Although this is only the beginning for a true car company, it is sufficient to support the first phase of operation. At the R&D department meeting, Chun presented his core automotive manufacturing data for the first time, including vehicle design drawings, battery packs, electronic control systems, and a series of cutting-edge technologies. Lu Fei stared at the data in his hand, speechless with shock. After a long pause, he exclaimed that this was simply epic-making technology at least 5 years, or even 10 years, ahead of other new energy vehicle companies on the market. The rest of the R&D department were also stunned. Some stared at the design drawings, marveling that Faith Auto's first car was actually an MPV, and its curves and lines were so beautiful they didn't look like a production vehicle. Others excitedly said that they finally understood why Chun named the company Faith. The design and technology of this car completely lived up to those 2 words. The Kieran's positioning has become completely clear. It's a pure electric MPV with a maximum range of 1,200 kilometers and ridiculously luxurious features. In comparison, the Toyota Alphard is like a bare-bones house, while the Kieran is a truly fully furnished luxury apartment. The entire R&D department was in an uproar because they knew very well that such a groundbreaking product was about to be born from their hands. For everyone, this was a tremendous honor. Chun looked at everyone and immediately ordered all departments to get moving. He would oversee the overall direction, while the others handled the details. The Faith cars were to be an instant hit, and their direct competitor was Alphard. Lu Fei couldn't help but ask the question everyone was most concerned about. With such high-end features, how much would the Kieran ultimately cost? The other employees also turned to look at Chun. After all, based on the configuration they had seen, no other commercial vehicle on the market could compete. A pure electric range exceeding 600 kilometers was rare, but the Chun had broken the 1,000-kilometer mark with top-tier space, chassis, suspension, and interior. Cars like the Alphard can sell for 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, with an additional 300,000 yuan markup. A car of the Kieran's caliber certainly won't be cheap. However, Chun simply smiled mysteriously, indicating that the price would be announced at the launch event. This answer made everyone incredibly eager, because they weren't just people who manufactured cars. They also wanted to buy this car. After the meeting, Lu Fei immediately called a friend and told him not to buy a car for now, but to wait for the Chun from Faith Auto. He reminded the friend to prepare 1 million yuan and said he couldn't say anything else, but that the car would definitely sell like hotcakes when it was launched. Not only Lu Fei, but other employees also contacted their relatives and friends. Anyone who was planning to spend a lot of money on a car, especially those who intended to buy an Alphard, was persuaded to save their money and wait until the Chun was launched. Online discussions about the Chun are heating up. Many netizens can't wait any longer, with some saying they receive calls from friends who work at Faith Auto, who simply reminded them that the Chun is awesome. Some people who were originally prepared to pay an extra 400,000 yuan to buy an Alphard have now canceled their orders and are waiting for the Kieran to be released. Many others believe that good things come to those who wait, and that their faith in the brand might actually bring surprises. A month later, the first batch of Chun vehicles from Faith Auto officially rolled off the production line. A total of 5 engineering vehicles were initially produced. Chun and a group of R&D personnel and engineers gathered around the vehicles, their feelings a mixture of complex emotions and excitement. The Chun before me is indeed beautiful. Its body is long and well-proportioned, almost perfect from any angle. The paint has an exceptionally high-quality feel, exuding luxury. Opening the door reveals an even more unbelievable interior. All materials used are top-notch, with virtually no cheap plastic feel. All seats are upholstered in Napa leather, showcasing attention to detail far exceeding its competitors. The inclusion of features like sofas, color TVs, and refrigerators in the Chun doesn't feel out of place at all. Instead, it enhances the overall sense of luxury. With 22 Burmester sound systems throughout the vehicle, listening to music inside feels like being in a theater. Lu Fei's eyes reddened as he looked at the Chun. For the past month, they had worked almost day and night, and now they were finally witnessing the car's completion. It felt like watching their own child grow up. Chen looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "You've all worked hard this past month. Now, the real moment to witness a miracle is about to begin. After all, building the car is only the first step. Whether the market will accept it is the key." Chun immediately decided that the first batch of 5 engineering vehicles would be disguised and put on the road to officially increase their visibility. Chapter 10 caused a sensation, but this is just the beginning. As a new car company, Faith Auto, and with the Kieran being its first model, need to generate as much buzz as possible. Chun arranged for 5 camouflage vehicles to be tested on the road, while keeping the production workshop running day and night in preparation for the subsequent market launch and delivery. Of the newly produced vehicles, some will be reserved for the first batch of deliveries, while the rest will be sent to testing facilities for crash tests. For a car brand like Chun, which possesses cutting-edge technology, this step is not a problem at all. It's far superior to the Toyota Alphard, a $1 million car that doesn't even have a decent anti-collision beam. It's not worthy of being compared to Chun. After the Chun officially rolled off the production line, Chun immediately updated his social media. "Everyone, the first car from Faith Auto, the Chun, rolled off the production line this afternoon, and we'll be meeting you soon. Please look forward to it." He then released several more detailed images, including the cockpit, seating layout, and some product specifications. However, he still kept the overall exterior design and final price a secret until the very end. This is because the car's target is very clear: the Honda Alphard. The Chun must reach the pinnacle and completely humiliate its rivals upon its debut. This post instantly caused a stir online and in the automotive world. Netizens flooded the comments section, with some expressing excitement at the long wait for the first car from this reputable brand, while others speculated that the Chun might be an SUV based on its design. Soon, someone dug up the specifications and discovered that the configuration was ridiculously high. Judging by market prices, the price would likely be in the 800,000 yuan range. What truly ignited the discussion was the pure electric range. The Kieran, a large pure electric vehicle, boasts a range of up to 1,200 kilometers in its leaked information. This figure immediately sent the comments section into a frenzy. Some exclaimed that if the data is accurate, gasoline power cars are likely facing a nightmare. What's even more shocking is that only a little over 40 days passed between Chen's announcement of his car manufacturing venture and the production of the Kieran model. A new brand established just over a month ago actually pushed its first car onto the production line. That speed is simply outrageous. For a time, the entire internet was discussing the Chun. Everyone's attention quickly shifted to its pricing. After all, this was the first model from Faith Auto, and the success of its pricing would almost certainly determine whether the brand could establish itself. Although it had the backing of Lei Jun and the Shaanxi provincial government, Chen knew very well that ultimately, it was the brand's own strength that mattered. For the next few days, the production line operated at full capacity. To Chen's surprise, the employees didn't need to be urged. Almost all of them voluntarily worked overtime. Lu Fei led the RD team, and the marketing department also stayed up late into the night. Chun founded Faith Auto not to become a universally hated capitalist. Seeing his employees working increasingly relentlessly, he finally snapped. "I brought you here to work, not to risk your lives. Go back and rest." Lu Fei stopped him and explained that everyone wasn't forced to work overtime, but genuinely treated Chun like their own child. Even though it was already excellent, everyone still wanted to make it even more perfect. Faith Auto entered the market too late, so every aspect had to be controlled to the extreme. No mistakes could be tolerated. Hearing this, Chen was somewhat moved. In the end, he had no choice but to set rules. Any work exceeding 8 hours a day would be paid at 3 times the normal rate, and no more than 12 hours of work per day was permitted, otherwise everyone would have to go home and rest. Only after he explained this did Lu Fei and the others agree. Soon, photos of the camouflaged Kieran test vehicle were repeatedly taken by netizens and uploaded to various platforms. Discussions about it skyrocketed on Weibo, Baidu, Hupu, Douyin, and Xilanchu. This mysterious car that suddenly appeared in the public eye has become the focus of the entire internet. Trending topics on Weibo are endless. Such an elegant test drive car? Which company's new car is it? Netizens' real-life photos of the latest model. The design is top-notch. The most beautiful car I've ever seen before. Which company owner will claim it? Especially on Douyin, TikTok, various road test videos have been continuously exposed, with each video easily garnering over 10,000 likes. Some people say they saw an extremely elegant MPV on the road, with a design so sophisticated it seems out of place for this era. Others chased it for a long time, but couldn't catch up, suspecting its 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration might be around 5 seconds. This statement immediately sparked controversy. After all, it's an MPV, not a sedan. But many netizens weren't concerned about the acceleration. Rather, they were drawn to its premium feel. Some even suspected it might be a new business, then secretly being prepared by Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Soon, netizens denied the claim, saying their friends worked at Mercedes-Benz and there were no new commercial vehicles launched recently. This only fueled public curiosity. Which automaker makes this incredibly luxurious MPV? On two major automotive websites, Auto Home and Auto Didi, posts about this new car quickly dominated the screens. Everyone was speculating about which company had suddenly dropped this bombshell. Not only netizens, but also major domestic automakers have taken notice of the Chen road test vehicle. Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of Bidia, directly presented photos at the conference and ordered an immediate investigation into all information about the car, especially the designers, to be recruited by Bidia at all costs. At an internal meeting at Chongqing Motors, Wei Junjian slammed his fist on the table and roared, demanding that his designers reflect on their actions. Why could a car still in the camouflage and road testing phase cause such a sensation? What kind of genius could design such a masterpiece? At Tesla's U.S. headquarters, Musk posted 10 tweets in a row. He lamented why such a beautiful car was in China instead of the U.S. He wanted to meet the designer and even expressed his willingness to fly to China overnight to try and bring such a genius to Tesla. Because in his view, if this person joined, Tesla's sales would at least double. The designer of the Chen in Chapter 11 is none other than myself. Besides, various photos of the test drive on Chen Road went viral online, generating ridiculously high levels of buzz. Su Chan sat in his office, watching the constantly rising data, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew very well that this level of buzz wasn't enough yet, since Feng Tian didn't seem to have truly reacted yet. Trying to challenge the market dominance of the Toyota Alphard won't be easy. Toyota has been deeply rooted in China for many years, and the Alphard is often seen as a status symbol by many business owners. While the Kieran has already gained popularity even before its launch, its current level of attention is far from enough to shake the Alphard's dominance. So, Su Chen immediately opened Douyin, TikTok, and started a live stream. Within just 5 minutes of starting, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 1,000, demonstrating just how much attention Faith Auto had recently received. The chat was instantly flooded with comments. Some begged him to show them the Chen. Some speculated that the MPV undergoing road testing that had gone viral online was Faith Auto's new car, while others immediately retorted, saying that which new car company starts by making MPVs? Wasn't that just reckless and suicidal? Many netizens offered their analysis, pointing out that MPVs are a niche market, primarily bought for business purposes or as a family necessity. However, most people simply ignored this explanation and were eager to know when they would finally see the actual Chen vehicle. Su Chen glanced at the live chat and smiled faintly. The Chen hadn't even officially debuted yet, and it had already caused such a sensation. Once the launch event was held, this car would definitely amaze everyone and sell like hotcakes. So he stopped hiding it and spoke directly in the live broadcast. As everyone knows, I decided to build cars because I was treated unfairly at the Flight on 4S store. So the original intention of Faith Auto was to disrupt Flight on Alphard. At this point, he added, and in the last few days, you've probably already seen the Chen. This immediately caused an uproar in the live stream. Netizens quickly realized that the wildly popular MPV online was indeed the Chen, the car brand associated with faith in automobiles. Some people said on the spot that if the car really was a Chun, they would definitely buy it when it was released. Others joked that it was a waste to buy it, and that they should buy it with their welfare benefits. Still others thought the car was indeed beautiful, but Chen's tone was too arrogant. After all, alpha status among Chinese business owners was not so easily shaken. Chen, however, remained completely unperturbed. The car's specifications were undeniable. He even suspected that Alfa Romeo sales had likely plummeted in recent days. He then took his phone and went to the Faith Auto Industrial Park, addressing the live stream audience. To show everyone our determination to build the Chun, today I'll show you the Faith Auto Industrial Park. The camera panned to reveal a modern factory complex to the viewers. Chen explained as he walked, and the live stream instantly went viral, with the number of viewers quickly surpassing 100,000. The chat was filled with astonishment. Some exclaimed that it looked like a Tesla super factory, while others marveled at the wealth and extravagance of Shaanxi businessmen. Even their factories were so luxurious. Still others declare that Boss Su was truly a man of great ambition. Towards the end of the live stream, a viewer asked a crucial question. Mr. Su, who are you planning to choose as the spokesperson for the first car from Faith Auto? Chen then began to seriously consider this. Celebrity endorsement works well in any industry, and the Kieran is directly competing with Alfred. Alfred's largest market presence is undoubtedly Hong Kong. If they could get a Hong Kong celebrity to endorse the launch event, the effect would be absolutely phenomenal. He didn't make a decision on the spot, only saying that it was a good question and he would seriously consider it later. Soon, people asked about the specific launch date of Chun, and some even expressed their desire to see it in person. Chen directly announced, a week from now, in Taiyuan, the capital of Shaanxi province. I will be giving away free tickets to the launch event on social media, so everyone can come and experience Chun in person. The live stream chat exploded again. Some people said they would quit their jobs to go even if they couldn't take time off. Some joked that they would bring their 80-year-old girlfriends to the event to order cars, and others told outrageous jokes, pushing the atmosphere in the chat to a climax. After 2 hours of live streaming, Chen's throat was dry, but he didn't feel tired at all. After the stream ended, he even felt a little unsatisfied. He opened the system and saw that his faith points had exceeded 10,000. Then, a reward caught his eye. God-level autonomous driving technology, requiring 20,000 faith points. This is a great thing. Currently, all major new energy vehicle companies are researching autonomous driving. Tesla, Dapeng, and even Huawei are working tirelessly on it. Although Chen's car doesn't have autonomous driving capabilities yet, all the radars are already installed. Once the Chun is launched and he accumulates 20,000 faith points, he can directly redeem it and then push this cutting-edge technology to users' cars through a system update. Just then, Lei Jun called. As soon as the call connected, the other party excitedly asked, President Su, the internet is buzzing about it right now. A lot of people are guessing whether that MPV test vehicle is the Chun. Chen readily admitted, Mr. Lei, it is indeed the Chun from Faith Auto. There was a full minute of silence on the other end of the phone. When Lei Jun spoke again, his tone was full of surprise. It's so beautiful. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. But could you tell me who the designer of the Chun is? Chen calmly replied, I am the designer of the Kieran. Lei Jun was stunned. He originally wanted to say, isn't Chen just a coal salesman? How can he even handle car design? But the words that came out were just an exclamation. You've really given me a huge surprise. I'll definitely attend the Kieran launch event. Just as Chen was about to catch his breath after hanging up the phone, it started ringing again. His subordinates reported that Bidia was inquiring about the designer of the Chun, and Changcheng and Dapeng also wanted to meet the designer. Even more outrageous, Elon Musk from Tesla had already flown to China in his private jet, seemingly also to try and recruit the designer of the Chun. Chen was completely stunned after hearing this. He hadn't expected to be so popular. Even before the car had hit the market, its appearance alone had already made major automakers uneasy. What kind of storm would the Kieran cause when it was officially unveiled at the launch event? Chen dared not think any further. Chapter 12. You must be sweating buckets, right? Mad Field. On Weibo, the trending topics about Chun Motors are almost nonstop. Those unaware of the situation might even think that Chun paid for all these trending topics. Hashtag confirmed. This car is indeed Chun, the car of faith hashtag. Hashtag car industry extravaganza. already a sensation even before launch hashtag, looking forward to the launch event of Faith Car in a week hashtag Faith Car. The disruptor of the entire car industry. Good or bad? Hashtag, sweating profusely. Right? Crazy Tion. Hashtag. It's safe to say that the emergence of faith cars has become the hottest topic in the automotive industry. Many manufacturers have already started taking action, inquiring everywhere about who the designer of the Kieran is, and some car companies have even offered an annual salary of 50 million yuan to try and poach the talent from faith cars. All eyes were on the Kieran launch event a week later. Tickets were extremely difficult to obtain. Apart from media tickets, Chun distributed most of the tickets for free on social media, but they were still snapped up in the market, with some people even willing to pay 10,000 yuan for a ticket. While some are happy, others are worried. At this moment, at the headquarters of Fengtian Longhua, President Tan Ming urgently convened a meeting. Regional managers from all regions rushed over by plane immediately, and even Fengtian Nanzhang, who was far away at Xiaoji, joined the meeting remotely. During the meeting, Tan Ming slammed his phone on the table and asked in a cold voice, "Regional managers, please report on the sales figures for Alpha over the past few days." The people below trembled with fear, and no one dared to speak first. Tan Ming's temper flared up immediately. "I'm asking you a question. Are you all mute?" The Southwest Regional General Manager said with a forced smile. "General Manager Tan, our Alfred sales in the Southwest region have dropped by 70%, and new orders are also decreasing." The Southeast region followed up with a report. "Our prices have dropped by about 60%. The North China regional manager's face darkened. "Prices are also falling in North China. Many customers have already canceled their orders." Hearing these figures, Tan Ming instantly flew into a rage. "Useless. Don't tell me that all these people who canceled their Alfred orders are planning to order the Chilin from Faith Cars." Everyone fell silent, because that was the reality. 80% of the customers who canceled their orders were considering the Kieran. But who could they blame? The money was in the consumer's hands. They couldn't force people to continue buying the Alpha. Seeing that no one spoke, Tan Ming slammed his hand on the table again. "Chilin hasn't even released a price quote yet, and our orders have already been snatched up like this. Have you even put your heart into your work?" Someone whispered a suggestion. "Mr. Tan, how about we cancel the price increase policy?" "Cancel?" Tan Ming exploded on the spot. "Alpha has always been sold at a premium. If it's canceled now, how do we explain to customers who bought the car at a premium before?" He was really frustrated. A car brand with a strong following, the Alfred, hasn't even officially launched yet, and the final price hasn't been announced, and it's already crumbling. If the Kieran model were to actually launch, would the Alfred still have a reason to exist? The regional managers below the stage didn't dare to breathe, each one like a schoolchild caught doing something wrong, letting Tan Ming vent his anger. Just then, a distributor's phone suddenly rang. The person was about to hang up when Tan Ming said coldly, "Answer it. Is this a client? I'd like to see what you have to say." Left with no other option, the person answered the phone and put on speakerphone. A clear voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Liu? This is Xiao Li, a sales representative from Faith Auto. Yesterday, you mentioned wanting to order a Chilin, so we're doing a quick follow-up. What aspects of the Chilin are you most interested in?" The entire conference room fell silent instantly. The regional managers were speechless. Tan Ming was stunned. Even the remotely participating Crazy Tian Nanzhang fell silent. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Can you hear me?" Click. Liu Zhen, the general manager of Fengtian Southwest region, hung up the phone directly, then stood up. "President Tan, thank you for your cultivation and trust over the years. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned and left, his back view extremely dashing. Tan Ming silenced his phone and pointed at Liu Zhen's back, yelling, "Get out. Anyone here who does this kind of double-dealing thing again should report to the HR department." At this moment, Akira Madeda, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Recently, Alpha's sales have declined sharply. Everyone should try to find the reasons. I'm sure you all know why this happened. Faith Autos is just a small, newly established company. Our first car hasn't even been launched yet, and we've already encountered this situation. I am heartbroken." Several dealers in the audience couldn't help but grimace. If this continued, Alpha's sales would eventually plummet to zero. Tan Ming took a deep breath, stood up, and stated, "President, rest assured, we will get out of this predicament as soon as possible and adjust our strategy accordingly." But he was still unconvinced. A small-time car company like Faith dare to challenge Feng Tian? Once the Chun was launched, he'd have plenty of ways to deal with Chun. Did this small coal dealer really think he could control such a huge market? He even boasted about crushing Feng Tian in 3 months. We'd see. Soon, the launch event for Faith Auto was about to take place. In Taiyuan City, the capital of Shaanxi province, crowds surged. The last time such a grand spectacle occurred was when superstar Jay Chou visited. Inside the Shaanxi provincial government building, Lu Mingxing paced back and forth, his face unable to hide his excitement. Look at this. This is the strength of Faith Auto. That kid Chun has made Shaanxi province a shining example. The crowd around him chimed in. This is only the first car. Who knows what other amazing models are in store? Leader Lu has such keen insight. He saw at a glance that Faith Auto could succeed. I hope it really takes off and shows our brother provinces that Shaanxi province is more than just coal. Lu Mingxing let out a long sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. As a native of Shaanxi, he most hoped that such an enterprise could emerge in his hometown. Regardless of the circumstances, as a high-ranking official in Shaanxi province, he would support it to the end. Someone asked, Leader Lu, shall we attend tomorrow's press conference? Lu Mingxing nodded. Yes, we must. After the matter was settled, Lu Mingxing had other thoughts in mind. If Faith Auto's next model could be a small car, the government might consider purchasing a batch. Meanwhile, Jackie Chan, a Hong Kong superstar who was filming in Kyoto, had just finished shooting a scene and was about to return to his hotel to rest when his assistant rushed over to report. Brother, please wait a moment. The car broke down on the way, and we are urgently arranging another nanny van. Gaolong frowned. That Alpha again? The assistant was sweating profusely. That car had broken down several times before, even once breaking down on the road during a recording. Faced with Gaolong's question, he could only nod. Jackie Chan patted his shoulder. It's okay. I'll wait a bit. After the assistant left, Jackie Chan sat down and opened his phone. Suddenly, a Douyin, TikTok, notification caught his eye. This car is really cool. Is it the Chun of Faith Cars? Did it just launch? Chapter 13, are you kidding me? Jackie Chan is coming to the Kieran launch event. Gaolong has been busy filming these past few days and has barely touched his phone. It wasn't until he took a break that he came across a video about the iconic Chun car brand. And after just one glance, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This car is truly eye-catching. Given his status, he usually travels in a chauffeur-driven car. And with his constant filming, he needs to rest in his vehicle when he's tired. So a comfortable MPV is very important to him. Gaolong immediately called his assistant, handed him his phone, and asked, This car is quite beautiful. Where can I buy in Kyoto? The assistant glanced at it and immediately said, Brother, this is the Chun from Faith Auto. It will officially launch tomorrow, so you can't buy it now. As he spoke, the assistant became interested and directly showed him a video he had saved. This car is super popular right now. Not only does it look good, but the features are also amazing. It's all electric, and according to the data released by the owner of Faith Auto, it has a range of 1,200 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Gaolong immediately became interested. 1,200 kilometers? That's so long. His assistant nodded. Even with a discount, it's probably around 900 kilometers, which is already quite impressive. Plus, this car has a massage function. Brother, you're always filming, so this kind of car is perfect for you. The assistant became increasingly excited as he introduced the car, almost like a car salesman with a passion for it. Gaolong was also more and more satisfied with the vehicle. This Chun almost fulfilled all his expectations for an MPV. Comparing it to the car he was currently in, the exterior and interior were in completely different leagues. As the two were engaged in a lively discussion, other crew members gathered around. Someone exclaimed, Brother Jackie Chan is also interested in Faith cars? This car is so popular lately. Another said they had managed to snag tickets to the launch event and were planning to experience it for themselves the next day. As people discussed the Chun's configuration and price, they all felt that if the price didn't exceed 800,000 yuan, the market share of Toyota's Alphard would likely be snatched away. They also mentioned that Chun, the founder of Faith Auto, founded the company in anger because he couldn't stand Alphard's exorbitant price markups. The Chun's target is clear. It's aimed directly at Alphard. Listening to the discussion, Gaolong felt a little itchy himself. After everyone dispersed, he checked his schedule and found that he had no filming schedule for the next 2 days, so he could rest. He then called his assistant, contact Faith Auto's official website. If I have time tomorrow, I'd like to go see the Chen launch event. If the car is really good, I'll order one. The assistant was stunned. Was Jackie Chan serious? But he didn't dare delay and immediately used Jackie Chan's social media account to send a private message to Su Chen's back office. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Jackie Chan's assistant. Are there still tickets available for tomorrow's press conference? At this moment, Su Chen was in a meeting at the Faith Automotive Industrial Park. Tomorrow was the Kieran launch event, and all the details needed final confirmation. Just then, his phone rang. Su Chen opened the notification panel and almost lost his balance. The private message was from Jackie Chan's account. At first, he thought it was a fake account, but when he clicked on the profile picture and verification, he was stunned. It was officially verified. It really was Jackie Chan. Su Chen quickly left the meeting room, suppressing his excitement, and replied, "Hello, brother Jackie Chan. Would you like to attend tomorrow's Chen auto launch event?" Seeing how quickly he replied, the assistant immediately responded, "Yes, brother Long thinks Chen is great and wants to come to the event tomorrow." Now, it was Su Chen's turn to get excited. He quickly expressed his welcome and soon finalized the details of his attendance with his assistant. The assistant returned to Long, excitedly saying, "Brother, we've contacted General Manager Su of Faith Auto. He'd love for you to come tomorrow." Long smiled. "Okay, then we'll go tomorrow." Long was actually quite looking forward to tomorrow's trip to Taiyuan. After all, few men don't love cars, and the Chen had indeed left a deep impression on him. On the other end of the phone, Su Chen was so excited after hanging up that he spun around several times. Brother Long was actually coming to the launch event tomorrow. This was incredibly significant for Faith Auto. He returned to the conference room with his phone, his excitement barely concealed. Seeing this, Lu Fei and the others couldn't help but ask, "President Su, what's got you so excited? Is there more good news at tomorrow's press conference?" Su Chen took a deep breath and said with a smile, "My favorite actor will be at the Chen press conference tomorrow." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up and began speculating wildly. Some whispered that it might be some Japanese adult film actress, and the topic veered further and further off track. Su Chen's face darkened, and he quickly interrupted, "Shut up. I'm talking about a legitimate actor." Lu Fei coughed. "President Su, stop playing coy. Who is it?" Su Chen then uttered 4 words, "Brother Long." The entire conference room fell silent instantly. A few seconds later, everyone realized how narrow-minded they had been. Lu Fei swallowed hard, asking incredulously, "Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Brother Long is coming." Su Chen nodded firmly. "I'm not kidding, it's Brother Long." The meeting room erupted in cheers. Someone was so excited they almost jumped up. "We get to see our idol tomorrow. I think I'm going to faint." Some even said they imitated Jackie Chan's moves as kids, only to lose a fight against their own father. Others joked that if they could shake hands with him tomorrow, they wouldn't wash their hands afterward. The whole team was thoroughly excited. Jackie Chan's status in the Chinese entertainment industry is virtually unparalleled. His personal presence significantly boosted the hype surrounding the Chen launch event. The event already had official support from Shaanxi Province and Lei Jun, CEO of Xiaomi, in attendance, and now even Jackie Chan is coming. This lineup is unprecedented in the automotive industry. Shortly after, a post by Jackie Chan on Weibo went viral. Looking forward to tomorrow's trip to Taiyuan at Faith Auto. Chapter 14. Gaolong refuses to endorse Feng Tian, even for 200 million. Who is Jackie Chan? He's so famous that he's personally attending the launch event for Faith Cars. Jackie Chan's post caused an instant uproar in the comment section. Netizens couldn't believe it. Faith Cars' Kieran series hasn't even been officially launched yet, and they already have Lei Jun, CEO of Xiaomi, investing. Now, even Jackie Chan is attending. This is incredible prestige. Many who managed to snag tickets immediately became highly sought after, with some offering 20,000 yuan for a ticket and others asking for 100,000 yuan, all just to see Jackie Chan in person the next day. The press conference hadn't even started yet, and the hype had already reached its peak. More importantly, both Lei Jun and Chen Long proactively contacted Su Chen, and Su Chen, without spending a penny, put Faith Auto in the spotlight across the entire internet. On forums like Car Home and Car Enthusiast Brother, 9 out of 10 posts were discussing Faith Auto. Everyone wanted to know just how much of a stir the Chen, the first car from Faith Auto, would make in China's automotive industry. Not only was the domestic automotive scene shaken, but even international media outlets began reporting on it. The New York Times reported that a newly established car company in an ancient Eastern country has caused a sensation even before its first car has hit the market. The Times, meanwhile, wondered what technology could have led so many car companies to admit to being a decade ahead. The Associated Press went even further, asking why a new energy MPV could attract so much attention, and just how big the gap is between China's new energy vehicles and theirs. However, when foreign netizens learned that Chun founded Faith Auto because of Toyota's price gouging on the Alphard, many couldn't hold back their anger. Especially among netizens, the comment section was filled with sarcasm. They accused Chinese people of being overly sensitive, praised Toyota as the world's strongest automaker, claimed that new energy vehicles lacked substance, and asserted that Toyota was merely trying to piggyback on Alphard's success. In the end, they even included Chun, and the entire Chinese population in their insults. When people on Baidu Tieba and Diba saw this, they couldn't stand it anymore and immediately started criticizing. You really treat a minivan like a treasure? You can't even be proud of driving a beat-up Alphard. That's all you're good for. The more fiercely you curse, the more we will support Faith cars. Crazy Tian, get out of the Chinese market. The moment the Diba, a popular online forum, launched its attack, the situation instantly spiraled out of control. Coupled with the power of Chinese national culture, Xiaorizi, a popular online forum, users were quickly driven to flee in terror by the barrage of insults. Meanwhile, Akira Fonda sat in his office, his face grim. He hadn't expected that a newly established company like Faith Motors would cause such a huge impact. In recent days, sales of Toyota Alphards in the Chinese market have plummeted. Alphards that were once in high demand and short supply are now finding it difficult to sell, even with a markup of 100,000 yuan in many places. Mr. Zhang, the owner of the Toyota dealership, can't understand what's wrong with the Chinese market. The Kieran is still a day away from its launch, yet Alpha's orders have already shrunk so drastically. Are new energy vehicles really that popular in China? He knew very well that Feng Tian absolutely could not lose the Chinese market for Alpha. So, Madman immediately called Tan Ming, demanding that he take immediate action to stop Faith Motors from continuing its rampant activities. Tan Ming naturally understood what he meant and quickly said that he had already contacted a group of online trolls. Once the Kieran goes public tomorrow, the online trolls will immediately follow up and create public pressure. Feng Tian Nanzhang coldly reminded him again that they absolutely must not leave any evidence against Feng Tian, otherwise Tan Ming would be waiting to resign. He then added that he should contact Jackie Chan's agency. He said that as long as Jackie Chan was willing to endorse the Mata Alphard, the price was negotiable up to 100 million. Tan Ming readily agreed, and after hanging up, immediately had the finance department approve a special payment, then personally transferred the money to Jackie Chan's agent. At this moment, Gaolong had already boarded a car bound for Taiyuan, Shanxi province. After receiving the call, his agent heard the caller introduce himself. "Hello, I am Tan Ming, president of Fengtian Longhua. Mr. Gaolong, would you be willing to be the brand ambassador for Fengtian Alpha? We can offer a fee of up to 50 million. Upon hearing this, the agent's expression became somewhat complicated. Jackie Chan's management company was his own, and all endorsement deals had to be decided personally by Jackie Chan. At that moment, Jackie Chan was sitting in his car, scrolling through videos of the Chilin brand of Faith Motors on his phone. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful, really beautiful. This car is so comfortable to look at." After saying that, he patted the Alphard seat he was sitting in, his tone full of disdain. "This Alphard can't compare at all. I don't want to sit in this car for another second now." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw his agent looking troubled, so he asked who had called. The agent had no choice but to tell the truth. It was Tan Ming, the president of Fengtian Longhua, who wanted him to be the spokesperson for Alfa Romeo, offering 50 million. Jackie Chan's good mood was instantly ruined. He grabbed the phone and made his decision bluntly. "This is Jackie Chan. I refuse the offer to be the spokesperson for Alfa Romeo." Tan Ming, on the other end of the phone, was clearly stunned. After a moment, he quickly lowered his tone and tentatively asked if he wasn't satisfied with the price. "Brother Gaolong, how about this, 100 million? What do you think?" Jackie Chan's face turned completely cold. "I said I won't endorse the Honda Alphard. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you gave me 200 million, I still wouldn't endorse it." Having said that, Tan Ming was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he couldn't help but ask if Faith Autos had offered an exorbitant price, which was why Jackie Chan had chosen to side with them. Chen Long's expression instantly darkened. He said, word by word, "First of all, I did not endorse Faith Motors. I only attended their launch event in my personal capacity. Secondly, Faith Motors has never offered me a high price to be their spokesperson. Finally, as a Chinese citizen, I will not endorse any Faith products." After saying that, Chen Long hung up the phone immediately. The next second, he blocked Tan Ming's number. Chapter 15. I, Su Chun, am about to lead the Faith Automobile Chilin to glory. Fine. So this is how you're going to do it, Faith Auto? Tan Ming was completely exasperated. He had already spent a staggering 100 million yuan to hire Jackie Chan as a spokesperson, but not only did the other party refuse outright, he also blocked his number. Even if a deal falls through, goodwill should remain. But Chen Long's move completely blocked the way. Tan Ming reluctantly reported to Feng Tiananzhong, and as expected, he was given a severe dressing down. A barrage of baka came from the other end of the phone, finally ending with, "If alpha sales don't surpass last month's, you're fired." Tan Ming was completely stunned. This whole thing was clearly caused by Faith Auto. So how did he end up taking all the blame? Soon, the Faith Auto Chilin launch event officially arrived. Taiyuan City was as bustling as during the New Year celebrations that day. Before 7 p.m., the area outside the Red Lantern Stadium was already packed with people. Those with tickets were beaming with joy, while those without were cursing in frustration. Outside, people kept shouting to buy tickets, prices rising from 10,000 to 20,000, but few with tickets were willing to sell. The scalpers were dumbfounded. The group most adept at reselling tickets had all met with a cold shoulder today. Some couldn't help but complain that these weren't just tickets, they were practically gold nuggets. As 7 p.m. approached, the press conference was about to begin. The scale of this event was outrageously large. Not only were officials from Shaanxi province personally present, but even Lei Jun, CEO of Xiaomi, and Jackie Chan, a famous Taiwanese comedian, were there. Even more extravagant was the fact that the entire press conference was streamed online. As soon as it started broadcasting on various platforms, viewers flooded in, with over 5 million people instantly joining the Douyin, TikTok, live stream. Programmers at Douyin's headquarters worked overtime urgently, with the person in charge repeatedly emphasizing that all lines must be stable tonight, and the live stream of Faith Auto absolutely could not be disrupted. Even President Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Faith Auto really has some tricks up its sleeve. The hype is undeniable. Inside the stadium, all 60,000 seats were filled. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone's eyes fixed on the stage, waiting for Chilin to appear. Backstage, Su Chun was both excited and nervous. Although he knew that Chilin had become a hit after this period of hype, the scene before him still far exceeded his expectations. This didn't look like a car launch event. It was more like a concert for 10,000 people. Just then, Jackie Chan arrived backstage. The staff were incredibly excited, seeing a star of this caliber up close for the first time. Chen Long took the initiative to shake hands with Su Chun, smiling and saying, "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Chun couldn't hide his excitement, and quickly thanked him for supporting Faith Auto. Chen Long, however, smiled and said that the Chilin was too attractive. Even he was getting a little itchy and asked where the car was. Su Chun pointed to several display cars on the stage, covered by curtains, and said that after the press conference, he would invite Chen Long to test drive them. Chen Long nodded in agreement, and was then led to his seat by staff. Not long after, Lei Jun arrived. Upon seeing Su Chun, he praised him for his youth and talent. Su Chun smiled and shook hands, saying that Mr. Lei was the first owner of Faith Auto today, a distinguished guest. Lei Jun waved his hand repeatedly and said earnestly, "It is precisely because of people like Su Chun that China is becoming more and more prosperous." After speaking, he walked to the front row and chatted with Chen Long. Subsequently, Lu Mingqing arrived with officials from Shaanxi province. Su Chun stepped forward to greet them, and Lu Mingqing smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying that Faith Motors had given Shaanxi province a new image, and they were the ones who should be thanked. Before leaving, Lu Mingqing urged Su Chun to prepare well and strive for a resounding success for Faith Cars. The backstage area erupted in cheers. Lu Fei and the RD team surrounded Su Chun, everyone unable to hide their excitement. When they worked at Taichung Motors, they had never even heard of such a scene, but now Faith Motors has made it happen. Some excitedly said that this time they are willing to work for Faith Motors for the rest of their lives. Chen Saidin Worthy. From the day he founded Faith Auto, he hadn't wanted to make an ordinary car, but rather to truly bring Chinese cars to the world stage. He wanted to show those arrogant foreign car companies that China was capable of producing good cars. Time was up, and the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Amidst deafening cheers, Chen walked onto the stage. All the lights in the venue turned on simultaneously, and the spotlights all fell on him. The audience erupted in cheers. Many were seeing Chen in person for the first time, and were astonished that the owner of Faith Auto was so young. Some lamented that while others founded car companies in their 20s and boasted of crushing Tian in 3 months, they themselves were still ignoring the risks and continuing installations. After thunderous applause, Chen picked up the microphone and began, "Thank you to all the supporters of Faith Auto. I'm Chen. I am here today with only one purpose, to bring you truly excellent products." Applause erupted again like a tidal wave. Chen continued, "Faith Auto is a brand new car company. It was founded out of dissatisfaction with some car companies arbitrarily raising prices." He didn't name names, but everyone knew he was referring to the Toyota Alphard that was being sold at a premium of 300,000 yuan. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Viewers cheered and angrily condemned the practice of charging an extra 300,000 yuan for a piece of junk, accusing Chinese consumers of being treated like fools. Chen stood center stage, his voice growing increasingly firm. He said that China's automotive industry did start late and was once ridiculed by foreign automakers. Some even believed that Chinese cars could only ever be associated with the low-end market and could never enter the high-end market. But is that really the case? Are cars made in China necessarily inferior? Chen gripped the microphone tightly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Chen disagree. I founded Faith Auto to show them with facts that Chinese people can be leaders in any product. I want foreigners to open their eyes and see whether cars made in China are truly capable. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, with many people standing up to applaud. No one expected that the owner of a car company that had only been established for a little over a month would say something so satisfying. Then, Chen raised his hand and pointed to the back of the stage. Next, the first car from Faith Motors, the Chen, is officially launched. Music began to play, and the spotlight slowly moved back. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the center of the stage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The curtains covering the display vehicles fell one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Chen vehicles in different colors appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the scene became so quiet that even breathing seemed to disappear. All eyes were fixed on the 5 dazzling Chen vehicles. Chapter 16. As long as it doesn't exceed 800,000 copies, the Chen will definitely be a bestseller. As the curtain fell, 5 colors shimmered under the lights: sapphire blue, misty black, volcanic ash, and pearly white. But the one in the very center, the moment the light shone upon it, flashed with dazzling brilliance: Faith Red. The scene was silent for a full minute. All the audience members seemed to be frozen in time, their eyes glued to the 5 cars on stage, unable to look away. Chen Long was stunned, Lei Jun was dumbfounded, and even the official from Shaanxi province momentarily forgot to applaud. Moments later, thunderous cheers erupted in the Red Lantern Stadium, with applause sweeping across the entire arena. This was the first time anyone had actually seen the Chen from Faith Auto. Although Faith Auto had already become a sensation online, the vehicles that had been exposed before were all camouflage test vehicles, so people could only see the long and elegant body, and the details were completely obscured. But now, 5 different colored Chen were fully displayed before the audience. Beyond superior, the audience couldn't find a more suitable word to describe it. All flowery language seemed pale at this moment. The Chen truly shone brightly. The applause and cheers continued, with audience members pulling out their phones to capture every moment. Some exclaimed in amazement, "What an amazing color scheme! The paint quality is absolutely stunning." Others shouted excitedly, "This is the design and quality that domestically produced cars should have. Foreigners should see this." The stunning quality of this car clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. From the car's curves to its overall streamlined design, it's undeniable that the Chilin's design has reached a new level. Meanwhile, on the Douyin live streaming platform, the number of viewers watching the Kieran launch event for Faith Auto surged to 13 million. All platform servers were activated, and tens of thousands of programmers worked overtime to ensure the live stream stability. Those who couldn't be there in person were already thoroughly entertained. The live chat was flooded with comments, some saying the Chilin car was a sure thing, others saying they had the money ready and were just waiting for the order to open. Someone even joked, "Driving this car home, how could I not win over my future father-in-law?" The live stream was flooded with virtual gifts and special effects. The event had barely begun when the total amount of virtual gifts had already exceeded 500,000 yuan. Major domestic automakers were also watching the event simultaneously. When the Chilin was fully unveiled, many realized that Faith Auto was far ahead of them. Its exterior design alone seemed to put a decade ahead of its competitors. As for Faith Auto's technological prowess, no one dared to underestimate it. In the office of Bidia, Wang Fuchuan stared at the screen in silence for a long time. Then the phone rang. It was Wei Junjian, president of Chongqing Motors. Wei Junjian asked him if he had watched the launch event for the Faith car. Wang Fuchuan nodded, his tone complex, and said that he was looking at it and was deeply moved. It seemed they'd been stagnating all these years. On the other end of the phone, Wei Junjian also sighed. In all his years in the car industry, he had never seen a model that moved him so deeply. The Chilin was the first. Although Faith Auto's first vehicle was an MPV, its impact on their market share was limited in the short term. However, if subsequent models developed by Faith Auto directly competed with theirs, the pressure would be immense. This was what the two were most worried about. Wang Fuchuan was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's too early to talk about these things now. Didn't Su Chan say that his focus is overseas? Perhaps Faith Auto will really focus on developing overseas markets." Wei Junjian, after hearing this, could only pin his hopes on this. For domestic car companies, it would be best if Faith Auto, this disruptor, went abroad to disrupt the market. Meanwhile, in Tesla, Shanghai, Musk sat in his office, watching the live broadcast with a serious expression. The 5 color schemes of the Kieran flashed across the screen. He remained silent for a full 5 minutes before murmuring in admiration. This design is simply stunning. In his view, the impact of this iconic car even surpassed the initial shock of Tesla's debut. Musk then tweeted, "In the ancient East, a newly established car company is on its way to greatness." Immediately after posting, he called the U.S. headquarters, ordering all design staff to get up immediately and watch the launch event for the new car. At the same time, inside the headquarters of Dragon Country Crazy Field, President Tan was also staring at the screen. When the 5 Chilin cars appeared before his eyes, his heart clenched, and he could barely speak. Only after seeing the actual cars with his own eyes did he finally understand why Alfred sales have been so sluggish recently. Compared to the Chilin, Alfred could only be described as lackluster. Tan grew increasingly furious, cursing Su Chun in his heart for ruining his livelihood. But his impotent rage was useless. In the end, he could only place his hopes on the price. As long as the Chilin's price didn't exceed 800,000, there was still a chance. At this moment, inside the Red Lantern Stadium, everyone at Faith Auto focused their attention on Su Chun. How much of a surprise would this man, who constantly creates miracles, bring tonight? Right now, the only thing on everyone's mind was the final price of the Chilin. This would not only determine the Chilin sales volume, but also the future development of Faith Auto. On stage, Su Chun stood amidst deafening cheers, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. The atmosphere was far more enthusiastic than anyone had imagined. He smiled and said, "Chilin is finally meeting everyone in this way. I wonder if you all like it." Before he could finish speaking, a unified shout erupted from the audience. "We love it." Su Chun smiled and then began to introduce the Chilin. He said that choosing an MPV as the first car for Faith Auto was indeed a bold move. But since Faith Auto was going against the tide, it had to take its destiny into its own hands. He then proceeded to explain the core details of the Kieran system one by one. High-precision radar, level 3 assisted driving, maximum range of 1,200 kilometers. Each time he introduced a feature, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The audience grew increasingly excited as they listened. Some said the configuration was top of the line, the absolute pinnacle of MPVs. Others marveled that the refrigerator, television, and large sofa looked surprisingly pleasing to the eye on the Chilin. The 1,200 kilometers range, in particular, was hailed as a game-changer. Many people had already made up their minds. If the car wasn't priced above 800,000, they would definitely buy it. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that crucial number. Finally, Chen slowly spoke. Everyone must be eager to know the final price of the Chilin, right? Next, I will reveal the answer. Chapter 17. The final price of the Chilin. At this price, how can Alpha compete? Here it comes. Chilin is about to unleash its big move. I'll make a bold guess. Starting price 699,800 yuan. 700,000 yuan? No way. This car rivals the Alphard with far superior features, boasting over 800 horsepower alone. It can travel 1,200 kilometers on pure electric power. Why would you need a gasoline car? As soon as Chen announced the final price of the Chilin, the entire audience erupted in excitement. Some guessed 700,000, some 800,000, and some even thought it wouldn't be surprising if this configuration sold for $1 million. Down in the audience, Chung Long whispered to his assistant, "This car will most likely cost no less than 800,000, but the configuration is really appealing. We'll order one right away." Lei Jun was also calculating in his mind. The new energy vehicle market in China was fiercely competitive, but the cost of a vehicle with the Kieran's configuration was definitely not low. If a regular range-extended vehicle could sell for 500,000 yuan, the Kieran certainly wouldn't be cheap. The number of viewers in the live stream has approached 20 million, and the chat is full of people guessing the price. Some say they used to own an Alphard and predict the Kieran will cost no less than 800,000 yuan. Others just returned their Alphards and are waiting for the Kieran to be released. Many netizens bluntly stated that the Kieran's appearance and configuration are far superior to the Alphard. The Alphard starts at 800,000 yuan, and there's an additional 300,000 yuan markup. If they were to be compared side by side, the Kieran simply wouldn't stand a chance. Backstage, Lu Fei and the employees of Faith Auto were also sweating with tension. Although they were company insiders, the final pricing of the Chilin was still in Su Chen's hands, and no one knew the answer. Lu Fei stared intently at the stage. He knew very well that this moment would determine the life or death of the Chilin. Su Chen held the microphone, listening to the discussions below the stage, but his expression remained calm. He said that before the press conference, he had heard many versions of speculation, ranging from 700,000 to 800,000, or even 1 million. But only he knew the real price. Even the employees of Faith Auto were kept in the dark. At this point, Su Chen changed the subject. From research and development to production, the Chilin was benchmarked against only one car, the Fulham Alphard, whose image instantly appeared on the big screen. Laughter and comments immediately erupted in the room. Some felt the Kieran's configuration was already superior, while others pointed out that if the price was similar to the Alphard, the comparison would be meaningless. Immediately, someone countered, arguing that why should domestic cars necessarily be cheaper? A 1,200 kilometers range is a technology that not everyone can build. Finally, the beam of light shone on Su Chen. He raised the microphone and announced with a smile, "Next, it's time to reveal the price." All 60,000 plus viewers in the audience and over 20 million online viewers held their breath. Executives and employees from automakers such as BYD, Changcheng, Lixiang, Dapeng, while Tesla and Frozen were all listening intently. Meanwhile, in his office in Japan, Frozen's father, Akira, was sweating profusely. Su Chen raised his voice. The Chilin series only has one configuration. The standard configuration is the top of the line. The final price is, at this moment, all eyes were on him. 399,800. As the voice faded, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, unable to react for a long time. Chung Long and Lei Jun stared blankly at the stage, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Mingqing, the official leader of Shaanxi province, also looked at Su Chen as if he were a monster. The backstage area was deathly silent. The employees of Faith Auto were completely bewildered. Lu Fei was the first to recover and couldn't help but whisper, "President Su, you can't be mistaken, can you? 399,800 yuan. That price is only slightly higher than the cost." The others shook their heads in bewilderment. It was too low, far below their expectations. Seeing no response, Su Chen assumed there was a problem with the microphone and repeated, "You heard me right. The final price of the Kieran is 399,800 yuan. No options are available. The standard configuration is the top of the line. This time, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Did I hear that right? Less than 400,000. That's incredible. 399,800? That's unbelievable. I'm ordering right now. The live stream chat exploded. Countless netizens flooded the screen, saying it was the first time they felt a domestically produced high-end car was so worthwhile. Some people directly criticized the Alfred, saying that the price markup could buy a Chun, a famous Chinese car brand, and who would still buy an Alfred in the future. They said it would be a laughingstock for 2.5 years. Others shouted their support for domestically produced cars. They argued that imported cars don't have to be prestigious, and China can produce truly good cars too. On stage, Chun listened to the deafening cheers and continued to announce, from now on, the Chun will officially accept pre-orders and deliveries are expected to begin within a month. Then, he turned his gaze to Lei Jun in the audience. Chun said that when he founded Faith Auto, everyone questioned him, but Lei Jun stepped forward and invested 1 billion yuan. Therefore, the first owner of the first Chun car was Lei Jun. Lei Jun walked onto the stage with a smile and shook hands with Chun. He said that Chun was the most daring and enterprising young man he had ever met, and he believed that Faith Auto would definitely become a leader in China's new energy vehicle industry. Go for it, Faith Auto. After Lei Jun finished speaking, applause rang out again from the audience. Brother Long, the 18th chairman of the board, has decided to become the unpaid spokesperson for Faith Cars. Immediately afterward, Chun invited Chen Long onto the stage. Chen Long was momentarily stunned, wondering why Chun had suddenly called him up. After all, he was only attending the launch event for Faith Auto in his personal capacity. Chun took Jackie Chan's hand and announced to the entire audience, I grew up watching Jackie Chan's movies, and I know how much he has sacrificed and how many injuries he has suffered from making movies. Jackie Chan has made great contributions to China, so I have decided, on behalf of Faith Auto, to present Jackie Chan with a Chun. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted. The audience exclaimed in admiration, That's real vision. Faith Auto played its cards brilliantly, with Jackie Chan endorsing it. It's no wonder it's a hit. Chen Long was surprised that Chun would give him a car in public, and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Mr. Su, this car is too valuable. I can't accept it. I'll just order one for myself. Chun insisted. According to age, I should call you uncle. What you said just now was sincere. I really admire Brother Chen Long. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Chen Long quickly thought of a solution, picked up the microphone, and looked at the entire audience. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Long, an actor from Hong Kong, China. Starting today, I will be the spokesperson for Faith Cars, free of charge. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Chun couldn't help but scratch his ear, almost doubting he'd heard correctly. Jackie Chan was actually going to endorse Faith Auto, and for free at that? This wasn't just a windfall, it was pure meat filling. A Chun, in exchange for Jackie Chan's endorsement. If this news got out, the entire automotive industry would probably be shaken to its core. The livestream chat exploded with comments. Some exclaimed that CEO Su was incredibly shrewd, getting Chen Long as a spokesperson for 399,800 yuan, a steal. Others said that the automotive industry had completely transformed, with Chen Long endorsing the brand for free. It was outrageous. Of course, some people are worried that many of the products Chen Long has endorsed in the past have flopped, hoping this time won't be a case of bad luck. Immediately, someone retorted, saying that Fengtian Motors wanted to offer 100 million yuan to have Chen Long as their spokesperson yesterday, but he directly refused. Just for that support, Chun is a must-buy. Then, Chun turned his attention to Lu Mingqing, the top leader of Shaanxi province. He publicly announced that Faith Auto would provide the Shaanxi provincial government with the right to use 10 Chun MPVs as business reception vehicles. This was a phrase Chun had already prepared. Official vehicles have standards and cannot be given away casually, so he was referring to the right to use them. But everyone understood that this was essentially the same as giving them away, just expressed in a different way. After listening, Lu Mingqing stood up, applauded, and nodded slowly to Chun. At that moment, the atmosphere of the Chun launch event reached its peak. The number of viewers in the live stream also soared, peaking at nearly 30 million. It was hard to imagine that this was the launch event of a car company that had only been established for a little over a month. Just then, a set of numbers suddenly appeared on the large screen behind Chun. 35698, 35798, 35999. As time went on, the numbers continued to jump, quickly breaking through 40,000. Everyone at the scene and the live stream was stunned, not understanding what the string of numbers represented. Some guessed it was a discount offer, while others thought it was impossible for a newly launched company to do something like this. All eyes were once again focused on Chun. Chun smiled and pointed to the large screen behind him, saying, "This is the pre-order data for the Kieran." In other words, since I announced the price, the pre-orders for the Kieran have reached 40,800 units. And as you can see, this number is still rising. The words had barely left his lips when the live chat exploded once more. Just over an hour after its launch, 40,000 units had already been pre-ordered, a true miracle in China's automotive industry. Many exclaimed in disbelief, declaring that their faith in the car had finally been realized. Others expressed hope that the Chun would withstand the test of the market, saying they were already preparing to place their orders. Chun watched the numbers climb steadily on the screen and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Kieran specifications were what they were, and the price was kept very low. After deducting costs, the profit wasn't as exaggerated as outsiders imagined. But from the day he founded Faith Auto, his goal wasn't just to make money domestically. His sights were always set on the overseas market. What kind of skill was it to make money from Chinese consumers? If he was going to make money, he wanted to make money from foreigners. He didn't know if other car companies could do it, but he wanted to be the first to try. He wanted to sell his Faith cars overseas and at a premium. Finally, the Chun launch event concluded amidst deafening cheers. By the very last moment of the event, Chun Auto's pre-orders had already surpassed 60,000 units. What does this mean? A single launch event generated sales of 24 billion Dragon coins. This number has exceeded everyone's expectations. Who could have imagined that a car company that was only established for a little over a month could achieve such phenomenal results with its first model? Even more astonishing is that orders continue to rise. At this rate, breaking the 80,000 unit mark is virtually a certainty. After the press conference, Chun rushed back to the Faith Auto Industrial Park and immediately decided to hold a large celebration banquet. Standing before the employees, he announced, "This moment belongs to every employee of Faith Auto. Every employee who has fought on the front lines will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. The coming period will be a huge challenge for Faith Auto. Everyone, do you have confidence?" The thousands of employees erupted in cheers. They were all working-class people, many of whom had previously worked for other car companies. They had never met a boss as straightforward as Chun before. 50,000 yuan wasn't a lot, but they could genuinely feel that Chun truly treated them like human beings and gave them the dignity of working people. Then, everyone shouted in unison, "Don't worry, Mr. Su. Faith Auto is our home. As long as the money is there, we'll work the entire production line to the point of exhaustion. It's our responsibility as Faith Auto people to ensure that every Chinese citizen drives a Faith Auto." Without wasting words, Chun immediately invited all the top chefs from the surrounding area. 5,000 employees sat neatly in the park, ready for the celebration banquet. Afterwards, he specially transferred 300 million yuan in cash from a bank. He intended to distribute each employee's 50,000 yuan bonus entirely in cash. Chapter 19. Alfred owner returns car. Crazy Tian panics. The sheer impact of having over 3 tons of cash piled up before them was unimaginable. Everyone present pulled out their phones, snapping photos incessantly, utterly excited. Some exclaimed they'd never seen so much money in their lives, while others shouted that they'd go home for drinks after receiving their bonuses that night. Lu Fei and the others were even more excited, saying that working for a boss like Chun was the best thing in their lives. The celebration banquet for Faith Auto not only caused a sensation locally, but also quickly became a trending topic online. On Weibo, topics about the faithful car brand are popping up one after another. The average employee bonus of 50,000 yuan, the on-site distribution of over 200 million yuan in cash, and the refined boss Su. These discussions are generating a surge in popularity. Netizens were envious, jokingly saying they only regretted not being employees of Faith Auto. Some said that if Chun was already giving out 50,000 yuan right after its launch, the year-end bonus would probably double. Others had already started forming groups to apply for jobs at Faith Auto, even willing to work as security guards. Chen's cash bonus giveaway once again boosted Faith Auto's popularity. While some rejoiced, others were naturally troubled. After the launch event for the new car, Fonda found itself in a completely passive position. Especially Alfred's potential customers. Those who had already paid deposits rushed to Fonda's 4S stores the very next morning, demanding refunds. The store where Chen was kicked out after buying the Alfred was now surrounded by customers demanding refunds. Refund? Want a refund? Didn't you say we could return at any time if we weren't satisfied? Why can't we get a refund now? They said they'd charge an extra 400,000 yuan to get the car 3 months earlier, but then they made us wait another year. Isn't that a scam? A group of customers got more and more agitated as they talked, and the female salesperson was overwhelmed and had no choice but to call her supervisor. Mr. Wang, all the Alfred customers in our store are demanding refunds. Yes, all of them. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Wang, the manager of the Fengtian 4S store in Lusher, was stunned. He had watched the entire launch event for the car last night. When he saw the final price of the Chun at 399,800 yuan, he even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Alfred starting price was 800,000 yuan, while the Chun was only 400,000 yuan. In his view, the two cars were not even in the same class. Alpha's success wasn't based on those refrigerators, TVs, and big sofas, but on Fengtian's years of brand heritage. How could a new company, less than a month old, compare to Fengtian? But to his surprise, the very next morning, Alpha's orders all ran into problems. Mr. Wang didn't dare delay and immediately contacted Tan Ming. Mr. Tan, what do we do now? All my Alpha customers are demanding refunds. Tan Ming was equally overwhelmed. Dealers across the country had been calling nonstop since morning, all reporting the same problem. Alpha customers wanted to cancel their orders. After waiting for a while without a response, Mr. Wang had no choice but to continue. Mr. Tan, Faith Auto doesn't play by the rules. If all these orders are canceled, Alpha's sales will. I fucking know, Tan Ming roared on the other end of the phone. He was well aware of the consequences. If Alpha experienced a massive number of cancellations, he might lose his position as the president of the crazy Tianlong Kingdom. After a moment of silence, he made a decision. Go tell the customers that their orders are locked in and in production and cannot be canceled. The earliest delivery time is 2 months. If things get out of hand, adjust the markup accordingly. Mr. Wang had no choice but to comply. After hanging up the phone, he immediately drove to the 4S store. As soon as his car stopped, a crowd gathered around, and someone shouted, "Everyone come here, this is the boss of this store." The saleswoman rushed to his side and whispered, "Mr. Wang, I've explained everything, but they won't listen and still want a refund." Mr. Wang frowned and asked, "How many orders are canceling now?" More than 60. More than 60 orders, nearly 100 million yuan in sales. Mr. Wang's face immediately darkened. It was as if these people had planned it all. He forced himself to walk up to them, first politely thanking them for their support of Alpha, then saying he had already reported to his superiors and offered a solution. "We can guarantee everyone will receive their cars within 2 months, much earlier than the original year." The words had barely left his mouth when the customers erupted in anger. "What kind of bullshit 2 months is this? Do you really think we're idiots? When we signed the contract, you clearly said we could return the car if we weren't satisfied within a year. Your sales staff said you didn't need our orders. As soon as the quota was given up, someone else would buy it. Now that we want a refund, you're denying it." One person spoke up, and the others joined in. "We only have one demand now. A refund. We must get a refund. We won't leave if you don't. We've seen through Crazy Tian's true colors. Even if there are cars available right now, we don't want them." Sweat immediately broke out on Wang Zong's forehead. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and offer his terms. "How about this? As long as everyone continues to pre-order Alpha, we can refund 50% of the previously added price." Chapter 20. Little Day's Report, Qian. President Feng Tian is furious. Most of these car owners paid an extra 400,000 yuan. If a 50% refund is applied, that's equivalent to a 200,000 yuan refund per car. For Alfa Romeo, this is the most outrageous discount they've offered since entering the Chinese market. In the past, paying an extra 200,000 yuan to get a car was something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even after Mr. Wang put it this way, The car owners remained unconvinced. Some scoffed, saying they wouldn't buy an Alphard even without a price increase. Others bluntly stated that the Alphard didn't deserve the price. Still others brought up a video from a few days ago, saying the Alphard didn't even have a rear bumper beam. Wasn't that playing with the lives of its owners? Some even pulled out contracts, threatening to sue if they didn't get their money back, and wanting the whole country to see Crazy Tian's true colors. Mr. Wong was horrified. He hadn't expected these customers to be so difficult. The female saleswoman was almost in tears. She had sold over a dozen of the 60 cars herself. If she refunded them all, she would lose her top sales position and her commissions. She could only try to appeal to her emotions, pleading with a few longtime customers to give her some face, saying that the Alphard was currently offered at an unprecedented discount. But they weren't buying it at all. Instead, they angrily accused her of misleading them into buying the Alphard and demanded a refund. There was absolutely no room for maneuver, and General Manager Wong had no choice but to consult Tan Ming again. Tan Ming was also on the verge of collapse. He only had one option left: return the car and get a refund. Otherwise, if this matter continued to escalate, the entire reputation of Feng Tian in China would be dragged down. In the end, Tan Ming gritted his teeth and made the decision. Return it. Return everything. I'll take responsibility. After hanging up the phone, Tan Ming was completely distraught. The problem was currently only affecting Alphards in one region. If a nationwide wave of returns occurred, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He could only pray that other areas would remain stable, at least weathering the current storm. He immediately contacted several car reviewers he had already bribed. These car reviewers have close ties with Feng Tian. Frankly, they're paid to do things. As long as the money's right, they'll say anything. Tan Ming never imagined that a newly established Faith Auto could push Alpha to this point. Now, he has no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. Soon, Feng Tian 4S stores across China were hit by a wave of car returns. Most were Alphard customers demanding refunds. Alphard sales subsequently plummeted. Previously, over 1,000 units were sold nationwide each month, but after the Kieran's launch, sales dropped to double digits. On Weibo, the wave of Alphard returns has become a trending topic. The top spots on the list are almost all related to the brand's reputation, while the later posts are all negative news about the Toyota Alphard. Topics such as customers aren't buying it, Alphard faces a wave of returns, market trends have changed, Alphard has fallen from grace, and the once popular car with its inflated prices has seen its sales plummet continue to generate discussion. In the comments section, netizens were eager for more drama. Some said their Alphards were no longer being sold at a premium and were even being given away with a bunch of gifts. Others joked that with the release of the Kieran, Alphards were already in disarray and it was uncertain whether they would dare to raise prices again. One company even ordered 10 Kieran-colored Alphards, drawing cheers from netizens. Faith Auto has become a sensation in China's automotive industry. Not only is it generating heated discussions domestically, but many foreign media outlets have also begun reporting on it. The Japanese newspaper Asahi Shimbun even dedicated a full page to the Chen launch event, with the headline, "Falcon Auto, newly established in China, causes a sensation with its first car launch. Will it shake the dominance of gasoline cars?" However, the article was full of sarcasm and irony. They claimed that China's new energy vehicle industry was merely a low-end sector, lacking any technological content and unable to challenge the dominance of gasoline-powered vehicles. In particular, when Chen boasted that he would overthrow Toyota within 3 months, the report mocked him as delusional. Toyota, as a global leader in the automotive industry, would not allow anyone to challenge its position. Japanese automakers have also banded together to take sides. Honda expressed its unwavering support for Honda, believing that companies lacking a solid foundation like Honda have no future. Honda, on the other hand, proclaimed its ambition to make the best gasoline-powered car of this era, leaving electric cars to outer space. Wolfstock continued to emphasize its internal combustion engine, insisting that gasoline cars are the way to go. Many netizens echoed this sentiment, but others remained calm. Some who watched the launch event admitted that the Kieran chip, positioned against Alpha, does indeed have a very attractive design. Others said that Kendrick's stubbornness reminded them of Nokia, and that if they don't change, they will eventually be eliminated. Some netizens, even working in China, expressed their hope that the Kieran chip, which is indeed excellent, could be introduced to the Chinese market. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Crazy Field in the small country, Crazy Field's male protagonist, upon learning of the large-scale returns of Alfa Romeo from China, flew into a rage. He slammed his fist on the table and cursed, "Those Chinese don't deserve to drive Crazy Field cars. How dare they steal Alfa Romeo's market share with a Kieran that costs only half the price of an Alfa Romeo?" He immediately instructed his assistant to book a flight and flew to China himself. The assistant, seeing him so enraged for the first time, could only make the arrangements quickly. Not long after, Madman Zhang met with Tan Ming. He roared, "Baka, what's going on? Get all the regional managers here for a meeting." Tan Ming didn't dare delay and hurriedly notified regional managers across the country. In the conference room, everyone's face was grave and no one dared to speak first. Crazy Tian Nanzhang slammed his hand on the table, angrily demanding that everyone be mute. The room instantly fell silent. No one dared to utter a sound. Finally, Tan Ming could only bite the bullet and explain that customers weren't buying it anymore and were turning to buy the Qilin instead. He had already contacted the car reviewers under Feng Tian's management, and a PR video would be released soon. At this point, Tan Ming paused again before continuing. "Furthermore, Jackie Chan's endorsement of Faith Cars has had a significant impact on us." Bang! Madman Zhang slammed his hand on the table again, angrily shouting, "Faith Cars has an endorser, so why don't we go and hire one? Money is no problem, as long as they're high-profile enough." Chapter 21. Crazy Field makes a move. 50 million yuan offers Baby as spokesperson. Tan Ming thought for a moment and tentatively said, "Mr. President, how about we invite Angela Baby from Hong Kong to be our spokesperson?" After Tan Ming suggested Angela Baby, Zhang Fengtian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, Angela Baby is a well-known actress from Hong Kong, and her popularity is still there, which could indeed give Alfala a boost in popularity. He immediately instructed Tan Ming that the car reviewers they had contacted earlier must expedite the process, and they absolutely could not allow Alpha sales to continue to decline. Tan Ming promptly assured him that the video was under full control and would be released within a few days at most. As for the trending topics online that were unfavorable to Feng Tian, Tan Ming immediately took action to control the situation, and several have already been suppressed. Feng Tian was very satisfied after hearing this, and asked him to buy a Qilin car to study. He wanted to see what was so special about the Qilin from Faith Auto that allowed it to so effectively steal Alpha's sales. After discussing these matters, Tan Ming raised an even more pressing issue. Alfred owners are currently very dissatisfied with the policy of increasing prices, and if this continues, customers might truly leave. After all, the Qilin's price is less than half that of the Alfred, yet offers a much more comprehensive set of features. Continuing to force price increases will only have more serious consequences. After thinking for a moment, Madman Akira directly shifted the pressure to the dealers. He instructed Tan Ming to issue a notice stating that from now on, for every Alpha sold, the dealers would receive an additional quota of 30 Bideo units. The Alfred is also a best-selling model from Toyota. As a mid to large SUV, each unit can command a markup of over 50,000 yuan, and demand has consistently exceeded supply. This bundling method essentially forces dealers to actively promote the Alfred. After hearing this, Tan Ming had to admit that this was indeed a ruthless move. If dealers wanted to obtain the quota, they had to sell Alpha vehicles. Failure to sell them would directly affect their eligibility. But as soon as the notice was issued, the dealers were in an uproar. Some cursed loudly, saying that they couldn't sell a single Alpha in their stores, yet they were being forced to push them. Some worry that this bundled sales might drag even the bargain hunters into the mess. But many others think that Kieran's main target right now is Alpha, not the bargain hunters, so it might still be manageable. So dealers across the country launched a new round of promotions. After all, the Alfred was still in high demand. Selling one Alfred meant getting 30 more, which was a huge temptation for them. Soon, Baby, who was in Hong Kong, received a call from her agency. They told her that Crazy Field Company wanted her to be the Alfred spokesperson, offering a fee of 50 million. Baby had just returned from France and participated in the Crazy Donkey Show, and was initially a little apprehensive. Unexpectedly, she received such a huge endorsement deal upon her return. It was like money falling from the sky for her. Since her divorce, she hadn't received such a high-value endorsement in a long time. Therefore, she immediately decided to personally go to Crazy Donkey's headquarters to discuss the collaboration. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Feng Tian, Tan Ming received her with the highest level of hospitality and handed her the contract. Baby sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, her sunglasses still on since she entered, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. Tan Ming was outwardly polite, but inwardly he cursed, just an actress, and she really thinks she's something special. After reading the contract, Baby quickly noticed one clause. Behind the 50 million yuan endorsement fee was a stipulation that no negative news could surface during the endorsement period. Otherwise, she would have to pay 10 times the amount in compensation, which is 500 million yuan. She frowned, immediately thinking of her recent trip to France to participate in the Mad Donkey show. As a public figure, she shouldn't have been present in such an event according to regulations. However, nothing has gone wrong yet, so she felt there shouldn't be any problems. After communicating with her agency, Baby directly accepted the 50 million offer. She told Tan Ming that the contract was fine, and if they signed today, they could start filming the advertisement that day. Tan Ming was naturally happy and immediately arranged for the signing and subsequent filming. After the contract took effect, Feng Tian acted swiftly, immediately launching promotional filming to accommodate Baby's endorsement. Later that evening, Baby posted an update on Weibo. In the photo, she sat inside an Alfred, her makeup flawless, a radiant smile on her face, captioned, "This life splendor, I share only with you." Crazy Field also seized the opportunity to spend money on trending topics, quickly pushing the topic to the top. In an instant, Alpha's popularity was once again at its peak. Tan Ming was very satisfied with the video, feeling that Baby had a good sense of camera presence and that the pairing of her with the Alfred created a sophisticated feel, a perfect match of beauty and luxury. In the comment section, Baby's fans quickly flooded the screen. Some praised her amazing temperament. Some said that only she was worthy of Alfa Romeo, and others exclaimed that Mada had put a lot of thought into this endorsement. Some even took the opportunity to criticize the Chun, saying that a poor car worth 400,000 yuan was worthy of faking an accident with an Alfred. However, many of these chaotic comments were actually paid trolls hired by Tan Ming and Baby's management company. Their goal is simple, to reignite Alpha's popularity. Meanwhile, Chen was in his office formulating the next sales plan. The head of the marketing department at Faith Auto rushed in, telling him that Crazy Field had hired Baby as a spokesperson, and he was worried it might affect Chen. Chen had actually seen the news as well. After hearing it, he simply gave a cold smile. "Baby, it's almost burnout. Why are you worried about this?" Chapter 22. Exposing the Truth. Madman cuts off his own arm. Chen really doesn't need to worry. Today, while browsing Weibo, Chen saw several accounts posting news that Baby had gone to France to participate in the Crazy Donkey show. However, these posts were all immediately suppressed as soon as they appeared. This is China. For a public figure to participate in a striptease show like Crazy Donkey Show is like lighting a toilet. He's asking for trouble. Chen judged that this matter would eventually be exposed. Feng Tian and Baby together are like a perfect match, a hidden dragon and a phoenix. Chen doesn't even need to lift a finger. He just needs to let the bullets fly for a while longer. The marketing director looked at Chen, finding this young man in his early 20s increasingly unfathomable. His methods were too shrewd. Often, it was impossible to predict what he would do next. At this point, the marketing manager brought up another matter. Feng Tian has made some moves again. I have a few friends who say that they have now formulated a sales strategy. For every Alpha sold, they will give the store an additional quota of 30 bygone vehicles. The bygone? Chen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately checked the car dealership website. He discovered that the bygone had quite high monthly sales, and the key was that it was sold at a markup. Like Alpha, bygone also employs a scarcity marketing strategy, yet consumers still buy into it. This annoyed Chen. Alfa Romeo hasn't been completely defeated yet, and now Tycoon is causing trouble again. Since Mada insists on playing this game, then the second car from Faith Auto should simply be an SUV. Chen said directly, "Don't worry, we'll start the project right away, and the next car will be the bygone strike." His tone was calm, but very firm. "If I say I'll crush Crazy Field sales in China in 3 months, I will definitely do it." The marketing director felt a surge of satisfaction. Boss Su was truly domineering. He was clearly determined to crush Feng Tian. Let Feng Tian continue to swagger. 3 months from now, let's see how it can remain in the Dragon Kingdom market. After the marketing manager left, Chun opened the system and saw that his faith value on his personal panel had exceeded 100,000, a very impressive growth rate. He opened a shop and spent over 50,000 faith points to redeem the cutting-edge autonomous driving technology. Just as he was about to close the system, he saw another technology, cutting-edge wireless charging. Chun was taken aback. If new energy vehicles could be wirelessly charged like mobile phones, it would be an epic-making technology. However, exchanging for it required 100,000 faith points, which he was currently short of. He estimated that by the time the next car was made, he would have enough faith points to redeem wireless charging technology. After closing the system panel, Chun immediately posted on social media. The latest autonomous driving technology of faith cars has matured and can be called the strongest in the industry. It will be gradually updated to the Kieran car system in a month. Please look forward to it. This post, unsurprisingly, sparked heated discussions. Netizens were shocked. The fact that the entire series already came standard with level 3 assisted driving was already impressive enough, but they never expected that this car brand would also offer true autonomous driving. Many are eagerly anticipating driving the Kieran. Some speculate that the autonomous driving technology Chun mentioned might be the technology that allows the car to drive without the steering wheel. This time, Faith Auto is likely to once again overturn industry perceptions. At this point, a netizen commented, "Boss Sue, could you please increase the strength of Crazy Field? I went to buy the Tyrant today, and they even asked me to pay extra for optional extras." Chun specifically replied to this comment, "Wait patiently. Remember what I said before." Besides, the Kieran car system is now fully compatible with Zyra Zigwo. Netizens immediately flooded the screen with question marks. Some speculated that Faith Auto might have new car plans. Others noticed that the phrase "small days are suitable for the country" was clearly not simple. People quickly realized that Faith Auto was preparing to enter the niche market. The comment section immediately erupted, with some even suggesting that consumers in the niche market should have to pay a premium to buy it. Many netizens recalled Chen's previous remarks and began to look forward to seeing how Faith Autos would defeat Crazy Field. After all, Crazy Field was a large company that had been operating in China for many years and had a decent reputation. If Chun can really defeat Feng Tian within 3 months, then in the eyes of many people, he will be a national hero. Following the Kieran launch event, pre-orders for the Kieran quickly surged to 80,000 units. It's worth noting that Faith Auto currently only offers this one model, and it's an MPV. In a sense, this achievement has far exceeded Chen's expectations and also surpassed the judgments of many domestic and foreign automakers. More importantly, a large number of the prospective owners who ordered the Chilin were originally Alpha customers. Many people even canceled their Alfred orders and immediately placed orders for a Chilin instead. To ensure rapid order delivery, Chun directly acquired Taizhong Automobile, which had already filed for bankruptcy and expanded several production lines in one fell swoop. His goal was clear: to deliver all 80,000 Chilin vehicles within a month. 2 days later, the commercial film by Baby and Fengtian Auto was officially released. After the sample was handed to Tan Ming, he was very satisfied with it. He immediately made arrangements. The results are good. Launch a full-scale promotion immediately. Buy all kinds of trending topics, and try to get Alpha sales back on track next month. After watching the video, Akira Nakamoto nodded in approval, saying that Baby truly deserves her status as a famous actress in China, and the advertisement did capture the essence that Alfred owners desire. In their view, aren't Chinese people buying cars all about saving face? Now that they have both face and substance, it's only a matter of time before Alpha sales rebound. However, Akira Toshiro still asked one more question. The commercial was quite effective, but Baby shouldn't have any scandals, right? Tan Ming assured him confidently, "Mr. President, rest assured, if there were any scandals, they would have been exposed long ago. Moreover, it is clearly stated in the contract that she will pay 10 times the compensation for any news that is detrimental to Feng Tian, so she wouldn't dare to act recklessly." Only then did Fukada Osaka feel relieved and immediately instructed the publicity department to launch a large-scale promotion on social media. For a time, the entire internet was almost entirely filled with the Alfred commercial featuring Angelababy. Trending topics kept popping up, and it was revealed that T&I, the founder of Alfred, had spent nearly 100 million yuan to revive Alfred sales. Almost every post was met with overwhelmingly positive reviews. Alpha's reputation has finally been salvaged somewhat. Just as Zhang Ji and Tan Ming were about to breathe a sigh of relief and wait for sales to recover, news suddenly began circulating on social media that Baby had gone to France to participate in a mad donkey show. At first, many people thought it was fake news. After all, everyone had heard of the crazy donkey show. How could Baby, a Hong Kong star, possibly participate in such a striptease show? But before long, a flood of solid evidence emerged. At this point, Feng Tiannanzhang and Tan Ming could no longer sit still. In the office, Feng Tiannanzhang slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Contact Baby immediately and make her explain this." Chapter 23, Disgraced Celebrities, right? At this moment, Baby was in a state of utter panic at the company. She hadn't expected that her trip to France to participate in the Mad Donkey Show would be exposed so quickly. The company had been trying to suppress the trending topics, but ultimately couldn't hide it. Baby was furious and couldn't help but complain that she was just attending an event, so why were these people pointing fingers at her? However, online public opinion has completely spiraled out of control. Countless netizens are criticizing her, saying that as a Chinese artist, it is outrageous for her to participate in such a show, and she must be banned. Immediately, public opinion was overwhelming. Many brands that had worked with Baby chose to terminate their contracts. Even her management company didn't expect the matter to escalate to this extent. Just then, Tan Ming called. As soon as the call connected, he angrily questioned whether he knew how much of an impact this matter had on Feng Tian. Baby quickly explained that it was just an accident and hoped Tan Ming would believe her. But before she could finish speaking, Tan Ming completely exploded. He told Baby to stop playing innocent, and that since she had participated in this kind of activity, why hadn't she informed them beforehand? He also told her to go back and carefully review the contract, and that the 500 million yuan compensation must be paid immediately. Tan Ming is now furious. It was his idea to have Angela Baby endorse the Phoenix Alfred in the first place. Now that such a huge public relations crisis has occurred, he is undeniably responsible. Baby is now truly devastated. She received a 50 million yuan endorsement fee from Feng Tian. But according to the contract, if the brand suffers losses due to the negative publicity, she will have to pay a total of 500 million yuan in compensation. Where would she get so much money to pay compensation? But Tan Ming didn't want to hear her explanation anymore, cursed a few times, and hung up the phone. Subsequently, Feng Tian's public relations department immediately announced on social media that they had terminated their contract with Baby and sent a lawyer's letter to her agency demanding compensation in accordance with the contract. The news of Feng Tian terminating his contract with Baby quickly became a trending topic. Netizens immediately began to mock him, saying that Feng Tian had used a disgraced celebrity as a spokesperson, and now he was finally getting his comeuppance. Some even bluntly stated that Mada's reputation in China is likely completely ruined. Alfa Romeo sales were already at rock bottom, and now with this incident, he might have to withdraw from the Chinese market. Offline distributors are even more distressed. The headquarters had just issued new policies to them, and before they could even implement them, news broke that the spokesperson had caused a scandal, making matters worse. Feng Tiannanzhang hadn't left China yet, and he knew very well how much damage this incident had done to Feng Tian. Even if Baby paid the breach of contract penalty, it wouldn't be enough to repair the collapse of the brand's reputation. There's no way to handle this kind of thing with public relations. You can't exactly tell the public that Baby's appearance on Crazy Donkey Show was fake, can you? Madara finally felt a headache coming on. He immediately ordered a meeting and summoned all the senior executives. The Alfred owners had requested cancellations, which they had no choice but to comply. With deliveries finally possible without price gouging, sales should have rebounded, which is why they hired Baby as their spokesperson. Just days after the commercial was filmed, the spokesperson was embroiled in this scandal. Isn't that just adding fuel to the fire? Soon, Tan Ming and the other executives all sat down in the conference room. Looking at Feng Tiannanzhang's gloomy face, no one dared to utter a sound. Suppressing his anger, Madonna Akira asked them in a cold voice that he needed a solution to salvage Alpha's sales. Everyone lowered their heads, no one daring to speak. The CEO was already furious, and no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire at this moment. They were all cursing Chun in their hearts. Chun got all the benefits, and now they were left to clean up the mess. Crazy Tian Nanzhong directly called out Tan Ming, asking if Baby was the spokesperson he found, and whether he should give an explanation. Tan Ming shuddered in fright. An explanation? He had no explanation to offer. When they signed the contract, he had specifically made sure Baby read the terms carefully, and she had signed it without hesitation. Who would have thought that such a huge scandal would break out at this crucial moment? Tan Ming could only bite the bullet and say that he didn't know things would turn out this way. Feng Tian Nanzhong was so angry he almost wanted to slap him twice. He angrily retorted, "The company spends so much money on them every year. They're not just here to do nothing. Now that alpha sales aren't picking up, are we really going to withdraw from the Chinese market?" Tan Ming quickly reported that they had announced the termination of their contract with Baby and sent a lawyer's letter demanding that she pay the 500 million yuan compensation stipulated in the contract as soon as possible. Madman Shou slammed his hand on the table and angrily asked what the use of compensation was and whether the lost reputation could be recovered. Looking at the group of executives in front of him, he even had the urge to fire them all. But the most important thing right now was to figure out why Alpha was being outmaneuvered by Faith Motors. He suddenly asked Tan Ming if he had managed to order the Chilin, a car he had asked Tan Ming to order last time. Tan Ming quickly replied that the Chilin had arrived and was parked in the underground parking garage. Madara Osaka then stood up, his face cold, and ordered that the public relations efforts regarding the disgraced celebrity endorsement continue. Now everyone should go with him to see just how Kieran manages to steal Alpha's market share. After saying that, he walked directly towards the underground parking garage. At the press conference, he was indeed amazed by the appearance of the Chilin, but he still didn't believe that a car brand with no real foundation could actually produce any good cars. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Akira Fonda immediately spotted the Kieran. Its streamlined body sat quietly there, and in just one glance, he couldn't look away. In comparison, the Alfa Romeos next to him looked extremely shabby. The executives behind him also fell silent, because they only had one thought in their minds. The Chilin car looked incredibly high-end. Did it really only cost 400,000? Chapter 24. One too much. How could they lose? This exterior, this paint. You practically won't see this on a car under 800,000. This appearance and this paint job are almost impossible to find on cars priced under 800,000. What kind of genius designer did Faith Auto hire? They managed to create such a captivating car in just 1 month. Looking at the Alfred parked next to it, it suddenly seems utterly pathetic. Now, let alone the interior, just looking at the exterior alone, the Kieran has already left the Alfred far behind. Mad Tian Nanzhong stood there, staring at the Chilin for more than a minute, until Tan Ming behind him reminded him, and he finally came back to his senses. Tan Ming quickly said, "Mr. President, this is the Chilin from Faith Auto. Personally, I think it's just SOSO." As the president of Fengtian Longhua, he certainly couldn't speak well of his competitors in this situation. However, he had clearly seen Fengtian Nanzhong's reaction just now. He was obviously also stunned by the appearance of the Chilin. Actually, Tan Ming had a similar expression when he first saw the Chilin. It has to be said, the Chilin's design is incredibly ruthless. Its appearance alone is enough to completely captivate people. To some extent, he can understand why those Alfa customers wanted to return their cars. Madara Osaka opened the car door and sat in the back seat of the Kieran. As soon as he sat down, a sense of luxury immediately enveloped him. Almost everything in sight was made of suede, with hardly any plastic. Even in the dimly lit basement, he still felt an atmosphere that Alpha had never given him before. Madfield has always promoted Alfa Romeo as a second home, but now it seems that Kieran is more like that home, and a high-end, fully furnished one at that. As the president of Fengtian Motors, what kind of car hasn't Fengtian Nanzhong seen? He's experienced almost every high-end MPV on the Chinese market, but none of them have given him such a strong impact as the Chilin. A thought kept popping into his mind. Is Faith Auto really a new force that has only been established for a little over a month? How could it possibly have such strength? He couldn't understand it. When it comes to building MPVs, Tian is practically the industry's pioneer. Alfred has been a top seller in China for many years, but in such a short time, its sales have already plummeted. Is Alpha really going to be ruined by Chilin? Absolutely not. He will not allow the MPV empire he built with his own hands to be trampled underfoot by anyone else. As he got out of the car, Fukami Osaka turned to the group of executives and said, "Go up and experience it. then tell me your impressions. Tan Ming and the others were stunned. Making them experience the Qilin was tantamount to forcing them to lie through their teeth. But the order had already been given, so everyone had no choice but to bite the bullet and get on the bus one by one. The first executive had only one thought in his mind as soon as he sat down in the Kieran. That's high class, fucking high class. He had never truly experienced such interior quality in all his years in the industry. Especially after turning on the seat massage function, he almost sank right in. It could only be described in 2 words: comfortable. The rear legroom in the Qilin is ridiculously large, especially in the 3rd row. There's still 2 fist widths of legroom after you sit down, so even a 1.8 meter tall man can sit comfortably without any problem. This floor-area ratio is too high, let alone 400,000, even within $1 million. It seems unrivaled. It's even significantly stronger than a Laxus Ralph from Madfield's Laxus division. The executive was enjoying himself with his eyes closed when Tan Ming suddenly roared, "Get down here." He suddenly came to his senses, hurriedly got off the bus, and stood shakily back at the back. For the next half hour, under the watchful eye of Akira Fonda, all the executives took turns experiencing it. The results were almost identical. The Qilin is not only captivating in appearance, but its interior also exudes a noble and luxurious feel. It's hard to believe that such an MPV comes from a new company that has only been established for a little over a month. If we're really talking about heritage, then Toyota seems to lack any real foundation. And what makes Alfred, with its plasticky feel, think it can compete with the Qilin? After the experience ended, Akira Fonda asked, "Tell me your thoughts." The crowd looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to speak. How should I put it? Anyone who dares to praise Qilin today will probably lose their job. In the end, Tan Ming took the lead. In my opinion, apart from piling on materials for refrigerators, sofas, and color TVs, Qilin has no highlights whatsoever. After saying that, he added, "If this cobbled-together thing can be called a car, then there would be car companies all over the world. It has no right to compare with our Alfred." The group of executives behind him listened and silently gave him a thumbs up. When it comes to talking nonsense, Tan Ming is the best. But they had no choice but to agree. Some say that true car manufacturing isn't about piling on features. Others say that people who order cars online are misled by the exterior and interior design. Still others emphasize that Toyota has a deep-rooted reputation and its dignity cannot be trampled on by a small company. After listening, Madonna Akira slowly nodded. Just when everyone thought they had escaped a disaster, he coldly said, "You don't tell the truth. You only know how to flatter, right? Fine. Then I'll deduct a month's salary from your salaries first." The executives immediately started cursing in their hearts. Lying gets you dock pay, but can you tolerate telling the truth? Then, Akira Fonda looked at Tan Ming. The chassis, material strength, and range of the Kieran are still unknown. You should understand what to do next, right? Tan Ming nodded hurriedly. "Understood, Mr. President." Even without testing, it's clear that the Kieran isn't as good as advertised. Take its pure electric range, for example. It can't possibly be 1,200 kilometers. Madonna pointed to his head, indicating that he should think of a solution. If Kieran gets embroiled in product quality controversies, its sales will naturally collapse. Those who are placing orders now are just casual observers attracted by its appearance and interior design. As for the chassis and crash safety, the outside world has no idea. Fukami Osaka is certain that the materials used in the Kieran can't possibly be of high quality. When the time comes, all they need to do is seize on that point and relentlessly smear it. Once those who had placed orders for the Qilin realized what was happening and started backing up their cars, Faith Auto was in trouble. After the meeting, Tan Ming immediately contacted several car reviewers who had collaborated with Feng Tian. As soon as the call connected, he asked directly, "How are the preparations going?" The car reviewers, having received their payment, replied with a smile, "Don't worry, everything is prepared on our end." Tan Ming said coldly, "Let's start with the Kieran's pure electric range. I don't believe it can really go 1,200 kilometers. Chapter 25. Car reviewer Chen Dajian's evaluation of the Qilin is shocking. At this moment, Su Chan sat in his office, watching the chaos unfolding online, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Feng Tian had finally gotten his comeuppance this time. The head of marketing walked in with a cup of tea, smiling and flattering. "President Su has a sharp eye. You saw all along that baby was going to get into trouble." Su Chan was not affected by the public opinion. Feng Tian's reverse operation actually brought a surge of traffic to Faith Auto, and the orders for the Kieran continued to rise, about to break through 90,000 units. The first batch of 10,000 Chen vehicles has begun to be delivered, and various delivery videos have gone viral online, almost unanimously praising them. However, precisely because of the overwhelming praise, many people have begun to suspect that Chen Auto has hired online trolls. Those who hadn't yet gotten their turn to pick up their cars were even more eager. Just then, Chen, a well-known car reviewer in China, started a live stream, preparing to pick up a Chen on the spot. In front of the camera, Chen said with a smile, "Everyone, today I'm going to promote a Kieran car during the live broadcast and see if the new domestic brands can really support such high sales." Chen was one of the first car owners. When he watched the launch event, he didn't have high expectations for the Chen. After all, Faith Auto was a newly established company, and he owned countless luxury cars. A car costing 400,000 yuan was unlikely to impress him. But the Chen has been generating so much buzz lately. As a car reviewer, he couldn't possibly miss out on this kind of attention. The live stream chat became lively, with some joking that he drove a Cullinan, and others suspecting that he had been paid to participate. Chen looked at the comments and responded directly, "Don't worry, I wasn't paid to comment. Today I'm just trying to be fair. If Chen is really as good as advertised, I won't lie through my teeth." After saying that, he took his phone and walked into the Faith Auto store. He was stunned for a moment as soon as he entered. The store was packed with people, and with the weekend, there was a constant stream of people picking up and test driving cars. The live chat exploded instantly. This level of hype is ridiculous. 90,000 pre-orders, it's normal for so many people to be looking at the car. I went to the mall booth yesterday and almost got squeezed out. Chen was also somewhat surprised to see so many people coming for a single car at the same time. The sales staff quickly recognized him and warmly welcomed him into the delivery area. "Mr. Chun, your car is ready. You can complete the pickup procedures immediately." Chen nodded and followed the salesperson inside. As soon as he entered the delivery area, he spotted his iconic red Kieran. The actual car was even more striking than in the videos. Only 2 words came to his mind: beautiful. As the camera zoomed in, the live stream chat exploded again. "Holy crap, that red is absolutely stunning. Stop shaking, freeze the camera." The paint quality is something even million-dollar luxury cars might not have. Chen smiled, took his phone, and got into the car. The salesperson began introducing the various functions, while he went straight to the boss's seat and turned on the zero-gravity seat and massage system. As a car reviewer, Chen has experienced countless cars. In recent years, domestic new energy vehicles have been frantically piling on features, and seat massage is no longer a novelty. Every manufacturer offers it, but truly user-friendly ones are few and far between. The massage function in many cars is, frankly, better than nothing. The intensity is light, the experience is superficial, and it can't relieve fatigue at all. It's more for show on the spec sheet. But as soon as the boss's massage chair at the Chen started, Chen expression changed instantly. He sat up abruptly, turned around and stared at the chair, his face full of surprise. Viewers in the live stream thought something had happened. Did Dajin get electrocuted? No wonder it's a pure electric MPV. It discharges electricity as soon as you get in. Stop staring. Tell us what happened. Chen, refusing to believe it, lay back down. With the zero-gravity seat reclining and his feet dangling in the air, he completely relaxed, his face filled with enjoyment. A minute later, he came to his senses, picked up his phone, and said seriously, "Can you handle this? It's so comfortable. I can say that the massage function on Chen seats is the most comfortable among all car manufacturers in China, bar none." Netizens initially thought he was frightened by the electric shock, but it turned out he was so comfortable he lost control. The live stream immediately exploded with comments. How exactly was it comfortable? Tell us in detail. Is it really that exaggerated? You still say you didn't pay? Chen turned on the massage again, lay back in the chair, and winked at the camera. How should I put it? This kind of comfort is even more comfortable than that kind of comfort. You know what I mean? The live stream chat was absolutely in stitches. Some people were flooding the chat with comments, saying they couldn't handle the new car experience, while others said they absolutely had to try it out for themselves once they got their own. Then, Chen began to experience the interior space of the car. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. The spaciousness of the Chen's interior far exceeded his expectations. especially the rear seats and trunk, which were completely unlike what one would expect from a car in this class. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Can you handle this space?" The trunk capacity is absolutely king among MPVs, much better than the Honda Alphard. After talking for a while, Chun realized that he had almost entirely praised the Chilean. The viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still and urge him to point out some flaws instead of just saying the good things. Chen chuckled and said seriously, "So far, my impression of Chilean is that it is amazing, luxurious, and very suitable for families. Its friendliness to both the driver and passengers is unmatched among all the MPVs I've tried." After saying that, he turned the camera forward. "Next, I'll drive the car out and see how the Kieran drives when it's actually running." Chapter 26. The quietness inside the car was comparable to that of a library. Immediately afterward, Chen drove outside. Immediately afterwards, Chen personally drove the Chilean outside. As soon as the car was on the road, he immediately noticed that this car indeed contained a lot of advanced technology, the most obvious being its quietness, which was almost unbelievable. Chen took out a decibel meter and explained to the camera that judging the quietness of a car usually involves looking at the decibel level inside the car. Most ordinary cars are between 40 and 60 decibels, affected by wind noise, tire noise, road noise, and the overall quality of the vehicle. He said he would give everyone a real-world test of the noise level inside the Chilean while it's running. Based on his years of experience reviewing cars, he judged that the interior of the Chilean is already very quiet, estimating the noise level to be around 45 decibels. Many car enthusiasts in the live stream immediately started discussing it. Some felt that 45 decibels was good, but not top tier, considering many luxury cars can achieve below 40. After hearing this, many viewers were somewhat disappointed. However, the Chilean is, after all, the first car from Faith Auto, so it's understandable that it's not perfect in some aspects. Chun then stopped the car to test the static noise level first. The camera was pointed at the decibel meter, and everyone stared at the screen. Soon, the numbers stopped. Chun eyes widened when he saw the result. 21 decibels? His first reaction was disbelief. 21 decibels was an outrageous figure, something a car couldn't possibly achieve. He even suspected the decibel meter was broken. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Some questioned whether he had used faulty equipment, some joked that he had been paid to do so, and others were amazed that if the data was real, the Kieran sound insulation was ridiculously strong, making the car as quiet as a library. After repeatedly confirming, Chen said seriously that the decibel meter was working properly, and the Kieran's static noise level was indeed only 21 decibels. This result stunned him once again. Keep in mind that there was constant traffic and strong winds outside. In such conditions, a noise level of 21 decibels is something that even some top luxury brands might not be able to achieve, let alone ordinary luxury cars. He then prepared to test the driving noise, stating that he would measure the in-car performance at speeds of 60, 80, and 120 kilometers per hour on a ring road. After the car was back on the road, he continued to educate netizens. Vehicle noise levels typically increase significantly while driving, usually kept below 60 decibels. However, reducing noise by just 3 decibels. He also cited Rolls-Royce as an example, saying that when the car reaches a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, the noise inside the car is about 57 to 59 decibels, which is considered very quiet. At this point, Chun couldn't help but add that he usually drives a Cullinan, but the Chilean impressed him greatly. Judging by his ears alone, the Chilean was quieter than the Cullinan while driving and significantly quieter. After this explanation, viewers in the live stream understood how costly in-car noise reduction is. Some remarked that the Chilean only costs 400,000 yuan, yet its static decibel level is only 21, demonstrating genuine commitment. Others commented that this level of quietness is perfect for a boss's car. Soon, Chun drove the car onto the highway, increasing the speed to 120 kilometers per hour. He originally thought that even if Chilean was willing to use high-quality materials, the dynamic noise of a 400,000 yuan car couldn't be much lower than 57 decibels. But when the decibel meter reading appeared, he was stunned once again. The screen clearly displayed 43.2 decibels. Chun couldn't hold back any longer and exclaimed, 43.2 decibels? I can't stand this, family. This was at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, and the noise level inside the car was only 43.2 decibels. The data was simply incredible. He swallowed hard, slowed down, and reported the results to the live stream. The Kieran's dynamic noise level was only 43.2 decibels, which is enough to show that the car has really invested in sound insulation and materials. The live stream chat exploded. Some said Chen had already won over fans simply by testing the massage chair and its decibel level. Others exclaimed that the data was quieter than their own homes, and still others said they would immediately order Kieran. Chen continued driving, enjoying the driving experience of the Kieran while chatting with netizens. Just then, he noticed some traffic ahead, so he gradually slowed down and followed a large truck. But the next second, an 18-meter-long truck suddenly came rushing from behind at high speed, honking its horn incessantly. The truck driver frantically honked his horn while slamming on the brakes, shouting urgently for the truck to get out of the way, as the brakes had failed. But the speed on the highway was too fast, and his shouts could not reach the ears of other drivers, so he could only frantically honk his horn to warn the vehicles in front. At this moment, Chun was sitting in the Chun car, chatting with netizens, when he suddenly heard a piercing horn behind him. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw that the large truck had exceeded the safe braking distance, but showed no sign of stopping. A terrifying thought flashed through my mind. The brakes have failed? Viewers in the live stream noticed his expression change and quickly asked what had happened. Chun said in a deep voice that a large truck behind him seemed to have lost its brakes and was rushing towards him. He had barely finished speaking when he realized something was wrong and hurriedly tried to get out of danger. But after quickly surveying his surroundings, his heart sank. There were cars all around him. He had nowhere to escape. Chapter 27. Surrounded by trucks from both sides, the Chilean safety is maximized. When viewers in the live stream heard Chun words and saw his panicked expression, they finally realized that the matter might be true. Holy crap, brake failure is no joke. Don't panic during a big shock. Turn the steering wheel to one side first. If you really crash, you might be pushed aside. Get out of the truck and run. Don't be ridiculous. A fully loaded truck is charging at you. How can anyone escape? The live chat exploded with comments, everyone rushing to offer him advice. Even more crucially, some netizens suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a large truck parked in front of Chen. The two large trucks in front and behind him were sandwiching him in the middle. The next second, the out-of-control truck behind them had already rushed up. Bang! A loud bang rang out, and Chen felt a terrifying force hit him from behind the car. His phone fell to the ground, and the live stream screen went black instantly. 26 airbags deployed simultaneously. Before Chen could react, his head was caught by the airbags, and he was shaken so badly that he felt dizzy. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. It's over. He'd seen too many of these sandwiched accidents online, one where a large truck was in front and the other behind. Once a vehicle is crushed, the people inside have almost no chance of survival. Even if they do, they're usually either dead or maimed. Before he could finish the thought, his consciousness was severed, and he fainted. After the live stream went black, netizens panicked completely. My God, has something really happened to Chun? That last jolt was definitely a rear-end collision. The sound was terrifying. Any local netizens here? Call the police immediately. Everyone knows that such accidents are extremely dangerous. Being rear-ended by a large truck is terrible enough, let alone having another large truck blocking your way. A few minutes later, Chen finally woke up. He paused for a few seconds, then murmured, I'm alright. He quickly fumbled for his phone. When the live stream resumed and viewers saw him reappear, they went wild. Holy crap, Chun, you're still alive. No injuries on his face? That's outrageous. What exactly happened? Were we really hit? Some were shocked, while others began to suspect that Chun had staged the whole thing. After all, how could someone be sandwiched between a truck with failed brakes and a truck without any damage and emerge completely unharmed? Chun voice was still a little weak. Clearly, he was quite frightened. He told the camera that he was fine, then unbuckled his seatbelt and tried to open the car door. With a click, the car door opened. He got out of the car with his phone in his hand, only to find that he was surrounded by people who had come to his rescue. The truck with the failed brakes just now crashed into the Chilean, pushing his car forward more than 20 meters. Because he was the first to be hit, and with the truck in front of him, everyone thought his car would have been crushed into a pancake. But when everyone rushed over to help, they found that things were not as they had imagined at all. A kind-hearted older woman rushed over to check on him, asking anxiously, "Young man, are you all right?" She carefully examined Chun, but surprisingly found no obvious wounds on his body. Chun took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "Auntie, I'm fine. I was just frightened." Those around him offered their comfort. "The young man is really lucky. He's all right even in this situation." The car was pushed so far by a large truck, yet the person wasn't injured at all. Luckily, his car was there to buffer the situation, otherwise the driver behind would have been in danger too. It took Chun a while to catch his breath before he looked up at the Qilin he was driving. Upon seeing this, he was completely stunned. The Qilin was indeed sandwiched between two large trucks, and its rear was severely damaged, but it was not shoved under the truck in front as one might have imagined. Although its front end was pushed into the rear of the truck in front, the cargo box structure of the truck in front did not intrude into the Qilin's A-pillar. Despite such a violent collision, the A-pillar only deformed slightly and did not collapse. This intensity is simply outrageous. Looking at the vehicle as a whole, the B and C pillars showed almost— in other words, even in an accident of this magnitude, there would be no situation where a person is trapped inside the car and the door handle cannot be opened. He was just testing the massage seats and interior noise in his live stream, but this crash has revealed the most outrageous side of the Qilin. Security is maximized. This is no ordinary MPV. It's practically a road tank. As the crowd grew larger, everyone's attention was drawn to Qilin, in addition to marveling at Chun good fortune. Countless people pulled out their phones and frantically took pictures of the vehicles after the accident. What kind of car is this? It's so sturdy. Aren't MPVs generally less safe than sedans and SUVs? The driver was hit by two large trucks, but he was completely unharmed. That truck is really amazing. I have to take a picture and show it to my dad right away. Why would I buy an Alfred again? I'll buy this one. Just then, someone in the crowd finally recognized him. Holy crap, I recognize it. This car is the Qilin from Faith Cars. Chapter 28 Chun Dajin survives a catastrophe. The Qilin gives me another life. Suddenly, someone at the scene recognized that the car Chun Dajin was driving was the Qilin, the first car that Faith Auto had recently released. Even after the press conference, the Kieran's popularity hasn't waned, with pre-orders approaching 90,000 units. Among the many emerging electric vehicle manufacturers in China, almost none can surpass it. But no one expected that this Qilin would appear in front of everyone in this way. Someone exclaimed on the spot. Another person stared at the large truck behind them and gasped. That truck was clearly fully loaded, or even overloaded. It crashed into us from behind, and the driver was completely unharmed. That's not a car, it's a tank. The onlookers were increasingly shocked, and many of them immediately took out their phones to make calls. "Dad, didn't you want to order the Qilin? Hurry up and place the order." Two big trucks sandwiched it from the front and back, and the driver was completely unharmed. With this level of safety, buying it is a real bargain. Some people urged their families not to hesitate, saying that if they delayed delivery, they would have to wait several months. They even heard that Qilin was planning to enter the small market segment of China, which would make it even harder to get one. Chun Dajin slowly came to his senses. He picked up his phone and saw that the live stream was still running, so he pointed the camera at the Qilin that had just saved his life. Viewers in the screen was flooded with comments. "Big earthquake. Let us see the scene. How's Qilin? Don't just focus on catching your breath." Some speculated that Chun Dajin was simply lucky to survive, and that the car was probably totaled. However, others immediately countered that in an accident of this magnitude, the car must have played a crucial role in his survival. Just as the horrific accident scene instantly appeared on the live stream screen. At that moment, the netizens who had been arguing just moments before fell silent, and then the barrage of comments was filled with "holy crap." Chun Dajin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took his phone closer to capture the details. In a shot, Qilin was sandwiched between two large trucks, one in front and one behind, a shocking sight. To everyone's disbelief, the Qilin's passenger compartment remained remarkably intact. Although the vehicle body was damaged, it was far from being crushed into scrap metal as everyone had imagined. The live chat exploded. "Is this real? The scene is so terrible. How could the Qilin still withstand it? How could he only be injured like this when he was sandwiched between two large trucks? This is a 400,000 level MPV. For it to withstand such an impact is outrageous. Buy it. This is the real deal, a real-world crash test." Facts speak louder than words. Someone couldn't help but comment. If Chun hadn't been driving a Kieran, but an Alfred, he'd probably be. Chen also saw this comment. Having survived the ordeal, he knew better than anyone how dangerous it had been. He said in a deep voice to the live stream, "In this situation, I can say with certainty that if it were any other car in the world, I would probably be meeting my great-grandmother by now." After saying that, he let out a long sigh. He then continued, "Kieran security is absolutely top-notch in the industry. 40,000 yuan isn't for prestige or substance. It's for damn security." Chun became more and more excited as he spoke. He said that Chen doesn't have any fancy publicity, but it is this kind of down-to-earth company that focuses on making good products that can truly go far. Finally, in front of all the netizens, he stated, "In the future, whenever Faith Auto releases a new car, I, Chun will definitely buy it immediately, and I will also encourage the people around me to buy it together." These words moved countless viewers in the live stream. No matter how expensive or famous a car is, when it comes to a life-or-death situation, safety is the most important feature. No one can predict when an accident will happen. The tragic incident a while ago on the highway where Rialpha caught fire and the car door couldn't be opened is still fresh in many people's minds. Therefore, a car with top-notch safety features is far more than just a means of transportation for a driver and a family. Soon, a large crowd gathered at the scene. Someone posted footage of the Chen being hit on social media, and given Chun identity as a car reviewer, the incident almost instantly went viral online. Netizens were shocked. The Kieran's safety is ridiculously high. It was unharmed even when sandwiched between two large trucks. The key point is that it's a pure electric vehicle, and it didn't catch fire after being hit like that. That's the most amazing thing. It didn't catch fire after the violent impact, and the A-pillar was only slightly deformed. The materials used are simply incredible. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy it. Meanwhile, inside the Faith car, Chen was sitting in his office, facing several men who looked like bosses. One of them quickly spoke up. "President Su, please don't be so quick to refuse. Although we are the owners of Fengtian Auto 4S store, we sincerely want to become the distributor of Faith Auto." It turns out that these people are all owners of Fengtian Auto's 4S stores in various regions. They came to Chen this time because they wanted to become the regional general agent for Faith Auto. After all, the Kieran is currently very popular, and they have seen huge profit potential, even offering a condition that seems hard to refuse. Another person added, "President Su, we have a lot of resources that can help Faith Auto expand its sales channels." The group tried to persuade him further, but Chun immediately raised his hand to interrupt them. He said calmly, "First of all, Faith Auto will not adopt the 4S store model. This model is too outdated, and besides increasing costs, is not consumer-friendly. Why are there price gouging issues with Mada's Alfred and Bazaar? A major reason lies in the end-user sales process. Therefore, Chun never intended to use this old model when he founded Faith Auto." He looked at the people in front of him, his tone calm but ruthless. "Besides, my original intention in founding Faith Motors was to crush your crazy field. So how could I possibly let you become my dealers?" Chapter 29 Faith in Cars. We beat them by a huge margin. Chun is a straightforward person. Since he has no intention of cooperating, he might as well make things clear and simply refuse directly, which would save him trouble. Upon hearing this, a businessman named Zhang Wei's face immediately darkened, and he sneered, "Mr. Su, we are willing to become the distributor for Faith Auto because we want to form a powerful alliance with you. Your cars are popular, and we have the distribution channels. We can all make money together, so why not?" Several people nearby nodded in agreement. Some advised Chun to be pragmatic, saying that despite his current pronouncements about taking down Fengtian, no car company in the entire country could truly threaten Fengtian. Chun simply smiled, spread his hands, and said, "Isn't the Faith car a product born out of necessity?" Zhang Wei laughed loudly, thinking he was too naive, and continued to persuade him, "President Su, don't be willful. As long as we cooperate, we guarantee that Faith Car's monthly sales will increase by at least 20%. The hype is so high now. If we don't seize the opportunity to make a fortune, we won't have another chance when the hype dies down." Seeing that Chun still didn't react, Zhang Wei tapped the table and finally revealed his true purpose. "If you let us act as your agent, each car will have to be sold at least 200,000 yuan more expensively. We'll split the extra cost with you 50/50ths. What do you think? Chun had initially thought they might come up with some new tricks, but in the end, they just kept going around in circles and came up with the same old price gouging scheme. He couldn't help but laugh. Raise the price? You really underestimate me, Chun. But speaking of raising the price, I do have an idea. Sell the Qilin to Little Life Kingdom at a higher price. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Wei and his friends burst into laughter, mocking his unrealistic ideas. They said the faith car was nothing more than an electric car without any core competitiveness, and that people in this small country would never care for it. They added that his idea of selling it at a premium was simply a joke. Chun was too lazy to waste any more words with them. He got up and walked to the door, politely pointing outside. Those who have different paths cannot work together. Please leave. Seeing that he was unmoved by reason, Zhang Wei could only stand up with a cold laugh. As he reached the door, he turned back and tossed out a sentence. Boss Su, you think you can fight against Crazy Tian? You're too green. With alpha sales in this state, do you think Crazy Tian will let you off the hook? Chun remained calm and replied with only 3 words, it doesn't matter. He genuinely didn't care. Zhang Wei was furious and led the others away in an Alfred. Chun watched the car drive off, slowly shaking his head, finding these people utterly unreasonable. Just then, Lu Fei, the head of the RD department, rushed in, his face grim, and shouted, President Su, something terrible has happened. Our Qilin car has been involved in the first crash in the country. Chun frowned, his first thought being that there was a problem with the collision detection system. But Lu Fei, panting, explained that it wasn't a test, but a real road accident, and the video had gone viral online. Chun immediately opened Douyin, TikTok, and the number of messages in the background had already exceeded 999 plus. He initially thought it was just a minor scratch, but after clicking on the video, he was completely stunned. In the footage, a Qilin is sandwiched between 2 large trucks, one in front and one behind. The truck behind is fully loaded and appears to have experienced brake failure. Despite the intensity of the impact, the Qilin only suffered minor damage to its rear end, with no serious deformation to the body. Chun immediately inquired about the driver's situation. If the car had just been picked up, the owner's information should be available. He would contact the driver as soon as possible and personally visit him to offer his condolences. He judged that as long as the vehicle body did not deform significantly, the occupants were unlikely to suffer serious injuries. After all, the Qilin comes standard with 26 airbags, 2 more than the Volvo S60, which is known for its safety, and its body materials are also much stronger. Lu Fei quickly added, President Su, the car involved in the accident belongs to the famous car critic Chun, and the incident occurred in Kyoto. He's fine now, and he's even doing a live broadcast. Chun was speechless. With such a big accident, Chun was still live streaming. However, since the matter had already escalated, it needed to be dealt with immediately. Chun immediately arranged a flight to Kyoto and notified his colleagues in the Kyoto market to send over a brand new Kieran immediately. 2 hours later, Chun got off the plane and rushed to the scene. The police had already handled the accident and determined that the vehicle behind was fully responsible. Chun only needed to wait for the liability determination report before filing a claim with the other party's insurance company. After leaving the accident investigation department, Chun was about to call a friend to pick him up. However, viewers in the live stream were still spamming the chat with jokes and comments. Some people said he was fine when he arrived, but now he can't go back. Some people told him to throw a party that night to celebrate his survival. Others joked that he was indirectly advertising for faith cars and that he should be paid for the endorsement. Some people immediately countered that if Chun had been driving an Alfred today, he would probably be dead. So what's the point of talking about endorsement fees? Looking at the comments, Chun couldn't help but sigh. Yes, the Qilin saved my life. At this moment, Lu Fei, who was sitting in the car, spotted Chun and quickly led Chun over. Lu Fei began by introducing, Mr. Chun, right? We are a car enthusiast, and this is our boss, Chun. Chun was stunned. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and felt that they were familiar, but he couldn't react for a moment. It wasn't until Chun took the initiative to extend his hand that he realized that the person standing in front of him was indeed the president of Faith Motors. Chun shook hands with him and asked with concern, Mr. Chun, I just watched the accident video online. How are you feeling now? Should you go to the hospital for a checkup? Chun quickly said, President Su, hello. I really owe a debt to Chun today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough lives to save. I won't go to the hospital. It's nothing serious. I was just startled. After saying that, he asked Su Chun with a puzzled look what he had come here for. Su Chun looked at the damaged Chilin and said calmly, Mr. Chun was in an accident while driving a faith car. It's fortunate that he wasn't injured, but the car was badly damaged, so on behalf of faith cars, I'm giving you a brand new Chilin. After saying that, he stepped aside, revealing the brand new Chilin behind him, and added, It's free. Mr. Chen doesn't need to spend any more money. Chen Dajin stared at the new car, completely stunned. In all his years of reviewing cars, this was the first time he had truly felt the human touch of a car company. Compared to those car companies that try to wash their hands of everything when something goes wrong, Faith Auto really beats them by a huge margin. Chapter 30. The overall situation determines the outcome. It's difficult for a car company with such a strong belief to fail. Moreover, the accident has already been determined to be entirely the other party's fault. Even if compensation were to be paid, it wouldn't be up to Faith Auto. But now, Faith Auto has not only spoken out proactively, but CEO Su Chun has also personally come to the scene. It's truly admirable that Faith Auto has achieved this level of success so quickly, given how short its establishment has been. Chen Dajin initially wanted to refuse the car change, but Su Chen's firm stance left him with no choice but to agree. Chen Dajin held Su Chen's hand and exclaimed, President Su, your vision is truly extraordinary. It would be difficult for Faith Auto not to succeed. Su Chun simply smiled and said that he was too kind. Afterwards, Su Chun had the delivery specialist reprocess the paperwork, and the new car was quickly handed over to Chen Dajin. After giving the instructions, he rushed back to the factory because there were too many orders and he needed to personally oversee the production. Before leaving, Su Chun said goodbye to Chen Dajin and then led Lu Fei and the others to the airport. Chen Dajin held his phone and sighed to the live stream. Family members, I just had an accident, and the CEO of Faith Auto came to visit me personally and even replaced my car with a brand new one on the spot. Can you handle that? The live stream viewers could hear their conversation clearly. The chat exploded instantly, with everyone praising Faith Auto for its human touch. Some say that, logically, Faith Auto shouldn't have been responsible for the car's damages, but they stepped forward anyway, and their actions were impeccable. Others remarked that Su Chen's immediate arrival indicated that Faith Auto must have a comprehensive emergency response plan. Some netizens compared it to Toyota, saying that Toyota had so many models with problems and recalled hundreds of thousands of vehicles worldwide, but there was no Chinese market, which was really infuriating. Many others realized that perspective determines outcome. With the release of the faithful car, sales of the Fonda Alfred visibly plummeted. Some say that local Alfred dealers dare not raise prices anymore, and even selling at cost price yields very few orders. Others say that based on Su Chen's attitude towards consumers, they will support him with a Kieran once the project payment arrives. Chen Dajin concluded by saying that there had been some unexpected issues picking up the car today, and he would release a full video review of the Chilin in a few days. After saying this, he ended the live stream and drove his brand new Chilin home. Su Chen's actions have once again propelled the Kieran brand to new heights of popularity. The accident video has gone viral online, and Kieran's safety features have shocked countless netizens. The trending topics on Weibo were almost entirely dominated by Kieran. Real-world crash test results, best safety car of the year. Safety is the highest priority. Kieran's PR is 100 years ahead of Toyota, and various topics kept climbing the charts. At the same time, major automakers across the country were also stunned. Everyone was baffled as to what materials the Kieran had used to allow the driver to emerge unharmed after being sandwiched between two large trucks. The doors can be opened normally, and the fire, which is the most worrying thing after a collision with a new energy vehicle, did not occur. This doesn't look like an ordinary MPV at all. It's like it's been given a cheat code. After watching the video, Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of Bidia, remained silent for a while before ordering someone to bring back a Kieran immediately and hand it over to the R&D department to disassemble and study it to see what materials it was made of. Not only Bidia, but also other car companies such as Dapeng, Lixiang, and Weilai held meetings immediately, all requiring their marketing departments to buy cars to disassemble and analyze. They desperately wanted to know how the Chilin managed to withstand the high-speed impact of a fully loaded, out-of-control truck while ensuring the safety of the occupants. The industry was completely shaken. Keep in mind this is an MPV, which is generally considered less safe than a sedan, yet the Chun, a car priced at 400,000 yuan, performed exceptionally well. Even Volvo, which is known for its safety, had to back off in the face of such a collision. Meanwhile, Tesla CEO Elon Musk had just arrived in China when he saw the video of the Chun accident, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. As an industry leader, he is acutely aware of the cost and technical challenges behind such vehicle body strength. Safety involves more than just materials. It also encompasses the overall structure, component thickness, and even the location of weld points. Faith Autos, established for less than 2 months, had already produced such a product. For the first time, Musk developed a strong interest in Chun. He was eager to know what other tricks this new car company was up to. Meanwhile, things were also in turmoil at the Mada headquarters. Mada Osaka watched the video of the Kieran accident and fell into deep thought. He couldn't imagine that an MPV's body strength could be so high. That was a runaway, fully loaded truck. If Chun Dajin had been driving an Alfred, it probably would have been crushed. In the conference room, the executives all wore grim expressions. Kieran's security performance had far exceeded their expectations. After a moment of silence, Fakami looked up at Tan Ming and asked how the public relations test preparations were going. With Kieran currently generating so much buzz, if things drag on any longer, Alpha might really be forced to delist. Tan Ming quickly replied that all preparations were complete and a full test of the Chun could be conducted tomorrow. There shouldn't be any problems. Madman stared intently at him and warned coldly, "If you make any mistakes this time, you'll resign. And all of you good-for-nothings will do the same." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Every time the Kieran's popularity surged, it felt like a precise attack on Toyota's Alphard. Not long after its launch, the Kieran had secured over 90,000 orders, far exceeding his expectations. Alfa Romeo's daily sales have now plummeted to double digits, and the number of people test driving it at dealerships has dropped by 90%. His research shows that 70 to 80% of customers who canceled their Alfa Romeo orders opted for a Chun instead. Some people even order several at once, and many companies have designated the Chun as their official business vehicle. In the past, however, most of these orders belonged to Fengtian. Madman Akira grew angrier the more he thought about it. Faith Motors was truly despicable and could not be allowed to continue its rampage. After venting his frustration, he asked about the sales of the Badao product. Tan Ming immediately pulled up the data, saying that the Badao and Alpha customer groups did not overlap, and sales were still steadily increasing. Mada Osaka nodded and immediately ordered the full opening of the sales channel for the bandits, determined to make up for the sales losses of Alpha through the bandits. He sneered, "If Faith Cars can steal Alpha's customers, does it think it can steal the sales of the bazooka? What a joke." Chapter 31. Faith Cars is preparing to enter the Japanese market. A price increase is necessary. After returning to Faith Auto, Chun immediately convened a meeting. Department heads gathered in the conference room, all beaming with pride. The Kieran's performance after its launch was phenomenal. Everyone felt that choosing to follow Kaisen Auto was the best decision of their lives. Some people joked that they had already encouraged their sons to apply for automotive-related majors so that they could get a job at Faith Auto after graduation, which they considered a real iron rice bowl, guaranteed job. Some people also mentioned that the sales of the Kieran have exploded recently, while the sales of the FAW Alfred have plummeted, and there are even fewer people going to the store for test drives. The crowd grew increasingly excited as they talked, with some even sneering. Didn't Alpha used to like raising prices? Now they're doing it again. Chun listened for a while, then tapped on the table. "Everyone, please be quiet." The meeting room quickly fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Chun put the documents on the table, turned to look at Zhang Ning, the head of the marketing department, and asked about the situation at Fengtian. Zhang Ning reported with a smile that Alfa Romeo sales are unlikely to pick up again, and many regions have canceled the price markup policy. Many potential Alfa Romeo buyers have also switched to Chun. More importantly, the Chun's popularity surged after the first crash incident. Coupled with the fact that Fengtian had previously used a disgraced celebrity as a spokesperson, causing his reputation to collapse, it essentially benefited Faith Auto. Chun nodded. He said he would dry up the mad fields in 3 months, and he was determined to do it. He then got straight to the point. "I've called you all here today for 2 things. First, the first model from Faith Auto is about to be launched in the Chinese market. The meeting room immediately became lively after these words were spoken. No one expected the Chilin to set sail so soon, and its first stop would be the Little Life Kingdom. Some people excitedly said that for the Little Life Kingdom to be able to drive a Chilin was truly a stroke of good fortune. Some people immediately voiced their support, saying that if you're going to make money, you should make money from China. An alpha has been acting arrogantly in China for so many years. It's time to show them what a truly high-end car made in China looks like. Chun continued, China has always been a graveyard for car imports, with very strong domestic protection policies. If Chinese cars want to enter the market, they will definitely encounter a lot of resistance. But he founded Faith Motors with the intention of making money from foreigners. Shaorizi country was the first step for Faith Motors to go global. At this moment, Zhang Ning asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. President Su, what would be a suitable price for the Chilin after it enters the Little Life Kingdom? After all, the UK isn't exactly friendly to imported cars, and the Kieran is a pure electric vehicle. Even with its top-of-the-line features, getting local consumers to buy it won't be easy. Suchen hardly hesitative. The Chilin sells for $399,800 in the Dragon Kingdom, but in the little country, it would cost me at least the price of a car. Doesn't Fengtian like to raise prices to make money off the Chinese? Then we'll raise prices to make money off them. These words ignited the passion of everyone present. Some people excitedly said that China's automotive industry has been held back by companies like Tianfeng for so many years, and now can finally hold its head high. Some people joked that the people of Shaorizi, a fictional country, are not worthy of driving a Chilin, a mythical creature, but if it can make money, then that's another story. All executives supported Su Chen's decision. The thought of selling the Chilin to the Little Life Kingdom is exhilarating. Su Chen looked at Zhao Huimin, the head of the publicity department, and instructed her to take charge of publicity and promotion. Zhao Huimin nodded to reassure her, as she had already made preparations in this regard. After arranging the sea voyage plan, Su Chen brought up the second matter. Although the launch of Kieran was a great success, we are still only on one leg right now. Lu Fei immediately understood his meaning and asked, President Su, are we going to launch a new product plan? Su Chen nodded. For Faith Auto to survive in the long run, it must diversify its business. With that, he handed the documents to Lu Fei. Next, the company will develop a new car to compete with the crazy Tian Bideo. Su Chen's tone was steady, yet it carried an undeniable sharpness. Since its listing, Bideo has been a financial product of Fengtian, and even now, it still requires additional payment to purchase, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan, and is even difficult to obtain a single vehicle. Now that Alpha has been almost completely defeated by Kieran, the next step is to tackle the tough nut of the bandits. Lu Fei took the documents and became increasingly shocked as he read them, his hands trembling slightly. This is a rugged off-road vehicle with a very clear objective, to target thieves. The information quickly circulated among the executives, and after reading it, everyone became restless. This car has 1,200 horsepower. It also has water wading protection. That means even if it goes into the water, it can still get out safely. Can a high-speed run-flat tire continue to be driven after a blowout? The meeting room erupted in astonishment. Everyone initially thought the Chilin was the trump card, but this rugged off-road vehicle is also packed with cutting-edge technology. Once this configuration hits the market, the sales of the Bideo, Badal, will likely be severely impacted. Lu Fei took a deep breath and said with some difficulty, President Su, the Chilin has just been launched, and we're afraid we won't be able to. Su Chen knew what he wanted to say and interrupted him directly. We will overcome any difficulties. This project is very important to Faith Auto. If there aren't enough production lines, we'll add more. If there aren't enough people, we'll hire them with high salaries. Anything that can be solved with money will be handled through special procedures. I want to see this car roll off the production line in 20 days. Lu Fei clenched his fist and nodded solemnly. Yes, Mr. Su, we will definitely complete the mission. Then he asked what the new car should be called. Su Chen waved his hand. This rugged off-road vehicle is called Gaolong. The meeting room erupted in cheers once again. Chilin and Gaolong are both names brimming with dragon-related elements. With the emergence of Chilin first and Gaolong emerging from the sea later, Faith Auto is finally going to truly walk on two legs. Just as everyone was excitedly discussing, Zhang Ning suddenly spoke up. Mr. Su, there's a car reviewer currently reviewing our Chilin online. Su Chen hadn't intended to pay any attention. So what if it was a test? He wasn't afraid at all. But Zhang Ning continued, saying that this person called Brother Leopard Talking Cars is Feng Tian's go-to car reviewer. Today's content is about comparing the Chilin and Alfred side by side, which he'll probably do intentionally to smear the Chilin. Su Chen immediately became interested. It seems that Feng Tian's PR team has finally made its move. In that case, let's see how he plans to smear our Chilin. Chapter 32, Leopard Brothers Review of the Chilin. Blatant Lies. Su Chen wasn't actually worried about the car reviewer's review of the Chilin from Faith Cars. In recent days, deliveries of the Chilin have begun, with a number exceeding 10,000 vehicles. Among those taking delivery are naturally many car reviewers, and online reviews of the Chilin are increasing, with overall positive feedback, though some dissenting opinions remain. Whether it's making cars or any other product, there will always be people who like it and people who don't. Su Chen didn't care about these normal opinions. But when the name Brother Leopard Talks Cars was mentioned, the atmosphere in the conference room immediately changed. Zhang Ning looked at Su Chen's calm expression, but couldn't help but remind him, President Su, this Brother Leopard is notorious in the product review circle for taking money to do things. Today, he compared the Kieran and Alfred side by side, and his purpose is already very clear. Worried that the other party was deliberately stirring up trouble, he suggested that they first inform the legal department, and that if the evaluation went too far, Faith Auto could not stand idly by. Other senior executives echoed his sentiments, feeling that given Leopard Brothers' reputation, it was better to be on the safe side. Su Chen shook his head. They scared us into using Flash with just one basic attack? It hasn't even started yet. We admit that Chilin has its imperfections, and we will make changes. But since they dare to compare themselves to Alpha, we should have confidence. These words calmed everyone down a bit. Soon after, Su Chen had someone turn on Leopard Brothers' live stream of talking about cars. Meanwhile, the executives at Feng Tian were also gathered together. Feng Tian Nanzhong stared at the screen with a sullen face, saying nothing. The person next to him reported in a low voice, Mr. President, the evaluation will begin soon. Everything is arranged here, so please watch with peace of mind. Madman nodded coldly, only reminding him, you'd better pray that nothing else goes wrong. The other party quickly assured him that everything was in order, and only then did he turn his attention to the live broadcast room. By this time, Leopard Brothers' team was ready, with an Alfred and a Kieran parked in front of the camera. The live stream had barely started when the number of viewers surged to over 100,000. It has to be said that Leopard Brother is indeed quite popular in the car review community, boasting 3 to 4 million followers across the entire internet. The live chat instantly buzzed with activity. Some expressed their appreciation for Leopard Brothers' honest product reviews, while others immediately saw through the deception, jokingly suggesting he'd probably been paid to do so. Others made sarcastic remarks, saying their friend bought a Lux Gen based on Leopard Brothers' recommendation, and now 2 gas stations have been built outside their neighborhood. Although Leopard Brother had arranged to control the online comments, the trolls still flooded the comment section. He didn't seem to care. After so many years as a car reviewer, he had never publicly admitted to taking money from anyone, but a large part of his popularity was built on these controversies. Trolls were also a source of traffic, as long as they could make money. Seeing that the number of viewers in the live stream was almost there, Brother Leopard cleared his throat and started with a smile. Dear family members, today we have finally arrived at the car review segment that everyone loves to see. He held up his phone and walked towards the 2 cars. Today we're testing the Chilin, a car that's been getting a lot of buzz lately. A lot of netizens have asked me to do a review, so I'm going to compare it with the king of MPVs, the Alfred. As he spoke, he first pointed the camera at the Alfred, taking pictures from every angle from the front to the body, and his tone immediately became exaggerated. First look at the appearance. The Alfred gives me a sense of composure. As soon as you open the door, you know that the person sitting inside is not simple, at least earning millions a year. He went on to praise the Alfred as the big brother of luxury MPVs and a model of domestic business vehicles, saying that no boss has an Alfred at home, and you'd be embarrassed to say you're rich if you don't drive an Alfred. After a barrage of praise, the viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. Some accused him of fooling people, saying that the Alfred was already expensive and he was adding extra charges. Those who could afford it were obviously rich. Others mocked him, saying that a minivan costs over 1 million yuan, and who would dare touch it if they didn't have assets of several million. Leopard pretended not to see and continued. In short, customers who drive Alfords are generally not short of money. Rich people are shrewd, not stupid, right? If your budget allows, I still recommend the Alford. It has both prestige and substance. After speaking, he finally turned the camera to the Chun. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the recently popular Chun, a car that embodies faith, priced at 399,800 yuan. I really don't understand. How can a car priced at less than 400,000 yuan compare to the Alford? Then, he changed the subject and directly named Chen. What I can't understand is that Chun, the president of Faith Motors, actually boasted that he would crush Crazy Field within 3 months. I don't know where he got the courage. On the surface, he said that Chun had great ambitions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to build a car like the Chun. But the next second, he started criticizing faith cars. But Fengtian has been established for almost 100 years. After so many years of hard work in the industry, its foundation is there. Let alone faith cars, even 100 faith cars, would they be qualified to compete with Fengtian? These words immediately caused a stir in the live stream. Netizens launched into a tirade, accusing Leopard Brother of blatantly lying and, as a Chinese citizen, of consistently advocating for foreign brands. Some even called him a lackey, urging him to do his job properly since he'd been paid, instead of praising one brand while belittling another. Others concluded he'd been paid by a certain company, likely a Toyota, and was already labeling the brand before the review even officially started. The chat was flooded with comments, and the entire live stream was in an uproar. Chapter 33. The Chun passed the 70 kilometers per hour deer speed test? Leopard Brother looked at the comments, completely unmoved. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. Brother Leopard knew perfectly well that his intention was to elevate one person while belittling another. He didn't care whether netizens criticized him or not. Did the internet have a memory? In 10 days or 2 weeks, who would remember this? Someone in the team felt that he was being too blunt about Alpha and couldn't help but remind him, Brother Leopard, now that you've finished talking about Alpha, it's time to talk about Chun. Leopard gave the other party a look, then turned the live stream camera to Chun and began to introduce this car that has been the most popular recently. He first praised the car's appearance, saying that the Chun was indeed stunning at first glance, with a long body and eye-catching color. But then he immediately changed the subject, asking, is it enough that the car looks good? As he spoke, he opened the car door and panned the camera towards the interior of the vehicle. Leopard Brother said that Chun is indeed generous with the so-called 3 major domestic components. It has everything: sofa, refrigerator, and large color TV. The visible configurations are plentiful, and the interior also looks luxurious. But he quickly steered the conversation back on track, saying that the quality of a car is never just about the interior. The 3 main components should be the chassis, engine, and transmission. The Chun is a pure electric MPV, so we won't go into detail about the engine and transmission. We can only talk about the chassis. Brother Leopard said that after driving it for 2 or 3 days, his biggest feeling was that it was loose. The vibration was obvious when going over speed bumps and potholes, and the overall driving experience was like driving a boat. He even felt a little dizzy after driving for half an hour. His words immediately drew criticism from viewers in the live stream. Some say he's lying through his teeth, claiming that even if the Chun's driving experience isn't top of the line, it's still better than most commercial vehicles. Others say they've test-driven it and didn't experience any of the problems he described, barely feeling any bumps when going over small potholes. Soon, the screen was flooded with comments urging Leopard to stop just talking and get to the deer test. The moose test assesses a vehicle's ability to avoid hazards and its handling at high speeds. The higher the speed, the greater the stability and safety. Looking at the screen full of comments, Leopard nodded and said, okay, after all that talk, let's get practical and do a moose test on both cars. He was very confident about this project. In his view, the Kieran was just a car with all the features piled up inside. When it came to actual handling tests, it would never be as good as the Alford. Meanwhile, inside the Faith car, everyone was in an uproar after reading Leopard Brothers' comments about the Kieran. Some criticized him, saying he was clearly paid to do so, and that his statements were completely nonsensical. Others said he was spouting nonsense in broad daylight, and wasn't afraid of being struck by lightning. Still others felt that comparing the Kieran and Alford together was unlucky. Chun lit a cigarette and watched the live stream with great interest. He just found the review increasingly interesting. How did this Leopard bro become a car reviewer? After today's test, His account will probably be flooded with comments from netizens. On the other side, the atmosphere became much more relaxed when the people in Fengtian saw the live stream success. Tan Ming, in particular, couldn't stop smiling. He felt the money was well spent. What's so special about having money to make the devil turn the millstone? Having money to make the millstone turn the devil, that's real skill. But Akira's expression was even more serious than before. He had a bad feeling, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. He knew very well that, as an MPV, the Alpha's moose test results were inherently inferior to those of SUVs. He didn't know the Kieran's actual performance level, but the Alpha's results were certainly not outstanding. Soon, the test officially began. Leopard Brother first explained the rules to the camera. The moose test for MPVs is generally below 70 kilometers per hour. 70 to 79 kilometers per hour is considered good, and above 80 kilometers per hour is excellent. After saying that, he walked towards the Alfred and decided to test drive it himself. The first round speed was set at 60 kilometers per hour, and the Alfred passed through easily with a relatively stable body posture, without hitting any traffic cones. The speed was increased to 65 kilometers per hour in the second round, and the Alfred still passed smoothly. Leopard immediately said to the camera, "As you can see, the Alfred is very stable at 65 kilometers per hour. That's the tuning of the car company." He then increased his speed to 70 kilometers per hour. But this time, a problem has arisen. As soon as the Alfred entered the first emergency avoidance zone, it knocked over a traffic cone, with its right rear wheel even dangling in the air. Upon entering the second avoidance point, it knocked over a large number of traffic cones, leaving the vehicle in a precarious and almost out-of-control position. Leopard Bro refused to believe it and tried several more times, finally settling on Alpha's 66 kilometers. After getting off the bus, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and cursed inwardly that it had been too close and they almost crashed. However, he quickly composed himself, as he had already laid the groundwork before the test, stating that MPVs generally have a range below 70 kilometers per hour. The Alfred's 66 kilometers per hour was barely considered acceptable. So, Brother Leopard said to the live stream audience, "Alright guys, the Alfred test is over. Overall, the results are pretty good, considering it's an MPV. You all know that, right?" The live stream audience was already laughing hysterically. Netizens ridiculed the driver, saying that the Alfred couldn't even get past 70 kilometers per hour, and that he shouldn't install luxury cars in the future. Others commented that it wasn't even raining yet. It would probably be even more dangerous in the rain. Some even joked that the driver was sweating profusely, and his heart was probably pounding in his chest while sitting in the car. Soon, the comment section started urging him to test the Kieran again. Everyone is waiting to see how this domestically produced MPV, which he criticized so harshly, will perform. Leopard wiped the sweat from his body, walked over to Chen, and asked everyone how fast they wanted to see it. The comments were almost entirely about 70 kilometers. Therefore, Brother Leopard decided that the initial test speed of the Kieran would be set at 70 kilometers per hour. Before getting into the vehicle, he specially put on a thick protective suit and a helmet, and said to the camera, "Everyone, this is my first time driving the Chen to do a moose test. It would be bad if it overturned. Please take precautions first." The live stream chat was immediately filled with boos. Some people told him to just buy another insurance policy, while others criticized him as a pure Kieran hater for putting on such an act before even starting. Even Alfred owners couldn't stand it, saying his paid endorsements were too obvious. Even so, everyone kept their eyes glued to the screen. Many people are wondering if the Chen is really inferior to the Alfred. Leopard Brother got into the driver's seat and immediately accelerated to 70 kilometers per hour. Under his helmet, he grinned, secretly thinking, "Chen, you better not let me down." The next second, the car rushed into the first emergency avoidance point. At a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, Leopard Brother suddenly turned the steering wheel. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats, and the live stream chat tensed up. Some shouted, "He's here! He's here!" while others joked, "Even if something happens, it'll be Brother Leopard who gets into trouble first." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Chen cleanly and efficiently passed through the three zones A, B, and C with just 2 turns of the directional wheel. There was no skidding, no rear wheels hanging in the air, and no knocking over a large number of ice cream buckets. Inside the driver's seat, Leopard was completely dumbfounded. The Chen actually passed the 70 kilometers moose test. Chapter 30 for the Chen is too stable, Did they put glue on the tires? Leopard brother swallowed hard, his head buzzing. What just happened? Leopard brother sat in the car for a long time, unable to recover. The dashboard clearly showed 70 kilometers per hour. So how could the Kieran's chassis possibly pass so smoothly? In other words, what makes it superior to the Alfred? The team was completely stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, their minds filled with only 3 words. Impossible. Chilen's first moose test was a 70-kilometer run, and he completed it smoothly. This result was simply outrageous. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Viewers flooded the screen, praising Chilen for exceeding 70 kilometers per hour in its very first test, calling it phenomenal. Others mocked Alpha, saying it took them ages to reach 66 kilometers per hour, while Chilen immediately proved them wrong, and Leopard's face looked like he was being chased by debt collectors. On the Faith Auto side, everyone was overjoyed to see the test results. Some said that Brother Leopard was giving Chilen free advertising, since the Chilen's moose test results were already close to 80 kilometers per hour during their internal testing. Chen smiled deepened. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thrilling evaluation. Although Brother Leopard didn't say anything, his expression said it all. On the other side, the atmosphere at Fengtian had completely changed. Fengtian Nanjiang's face was long and drawn, and the executives, including Tan Ming, who had been chatting and laughing just moments before, now all looked grim. Madman Shou slammed his fist on the table, demanding a reasonable explanation from Tan Ming. Tan Ming shuddered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He had assumed that a new energy vehicle company like Faith Auto was just cobbling together parts from various sources, but he hadn't expected the first test to be so rigorous. Speak up, are you mute? Madonna Osaka's anger intensified. Tan Ming could only offer a forced explanation, saying it might be an accident, or perhaps the speed hadn't reached 70 kilometers per hour, and they'd see after the test. The real focus today was still the Kieran's pure electric range. Mada Osaka's lips twitched, and he coldly tossed out a sentence. You better pray that the battery life doesn't cause any more problems later. Just as some were celebrating while others were lamenting, Brother Leopard drove the car back to the starting point. After all, he had taken the money, and it was really difficult to explain such a result. Suddenly, the weather outside changed. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and it looked like a heavy rain was about to fall. Viewers in the live stream noticed this, with some saying that the test results would be inaccurate due to the water on the road and should be paused. Others thought it would be a good opportunity to see how the Kieran performed in the rain. Leopard stared out the window, a sudden thought striking him. The wet road. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? He'd just driven 70 kilometers on a sunny day. In the rain, the speed wouldn't be as stable, maybe only managing 40-something. After testing the Kieran, he could find a reason not to test the Alfred and shift his focus to range. Rainy weather increases road resistance, which is detrimental to range. Thinking of this, Leopard immediately said to the camera, "Family, the moose test in the rain is actually more important. Emergency avoidance in the rain is the best test of a vehicle's stability. Let's take this opportunity to test the Chilen again." After saying that, he started the vehicle and set the initial speed to 60 kilometers per hour. Leopard Brother knew that this speed was tricky, and with the slippery road due to the rain, the Chilen would have a very difficult time getting through. As soon as the words were spoken, a torrential downpour began, and within a minute, the road was flooded. Some viewers in the live stream questioned the fairness of this test on the Kieran. Others demanded that if a test was to be conducted, the Alpha should also be tested to ensure impartiality. Leopard, however, was full of confidence and stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed to 60. As the vehicle entered the first parking space, he swerved sharply to exit, waiting for the Chilen to skid and lose control. But the next second, the same scene repeated itself. In the 60 kilometers moose test in the rain, the Chilen passed it steadily once again. The vehicle did not skid noticeably and did not even touch the cones. After stopping the car, Brother Leopard was completely stunned. He even doubted whether he was driving a car at all. How could it be so stable on such a slippery road? It was simply not like a normal machine. He came here today to fight the Chilen, but now it seems like he's going to be killed by the Chilen instead. Leopard, refusing to believe it, tried to salvage the situation, saying, "When I turned the steering wheel just now, I could clearly feel the car was unstable. If the speed had been any higher, it would definitely have skidded. So, I immediately accelerated to 70 kilometers per hour. Viewers in the live stream watched the whole thing and immediately became skeptical. Some complained that with so many camera angles, they couldn't see Chen in a bad mood, even though he seemed to be doing quite well. Others said that Leopard Bro was genuinely panicked, and even with God helping him by sending rain, he couldn't take advantage of it. Ignoring the comments, Leopard Brother increased his speed to 70 kilometers per hour again. 30 seconds later, the Chen passed through safely again. Everyone was shocked. Brother Leopard sat in the car, his back soaked with sweat. What's going on? We've already passed 70 kilometers? Or is it raining? Is there super glue, 502 glue, on the tires of this car? Chapter 35 begins the range test. Leopard Bro is up to the task again. Leopard Bro is a little tempted to give up. Sitting in the driver's seat, Leopard Brother was already questioning his life choices. The live stream chat exploded with comments, all saying 666. Viewers were saying that the Chen car was outrageous, managing to reach over 70 kilometers per hour in a moose test on a rainy day. Its safety was simply incredible. Leopard took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself. Next, I'll directly test the speed of 75 kilometers per hour. I just don't believe it. The second half of the sentence almost came out, but he swallowed it back. The speed continued to increase, passing 75 kilometers per hour, 76 kilometers per hour, and 78 kilometers per hour. It wasn't until 79 kilometers per hour that the Chen's rear wheel finally started to slip, but the rear wheel remained firmly on the ground, unlike the Alfred, which was suspended in the air, and only one of the traffic cones tipped over. Leopard stopped the car and rolled down the window. The rain outside had subsided, but he felt a tightness in his chest. This was a test that would cost him his entire career. How could he have imagined that Chen would be so strong? Running 79 kilometers in the rainy moose test, that was simply outrageous. The live stream chat immediately erupted with mockery. Why isn't Leopard laughing anymore? He must be sweating buckets. His biggest challenge of his career? He got crushed by Chen. What about Alpha? Why isn't he playing? Leopard was indeed drenched in sweat, but he still forced a smile and said, the Chen really exceeded my expectations. He then immediately changed the subject. Next, we'll test the range directly, which is the most important part of this car. After saying that, Brother Leopard immediately drove the car to a charging station. Meanwhile, at Crazy Field Company, Tan Ming was nearly driven mad. He never imagined that the guy he'd hired would make things like this. With millions of viewers watching the live stream, and Zhang Fengtian sitting in the conference room, Tan Ming didn't even know how to begin explaining. He could only bite the bullet and say, Mr. President, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Feng Tianan looked up and slammed the file down on Tan Ming's head. The Chen's test results are right here, and you call this a misunderstanding? After saying that, he immediately called over the HR manager and said, go prepare resignation reports. No, prepare several copies. Tan Ming was restless, and the senior executives next to him also felt their scalps tingle, cursing Tan Ming in their hearts. Suppressing his anger, Madonna Akira said coldly, you better pray that the Kieran's pure electric range is only around 800 kilometers. If it exceeds that, all of you can get out of here. Tan Ming nodded and bowed hastily, agreeing verbally, but his hand had already reached for his phone and opened a job search app. Judging by the situation, he might have to send out resumes tonight. The testing continued. Soon, the Chen was fully charged. Leopard was truly exhausted, but for now he could only pin his last hopes on a range test. After all, the most important aspect of a pure electric vehicle is its actual range. Most MPVs on the market have a pure electric range of only 600 kilometers, which is already considered good. In the winter in northeast China, being able to travel 350 kilometers would be considered good. However, the Kieran claims a range of 1,200 kilometers, but its battery pack is only 120 kilowatt hours. I simply don't believe it can travel that far. So as long as the Chen can only reach around 800 kilometers in the end, he can still deny the false advertising and at least save face. Leopard Brother got back into the car and said to the live stream, next, we'll focus on today's main event, the range test. He continued to explain that the Kieran is advertised to have a range of 1,200 kilometers. So this time he drove directly from Shanghai to Kyoto, a distance of exactly 1,200 kilometers. According to his estimate, the The car would need to be charged after running about 800 kilometers, and the entire live stream would take about 13 hours, allowing viewers who had other commitments to go ahead and do what they needed to do. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. Some said they were finally getting to see the range test, while others said they'd buy the Kieran even if it meant cheating out their dowry money if it could really achieve 1,200 kilometers. Some owners who had already placed orders said they'd buy another one for their fathers if it truly lived up to that promise. On the Faith Motors side, upon learning that Brother Leopard was going to drive from Shanghai to Kyoto, Chun immediately instructed his men, "Let's go, we're going to Kyoto now." Lu Fei and the others looked puzzled and asked what they were going to do. Chun smiled and said, "Of course, we're preparing for the welcome ceremony. Brother Leopard saved us so much on advertising costs. We have to thank him. We're going to the warehouse to get some Fingio from Shaanxi province." Everyone burst into laughter, understanding that Chun was trying to kill them psychologically. They laughed as they rushed to the airport, all eager to see Leopard's expression upon arriving in Kyoto. It's 9 a.m. now. Judging by the time, Brother Leopard will arrive in Kyoto close to midnight. After driving for so long, it would be a real shame if Faith Motors didn't prepare a surprise. At this moment, Brother Leopard had already driven the car to the highway entrance and pointed the camera at the dashboard. "Everyone, take a good look. The Kieran is now fully charged, and the range is 1,210 kilometers. Let's wait and see what happens next." The car hit the road without incident. There were 7 adults in the car, weighing a total of over 1,000 pounds. To make the range drop even faster, in the sweltering summer heat, Brother Leopard turned the air conditioning up to the maximum and deliberately opened both rear windows. Not only that, he also decided to drive at 120 kilometers per hour the entire way. His sole purpose was to severely damage the Kieran's range. However, Leopard Brother probably didn't expect that a tremendous surprise awaited him when he reached the finish line. Chapter 36. So much mileage left? Am I seeing things? Soon, some viewers in the live stream noticed something amiss. Isn't this a bit odd? With the air conditioning on full blast, isn't Brother Leopard afraid of getting burned? Why are the back windows still open? We're on the highway. Soon, some viewers in the live stream noticed the problem. Leopard Brother was deliberately using the air conditioner at maximum power and opening the windows to accelerate the Kieran's battery drain. The live chat exploded instantly, with many people criticizing him for being too malicious, daring to pull such tricks during a live review, clearly indicating he had been paid to do so. But Leopard Bro ignored him completely. He had no way out and could only try to make the Chun drain its power faster. The live stream's popularity soared, quickly reaching 5 million viewers. Among them were not only numerous prospective Kieran owners, but also many car company executives and managers. Related trending topics also emerged on Weibo. Chun Road test begins, real evaluation. Is the 1,200 kilometers range claim true or false? The Faith car is facing its biggest test since it started making cars. Almost the entire automotive industry was watching Leopard Brothers' live stream. Brother Leopard was driving a Chun and seemed to be in a good mood, even humming a song. As he drove, he said for all new car manufacturers, the biggest cost is in the battery. Refrigerators, sofas, and large TVs are practically worthless. Faith Auto's decision to make pure electric vehicles is actually quite smart, because the technological barrier isn't that high. They just need to buy the materials and assemble them. He then added insult to injury, saying that most people who buy the Kieran are those who don't have the budget but want to save face. If they're really rich, why don't they buy the Alpha? If we're talking about face, the Alpha is the real deal. Viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back their laughter. You think you're superior just because you drive a minivan? Can't you see that the Kieran processor, which costs 400,000, is a configuration that even the Alfred, which costs over $1 million, doesn't have? I didn't believe Brother Leopard was paid before, but now if anyone dares to say he didn't receive money, I'll be the first to disagree. Soon, the car had traveled more than 50 kilometers. Leopard Brother pretended to be calm and said that there was nothing that could be done if people didn't agree with what he had just said, because it was the truth. Then, he asked his assistant to point the camera at the dashboard to check the Kieran's battery level. When he looked at it, he was stunned. How come there are still 1,210 kilometers left? Leopard stared wide-eyed for a long time to confirm, and the instrument display was correct. The remaining mileage was 1,210 kilometers. However, this was just the beginning, so he wasn't too worried. He said that electric vehicles last the longest in the initial charge phase, and it was normal for the battery not to drop. He would wait until he had driven 100 kilometers before making a decision. More than an hour later, the car had traveled to about 150 kilometers. Leopard thought to himself, now the power should finally go out. He glanced at the dashboard again and found that the display showed 1,140 kilometers remaining. I've already driven 150 kilometers, but the range only dropped by 70 kilometers? This is clearly unreasonable. Cold sweat broke out on Brother Leopard's forehead again. It had only just begun, and he was already starting to lose his composure. The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion. The Chun is too powerful. Does it have hidden battery capacity? You've already driven over 150 kilometers, and there's still so much left? At this rate, I really can run 1,200 kilometers today. This isn't a review, it's an advertisement. I suggest Faith Auto send money to Brother Leopard. Still sending money? He's already being kind by not being sued. I have a feeling that Brother Leopard is really going to crash today, not in a physical sense. Meanwhile, Chun and more than 10 people had arrived at the airport, ready to wait for takeoff. Lu Fei, watching a live stream on his phone, couldn't help but say, President Su, Brother Leopard has been running for so long, and the Kieran's battery is still holding up really well. Chun smiled and said that Brother Leopard had overlooked one point, which was the Chun's kinetic energy recovery system. A typical electric vehicle can achieve a kinetic energy recovery rate of 40% to 50%, which is already quite good. The Chun electric vehicle has already achieved around 65%, and it can go even higher in the future. Everyone was relieved after hearing this. Judging from this, a range of 1,200 kilometers probably isn't even the limit. Meanwhile, Leopard Brother was still speeding north. He kept the speed of the electric vehicle firmly at 120 kilometers per hour because electric vehicles consume more electricity at high speeds than at low speeds, which was one of his strategies. He kept glancing at the dashboard as he drove. After all, it was a live broadcast, and there was no room for error. If he really crashed today, his reputation built up over the years would be completely ruined. The car continued driving. 5 hours later, it had traveled more than 500 kilometers. During the drive, Brother Leopard switched drivers and took a nap in the passenger seat. Not long after, his assistant frantically woke him up. Brother Leopard, Brother Leopard. Leopard rubbed his eyes, a little impatient. What's wrong? He was sleeping soundly. The assistant pointed to the dashboard, sweat beading on his forehead. Brother Leopard asked, How far have you run already? The assistant replied, It's almost 700 kilometers. Leopard Brother quickly calculated that he had already covered more than half the distance. According to his original estimate, the Kieran's actual range was only about 800 kilometers, and it would probably break down after another 100 kilometers. Many viewers in the live stream were also getting sleepy. For the past few hours, Brother Leopard hasn't shown everyone the remaining mileage, and everyone has been guessing. Didn't Brother Leopard say that the Kieran's range is only 800 kilometers? It's probably almost at its limit. It's not bad if it can go 800 kilometers per hour on the highway. Don't expect too much. Wake up. Let us see how much is left. Leopard was also a little confused at this moment and looked up at the dashboard. The next second, he saw a number starting with 5, and he almost sat up straight. Holy crap. Only 589 kilometers left. Rounding up, that's 600 kilometers left, isn't it? The key point is that they've already traveled over 600 kilometers. Leopard rubbed his eyes and checked again. You read that right. There's indeed still 589 kilometers of range remaining. Viewers in the live stream were all stunned when they heard the number. Almost instantly, the chat in Brother Leopard's car talk show exploded. Chapter 37. Chun leads his men to welcome Brother Leopard. Is he planning to kill him outright? The live stream chat exploded with comments. What's going on? The Kieran still has a range of 589 kilometers? That can't be right. Brother Leopard just said that there are still so many left. This is too outrageous. Holy crap. If that's really the case, we wouldn't need to charge our devices at all between Shanghai and Kyoto. This belief has truly become my belief, and the 1,200 kilometers range on a full charge is probably going to be confirmed. Leopard Bro was instantly wide awake and quickly told his assistant to park the car in the service area. In all his years of reviewing cars, he'd never been so disheveled. Before setting off, he'd been so confident, saying the Kieran's range was only so, At most 800 kilometers, and he'd definitely have to charge it along the way. Now, they were already halfway there, and the navigation showed only 550 kilometers to Kyoto, but the Kieran's instrument panel still showed 589 kilometers. As soon as the car stopped, the assistant immediately gave up the driver's seat, afraid of being blamed later. Leopard Brother glanced at him, inwardly cursing. Has this guy been driving at 80 kilometers per hour the whole way? Faced with a barrage of comments in a live stream, Leopard could only bite the bullet and explain. There was a small problem. The Kieran's battery life is indeed a bit more optimistic than I expected. But anyone who has driven an electric car knows that the battery drains faster in the latter half of the journey. Don't be fooled by the fact that it still has over 500 kilos now. Once it starts draining like crazy, it's hard to say whether it can hold up. He said that, but his expression was clearly uneasy, and his eyes kept avoiding the screen. Netizens immediately saw through him. Brother Leopard is definitely panicking. This is the first time I've seen someone put themselves in such a precarious situation. Stop dawdling, rest, and get back to running. Leopard could only suggest a half-hour break, then took the camera and walked aside to message his team, instructing them to maximize all the car's electrical functions. At this point, he couldn't change cars, so he could only try to make the Kieran lose more power. But Leopard Brother knew in his heart that the displayed range was still close to 600 kilometers, and even with a 30% discount, it could still go over 400 kilometers. This meant that the Kieran's real-world range was at least around 1,000 kilometers. If it actually exceeded that range, then his test drive today would be a complete disaster. Half an hour later, Brother Leopard got into the car dejectedly and immediately checked the dashboard. He'd had the air conditioning, seats, and all the electrical functions running at full throttle, yet the range had only dropped by 1 kilometer. He was stunned. This wasn't a new energy vehicle. It was practically a nuclear reactor welded to the chassis. Leopard Bro, looking exhausted, said to the live stream audience, "Brothers, let's keep testing and try to drive all the way to Kyoto in one go." Several assistants loaded a few more cases of bottled water onto the truck, hoping to increase the weight and speed up the battery drain. Netizens burst into laughter. Leopard Bros pulled another dirty trick. Why didn't you just hang a big truck on the back? I just want to see how Leopard Bro crashes today. After restarting the car, Leopard kept the accelerator pressed down the whole way, not daring to let go. He now realized that live streaming the entire process was his biggest mistake. If it weren't for the hundreds of millions of netizens watching, he would have already reached a speed of 170 or 180 kilometers per hour, but now he could only push the rules against him. Time ticked by, an agonizing experience for Leopard Brother. With only a little over 100 kilometers left to Kyoto, the Kieran still hadn't broken down, and the displayed range was still over 100 kilometers, even more than 20 kilometers more than the remaining range indicated by the navigation. At 12:30 a.m., the number of viewers in the live stream didn't decrease, but increased, almost reaching 10 million. The chat was buzzing with excitement. It's finally here. The Chun is really going to be a success. It's driven 1,100 kilometers without needing to charge, which proves the faith car claims weren't exaggerated. Brother Leopard must be feeling very conflicted right now, but I'm very happy. I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm ordering a Chun right now. Inside the car, including Brother Leopard, all 7 burly men remained silent. They were getting closer to their destination, and if nothing unexpected happened, the Kieran was truly going to achieve its 1,200 kilometers range target. Brother Leopard gripped the steering wheel, his eyes wide like saucers, no longer daring to look at the dashboard. Each glance felt like a squeeze to his heart. Meanwhile, Chun had already arrived at the Kyoto highway exit with more than 10 people and even started a live stream. Viewers were stunned. Boss Su's live stream? You have time to live stream? Can't you hand over my Chun first? This is the Kyoto highway exit, right? Are you waiting for Brother Leopard? Please don't let anyone get killed. Chun turned the camera, and a banner instantly appeared on the screen. Welcome back safely, car reviewer Leopard Brother, driving the Chun. Beside him were people holding a cake and gifts. The viewers in the live stream immediately understood. Haha, Boss Su is really going for the kill. That's what you call class. We couldn't stand Leopard Brother criticizing the Chun. And then Boss Su even brought a cake. Chun smiled at the camera and said, "Thanks to car reviewer Leopard for reviewing the Chun. Driving all the way from Shanghai to Beijing was quite tiring. So, I'm going to give Leopard a surprise." Meanwhile, Viewers in Leopard's live stream were also flitting between the two, with the chat screen flooded with messages. Leopard was racking his brains trying to figure out how to explain this to Feng Tian when his assistant in the passenger seat suddenly cried out in a trembling voice, "Leopard, something terrible has happened." Leopard was already a bit obsessed. What bad news? Has the Kieran's range increased again? The assistant quickly said no. It was Chun, the president of Faith Auto, who was waiting for them at the highway exit with his men and had even started a live stream to say he wanted to thank Brother Leopard properly. Leopard was completely stunned. Chun was waiting for him at the highway exit? What was he waiting for? To laugh at him? To destroy his spirit? He was sweating profusely and almost collapsed. Leopard even considered changing the exit on the highway, but his assistant's next words immediately shut him down. The viewers in the live stream said that if we change the exit, they will all unfollow Leopard talking about cars. Chapter 38. What if Brother Leopard hadn't been paid to pay? I'd eat the computer screen right then and there. Brother Leopard's face changed instantly. Leopard's face changed instantly. Why are netizens so hard to please these days? He's already in such a miserable situation. Why can't they understand? Seeing more and more people unfollowing him in the live stream, Brother Leopard had no choice but to bite the bullet and change his tune. Family, if you're gonna unfollow, please don't. I'll still get off at the highway exit as planned. Since Boss Sue is waiting for me, I can't refuse him. After saying that, he turned the car back on track. The most important thing now is to retain his fans. After all, he's a car review blogger, and his fans are his livelihood. If he loses them all, he won't be able to find work in the future. The car continued driving forward, with only 30 kilometers or so left to the destination, but the odometer still showed over 40 kilometers on it, showing no signs of breaking down. At this point, Brother Leopard had no choice but to accept his fate. The Kieran's pure electric range is truly amazing. I drove all the way from Shanghai to Kyoto, a full 1,200 kilometers, without needing to charge it even once. Leopard couldn't understand how Faith Auto, which had only been established for a little over a month, could produce such a car. He heard that the RD team came from Taizhong Auto, but if Taizhong really had this level of capability, it wouldn't have gone bankrupt and been acquired. Soon, the highway entrance came into view. Leopard knew that his trial had arrived. Before he even got off the highway, he saw a group of people standing outside the exit, with several Chilling cars parked behind them, and some people holding cakes. When he saw the red banner, he almost choked on his own breath. "I'm doomed, the clown is me." Leopard was on the verge of tears. He was clearly doing his job today, enduring the money to support Crazy Field, but after all that trouble, he ended up giving Faith Auto a huge advertisement. What's even more outrageous is that the CEO himself came to block him with his men. There was no other way but to go through with it. Viewers in both live streams had already started munching on sunflower seeds. Here he comes, Brother Leopard is finally here. An epic meeting indeed. I wonder how he feels right now. What else could I be thinking about? How to fool them, of course. True gold fears no fire. Leopard's review career is over this time. I'll expose every single one of these bad car reviewers, and I'll unfollow them once they're gone. Leopard Bro had no interest in reading the comments. The car drove out of the toll booth and stopped directly in front of Chun. Seeing the car stop, Chun greeted him with a smile. The car door opened, and Brother Leopard got out, looking exhausted. "Brother Leopard, you've worked hard." Chun generously extended his hand, and Leopard could only force a smile. "Hello, President Sue." But Chun didn't give him a chance to catch his breath and asked directly, "Brother Leopard, how did it feel to drive 1,200 kilometers?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the live stream camera zoomed in on Leopard's face. Leopard was so embarrassed he was digging his toes into the ground, wishing he could turn mute on the spot. He stammered for a long time, finally managing to squeeze out a single word. "Okay, what else can be said?" Chilin passed both tests with perfect scores. It's like getting caught cheating on a test, and the teacher asks if the questions were easy. What can you say but yes? Chun asked Lu Fei to bring up the cake, and said with a smile, "Brother Leopard, your word good is very meaningful. On behalf of Faith Motors, I thank you for your strong support." Chun knew very well that if there were more car reviewers like Brother Leopard, that would be incredibly beneficial. There would be no need to spend money on advertising. Chilin would likely be a hot topic for days to come. At this moment, Brother Leopard was like a gorilla being watched in a zoo, so embarrassed that he felt extremely uncomfortable. In a live stream, The chat was flooded with the word recharge. Brother Leopard has definitely been paid to do this. If the Kieran's battery life doesn't meet the standard, see how he criticizes it. We are collecting information from the entire internet about Brother Leopard's shady dealings with online recharges, so that this kind of unscrupulous car reviewer will have nowhere to hide. This is too obvious. It's similar to the 3-cylinder X-Trail playing in the desert back then. If he hadn't been paid, I'd eat the computer screen right now. Chen looked at the comments and deliberately frowned, asking, Brother Leopard, what do they mean by recharging? Leopard was stunned on the spot. Boss Sue, are you serious? You're asking a question you already know the answer to, aren't you? Do you want to kill someone and then destroy their spirit? You can only bite the bullet and explain, what recharge? I'm known for being fair and impartial. As soon as he said those words, even he felt embarrassed. Today's event was not a live evaluation, but a public execution. Just then, Brother Leopard's phone rang. He finally picked up his phone as if it were a lifeline, but after seeing the caller ID, he almost fainted. President of Fengtian, Tanming. Answer or not answer. After all, the other party was the big spender. Leopard could only greet Chun and the others, take his live streaming equipment, and walk aside, but forgot to remove the wireless microphone from his collar. As soon as the call connected, he cautiously began, Hello, Mr. Tan. The area erupted instantly. President, you still remember I'm President Tan? Do you know how much trouble this evaluation has caused me? You're fucking killing me. Tanming was furious. He paid Brother Leopard to test the Alfred and the Kieran. But in the Moose test, the Alfred's performance was worse than the Kieran's speed in the rain. The range was even more outrageous. The Kieran managed to travel 1,200 kilometers from Shanghai to Beijing. Now, Madman Akira is furious and has even prepared his resignation letter, just waiting for him to sign it. But looking back, Leopard Brother is still being welcomed by people from Faith Motors at the highway exit. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was hired by Faith Motors. The money was spent recklessly, while others took all the benefits. Is that reasonable? Leopard Brother was also extremely aggrieved. President Tan, this really isn't my fault. I just did the evaluation, as you said. You know, I was putting in a good word for Alpha at the beginning. Who knew the Kieran was actually something special? Tan Ming slammed his hand on the table. You have something, huh? Then you'd better spit out the money I gave you. Leopard looked troubled. President Tan, you're putting me in a difficult position. I'm a victim too. I just checked, and I've lost over 500,000 followers. Tan Ming's anger flared even more. You think you're helpless now that you've lost followers? I lost my job. If you don't pay me back, we'll see you in court. After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. Leopard curled his lip and muttered, Damn it, everyone wants to ride on my head and shit on me. Want money? Go ask Faith Motors for it. As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant rushed over in a panic. Leopard was already annoyed and said irritably, What's the panic? Has Chen left yet? Tell them to get lost. They're just annoying to look at. The assistant looked innocent and pointed to his collar. Brother Leopard, you didn't take your microphone off. What you just said has been broadcast live. Leopard Brother froze. He slowly lowered his head and, sure enough, saw the still-lit wireless microphone. At that moment, his eyes were lifeless, his legs were weak, and he felt utterly hopeless about life. Brothers, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He's taking a break. Chapter 39. An old traditional craft, Smimisai. Just now, Brother Leopard confidently assured the live stream audience that his evaluation was absolutely fair and impartial, and that he had not been paid out. As a result, he forgot to remove the microphone, and his phone conversation with Tanming was broadcast live. This caused an uproar in the live stream. Netizens were still debating whether Brother Leopard had received money, but the next second they heard solid evidence, and a barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Is this something you can say on a live stream? He asked for a hammer and got one. Brother Leopard really lost Jingzhou due to carelessness. As expected, they were paid out. It seems like the other side is from Flytech Motors. The car brand is the biggest winner, while Leopard should probably find a factory to work as a screwdriver. People unfollowed him in droves, turning the live stream from a frenzy into a major disaster. Chen and several executives from Faith Auto were also stunned. Chen had only asked, what does recharging mean? On purpose, but he didn't expect that with just a basic attack, Leopard would flash and use his ultimate, giving away his entire professional career. Soon, Brother Leopard got out of the car, and the live stream was immediately shut down. Chun, acting as if he knew nothing, smiled and asked him, "Brother Leopard, where are you going? Shall I give you a ride?" Brother Leopard looked grim, stammered that he wouldn't disturb them any longer, and slunk away with a few assistants. He had no face to stay any longer. In just a short while, his fan count plummeted, with over 1 million fans unfollowing him. They were losing followers faster than his hair was falling out. After Leopard left, Chun turned to the executives beside him and said, "All right, let's go back too. We'll have a meeting first thing tomorrow morning to discuss the entry of faith cars into Little Day's country." Many executives responded immediately. They had been eagerly anticipating faith cars entering the Chinese market. Moreover, Chun had already said that all cars sold in Shaorizi country would be sold at a markup. Meanwhile, the Madfield headquarters was in complete chaos. President Feng Tan was so angry that he jumped up and down on the spot, roaring with a ferocious expression, "Baka! Tan Ming, and all of you, get out of here. Don't let me see you again." His mind was buzzing. Originally, this crisis management was intended to salvage Alfa Romeo sales and, incidentally, suppress the brand's reputation for high-end cars. As a result, Tan Ming turned it into a public execution, and Fengtian Motors became a laughing stock on the internet. Tan Ming panicked and quickly pleaded in a low voice, "Mr. President, please trust me one more time. I can't lose this job. I've worked at Fengtian for so many years, and even if I haven't made any great contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work." Upon hearing this, several senior executives nearby also hurriedly begged for mercy. But as they talked, they started shifting the blame. "Mr. President, we have also contributed to the company. This was mainly caused by Tan Ming, and it has little to do with us." "Yes, let Tan Ming take charge alone." Tan Ming was stunned on the spot. Good grief, betraying teammates so quickly? Madonna Osaka didn't want to listen anymore and roared at them all to get out. He had been overwhelmed with problems these past few days and had hoped to turn the tide, but who knew that Tan Ming, that idiot, would make things even worse. Having no other choice, Tan Ming and the others packed their things and left. Once downstairs, several implicated executives immediately surrounded Tan Ming, refusing to let him leave. "Mr. Tan, you have to give us an explanation. We have elderly parents and young children to support. How are we supposed to live after being suddenly laid off? You've made enough money through shady dealings over the years. What are we supposed to do now? If you don't resolve your job issue, I have dirt on you, and I might expose it any day now." Tan Ming was driven crazy by the noise. He cursed Madonna in his mind. Wasn't this just setting him up for failure? Just then, he suddenly remembered that Chun had posted an update a few days ago, saying that Faith Auto was about to enter the Chinese market. Tan Ming quickly pulled it out to show everyone, a smile appearing on his lips. "Don't worry, everyone, I got a solution." Everyone was completely bewildered after reading it. What does it have to do with us if a car, driven by faith, goes to a small country like Russia? Tan Ming lowered his voice and said, "If we join Faith Auto and help Chun open up the Chinese market, do you think Boss Su will give us a chance?" Several senior executives remained silent. Doesn't that sound a lot like someone trying to lead a collaborator? Tan Ming also knew it was outrageous. After all, he and Chun are mortal enemies, and he has done a lot of trouble for Faith Motors recently. If Chun kicks me out on the spot after I go, I'll lose all face and dignity. But now he has no other choice but to take a gamble. Are you in or not? If you are, go to Shaanxi province to find Chun first thing tomorrow morning. After a moment's hesitation, everyone finally agreed. But they were also worried about Tan Ming. "Sure, but what if you run away tonight?" Tan Ming rolled his eyes. Where could I, a grown man, possibly run off to? As a result, no one believed it at all. They were convinced that they had to keep an eye on Tan Ming until things were settled. Helpless, Tan Ming could only call his wife, wanting to bring his colleagues home for the night. "Honey, I need to talk to you about something. I'm bringing a few colleagues home tonight. Not many, 13 in total including me." Before I could finish speaking, the phone was hung up. Tan Ming cursed angrily, and in the end, he had no choice but to pay out of his own pocket to take the group to a hotel. Leopard Brothers' test of the Faith Auto Kieran quickly caused a sensation in the industry. The topic has been trending on various social media platforms, with 8 out of the top 10 trending searches on Weibo being related to the Faith car. Real-world driving range of the car has been revealed. Uncompromising battery life, that's the Kieran. Brother Leopard is really going all out with his reviews, risking his entire career. The biggest scandal in the car review circle. Leopard Brother was paid to do his job. How much exactly did Tion give Brother Leopard? Stop it, Mad Tion. There are Kieran everywhere outside. Mata Osaka could no longer sit still. Even if Tan Ming and his group were dismissed, it wouldn't be enough to quell public opinion. Outside, there were all sorts of unfavorable rumors about Feng Tian. For the first time, he, as the president, felt like he was being roasted on a fire. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Organize a press conference immediately." Soon, a large number of reporters arrived at the scene. Madman Akira sat on the stage, feeling extremely uncomfortable. The reporters' questions were getting increasingly pointed. Did Mata pay people to smear Faith Autos? Has the Kieran processor significantly impacted Alfa Romeo's sales? Is it true that Alfa is about to withdraw from the Chinese market? Faced with these questions, Akira Fonda stood up with a dark expression. He forced himself to speak. Thank you for your attention. As the president of Fengtian Motors, I am responsible for the recent situation that has arisen. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply. Smimasai. Chapter 40. This flattery skill is extraordinary. The reporters below the stage were stunned. What is all this nonsense? When reporters asked Akira Fonda questions, he didn't answer any of them directly. Instead, he immediately used a classic Japanese traditional skill, Smimi Masai. He's clearly a seasoned craftsman. In a small, prosperous land, he'd be hailed as a bowing immortal. But this attitude makes it obvious he's just trying to fool people. Everyone now understood why Alfa sales had plummeted recently. When it comes to crisis management, Fonda and Alfa Romeo are simply not in the same league. Madonna bowed on stage for nearly 10 seconds, sweat pouring down her forehead. She thought to herself, that's about enough. The Chinese should be easy to fool. Just as he was about to stand up, someone in the audience shouted, "What kind of attitude is this? Can't you even bow properly? At least 2 minutes." Madonna almost broke down, but with so many cameras watching, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and stick his butt out for a full 2 minutes. Once he finally sat down, the reporter immediately pressed him. "I heard that you fired more than 10 senior executives last night. Is that true? Is it related to yesterday's events?" Madonna Akira was startled. How did this news get out? But he quickly composed himself, admitting that it was true, but insisted that it had nothing to do with yesterday. He knew that too much talk would lead to mistakes, and the matter of Brother Leopard being recharged could not be brought up in public. So after answering that question, he immediately shut up. Immediately afterwards, another reporter stood up. "What's the deal with the price gouging policies for models like the Toyota Alphard and the Toyota Land Cruiser? And there are rumors that Alphard is planning to withdraw from the Chinese market." This is a nerve. Alfa Romeo sales have plummeted to rock bottom. Last month, sales weren't even halved. They were drastically reduced, leaving only a pitiful double digit. If this trend continues, there will only be a few hundred cars produced throughout the year. In the past, that number of cars wouldn't even be enough for all the celebrities in Hong Kong. Fengtian Nanzhong, however, directly shifted the blame. The headquarters is still verifying the price increase issue. If it is true, it is the personal behavior of the distributor and has nothing to do with Fengtian. He further emphasized that the Alphard has been a best-selling model since its launch, and the recent sales decline is only temporary and will soon rebound. The so-called withdrawal from the market is completely unfounded. After speaking, he glanced at the time, wanting nothing more than to end the press conference as quickly as possible. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Any wrong word could be used against him by the entire internet. But the reporter wasn't going to let him off the hook and asked again, "What do you think of the new Chinese car manufacturer, Faith Auto?" Many people believe that the sharp drop in Alphard sales is related to them. Madara Osaka was speechless. What could he possibly do? He'd sit in his office and check it on his phone, of course. On the surface, he appeared calm. "I've recently been paying attention to Faith cars, but I don't know much about it. However, building cars is a very sacred thing, and it cannot be done carelessly, much less just cobbled together and called a car." At this point, he didn't forget to elevate himself. "I can confidently say that Fenton has absolute authority in the field of car manufacturing." As soon as he finished speaking, another reporter stood up. "I heard that Faith Motors has plans to enter the country next. What do you think?" Madman Akira almost burst out laughing. Faith Cars wants to enter the small country? In Chinese parlance, isn't that like an old man eating poison, courting death? The country is notorious for being a graveyard for imported cars. Not to mention luxury cars. Even BMWs, Mercedes-Benz S, and Audis won't make it in. Chun, a young man, has only been running Faith Motors for a little over a month, and he already wants to make money off of Xiao Rizigua. He's just asking for trouble. He suppressed a laugh and said only, "I hope Faith Cars will be a great success in Lil Day's country." After saying that, he got up and left. Who knew what kind of trouble these reporters would cause if he stayed any longer? After the press conference content was posted online, netizens immediately started discussing it. As expected of an old master of bowing, his bowing is truly impeccable. I only know 2 phrases of Mandarin, Yamid and Smimisai. Crazy Tian Nanzhong still refuses to admit that he recharged Brother Leopard's account, and he doesn't even dare to admit to raising the price. Of course he wouldn't dare. The price increase was already tacitly approved by headquarters. If he admits it, wouldn't he be contradicting himself? That's shameless, hypocritical. I'll laugh at anyone who buys an Alpha for 2.5 years. On the other side, at the headquarters of Faith Motors. Early in the morning, Chun convened a meeting with senior executives with only one topic: how to penetrate the Chinese market with Faith Cars. He said that the preliminary procedures were almost completed, but the personnel responsible for developing the small-scale domestic market had not yet been arranged, and he wanted to hear everyone's opinions. Just then, someone knocked on the door and came in, saying that more than a dozen people had arrived outside and specifically wanted to see Chun. Chen Froneth, who had suddenly come to the door so early in the morning. The other party handed over a business card. Chen picked it up and looked at it. The card read, Tan Ming, president of the Fengtian Long Market. Chen was somewhat surprised. What was Tan Ming doing here? Hadn't he just been fired by Madman Zhang? However, he still had them brought in. Soon, Tan Ming led 12 of his men into the conference room. Upon meeting, Tan Ming greeted him with a broad smile. President Su, I've long admired your reputation. I've heard that you are a man of great talent and promise, and meeting you today confirms that you are indeed extraordinary. It has to be said that Tan Ming's ability to sit in the position of president of Fengtian Longhua is truly exceptional. Before Chun could speak, he introduced himself again, pointing to the people behind him and saying that these were his capable assistants. Chun quickly raised his hand to interrupt. That's well said, but don't say anything more yet. He looked at Tan Ming and his group with suspicion. You came here suddenly. It can't be just to introduce yourselves, right? Tan Ming immediately seized the opportunity. As expected of President Su, you have a keen eye? Then I'll be frank. We've all come here to pledge our allegiance to you. He added that he had caused Chun a lot of trouble due to his work position and hoped that Chun would not mind. Chun laughed after hearing this. So that's what it was about. That Brother Leopard talking about cars yesterday, was that you're doing? Tan Ming dropped the pretense and grinned. That's me, President Su. So, tell me how the results are. Chun was immediately delighted. In a sense, Tan Ming had indeed made a significant contribution to Faith Auto. The first time they hired Angela Baby to endorse Alfred, it actually helped boost the brand's visibility. Yesterday, they had Leopard Brother review both the Kieran and Alfred, ultimately saving them a significant amount on advertising costs. Seeing that Chun didn't give a definite answer, Tan Ming simply cut to the chase. I heard that President Su is planning to bring Faith Cars into the Little Days country market. He patted his chest and guaranteed, I spent 2 years in Little Life, and I know that market best. If you let me join Faith Auto, I'm sure I can make Faith Auto a complete hit in Little Life. As he finished speaking, Tan Ming's eyes lit up. Of course, such a high-end brand as Faith Auto will definitely have to be sold at a premium in Little Japan. Chapter 41, Base Salary of 10,000. If you can't do it, you're fired. The people behind Tan Ming nodded in agreement, saying that he had studied in the United States before, which gave him the confidence to expand into overseas markets. They also hoped that Chun would give them another chance to continue to shine in Faith Auto. Some even began to pledge their loyalty, saying they had wandered half their lives, only regretting that they had never met a wise ruler. Chun shook his head as he listened, quickly interrupting, All right, I know why you're here. Tan Ming shamelessly asked, So, what does President Su mean? Chun did not immediately refuse, but only said that Faith Motors had just started doing overseas business, so it was definitely not easy. Moreover, they had just been fired by Feng Tian, and it was somewhat inappropriate for them to come here right away. Upon hearing this, Tan Ming felt there was hope and immediately expressed that he had long wanted to leave Feng Tian, finding it very oppressive every day. He assured Chun that he would not disappoint him if Chun was willing to take him in. Actually, Chun didn't really want to keep them. Tan Ming and the others were different from Lu Fei, who came from Taichung. Their stance might not be stable. But then he thought, if he sent these people to Little Day Country to specifically oppose Crazy Tion's male lead would probably get a stroke from anger. So Chun looked at Tan Ming and asked him, since you really want to come, then let me ask you, what do you think of Chilin and Alpha? Tan Ming seemed to have been prepared and immediately replied, what is Alpha? It increases the price, but doesn't offer more features, and even reduces the specifications. It's not even qualified to compare with Kieran. To be honest, I want to order a Kieran right now. After saying that, in front of Chun and a group of executives, he took out his phone and placed an order for a Kieran phone, demonstrating his loyalty through action. Everyone in the conference room was stunned for a moment. This guy was really excited. Chun nodded. Okay, congratulations on joining us, Mr. Tan. From today onwards, you will be the head of the Chinese market department for Faith Auto's Little Days. Tan Ming was immediately grateful, and then cautiously inquired about his salary. After all, he used to be the president of Fengtian Longhua, earning an annual salary in the tens of millions, so he still held some expectations. Chun patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, the base salary is 10,000. If you do well, it will increase. If you think it's too low, you can look for other places. Tan Ming was stunned. A base salary of 10,000 yuan and an annual salary of 120,000 yuan. This was less than a fraction of his previous income. Was this still the same Chun who was known for his lavish spending? Seeing his hesitation, Chun politely pointed to the door. It seems that President Tan is in a bit of a dilemma. Why don't you go back and think about it some more? We still have a meeting to continue here. Before Tan Ming could speak, his companions had already agreed. As long as Chun provided them with food, they would work wholeheartedly and even guarantee to fill Little Life Country with their cars. Tan Ming understood that Faith Auto wasn't short of staff. They were already being generous by taking them in. Besides, he had caused Chun a lot of trouble back in Crazy Field, so he had no right to be picky now. He gritted his teeth and declared, President Su, I've made up my mind. I'll work for you, even to the death. Looking at his frustrated expression, Chun felt that what he said sounded a bit strange, but he still took the lead in clapping to welcome the new colleague. The executives in the audience were all convinced. Chun was young, but his methods were ruthless. So what if Tan Ming was the president before? If he wanted to get money from Faith Auto, he had to show sincerity and strength. Afterwards, Chun asked Tan Ming and the others to sit down and began to analyze the market in the small country. He pointed out that MPVs sell well in the small country because local car users value practicality and boxy models are everywhere. Although MPVs aren't particularly adept at off-roading, they offer ample space and a comfortable ride, making them more suitable for family trips than traditional sedans and SUVs. Therefore, the Chilin already has an advantage in terms of vehicle type when entering the small-scale market. However, Chun changed the subject, saying that the sales of new energy vehicles in China are not good, and the number of charging piles is far less than in China, which will become a major obstacle for Chilin to go global. Tan Ming nodded in agreement, saying that pure electric vehicles were indeed not popular there. But with such a luxurious interior as the Chilin, there would always be someone willing to buy it. Chun smiled and said that Chilin was originally positioned as a high-end brand, and targeting the low-end market did not align with the development direction of Chilin Auto. Therefore, they needed to start with marketing to make it clear to Chinese consumers how Chilin was superior to their so-called domestic miracle cars. At this point, Chun understood that getting the Chilin into the Little Life Kingdom wouldn't be easy. Moreover, he planned to sell it at a higher price, meaning he had to both earn money while maintaining his integrity and ensure the other party accepted the offer. The pressure was considerable. He immediately instructed Tan Ming. Next, you take him into Little Life Country right away. You're familiar with the business there, so the sooner the better. Tan Ming nodded immediately. Don't worry, President Su, I'll fly there tomorrow. After arranging the overseas market, Chun turned his attention to the domestic situation and asked Lu Fei, what's the current status of Gaolong? Lu Fei replied that the Gaolong submersible has already started molding and the technicians are working around the clock. It should be able to be completed within 20 days without any problems. Chun waved his hand and said, great. After the Gaolong goes offline, All our D personnel and frontline workers will each receive a reward of 100,000. The meeting room erupted in applause. Hearing this, Tan Ming and the others understood that Su Chun wasn't unwilling to spend money, but rather that the money had to be given in a reasonable and justifiable way. 100,000 yuan per person is a huge sum in the entire Chinese car manufacturing industry. Such a boss is indeed rare. But Tan Ming quickly realized what was happening. Faith Auto had a new product called Gaolong, and it was going to roll off the production line in 20 days. That was ridiculously fast. He couldn't help but ask, President Su, is the Gaolong also an MPV? After all, Kieran has already won in the MPV market, so it's not surprising that they're launching another MPV. Su Chen looked at him and said with a smile, Gaolong is an off-road vehicle. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Ming's heart sank. Su Chen had previously said he would crush Alpha sales in China within 3 months. Now, Alpha was already half dead from Kieran's performance and was on the verge of withdrawing from the Chinese market. Now that Faith Motors has launched another off-road vehicle, could it be that this time, Gaolong is targeting Fengtian's bandits? Chapter 42. The Flood Dragon is about to be launched, causing a nationwide sensation. The bandit kingpin is Crazy Field's old financial product. The Badao, is a classic investment product for Fengtian, with markups of 50,000 to 100,000 yuan per vehicle being common. And the key is that they are extremely difficult to obtain. To exaggerate a bit, you might be able to sell it back at the original price after driving it for 5 or 6 years. Thinking of this, Tan Ming stood up and asserted, as soon as the Flood Dragon comes out, the sales of Tyrant Bandits will definitely be at the bottom. Su Chen smiled at him. It has to be said, Tan Ming certainly had foresight. He had guessed the impact of the dragon so quickly. After the meeting, Su Chen returned to his office and opened the system panel. Looking at the accumulated faith points, he directly redeemed the advanced autonomous driving technology. It's only a matter of faith value before we're truly in the realm of wireless charging technology. However, Su Chen noticed that the faith value has been increasing more slowly lately because faith value already offered for the same car model cannot be counted again. This is also a key reason why he launched the Gaolong. Only by diversifying his business can he gain more faith points and continue to unlock new car manufacturing technologies. The system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully redeemed this technology. We have provided you with more cutting-edge car manufacturing technologies. We hope you can unlock them soon. Su Chen became interested and opened the high-tech panel, finding that it indeed contained many more items. It included God-level electric buses, God-level rescue vehicles, God-level electric trucks, God-level flying cars, and God-level lightweight bulletproof materials. Almost everything imaginable. This made him wonder if they would even be able to build rockets and spaceships in the future. If all these technologies were fully realized, the Faith Cars model lineup could cover the entire market, which was incredibly exciting to think about. After shutting down the system, Su Chun opened social media and posted 2 updates. The first point is that the fully autonomous driving function of the Faith Car has been developed and will soon be fully rolled out to the in-vehicle system of the first model, the Kieran. Su Chen highlighted this fully autonomous driving system. Unlike existing level 3 assisted driving systems, it is truly zero intervention throughout the entire process and has maximum emergency avoidance capabilities, capable of handling various complex road conditions. The moment the post was published, the comments section exploded. Boss Su, take a break. Another new cutting-edge technology? Completely zero intervention required. Who would believe it? I always said that Faith Cars has the technology. This kind of self-driving technology is probably even better than Tesla's. I really want to own a Kieran phone. I really want to experience how technology can change my life. Of course, some people remain skeptical, worried that the system would fail as soon as it was launched. But the first batch of Chilean car owners immediately stood up to refute this, saying that the current L3 assisted driving was already very good, and they believed Su Chen's words completely. Su Chen knew very well that new technologies were bound to be met with skepticism, which was normal. But he wasn't worried. The cutting-edge technology provided by the system would definitely stand the test of time. He then posted a second update. This time, Su Chen released a photo of the Dragon half concealed and also listed some of its high-tech features. Automatic floating, high-speed tire blowout driving, tank turn, 1200 horsepower, etc. The caption reads, "First came the Chilean, now comes the Gaolong." See you on August 12th. This post quickly went viral across social media platforms. Is Faith Auto releasing a new car? Has boss Sue forgotten that the company has only been established for 2 months? Gaolong? That's a really imposing name, and it looks like an SUV. It's called Gaolong. How could it just be an ordinary family SUV? Although we can't see the whole picture, it's most likely a rugged off-road vehicle. With this configuration, the price must be over $1 million. Some netizens even joked that they seriously suspected Chun was a time traveler from a novel and suggested a thorough investigation into whether he was bound to assist them. The news that Faith Auto was about to launch a new model caused a sensation throughout the automotive industry. Major automakers all began to feel the pressure. At this moment, at the headquarters of Madfield Motors, Feng Tian Nanzhong sat in his chair, his phone screen displaying the update Chun had just posted. A strong sense of foreboding rose within him, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on what the problem was. He muttered to himself, what is Chun up to now? Is he targeting Feng Tian again? However, on the surface, he still pretended to be very calm. At this moment, a subordinate came in to report that several regional 4S store owners had jointly petitioned headquarters, hoping they would reconsider Alfred's offline sales model. In the past month, Alfred's sales had plummeted, and the pressure from headquarters was too great. The dealers were on the verge of collapse. Mada Osaka slammed his fist on the table. A bunch of useless idiots. The Alfred is such a best-selling model, and they've managed to sell it like this. He then asked, what else did they say? After a moment's hesitation, the subordinate continued. They also demanded the cancellation of the bundled sales strategy between Alpha and the Tyrant, and the full release of Tyrant sales. Matman Akidas. He knew very well that if the bandits completely opened up sales, they might end up following the same path as Alpha. So he personally wrote a new sales strategy for the bandits and handed it to his assistant to distribute. As the assistant was leaving, his expression flickered. Madara Osaka frowned and asked, is there anything else? The assistant forced a smile and said, Mr. President, those people like Tan Ming who were fired yesterday have now joined Faith Auto. Moreover, Tan Ming has been appointed as the head of Faith Auto's international marketing department. Madonna Osaka's face froze instantly. This kid moves way too fast. He just left Feng Tian and then went to Faith Auto, becoming the head of the Little Days Country Market. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. Oh, bastard. Tan Ming is an ungrateful scoundrel. Then, he made a phone call directly. At that moment, Tan Ming was researching how to open up the Shao Rizigua market when he saw the incoming call and answered the phone. The moment the call connected, Madman Tan roared angrily. Tan Ming, what do you mean? Why did you join Faith Auto? Tan Ming grinned. Hey, isn't this crazy Tian Nanzhong? Haven't seen him for a day, and he's gotten so lousy. He said casually, what does it matter to you where I go? If this place doesn't want me, there are plenty of other places that will. By the way, I'm going to Little Days Kingdom soon. I don't have much to do there, just to see the cherry blossoms and sell some chillin' while I'm at it. After saying that, he added, if there's nothing else, let's hang up. I'm afraid Chun will misunderstand. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Ming hung up the phone. He's a car enthusiast now. Does Madman Osaka still think he can boss him around? Dream on. On the other side, Mad Tian Nanzhong, holding his phone, was furious, his face flushed red, and roared, Tan Ming, you bastard. No matter where you go, you're still my defeated foe. Seeing that he was going crazy again, the assistant quickly went out and distributed the newly formulated policy on banditry. Soon, the owners of Fengtian 4S stores in various regions received the new plan. The bandit is offering a 50,000 discount now, but then you have to add 80,000 worth of optional extras, and then you have to pay another 80,000? Isn't that just pointless? Chapter 43. Brother Long is filming, and we've decided to bring a Chile along. It turns out that the policy that Akira Madonna set for them after his research was that the new model would be discounted by 50,000, but customers had to choose an option worth around 80,000. What's even more outrageous is that the previous price increase policy remained unchanged. So, while the customer appears to have gotten a good deal, they actually have to pay around 30,000 yuan more. Several 4S store managers huddled together, their faces increasingly grim. One couldn't help but complain that such a discount scheme would take decades of brain damage to conceive. Some people also mentioned that the previous presidents all went to Faith Auto, And if they keep messing around like this, they might as well stop selling Crazy Field and just sell Faith Auto instead. Despite their complaints, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue selling. They finally decided to start calling previously interested customers tomorrow, focusing on promoting the so-called special offers. Just then, a 4S store owner ran over with his phone and said that Faith Auto was going to release a new model, but the specifications and configurations looked obviously wrong. The group crowded around to take a look and were all stunned when they saw the information about the new car Chun had posted. Someone immediately cursed. Chun is definitely here to cause trouble. They quickly recalled the collapse in Alfa Romeo sales and became increasingly panicked. However, some tried to remain calm, believing that electric SUVs did not conflict with their customer base. In any case, their only goal right now is to revive the sales of Crazy Field Bandits. Meanwhile, Chun was in his office working on his next plan when Lei Jun called. When Faith Motors was first established, Lei Jun directly provided 1 billion yuan to support it, so the two have always had a good personal relationship. During the phone call, Lei Jun joked that the popularity of the Chun brand of Faith cars had been so great that even his dummy cars were a bit overwhelmed. Chun responded with a few words of greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Jun didn't beat around the bush and directly proposed a deep collaboration with Faith Auto. His idea was clear. He hoped that dummy Auto could be equipped with the battery pack and vehicle system of Faith Auto, and that the price would definitely not be unfair to Chun. As a new energy vehicle manufacturer, dummy Auto places the utmost importance on batteries and in-vehicle systems. The Kieran 120 kilowatt-hour battery, achieving a range of 1,200 kilometers, is truly a revolutionary product. If dummy Auto could adopt this technology, it would be a huge improvement. Chen hardly hesitative. Lei Jun had helped him before, and besides, the core technology was firmly in the hands of Faith Auto, so he had nothing to worry about. He then stated directly that Faith Auto could exclusively supply the infotainment system and batteries needed for the race car. Lei Jun was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Chun to agree so readily, and even offer the sincere offer of exclusive supply. At this moment, Lei Jun held Chun in even higher regard. This young man, though young, possessed the vision to accomplish great things. In the future, not only in China, but also on a global scale, Faith Auto could likely secure a place for itself. Lei Jun immediately said he would arrange for someone to draft a cooperation agreement. He then asked whether Faith Auto was planning to enter the Chinese market. Chun didn't hide anything, saying that the preliminary procedures were basically completed, the personnel had been recruited, and they would be able to set off soon. Lei Jun admired the young people's ambition and drive, but also reminded them that the Chinese market was difficult to penetrate, as it was a notorious graveyard for imported cars, and even BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, had not gained much advantage there. Chun was well aware of the difficulty, but his tone was firm. Chinese automakers had made so much money off China for so many years. It was time for Chinese automakers to make money off them. Lei Jun suddenly remembered something and reminded Chun. Isn't Jackie Chun the spokesperson for Faith Cars? He seems to be going to Japan to film a movie recently. Maybe we could find a way through there. Chun's eyes lit up. That's right, if Brother Gaolong really goes to Little Life Country, he can take the opportunity to promote Chun. He thanked Lei Jun and agreed to sign the agreement once it was drafted. He then hung up the phone and dialed Gaolong directly. At this time, Jackie Chan was discussing filming arrangements with renowned Japanese director Takashi Minamino. Takashi Minamino was very enthusiastic. Upon meeting him, he expressed his anticipation for the collaboration and said that Jackie Chan was his most admired actor. Jackie Chan responded politely with a smile, saying that he was also looking forward to the film and hoped that the two sides would have a pleasant collaboration. Takashi Minamino bowed again, expressing his honor in having Jackie Chan on board, and noting that the film's investors were also die-hard Jackie Chan fans. Before his visit, they specifically instructed that they would do their best to fulfill any request Jackie Chan might have. Gaolong thought for a moment and said that he didn't have any special requirements. He just wanted to bring one of his own cars with him. Minamino Takashi was somewhat surprised to hear this, and then explained that they had already prepared vehicles, all of them the latest top-of-the-line Alfred models from Madden, which were even more comfortable to ride in than the Chinese versions. Gaolong shook his head. He had indeed always used an Alfred, but he had switched to a better model now. Takashi Minamino frowned, thinking that Jackie Chan was not satisfied with Alpha, and suggested that the investors could prepare the latest model, the Ralpha, which was of a higher grade. Chen Long shook his head again, then led Minamino Takashi outside and pointed to the Chilean that was parked not far away. He explained that the car was a newly launched Kieran model from China, and both driving and riding in it had given him a great surprise. Since Takashi Minamino said he could make requests, he wanted to take the car with him to Japan. As soon as Jackie Chan finished speaking, Takashi Minamino smiled faintly. He had thought Jackie Chan had changed to some other car, but it turned out to be an MPV. In his view, when it comes to MPVs, no one in the world can surpass Madden's Alfred and Ralph. Chung Long sensed the disdain in his words, and his expression immediately darkened. It must be said the people of Little Japan were indeed far too arrogant. He suppressed his emotions and said that it was too early to draw conclusions, and that it would be better to get in the car and experience it for himself. Takashi Minamino readily agreed, took the car keys, and walked towards the Kieran, inwardly scoffing. The car looked beautiful, but cars made in China were, frankly, nothing more than decorative vases. How could it compare to an Alfred? The car door opened, and Takashi Minamino got in. A sudden sense of sophistication enveloped him instantly. Chapter 44. Takashi Minamino is shocked. Alpha dares to compare itself to Kieran. Takashi Minamino's expression visibly stiffened, his hands gripping the steering wheel, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a moment, he managed to stammer out, this interior, this damned sense of luxury. His eyes were filled with disbelief. You see, he had come to see Chung Long this time in an Alfred, and he had experienced almost all the MPVs available in China. But now, seeing the Chilean car in China, he was almost speechless with shock. Its materials, design, and overall luxurious feel were in no way inferior to million-dollar luxury cars. In fact, if we're really comparing, the interior of the Chilean might not even be able to outshine the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Thinking back to the Alfred I've been in, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Minamino Takashi was inwardly amazed, but dared not show it too obviously. After all, he was from Japan, and how could he lose face in front of the Chinese? Chung Long, sitting to the side, naturally noticed the change in his expression and knew that he had been intimidated by the Chilean. Mr. Takashi Minamino, why don't you give it a try? After saying that, Chung Long sat in the passenger seat and began to introduce him to the various cutting-edge technologies of the Kieran. Takashi Minamino started the vehicle and drove onto the road. Only when the car started moving did he truly understand what driving quality meant. The interior was as quiet as a library, and the chassis and suspension were ridiculously stable. When going over speed bumps, the ride was almost imperceptible. It was as steady as a mountain. At this moment, Chung Long pointed to the button on the center console. Mr. Takashi Minamino, you can turn on the fully automatic driving function. Takashi Minamino was taken aback. Fully automated driving? What's that? He knew Tesla had driver assistance features, but how dare the Kieran call it fully autonomous driving? Shouldn't this kind of thing only exist in science fiction movies? Chung Long explained with a smile that as long as you set the destination and activate the function, you can let go of the steering wheel. What? Before Chung Long could finish speaking, Minamino Takashi's eyes widened. Chung Long-san, are you saying that once this car is started, it can be operated without human intervention, just like an airplane? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Airplanes can autopilot because their routes are fixed and the aerial environment is far less complex than the ground environment. With such heavy traffic and varied road conditions in Kyoto, how could a driver entrust their life to a car? While Takashi Minamino was still internally resisting, Jackie Chan had already bent down and activated the fully automatic driving mode. A gentle female voice sounded inside the car. Your route has been planned, and the fully automated driving function will ensure your safety throughout the journey. Chung Long looked at his hands and feet. All right, you can let go now. Takashi Minamino looked incredulous, but still carefully released the steering wheel and pedals. The next second, Chilean took full control of the vehicle, driving steadily on the road. The car's advanced sensory system began to function, accurately assessing everything around it. Takashi Minamino was so nervous that he was sweating profusely. At his age, this was the first time he had ever experienced a truly fully autonomous driving system. Hey, there's a car up ahead. We're approaching an intersection. We're about to go onto the overpass. We're about to exit the ramp. Whenever he came to a complicated section of road, he would subconsciously hover his hand next to the steering wheel ready to take over at any time. But Chilin did not disappoint him. Whether it was intersections, traffic flow, or lane changes on ramps, everything was completed smoothly. Compared to Takashi Minamino, who was so nervous he was constantly gasping for breath, Jackie Chan was much calmer. He glanced at the other man's reaction out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but think that this big director from Japan seemed like he had never seen the world before. That's understandable, though. China has always focused on gasoline-powered vehicles, so this new energy high-tech is indeed like a black technology to them. After driving around the area for a while, Takashi Minamino gradually got used to it. From being nervous and sweating at the beginning, he was later able to chat easily with Jackie Chan. An hour later, the car automatically drove back to the starting point, found a parking space on its own, and parked steadily. After getting out of the car, Jackie Chan asked him, "How are you feeling?" Takashi Minamino looked at the Kieran and couldn't help but pat the car body. "This country is number one. It's the best in the world." He exclaimed, "I never imagined that China's car manufacturing companies have progressed to this level. Our little country is far behind, at least 10 years behind, no, 20 years behind." For so many years, he had always believed that the MPVs produced in his country were the best in the world. But seeing the Chilin today, he had to admit that China was truly powerful. It's truly remarkable that someone from a small country like ours would say such a thing. Chung Long smiled and asked, "Does Mr. Takashi Minamino still think the Alfred is the best MPV?" Takashi Minamino waved his hands repeatedly. No. Alpha is not qualified to be compared with Kieran. There is no comparison at all. It is far behind. At this point, he asked, "This car must cost at least 1 million dragon coins, right?" In his view, the starting price of an Alfred in China is already 800,000 yuan, and there's an additional charge for immediate delivery, bringing the total to well over 1 million yuan. With such high-end features, the Kieran should be even more expensive. Chung Long laughed and said, "This car costs less than 400,000 in China." What? Takashi Minamino was shocked on the spot, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Such a high-spec car, and it's only half the price of an Alfred? Chung Long nodded. "That's right, this car has been selling like hotcakes in China lately." Takashi Minamino swallowed hard and immediately asked, "How can I buy this car? I want to buy one and take it back to my country." This question stumped Chung Long, as he himself was unsure of the specific channels. Just then, Su Chun called. Chung Long answered the phone and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, I just had something I wanted to ask you." "You're calling me too? Then you go first." Su Chun then explained his idea. If it was convenient for Chung Long to film in Japan, he could sponsor a few Chilin cars. Chung Long was surprised that Su Chin's call came at such a convenient time. "President Su, your call came at just the right time. Don't worry about it. I've already made a request to the production company. Since we're going to film in Japan, I'll be bringing a Kieran with me." Su Chun chuckled upon hearing this. With Jackie Chan's star power, if he were to bring the Chilin to a movie shoot, the car might actually become a hit in China. Then, Chung Long added, "President Su, the director of the film I'm shooting this time, Takashi Minamino, just test drove the Chilin and said it's a great car, and he'd like to take one back with him." Su Chun was overjoyed. It was like a pillow being delivered to someone who was sleepy. "Brother Chung Long, the Faith car will be available for sale in Japan soon. Tell him he can just buy it there." Chapter 45. Faith Auto Dongjin store is about to grandly open. Now it's Chung Long's turn to be dumbfounded. Faith Autos has only been established for a little over a month, right? And they're already planning to sell to small countries? Chung Long was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he immediately agreed. "Okay, I'll tell Minamino Takashi right away. Does President Su have any plans to visit Japan recently?" Su Chin replied with a smile, "I will go when the first Faith Auto store opens." Chung Long readily agreed. "Then see you in the country, and I'll also attend the opening ceremony." After hanging up the phone, Su Chun was in high spirits. Takashi Minamino was quite famous in Japan. If he actually bought a Kieran, it would be a ready-made advertisement. Su Chun immediately instructed Tan Ming and others to push forward the work, determined to make the first salvo of Faith Autos overseas launch a resounding success. Meanwhile, Chung Long returned to Minamino Takashi's side and told him that the person who had just called was Su Chun, the president of Faith Motors, and that he had already conveyed his needs. Takashi Minamino hurriedly asked, "Then how exactly can I bring a Kieran back?" Chung Long said with a smile that the Faith car will soon be available for sale in Taiwan, where he can then purchase it directly. "What? Really? That's great. Takashi Minamino instantly became excited. The short 1-hour test drive had already captivated him. Now, knowing he could buy one domestically without any hassle was an unexpected and delightful surprise. He immediately stated that he would discuss with the investors the matter of Jackie Chan needing to use a Chilin, a mythical creature, while filming in Japan, and that this request would definitely be fulfilled. Takashi Minamino has made up his mind. As soon as the Kieran is released, he will definitely buy it and recommend it to his friends and colleagues. The sheer impact of this car on him is overwhelming. It feels like a revolutionary product. In comparison, their domestic gasoline-powered cars are old and ugly, utterly incomparable. After thanking him, Jackie Chan prepared to continue discussing the film, but Takashi Minamino took out his phone and said he wanted to take some photos first. The Kieran was so beautiful that he couldn't help but take pictures from every angle, and even posted the photos and the video of the fully autonomous driving demonstration to his social media. He captioned the post saying that he truly experienced future technology today, and the Kieran's fully autonomous driving completely overturned his imagination. What made him even happier was that this car would soon be launched in China, and he would become one of the first loyal users. Takashi Minamino did not expect that this post would soon cause a sensation in China. Many netizens began to ask what the car in the photo was. Some couldn't find any information about it. Some guessed it might be a new MPV from a domestic car company, and others noticed the Chinese characters in the street view, suspecting the car came from China. The more people looked at it, the more curious they became. What was so special about this car that made Takashi Minamino praise it so highly? Soon after, a netizen named Faith Power posted a message claiming to be an employee of the Faith Auto Dongjin store in China, and that Takashi Minamino was driving the Kieran that had recently become a sensation on the Chinese internet. The Faith Auto Dongjin store is currently under preparation and will officially open to the public in 2 days. The post also included photos of a Chilin, one of which featured the iconic red color scheme. Soon after, the post climbed to the top of the trending topics list on CRIZI.com. Netizens then remembered that Faith Auto had indeed been a hot topic some time ago, with its founder, Chun, even boasting that he would crush Crazy Electric within 3 months. Many initially dismissed it as mere boasting, but after seeing the Kieran's design and Takashi Minamino's comments, their attitudes immediately changed. Some people are looking forward to experiencing fully autonomous driving. Some plan to go to the site on the opening day, and others speculate that a car with this configuration will cost at least 20 million yen. The price issue quickly sparked a heated debate. Some complained about the price, while some Chinese netizens jumped in, expressing extreme anger that China should recoup the cost. As the buzz grows, more and more netizens are looking forward to the opening ceremony in 2 days, eager to see just how powerful the Kieran that Takashi Minamino mentioned really is. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens also learned that Faith Auto was going to open a store in China, and the news sparked a flurry of discussion online. Some people marveled at how shrewd Mr. Su was, as his company had only been established for a month before venturing overseas. Others mentioned that Su Chan had once said he would only make money from foreigners. Still others speculated whether Faith Auto would eventually enter the North American and European markets. Many people feel that Su Chan has big ambitions, but seeing domestically produced cars successfully going overseas makes them, as Chinese people, very proud. Some netizens also took the opportunity to mock certain car companies, saying that the Alfreds of the nearby Fengtian 4S store are no longer selling well. Even without price increases, no one is buying them because everyone is now eyeing the Chilin. Faith Autos is also entering its final preparation stage. The Dongjin store is their first store in Little Day's country, and its opening is of great significance. So Su Chun decided to go there personally. Moreover, Chen will also be there, and it would be inappropriate for the president not to attend. Before departing, Su Chun arranged company affairs and instructed Liu Fei and several senior executives to keep a close eye on things after he left, and that the launch date of Gaolong could only be brought forward, not postponed. Liu Fei and the others immediately assured him, "Don't worry, President Su, we will definitely fulfill our mission." Su Chun waved and turned to enter the departure hall. Several executives waved goodbye behind him, and Liu Fei even called out, "President Su, have a safe journey." Su Chun paused, almost speechless. Goodbye, God. He's going to make money in this country, not to die a martyr's death. With the opening ceremony of the Faith Auto Dongjin store fast approaching, Chen and Minamino Takashi also rushed back to Shaorizi country. Takashi Minamino offered to attend the opening ceremony with Jackie Chun the next day. Chen glanced at him and reminded him, "I'm the spokesperson for Faith Cars, so it's appropriate for me to go there." "But you are, after all." Takashi Minamino understood what he meant, but told him not to worry. He had not only convinced the investors to provide 10 Kieran cars for Jackie Chan's film, but he would also purchase all of them at his own expense. He then added, "Also, we'd like to have Faith Motors become a sponsor of this movie. What do you think?" Chen was stunned on the spot. 10 Kieran cars, and we'll have Faith Auto as a sponsor. Takashi Minamino, are you serious? Chapter 46. The investor was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful car before. Jackie Chan was surprised that Takashi Minamino would have such an idea. After all, Minamino holds a high position in Japan, and this film was mainly funded by Japan, while Jackie Chan was only the lead actor. Since Takashi Minamino had already expressed his opinion, Jackie Chan did not refuse, only saying that he would pass the matter on to Faith Motors. Time quickly came to the opening day of the Faith Auto Dongjin store. When Tan Ming chose the location, he opened the store directly next to the Fontian dealership, with only a wall separating the two stores. Early in the morning, Chun arrived at the store. The interior decoration was already completed, with the main color being dragon red, which looked festive and eye-catching. 5 Chilin were displayed on the stand, each with its own unique color scheme, and the central Faith red was particularly dazzling under the lights. Compared to the bustling atmosphere here, the nearby Crazy Field specialty store was noticeably quieter. Tan Ming saw Chun approach and smiled, asking him how he was feeling. Chun nodded in satisfaction and encouraged him to keep up the good work. Tan Ming previously served as the president of Fontian Longwa and also spent 2 years at Zizirigwagigwa. He was busy for several days before and after the opening of the Dongjin store, and the preparations were quite thorough. Now we'll see how it performs after the opening. However, with the Fontian store right next door, Chun was also a little curious whether its opening would spur the other party into a conflict. After all, so far, Chilin had 0 orders in Zizirigwo, a Chinese online marketplace, and although it was generating a lot of buzz online, not many people were actually coming to experience it. Tan Ming reassured Chun, saying he had already contacted over a dozen influential media outlets and was determined to make Faith Auto a household name in the country today. Chun approved of the arrangement, but still had some concerns about the local media. At this moment, discussions about the first Dongjin store of Faith Auto on the Zizirigwo forum had exploded. Some people came all the way from Beiheido, saying they would live stream the whole thing. Others were full of expectations for Kieran because of Takashi Minamino's previous videos. Some people insist on preferring gasoline cars, believing that new energy vehicles are merely a transitional phase. Immediately, others countered, saying we shouldn't be as conservative as Akira Fonda. Still others noticed that Faith Motors was parked next to Fonda's store, suspecting it was a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. In an instant, Chilin's popularity soared, and many people were already preparing to come in person to attend the opening ceremony. Chun glanced at the time. It was less than an hour before the opening. At that moment, Jackie Chan and Takashi Minamino arrived, followed by several stern-faced men, all dressed in suits and ties, clearly the investors in this film. Chen walked up to Chun, smiling and extending his hand in greeting. Chun responded warmly. This was the first time the two had met since the last press conference. Afterwards, Chen introduced Takashi Minamino to Chun. Chun looked at the unassuming director in front of him and extended his hand to welcome him to the opening ceremony of the Faith Auto Dongjin store. Takashi Minamino said with a smile that Jackie Chan had already told him about Chun. Faith Motors, having only been established for a little over a month, has already sold over 90,000 units, a truly commendable achievement. Then, he praised the Chilin without reservation, saying it was the best MPV he had ever ridden in or experienced. Even though his country is a major producer of MPVs, it didn't affect his judgment that the Chilin was indeed a good car. At this point, Takashi Minamino turned around and introduced the investors behind him, saying that they had also come to experience the Kieran today. Then, he dropped a bombshell. For the movie starring Jackie Chan, all the vehicles to be used will be the Faith Auto Kieran, and he asked Chun to prepare 10 of them for him, which he would buy. Furthermore, Takashi Minamino asked Chun if Faith Motors would be willing to become a sponsor of the film. Chun was somewhat surprised after hearing this. This was certainly a good thing. The production team had purchased 10 Chilin cars at once, and even proactively invited Faith Auto to sponsor them. such promotional opportunities were rare. He immediately stated that Faith Motors was willing to become a sponsor of Jackie Chan's film, but the sponsorship fee still needed to be discussed. Chen knew that for someone of Jackie Chan's stature, becoming a film sponsor wouldn't be easy. He hadn't expected Takashi Minamino to offer himself up so readily. But Takashi Minamino told him not to worry about the sponsorship fee, as he had already discussed it with the investors and, out of respect for Jackie Chan, decided to waive the sponsorship fee. Chen was taken aback, not expecting such a good thing. Chung Long, standing beside him, explained with a smile that Minamino Takashi actually admired Chen quite a bit. He was young and yet dared to take risks, and the Chilean had indeed given him a significant shock, which was why the investors made this decision. Chen knew in his heart that Faith Cars had gotten a great deal this time, saving at least 10 million yuan in advertising and promotion costs. Just then, several investors behind Takashi Minamino suddenly began to whisper among themselves, their brows furrowed, clearly not approving of the idea. Minamino waved for them to be quiet. The translator walked over to Chun and relayed their words. It turned out that these people thought the Chilean looked ordinary and couldn't see what was so special about it. They even wondered why Minamino Takashi would spend so much money to buy 10 of them. Chun didn't explain much after hearing this, but simply walked over and told them that there were 5 Chilean cars in the store, which they could experience statically first. There were also 20 more in the warehouse, which could all be arranged for test drives today. The investors quieted down, but their expressions remained unconvinced. Some bluntly stated that the best MPV was still the Alfred, and they had no interest in China's domestically produced electric vehicles. They added that they wouldn't have come at all if it weren't for Takashi Minamino's insistence. Some people say that the Chilean is only slightly prettier in appearance and has nothing special about it. Chen didn't bother arguing and simply let them get in the car for a test drive. But as soon as they got to the Chilean, their expressions changed drastically. Once the door opened and they were inside, listening to the translator explain the various features, their disdain completely vanished. Some were amazed by the luxurious and beautiful interior, while others were stunned upon hearing that the car had 26 airbags. They were even more incredulous when they heard that it had a range of 1,200 kilometers on a full charge and could even travel from Dongjin to Beihaido. When the translator explained the fully autonomous driving feature, several investors were stunned, with some even wondering if it was alien technology. The quietness inside the car also impressed them, making them exclaim that it was more comfortable than a library. Chen stood to the side watching, unable to help but laugh. If those Western-worshipping lackeys from China saw the reaction of the investors from Little Japan in front of Chilean right now, they would probably be so ashamed that they would bury their heads in their pants. Chapter 47, Chen's passionate speech opened the eyes of the foreign dignitaries. And this was just the static experience of the Chilean. Chen knew very well that the reason these people looked shocked was because the only cars they could compare themselves to were the Alfred and Relfa. But the Kieran's interior and driving experience are far superior. Even just the static experience has already captivated them. The real impact will only be greater when the test drive begins. With only 10 minutes left until the opening ceremony, the outside suddenly became lively. A dozen or so reporters from various countries arrived with their cameras and microphones, all asking when they could enter the store and whether the media could have priority to experience the Chilean. Meanwhile, many netizens and car reviewers arrived one after another, crowding around the Dongjin store of Faith Auto. Some sharp-eyed people quickly recognized Takashi Minamino and Jackie Chan, and the scene immediately erupted. As an international superstar, Jackie Chan already has a large fan base in China. News of his attendance at the opening ceremony of Faith Motors was posted online, instantly sparking heated discussion. Many netizens regretted not coming. Some even worked at the nearby Crazy Field store and immediately dropped everything to rush over when they heard that Jackie Chan was actually there. Passers-by who were initially just curious onlookers also squeezed into the crowd as soon as they heard that Jackie Chan was coming. More and more people started calling their family and friends. Before long, the area outside the store was completely surrounded. In the end, even the National Police Agency had to send people over to maintain order. The grand opening celebration went viral online. At 8 a.m. sharp, the store doors opened on time, and crowds poured in instantly, creating a scene even more spectacular than the Great Wall during China's National Day Golden Week. Tan Ming, sweating profusely, hurriedly found Chen saying that the exhibition hall was already operating at full capacity and would soon exceed its capacity. Chen knew that many of these people were there because of Chen Long. But for him, the more people, the better. The higher the popularity, the better. He only instructed Tan Ming to maintain order, and then walked to the center of the exhibition hall with Chen Long. When everyone saw that Jackie Chan was really standing there, screams instantly lifted the roof off. Some people were so excited they almost fainted, while others shouted that they had finally seen him in person. Some people quickly noticed that the car behind Chen Long was the real star of the day. Su Chan waved for silence, then announced that the opening ceremony of Faith Auto Dongjin store had officially begun, and the first car they brought was the Chilin. As the music began, everyone's gaze finally fell upon the Chilin, which had been shrouded in mystery by the curtain. The mystery reached its peak, and the next second, the curtain slammed shut, revealing the Chilin's true form to everyone. Under the lights, the car's texture shone brilliantly. Reporters at the scene immediately started snapping photos frantically, with flashes going off almost nonstop. Exclamations of surprise rippled through the crowd. Some said the Chilin looked far more sophisticated than in the photos, while others couldn't believe it was a car made in China. Even die-hard fans of gasoline power cars had to admit the Chilin's visual impact was incredibly strong. The red Chilin, in particular, with its long body and sophisticated color scheme, had many people eager to get inside and experience it. The entire showroom was filled with chatter. Su Chan stood on the stage, calmly introducing the Chilin to the audience. Every time he mentioned a cutting-edge technology, an incredulous gasp would erupt from the audience, their reactions almost identical to those of the investors brought by Minamino Takashi earlier. Everyone was eagerly anticipating being the first to sit inside the Chilin and experience it. After the introduction, Su Chun handed the microphone to Chen Long, and another round of cheers erupted from the audience. Chen Long waved to everyone, expressing his pleasure at attending the event as the spokesperson for the car brand. He told everyone that the Chilin would bring a brand new experience, making driving and riding in a car a pleasure and becoming a second home for those who love life. In the small country, most people buy cars based solely on practicality. For them, a car is simply a tool. However, the car brand Faith repeatedly promotes the idea that a car is a person's second home, which piques their curiosity. Then, Chen Long walked up to Su Chun, raised his hand high, and told everyone present that the real protagonist today was Faith Auto and its young founder, Su Chen. Chen Long stated publicly that Su Chun founded Faith Auto in his early 20s and achieved a record of 90,000 pre-orders in a single month in the Chinese market. He hoped everyone would believe in the sincerity of Chinese car manufacturers. Su Chun took the microphone and said firmly, "The cars made in China are no worse than those made in any other country in the world, and are even better." He practically shouted those words. A little over a month ago, he founded Faith Auto in anger because he refused to pay an extra 300,000 yuan for a Honda Alphard. Now he stands in Dongjin, a small town in Japan, with his first car, the Chilin. He wanted to send the Chilin across the entire country, letting these high and mighty people see what a truly good car is. He also wanted to tell the people here and the whole world that China could also produce high-end cars. Even if it wasn't China's home turf today, he still had to say those words. Su Chun understood that entering the Chinese market was by no means easy. Bidia had repeatedly suffered setbacks here, sometimes only selling 200 or 300 units a month. But now, Faith Cars has arrived, Chilin has arrived. He wants to set an example for all car manufacturers in China, so that cars made in China can be driven all over the world. He wants to make those self-important foreigners open their eyes and see that this is the new car-making force from China that they have been constantly slandering and technologically blocking. Su Chen's speech was broadcast live by the media present. At that moment, major car companies across the country were paying close attention to this opening ceremony. Bentian, Limu, Wushilin, Sanling, Majida, Fengtian, and so on, without exception, all heard Su Chen's powerful declaration. Benda's president, Kawato Izumi, immediately picked up the phone and called Mada Osaka, his voice filled with anger. He told him that Faith Auto had opened a store in Dongjin, and that kid named Su Chun was making a scene, which was simply unbearable. Meanwhile, Madman Akira was still in China. In recent days, Alfa Romeo's sales continued to decline. Even without price increases, the inventory remained unsold. Upon hearing that Faith Motors had arrived in Dongjin so quickly, His expression changed drastically. What? So fast? Feng Tianan hurriedly turned on the live stream. The screen showed the bustling opening ceremony of the Faith Auto Dongjin store. Chen was holding a microphone, giving a passionate speech on stage. Chapter 48. What? They all went to test drive the Kieran. Feng Tiananzhong was stunned as he watched Chen speak passionately on stage. Today, the Dongjin branch of Faith Auto opened, and even international celebrity Jackie Chan was there. What angered him even more was that the employees next to Chen looked increasingly familiar. Danmin? Madonna Akira recognized him quickly and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Baka, Tan Ming and his group really went to Little Japan? Are they trying to go against me? They're completely disregarding Little Japan's car companies. He never expected that Faith Auto would act so quickly. Having only been established for a short time, Chen had already landed in China and conveniently opened right next to the Fengtian Dongjin store. What is this if not deliberate provocation? On the other end of the phone, President Kawana Izumi of Benda, seeing his silence, quickly asked, "Crazy man-san, are you listening?" Suppressing his anger, Madonna Akira replied, "I'm listening." Chuan Dongquan said in a heavy tone, "You are the president of the Little Days Country Automobile Association. You must find a way to deal with Faith Automobile. I think Chen has come with ill intentions and doesn't take us seriously at all." Madman snorted coldly. "It's just a small company. How much trouble can it cause? I'll go back home as soon as I've dealt with things here in China." Chuan Dongquan then tentatively asked, "I heard that Alpha sales have plummeted in China recently?" Madonna almost fainted from anger. He knew he couldn't keep a secret, but he didn't expect it to spread so quickly. He could only bite the bullet and say, "There have been some problems lately, but they're not serious. Alpha sales will pick up soon." Despite saying that, he had no confidence at all. A rebound? What will it take to recover? In an effort to stabilize Alfa Romeo's sales in China, he has canceled the price increase policy. However, even without the price increase, sales have not recovered and have even dropped slightly. What's most infuriating is that customers who originally planned to buy the Alpha ended up buying the Kieran instead. What is this if not a betrayal? Even worse, rumors have started circulating online in China that Alpha is going to be delisted. Akira Madara would never allow this to happen. Alfa Romeo's position in China must be maintained. He can accept not raising prices, but sales must increase. He said in a deep voice, "I'll be going back to China in a couple of days." Chuan Dongquan saying, "You should organize a domestic automobile alliance first. We absolutely cannot let Faith cars sell well in this small country. If necessary, I will lead the formation of an anti-Faith alliance. We also need to create momentum in the media. We absolutely cannot allow these new energy vehicle companies to ride roughshod over us." Chuan Dongquan immediately agreed. "Don't worry, I'll arrange it." Even after hanging up the phone, Osaka Fukada was still deeply troubled. He muttered to himself, could electricity really be the best energy source for cars in this era? The next second, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Absolutely not. Hydrogen energy and oil are the only way forward. He's currently facing a lot of trouble in China, and with the recent dismissal of Tan Ming and his associates, he's temporarily tied up. However, he's not too worried, because Faith Auto is about to launch its second car, the Gaolong, in China. Chun is stretched thin and can't attend to both at the same time. So he immediately made a phone call and gave the order. To ensure sales, Alpha may offer appropriate discounts if necessary. Furthermore, the sales of the Bygone model must be maintained. There absolutely cannot be any problems. However, Madonna Akira himself was unaware that the Dragon of Faith cars was targeting the bandits. Meanwhile, the Dongjin branch of Faith Auto was already packed with people. Chun continued his passionate speech into the microphone. Even though this wasn't China, and it wasn't his home turf, his imposing presence remained undiminished. Let's look forward to just how glorious the future of Faith Auto will be. After saying the last sentence, Chun put down the microphone. The Chinese people in the audience looked at each other, bewildered. Through the translator, they roughly understood what Chun meant, but for a moment, they didn't know whether they should applaud. Even though we don't speak the same language, what those words just said somehow got me all fired up. Is Chun really a car manufacturer? While everyone hesitated, Jackie Chan was the first to applaud. Clap, clap, clap. He was deeply moved. As a Chinese actor, He knew all too well how difficult it was for people from all walks of life in China to work abroad. Discrimination was just the tip of the iceberg. Blockades and breaches of contract were rampant. When he was working abroad, he suffered a lot of mistreatment from foreigners. It was this resentment that propelled him to gradually build his reputation. And Chun at this moment is just like him back then. Those words were so satisfying. Even if Faith Cars ultimately fails, at least Gaolong saw Chen's backbone as a Chinese. Tan Ming and the others clapped enthusiastically until their hands turned red. Someone said with red eyes, after hearing what President Su said, "I almost cried." Another person sighed. "It's really too difficult for Chinese companies to operate overseas." Someone else whispered, "I feel ashamed of my ancestors when I used to work in Fengtian." Tan Ming was filled with emotion. "President Su took us in, so we must live up to his expectations. I used to try to get Faith Cars, but now I realize how narrow-minded I was." Compared to the bustling atmosphere at the Faith Auto Dongjin store, the nearby Fengtian store was eerily deserted. This morning, quite a few customers had booked test drives of the Alfred, but as soon as Faith Auto opened, they all disappeared. The manager of the Fengtian Dongjin store, Xiaobi Zaiji, was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. His ancestors were actually from the Dragon Kingdom. Later, his grandfather generation came to the Little Day Kingdom, where they initially had to beg to survive. Especially in areas where Dragon Kingdom people lived, his family survived thanks to the kindness of the Dragon Kingdom people. But after little Jai was born, he had long forgotten this history and instead claimed everywhere that he was a native of Japan. After years of hard work, he finally climbed to the position of store manager of Fengtian Dongjin store. Looking at the packed Faith Auto shop next door, he was furious, his face turning ashen. This damn Faith Cars, does it think it's so great? It dares to sell just one car in China. It won't even know how it dies. One of his subordinates cautiously said, "Little Jaiji-san, I heard that your ancestors were also from China." Before he could finish speaking, Xiaobazai immediately roared, "Shut up. I'm not some Chinese from the Dragon Kingdom. I'm from the little Japanese kingdom." He looked at the empty showroom and gritted his teeth, ordering, "Quickly contact those customers to come for a test drive. This month's sales must meet the target. If we do, I'll be promoted to general manager of Dongjin. There can't be any mistakes." His subordinate looked helpless. "I've already contacted them. All the people who booked Alfred test drives today have gone to Faith Autos. And there are several customers who have already paid a deposit." Xiaobazai's eyes widened on the spot. "What? How could this happen?" He jumped to his feet. "Come on, let's go find them. These alphas must be sold today." After saying that, Xiaobazai led several of his men and charged menacingly toward the Dongjin store of Faith Motors. There was no result, because he couldn't even squeeze through the door. Chapter 49. What were you thinking, running around trying to attract clients? At this moment, Chen's opening speech has ended. He invited Takashi Minamino to the stage and announced to the audience, "Today, Mr. Takashi Minamino will become the first customer of Faith Cars. The first 10 Kieran cars will be delivered to Mr. Takashi Minamino." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the audience. Many people in Japan were bewildered. Takashi Minamino ordered 10 cars at once? Isn't he Japanese? Is he a car enthusiast? Or is there some kind of endorsement deal behind him? Takashi Minamino took the microphone, bowed slightly to Chun, and thanked him with a smile. "Thank you, Chun-san, and thank you, Faith Motors." He then turned to the audience and said frankly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not an advocate for cars, but this Chilin has indeed attracted me. Whether it's the exterior, interior, or driving experience, I don't think there's any MPV on the market right now that can beat it." These words surprised many people at the scene. Why is Takashi Minamino defending Faith Auto? Has he forgotten his nationality? But Takashi Minamino didn't care and continued, "I've always been fair. As long as it's a good product, I'll support it no matter which country it comes from. So during the test drive later, I hope everyone will try it out and see for themselves whether the Chilin is as good as I say." His words stirred up the crowd, and they couldn't contain themselves any longer. Who would want to experience something good? The cutting-edge technologies Chun just introduced, especially the fully autonomous driving function, sounded incredibly appealing. If it's really as amazing as they advertise, what are we waiting for? Buy it. However, some people quickly realized that Chun had been talking for a long time, but hadn't announced the price yet. A reporter couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Su, what is the final price of the Chilin in Little Day's country? Chen smiled and said, as everyone knows, the taxes on imported cars in our country are very high, so the final price is still under study. Of course, customers who like the Kieran can place an order through the app first. If they are not satisfied after the price is announced, a full refund is available. As for what he was researching, Chen knew exactly what it was about. When they were manufacturing the cars, they said that a markup will be necessary to sell them here. Since Little Life Country likes to do marketing, let them experience the preferential policy of a markup as well. Following this, Chun announced the end of the opening ceremony, and guests could first enjoy a static experience in the showroom. Test drive vehicles were also prepared backstage. Those who wished to test drive could register with Tan Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, many people rushed towards Tan Ming. I want to test drive it. Quickly register me. What Minamino Takashi said just now has really piqued my interest. I have to try out Kieran. The crowd instantly surged together, and even the Chinese present couldn't help but shout, "Stop pushing. We haven't experienced it yet." Jackie Chan and Takashi Minamino have already moved backstage. After all, this is the opening ceremony of Faith Motors, and their continued presence at the front would only make the scene more chaotic. At that moment, Kobe Osamu slowly squeezed in. Looking at the chaotic crowd in front of him, he frowned and complained in a low voice, "What kind of market is this?" He immediately instructed his men, "You guys go find the customers, and once you find them, make sure you bring them back for a test drive of the Alfred." No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted several familiar customers in front of the crowd. One of the old men pushed the most, even losing his wig in the process, but he still kept pushing forward. Xiao Bizai quickly stepped forward and grabbed him, saying, "Yamada-kun, I'm the manager of the Mata store. It's too crowded and unsafe here. Why don't you come back to the store with me and test drive the Alfred? The car is ready." Kinjiro Yamada was just one step away from registering to test drive the Kieran, but he was forced to leave. He was already holding back his anger, and when he touched his forehead and found that his wig had fallen off, his anger surged up instantly. "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm about to register for a test drive of the Chilin?" Xiao Bizai was stunned on the spot. He then realized that the reason the scene was so crowded was because everyone was there to register for a test drive of the Chilin. Is this car really that popular? He forced himself to remind him, "Yamada-kun, didn't we make a promise before? I'm not going. We'll do it another day." Yamada-kin picked up the wig from the ground, not caring whether it was dirty or not, and put it on his forehead before turning around and rushing back into the crowd. Little Blue was completely dumbfounded. Are these customers crazy? We had Alpha test drive cars ready, but they all came to test drive the Chilin. If his superiors find out, how can he continue as store manager? If sales don't improve, his position as general manager will be completely lost. No, we have to stop these people no matter what. Xiao Bizai was undeterred and went to talk to each customer again. But the result was always the same. The customers who had previously booked test drives of the Alfred were now busy registering for Kieran, and no one paid any attention to him. Aren't you annoying? When can't I test drive an Alfred? If you keep doing this, I'm going to file a complaint against you. We'll talk about test driving the Alfred later. I don't have time right now. After being turned away several times, Xiao Bizai stood there, his lips twitching. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it, these damn customers. Soon, several of his men returned, looking dejected. Judging from their appearance, they had clearly failed as well. Someone whispered a suggestion. Little Bai, let's go back first. After all, we are employees of Crazy Field, and it wouldn't be good if we were discovered. Little Jaiji knew he couldn't stay any longer and was preparing to lead his men away. But at that moment, Tan Ming spotted him in the crowd. Tan Ming was stunned on the spot. This little brat, isn't he one of Crazy Field's guys? Back when he worked in Little Day Country, he was constantly subjected to this guy's sarcastic remarks. What are you doing here today? Stealing customers? Tan Ming's anger flared up instantly. His hopes were now entirely pinned on Chilin, and this guy actually wanted to poach him on the spot. It was simply intolerable. He immediately stepped out of the crowd, pulled over a few media friends he was on good terms with, and shouted loudly to Xiao Bizai, "Everyone come and see. The employees of the Mad Field store next door have no shame and are running to the Faith Auto site to solicit customers." As soon as he said that, a lot of people gathered around. Is this even possible? Are they here to cause trouble? I hate this kind of unfair competition the most. Let them out. If you're going to compete, do it fair and square. What kind of business is it to sneak into someone else's store and steal their customers? Xiao Bazai panicked immediately and hurriedly defended himself. Don't listen to his nonsense. However, several reporters had already raised their cameras and started filming. Little Bazai had no choice but to flee the exhibition hall in a sorry state. As he stepped out of the store, he angrily spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and cursed through gritted teeth. Tan Ming, don't think I won't recognize you just because you went to Faith Auto? You just wait. As he was about to leave with his men, a police officer approached and produced a ticket. Spitting in public places will result in a fine of 5,000 yen. Xiao Bazaiji froze on the spot. He couldn't help but wonder if this person's ancestors were from China. Chapter 50. Test Driving the Kieran. A true shock to the Japanese. At Faith Auto, test drive appointments are almost full. Tan Ming excitedly reported to Su Chen, President Su, "We have over 300 people who have booked test drives, which is already beyond our capacity." Su Chen nodded and simply said, "Safety first, let's begin the test drive." As soon as the words were spoken, the registered car reviewers, media, and customers immediately flocked to the Faith Auto test drive area. Upon seeing the Chilin, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. "Don't rush. I'm the first one to register. I'll go first. My wig was just ripped off." "What does your wig falling off have to do with me? I'll test drive first." Chaos erupted at the scene, and Tamming quickly instructed his staff to maintain order. Once the crowd finally quieted down, he wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered to himself, "This feels like a market in China. Weren't they supposed to be quite well-mannered?" 10 Chilin test drive vehicles were launched simultaneously, each seating 7 people. Those who couldn't get a driver's seat didn't want to leave and all squeezed into the back to experience the car. Employees of Faith Auto sat in the passenger seat, explaining the car's features. During the static experience, these people were already awestruck by the Chilin. But once they sat inside the car, they realized that their previous astonishment was far from over. With all the doors and windows closed, a quiet and sophisticated atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire cabin. The spacious interior, extremely low noise levels, and comfortable seats were a revelation to everyone. "It's so quiet. Is this really a car?" The interior, with its massage function, is unbelievably comfortable. I finally understand what a second home means. This is the car of my dreams. Once the Chilin was on the road, the car was filled with exclamations of amazement the entire time. Car reviewers, in particular, gave it rave reviews after testing the chassis and suspension. They could clearly feel that Faith Auto had put a lot of effort into chassis tuning. Even with a full load of passengers, the car remained stable, the shock absorption was very clean, and it didn't feel cumbersome at all like a traditional MPV. Some have mentioned that the Chilin achieved a range of 79 kilometers per hour in the Chinese deer test, which is quite impressive for an MPV. This has fueled curiosity about the final price, with some even speculating that the Chilin will cost no less than 20 million Japanese dollars in China. After a period of test driving, the employees of Faith Auto activated the autonomous driving mode. At that moment, a truly new world opened up to them. Many of these people were experienced drivers, and some were familiar with Tesla's driver assistance systems. However, they were well aware that those features were mostly just aids, and when actually driving, drivers still dared not completely let go of the controls. Once the Kieran's fully autonomous driving system is activated, the vehicle begins to control its own direction, speed, and route. Initially, the people in the driver's seat are all tense and clearly not used to it. After all, this is driving, not playing a game. Even a small mistake could have serious consequences. With constant reassurance and encouragement from the staff, they gradually relaxed and began to work more freely. Watching the car drive smoothly, automatically handling road conditions and steering, their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, finally began to settle down. The person in the driver's seat immediately took out their phone to record a video, exclaiming repeatedly, "Is this the technology of the future?" The car really started moving on its own. "This is amazing. Just imagine what it would feel like to ride home in this car after a long day at work. I can't even imagine it." The people in the back were itching to try it themselves, wishing they could just pull the driver out of the car and experience it for themselves. They found it hard to believe that an MPV could provide such a driving experience. After a full 5 hours, the test drive event finally came to a close. To allow more people to experience the drive, Tan Ming shortened the route by half, but that still couldn't dampen the customers' enthusiasm. Hundreds more people registered, and test drive appointments were booked days in advance. Even Chun hadn't expected the Chun to be so popular in Shaorizi Kingdom. It seems that ordinary people all over the world have similar expectations for a better life. A car like the Chun, which brings a sense of happiness, will be loved everywhere. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Mada store next door, Xiao Bazai's expression grew increasingly grim. None of the customers who had booked test drives of the Alfred for today showed up. They had all gone to the Faith Auto Store. What's even more disheartening is that he just witnessed several customers getting out of the Kieran, their faces beaming as if they'd found money. A bad feeling immediately crept into his mind. Could these customers really be abandoning the Alfred and ordering the Kieran instead? Thinking of this, Xiaobai immediately instructed her subordinates. Before we leave work, call all the customers who didn't come today and ask them. Tomorrow's test drive slots must be fully booked. Also, whoever is responsible for a customer who orders a Kieran can forget about their bonus this month. The men nodded repeatedly in fear, but could only silently pray that their worst fears would not come true. Meanwhile, the popularity of the Faith Auto Dongjin store has reached its peak. People who couldn't get a test drive appointment were all crowding the showroom, making it a massive hub of activity. The background music in the store remained unchanged from beginning to end, featuring only one song, serving the country with utmost loyalty, implying a take-it-or-leave-it attitude. After the test drive, most of the customers who experienced it placed an order for a Chilin. Back-end data shows that the number of Chilin orders has approached 1,000. This data might not seem like much in China, or even be considered remarkable. However, for Faith Auto's first foray into the Chinese market, it's already a pretty good start. The beginning is always the hardest, but once you take that first step, things will gradually fall into place. Chen also decided to officially announce the final price of the Chilin in Little Life Country at a later date. The spectacular event surrounding Chilin today not only caused a sensation in China, but also caused a stir on the Chinese internet. A large number of netizens flocked to Chen's social media to leave comments. Mr. Su, I heard that Chilin is a huge hit in Japan too. I saw in foreign media reports that the crowds were enormous. Well done, Mr. Su. You're making money off foreigners. A group of people urged Chun to start a live stream, saying they wanted to see just how lively the scene at the Dongjin store was. Pressed relentlessly, Chun had no choice but to open the Faith Auto live stream. The live stream had barely started when hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. Chun was speechless at the number of viewers. Didn't these people have jobs? He turned the camera around, showing the viewers in the live stream the bustling scene at the Dongjin store. The chat immediately exploded with comments. Is this popularity real? Do people from Little Japan also go to a market? Boss Su, give us some special angles. Chun was even more speechless looking at the comments. He was clearly selling cars, but these guys all seemed to know how to drive better than the last. Meanwhile, seeing that it was almost time, Kobe Zaiji finally led his team to make follow-up visits to clients. His first call was, as always, to Yamada Ken. As soon as the call connected, Xiao Bazai immediately switched to an enthusiastic tone. Yamada-kun, do you have time tomorrow? We would like to invite you to test drive an Alfred and have prepared a generous gift. On the other end of the phone, Ken Yamada replied with a laugh. No need. I've already ordered the Kieran from Faith Motors. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Upon hearing the busy signal, Xiao Bazai's face instantly froze. These customers actually ordered the Chilin? Mr. Yamada, how could he survive without customers like you? Chapter 51. A Kieran tank with a price increase of 300,000 isn't that much? Xiao Bazai panicked a little at this point, and his first phone call didn't go smoothly. Bald old man Ken Yamada actually placed an order for the Kieran. He had clearly agreed to test drive the Alfred and was about to pay the deposit, but then he turned around and went to Faith Auto. Xiao Bazai immediately lost his temper and yelled at the staff. What are you all standing there for? Call and find out what's going on. He had just declared that anyone whose client ordered a Chilin would forfeit their bonus this month. But unexpectedly, the first one to run into trouble was his own client. The staff at the Fengtian store didn't dare delay and immediately contacted each potential customer. But after making a round of calls, they got almost the same result. Some people have already placed orders for the Chilin. Some say they want to test drive the Chilin before deciding, and others have clearly lost interest in the Alfred. The sales clerk reported with a grim expression. Xiaobai, what do we do now? All the customers are going to the Chilin, and many people have even booked test drives. Will this affect our sales? Xiao by Zaiji still stubbornly insisted. Don't panic, the final price of the Kieran hasn't been announced yet. Maybe once the price is released, they'll all cancel their orders. But his mind was already in turmoil. If the Dongjin store sales didn't pick up this month, losing his bonus would be a minor issue. His managerial position would likely be completely out of reach. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony of Faith Auto concluded smoothly, and the test drive event was even more popular than expected. Tan Ming and the others were working up a sweat, which Chun observed with great satisfaction. The number of orders placed in the back end has exceeded 2,000. Although it can't compare to the Chinese market, for the small-scale Chinese market, this step has already been taken. Chun said to Tan Ming, "Go to social media and announce the pre-order data for the Qilin and also post the final price." Tan Ming immediately perked up. "President Su, what's the final price?" Chun did a quick calculation. The Qilin costs 399,800 yuan in China, but after entering the Little Life Kingdom, the tax rate is as high as 35%, bringing the cost down to about 540,000 dragon coins. He then said casually, "Given the current popularity of the Qilin, adding 300,000 dragon coins to each unit isn't excessive, is it?" Tan Ming laughed. "It's not excessive. With so many cutting-edge technologies in the Kieran, adding only 300,000 is practically a freebie compared to Alpha from China." Chun nodded. "Then the final price will be 839,800 dragon coins, which is equivalent to 17,560,000 small daily dollars." He continued, "Doesn't the UK love creating a hot selling situation? Let's learn from them. Let's directly announce the price and order data." Just as Tan Ming was about to leave, he remembered something else. "President Su, we've received an invitation to the Dongjin International Auto Show the day after tomorrow. Will you be attending?" Chun replied without hesitation, "Of course I'll participate. What Qilin needs most right now is exposure, so we'll go to the auto show and crush them." Soon after, Faith Auto announced the first day pre-orders and price of the Qilin. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony also went viral on the Zaira Ziguo online platform. Major media outlets all featured the story on their front pages. Headlines such as "Chinese new energy vehicle startup lands in China," "Kieran sweeps the market," "Test drive event a huge success," and "Pre-orders exceed 2,000 units" quickly dominated the trending topics. Netizens are also arguing about it. Some people were shocked. 2,000 units in the first batch? Is this fake? And the price is over 17 million renminbi. What makes Qilin so confident? Some people who test drove it themselves also spoke out. "I test drove the Qilin today and was very impressed. Compared with the MPVs on the market now, this car is really sincere." Some people said they had already placed orders, especially for the fully autonomous driving function, which completely exceeded their expectations and was worth experiencing. Of course, there are also many dissenting voices. Many people are naturally resistant to the Qilin simply because it comes from the Dragon Kingdom, and some even resort to insults and boycotts. They shouted that cars made in China don't deserve such high prices, demanded that the Automobile Association intervene, and even said that Toyota and Honda would never allow such cars to make money in China. Despite the heavy online criticism, the number of pre-orders and test drive appointments on the official website of Faith Auto continues to rise uncontrollably. Chun simply smiled faintly after reading these reports. It was indeed not easy to gain the complete acceptance of Faith cars among the people of Little Life Country. But once someone truly experiences the Qilin, it will create a chain reaction. The Qilin is worth the price. Faith Auto should earn its money with integrity. Why can't good things command high prices? Mazda's Alfred sells for 800,000 renminbi in China, and that doesn't even include markups. The current price of the Qilin is just the starting price of an Alfred. Moreover, any one of the advanced technologies on the Kieran is enough to easily outperform Alpha. Just as Faith Cars was achieving great success in its first stop, traditional car companies in the small country held a meeting overnight. While the president of Fengtian Nanzhong, was still handling business in China, the CEOs of companies such as Bentian, Mazda, Nissan, and Linmu had already sat down together. Binda president Chuando Izumi kept refreshing the Kieran official website, his face growing increasingly grim as he watched the order data continue to rise. Linmu Taro slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "This is outrageous. Faith Motors sells electric cars. How can they be so arrogant about something with no technological content?" He even threatened that he would rather die than bow down to electric vehicles, let alone produce such low-end products. Nissan's president, Taisei Uchida, was equally furious. Faith Motors is challenging us. We must drive them out of our country immediately. Inferior products made in China don't deserve to be sold here. Chuan Dongquan looked at everyone, his brows furrowed, and finally spoke. You are all right. It seems we must immediately establish an anti-faith car alliance. We cannot allow them to sell well in our market. His voice was icy. This is not only an impact on the Chinese auto market, but also an insult to everyone here. Chapter 52. Faith Auto decides to bring Chen to the Dongjin International Auto Show. These people studied the matter for a whole night and finally decided that after Madman Akira finished dealing with the troubles in China and returned home, they would immediately launch a full-scale attack on Faith Motors. In their view, a car company that had only been established for a little over a month couldn't possibly produce any decent products. The so-called second home and fully autonomous driving were nothing more than gimmicks piled up with electronic components. After the meeting, Chuan Dongquan immediately called Feng Tianantang to report that the presidents and chairmen of major domestic car manufacturers had reached a consensus to immediately establish the anti-faith car alliance to expose the true face of faith cars. Madman Akira was very satisfied after hearing this and immediately ordered him to mobilize all the major media outlets and car reviewers. He said with a sneer, "The Chinese are notoriously disunited. This time, let them see the power of unity in our country." When Chuan Dongquan heard him mention the Chinese market, he couldn't help but ask, at present, joint venture brands are still doing well in China. Faith Auto shouldn't be able to make much of a splash, right? Feng Tiannanzhang was very confident. He felt that they had been in the Chinese market for many years and had already thoroughly grasped its market share. Although the development of new energy vehicles in China was rapid and sales had declined, the overall impact was not too significant. However, when it came to Nissan sales in China, Chuando Izumi still had some concerns. Especially with the Alphard, sales were currently sluggish, and he wondered if he should offer significant discounts to try and revive the market. Akira Toshiro, however, directly rejected this claim. He stated that although Alfa Romeo wasn't selling well, the price markup policy had been canceled in most regions, and the market reaction would take time. Moreover, models like the Land Cruiser and Hyundai Land Cruiser were still leading in sales. In his view, offering significant discounts now would only harm his own interests. People in China value face above all else and would never easily give up on a model like the Alphard. That being said, Akira Fonda was well aware that the situation with Alfa Romeo wasn't optimistic. Many customers weren't willing to buy it even without a price increase. Since the launch of the Kieran, not only had Alfa Romeo sales plummeted, but even Ayrton Senna had been impacted. Therefore, his next priority was to stabilize the Dragon Kingdom market. The situation in the smaller country could only be temporarily left to Chuan Dongquan and others. After hanging up the phone, Chuan Dongquan immediately made several calls, all to well-known domestic car reviewers. He arranged to meet these people the next day for a simple reason. The popularity of the Chen brand of Faith Auto was too high, and he hoped they would act quickly to suppress this momentum. Kawaguchi Yuki, a leading car reviewer in Japan, also received a call. He was already somewhat interested in the overwhelming online coverage of the Kieran. Kawato Izumi's sudden request for a meeting was something he had already guessed. They simply wanted these car reviewers to come forward and evaluate the Chen, and then use this as an opportunity to boycott Faith Auto. He was somewhat puzzled. Faith Auto was just a new car manufacturing company in China, and the Chen had only sold a little over 2,000 units. Why was Chuan Dongquan in such a hurry? Kawaguchi Yuki is quite well known in the Chinese car review community. He was among the earliest car reviewers, has many fans, and enjoys a good reputation. He checked his inbox and saw that his messages had already reached 99. Many netizens are urging him to review the Kieran processor. Some say the Kieran is very popular. Others say the 1,200-kilometer range is very attractive, and still others mention fully autonomous driving, which is said to be superior to Bitterus. Kawaguchi Yuki didn't expect that Faith Auto would attract so much attention on its very first day in China. So he immediately posted an update, telling everyone that since they all wanted to see a review of the Kieran, he would definitely do it seriously. The next morning, Kawaguchi Yuki arrived at the agreed-upon location with Kawato Izumi. As soon as she entered, she found that several well-known car reviewers in the industry were already there. Chuan Dongquan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The Qilan was generating a lot of buzz online yesterday, and the reason he invited everyone here was to have them review the car. As for how to review it, everyone probably already knows. After saying that, he winked at his assistant. The assistant immediately understood and placed several checks in front of Kawaguchi Yuki and the others, saying that this was a small travel expense for them, and that if the trip went well, there would be a greater reward later. Kawaguchi Yuki frowned slightly as she looked at the check in front of her. Sure enough, it had come. It was a check for 2 million Japanese yen, which was less than 100,000 dragon coins. The amount of money wasn't much, but apart from Kawaguchi Yuki, the other car reviewers all happily accepted it. Some immediately stated that they would do a good job with the review. Others said that the Qilan wasn't anything special and that they hadn't been optimistic about it anyway. Still others directly called for a boycott of Chinese-made products. Kawaguchi Yuki handed the check back to his assistant and told Kawato Izumi that everyone knew his evaluation style, and he would not accept the money. Kawaguchi Izumi's expression immediately became somewhat complicated. He was well aware of Kawaguchi Yuki's standing in the car review circle, and he also knew that she was known for her fairness. It could be said that among the people invited today, Kawaguchi Yuki was the most influential. But this most important person refused to accept the money. Chuan Dongquan tried to persuade him to stay, saying it was just a small token of his appreciation and that he shouldn't think too much about it and should just take it. Kawaguchi Yuki simply smiled and nodded, then got up and left. He knew exactly what Kawato Izumi's purpose was, so he absolutely couldn't accept the money. The reputation he had built up over the years was far more valuable than this 2 million yen check. After leaving, Kawaguchi Yuki went straight to the Faith Auto Dongjin store. He wanted to see what kind of magic the Kieran, which Kawato Izumi was targeting, possessed. At the same time, a message quickly spread across the Little Life country's internet. Faith Auto will be bringing the Qilan to the Dongjin International Auto Show. Chapter 53, Despicable Tactics. The Faith Auto Show was relegated to the worst possible location. The Dongjin Auto Show, Asia's largest auto show. The Dongjin Auto Show, Asia's largest international auto show, is held every 2 years and is of the highest level. The automakers invited to participate are almost all top players in the global automotive industry. This is not only a showcase of the highest standards in the automotive industry, but also a stage for major automakers to demonstrate their core technologies and compete for orders. At every auto show, each company pulls out all the stops to attract global attention. After news spread that Faith Auto would be participating in the Dongjin Auto Show, major newspapers across the country immediately began reporting on it. However, the tone of these reports was clearly off. Asahi Shimbun was the first to publish an article, with a headline directly targeting Chinese manufacturing, mocking Faith Motors for daring to enter the Chinese market and sell its cars at exorbitant prices less than 2 months after its establishment. In the article, they denigrated the opening ceremony of the Dongjin store, even suspecting that Faith Auto paid online trolls to hype it up. As for the Qilan, they described it as a piece of junk electric car cobbled together from electronic components, with no technological content whatsoever. Even the spokesperson, Jackie Chan, and Takashi Minamino, one of the first to place an order for the Kieran, were criticized in the process. As for the Kieran's true advantages, they either downplayed them or simply didn't mention them at all. The Daily News also followed suit with an article describing Faith Auto as a crisis disrupting the Chinese market. The article started from the early days of Faith Auto and mentioned that Chun had once boasted that he would crush Crazy Field in China within 3 months. However, the entire report was almost entirely malicious speculation, portraying Faith Auto's cutting-edge technology as plagiarism and inferior imitation, and finally quoting Fudo Osaki's statement that electric energy is low-level energy, and electric vehicles are also low-level products. Fudo will definitely resist to the end. Immediately, posts about Faith Auto's participation in the exhibition flooded the internet. Some expressed their joy at finally being able to see the Qilan up close, while others questioned why Faith Auto, a relatively new company, was participating in the Dongjin Auto Show. Many comments were hostile, saying that Qilan only has one model, and it's made in China, so it's not qualified to appear at an auto show of this level. Some even demanded that Qilan Auto's participation be canceled. Occasionally, some netizens would speak up for Faith Auto, arguing that Kieran was a very sincere effort, especially given that its fully autonomous driving function was already leading the world. However, these voices were quickly drowned out, with nearly 80% of the comments section criticizing Faith Auto. Upon seeing these comments, Tan immediately contacted Chen. He believed that these online opinions were definitely being manipulated by someone who had paid money, and that the media's stance had changed too quickly, completely different from yesterday's. He insisted on finding out who was behind this. Chen had naturally seen these reports, but he didn't take them too seriously. He simply said that he couldn't control what others thought. Faith Auto just needed to do its job well. However, Chen also admitted that there was definitely something fishy going on behind Faith Auto's invitation to participate in the Dongjin Auto Show. The unusual changes in the media and commentary also proved that someone was secretly targeting them. Chen walked to the window, looking at the gloomy sky over Dongjin, his tone calm, yet resolute. He could guess that the ones making the move were nothing more than small domestic car companies like Bentian, Fengtian, Wushilin, Linmu, and Nissan. Tan was stunned upon hearing this. He knew that the domestic market was difficult for small businesses, but he didn't expect these companies to join forces against Faith Auto so quickly, clearly wanting to see them fail. He had worked in a small, rural area of China for many years and knew all too well its ways. They talked about opening up the international market and welcoming global investment and factory construction, but in reality, they would immediately turn on anyone who threatened their interests. Faith Autos has only been in the market for a few days, and the other party has already started using public opinion to create momentum. Tan even has a premonition that there will definitely be even more underhanded methods to come. Chen patted Tan on the shoulder, reminding him that a storm was brewing. They couldn't control what tricks others used. They only needed to respond accordingly. This country feared power, but didn't appreciate kindness. Since they were going to fight, they should thoroughly subdue them. If his judgment is correct, those car companies involved in blocking Faith Auto will not be able to survive comfortably in China in the future. Faith Auto is targeting them. Chen not only wants to crush Crazy Field in 3 months, but also to drag those foreign and joint venture companies out of their comfort zones. He wants to make Faith Auto the leading car company in China, and to make those arrogant foreign brands wake up completely. Looking at Chen's resolute expression, Tan suddenly felt a greater weight on his shoulders. This man before him was not only a disruptor in the industry, but also a potential game changer for the entire automotive industry. Perhaps it won't be long before those foreign invested and joint venture car companies in China are truly awakened by the car faith. Tan even had the illusion that he was witnessing the wheels of history beginning to turn. Subsequently, Chen instructed Tan to contact several law firms and begin collecting evidence behind various negative news reports. Doing their own job, well, didn't mean sitting idly by. Since others had taken action, they had to retaliate. Meanwhile, Benta's president, Izumi Kawato, looked at the screen full of reports targeting Faith cars, a satisfied smile on his face. He said with a sneer, Chen wants to enter the Chinese car market? It won't be that easy. In his view, these attacks from the media were just an appetizer. He wanted to see if Faith Motors could withstand them. Standing next to Kawato Izumi was Matsumoto Kiyoshi, the person in charge of the organizing committee of the Higashigen International Auto Show. This gray-haired man had a fawning expression on his face and took out the auto show layout plan to report the arrangements to Kawato Izumi. Matsumoto Kiyoshi pointed to the most inconspicuous corner and said that they had arranged the worst booth for Faith Auto. That area was at the very back of the entire auto show, with very few people, and almost no visitors would go there. Chuan Dongquan looked at the floor plan, a cold smile slowly creeping onto his lips. He was very satisfied with the location, even feeling that it was the most suitable place for Faith Motors. He then added, just relocate all the car manufacturers from China to this region and let them fend for themselves. After saying this, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Chapter 54 All expenses incurred by those who came to support Faith Auto will be reimbursed by me, Chen. Matsumoto Kiyoshi smiled and said, Don't worry, Mr. President, everything will be arranged properly this time. Aren't Faith cars very popular? I want to see how many people will still look at them if we put them in the most obscure corner. He even asserted that after such media coverage, the company would likely not sell a single car during the auto show. Before long, the company would slink out of the Chinese market. Kawato Izumi was overjoyed, slapping the table and praising him for his excellent work. He also said that when they got back, he would definitely speak well of him to Madara Osamu, and he would be rewarded handsomely. Matsumoto Kiyoshi immediately nodded and bowed, thanking him repeatedly. Soon, the booth arrangement for Faith Auto at the Dongjin Auto Show was leaked online, and the news even reached back to China. Many netizens were outraged to see that Faith Auto and a host of other Chinese automakers were placed in the most remote corner. Some angrily denounced the Dongjin Auto Show as blatantly discriminating against Chinese automakers. Others dug up booth layouts and discovered that not only were brands like Faith Auto, but also brands like Bidia, Changcheng, While, and Lixiong were all crammed together. The so-called trendsetter for Asian auto shows became, in their eyes, the greatest insult. If only one Chinese automaker was relegated to a corner, it could be attributed to oversight or a lottery result. But now all Chinese new energy vehicle companies have been placed at the end, which is clearly a deliberate targeting. The anger of Chinese netizens quickly spread to the Chinese internet. Local Chinese residents also couldn't hold back, with some directly posting calls to support the cars from China at the auto show. More accurately, to support Chinese-made products. The post instantly ignited the Chinese community in Taiwan. Countless people left comments expressing their support, saying they would definitely go to the Dongjin Auto Show the day after tomorrow to show their support for Faith Auto and other Chinese car companies. In a short period of time, the number of respondents exceeded 20,000. It's worth noting that the total number of Chinese people in the United States is only around 800,000, and that number continues to rise. The news quickly reached the organizer, Kiyoshi Matsumoto. Upon seeing it, his face immediately darkened, and he scolded these Chinese from China for meddling in other people's business, saying that it was already generous of them to give Faith Auto a booth. In his view, Chinese automakers are only surviving because they caught the wave of the new energy vehicle boom. If compared to traditional gasoline-powered vehicles, these companies don't even deserve to be at the Dongjin Auto Show. Seeing the growing online discussion, the assistant cautiously suggested, Matsumoto-kun, should we adjust the location of Faith Motors' booth? Matsumoto Kiyoshi refused without hesitation. He sneered, saying that those cobbled-together electric vehicles didn't deserve a good spot and weren't qualified to be displayed alongside real international automakers. His assistant then urged him to at least issue a statement to explain. Matsumoto Kiyoshi pondered for a moment and finally decided to announce that all exhibition space was randomly assigned by the system and that the organizers had not interfered in any way. No sooner had his assistant left than Matsumoto Kiyoshi received a call from Jack, the Tesla exhibition manager. He immediately switched to a fawning tone, telling Jack that the Tesla booth had been arranged, located near the Bena booth, in a very prime location. Jack nodded in satisfaction, only casually mentioning that he'd heard the booths for Chinese new energy vehicle companies didn't seem to be very good. Matsumoto Kiyoshi quickly smiled apologetically, saying that there were only a few booths available, and of course, priority would be given to outstanding companies. After hanging up the phone, Matsumoto Kiyoshi's face was full of disdain. In his eyes, Chinese electric vehicles were not even worthy of being compared to Tesla. One was in the sky, and the other was on the ground. Subsequently, the organizers of the Dongjin Auto Show issued a statement claiming that all booth locations were randomly determined by the system. However, this statement not only failed to quell the anger, but also completely enraged the Chinese community. Netizens questioned why Tesla's location was so good if the allocation was random, and why all the Chinese car companies were concentrated in remote corners. This tactic of suppressing Chinese new energy vehicle companies is truly despicable. Domestic netizens and car reviewers were also outraged. Some decided to charter a plane to the Dongjin Auto Show to personally support the brand. A growing number of people feel it's incredibly unfair that Chinese automakers are still facing such unfair treatment. Major social media platforms in China have also begun reporting on this matter. Almost everyone who follows the automotive industry knows that Faith Auto and Chinese new energy vehicle companies were met with a cold reception at the Dongjin Auto Show. Public opinion continued to escalate, with online voices becoming increasingly heated. Some called on local Chinese to rush to the auto show, while others expressed their disapproval of such disgusting tactics. Members of the Shanhachilan car team even chartered a plane, preparing to show their support for the car brand through concrete actions. A few hours later, Chinese netizens and overseas Chinese in China reached a rare consensus. A total of no less than 30,000 people decided to go to the Dongjin Auto Show in person to support the car brand and Chinese car manufacturers. Everyone was waiting for the Dongjin International Auto Show to open in 2 days. Chen also learned about it through the news. As the president of Faith Auto, Chen was deeply moved to see so many people stand up for Chinese automakers because of the booth incident. To repay these compatriots who had traveled thousands of miles to support him, he quickly posted an update on his social media. He first thanked everyone for their support along the way, and then directly announced all expenses, including airfare and hotel, for Chinese people from China who came to the Dongjin Auto Show to support Chinese car companies, as well as Chinese people from all over China, will be borne by him, Chun, personally. This post caused a complete sensation on the internet in China and the United States. Chapter 55 is terrifying. Faith Cars is at least 10 years ahead of us. Everyone who was preparing to come and personally support Faith Cars felt Chun's determination at this moment. Everyone who was prepared to come and personally support Faith Cars felt Chun's determination at this moment. Mr. Su, the CEO of Faith in Cars, is truly admirable. He's so generous. Accommodation and train tickets are all included. In the entire Chinese car manufacturing industry, which other boss can afford to do this? That's real vision, unlike some countries and car companies that resort to dirty tricks when they can't win. It's disgusting. Enough said, just for President Su's boldness, we must support Faith Auto. Some Chinese from China even said that they originally planned to buy an Alfred, but now they have decided to go and support Kieran and China's new car manufacturing force the day after tomorrow. Even many netizens in China were stunned by Chun's move. Regardless of the cost, he certainly dared to do it. Looking at the global electric vehicle industry, even Elon Musk of Tesla might not have this kind of boldness. Suddenly, all eyes were on the Dongjin International Auto Show the day after tomorrow. The organizers and those small-time automakers were trying to sabotage the Car of Faith campaign hadn't yet realized the magnitude of the backlash their underhanded tactics would bring. Just as this matter was gaining traction online, Kawaguchi Yuki, a well-known car reviewer from Shaorizigua, arrived at the Faith Auto store to test drive the Chilin. This was his first time stepping into a car, showcasing the brand Faith. Although he had seen photos and videos of the Chilin online before, he was still quite impressed when he actually saw the car in person. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Sigwai, they really put a lot of effort into the design of the Chilin. Is this beautiful MPV really from the same era as the cars sold in our country now?" To ensure the evaluation was open and fair, Kawaguchi Yuki opened her own social media live stream. Soon, a large number of netizens from Zaire Ziguo, a Chinese online community, flocked to the stream. What? Kawaguchi Yuki has already started testing the Kieran. He's my favorite car reviewer, and I hope he can give a comprehensive review. Is this the Dongjin branch of Faith Auto? It looks like there are a lot of people there. Kawaguchi Yuki pointed the camera at the Kieran in front of her and said with a smile, "I have to say, the store is packed with people today. It took me a long time to squeeze in. It was really difficult. There were many people around who came to experience the Kieran, and most of them were locals from Japan." Seeing how popular it was, Kawaguchi Yuki decided to conduct some random interviews first. He stopped a young man in a suit and asked him what he thought of the Chilin. The young man smiled and said, "This car gives me a fantastic feeling. It truly feels like a people-oriented MPV." Kawaguchi Yuki then asked, "So are you just observing, or are you planning to test drive it?" The man smiled mysteriously and took out his phone. "To be honest, I've already ordered one, but I won't be able to pick it up for another week." Kawaguchi Yuki nodded his thanks and continued interviewing the others. But after asking several people in a row, he was completely stunned. At least half of the people present had already ordered the Kieran, and their satisfaction after the test drive was even higher than before. He specifically asked these people which one they would choose if they were to compare the Chilin and Alpha. The answers were surprisingly consistent. Alpha simply cannot be compared to the Chilin. Even with a significant price difference, they were still willing to choose the Chilin. This demonstrates just how impactful this car was. One elderly man not only ordered a Chilin car, but also angrily stated that his country's car manufacturing industry was too arrogant and its vision had remained stagnant. The old man bluntly stated, "Go out and see the world. This world isn't just about crazy and stupid people. In the electric vehicle race, I estimate that China will surpass us in every aspect." Kawaguchi Yuki was somewhat stunned. Faith Motors had only just entered the country, and vehicle deliveries hadn't even officially started yet. So how could they already have such a strong fan base? This is completely different from the one-sided reports online. Is Chun really that good? Surely these people aren't all hired actors? Viewers in the live stream also started discussing it. Some people were puzzled. Aren't all the online comments criticizing it? Why do so many people at the scene seem to be supporting the car brand? Some people began to waver. Was what that old man said true? Are our car companies really that far behind? At this point, a netizen studying in China commented, "I'm in China, and I can say with certainty that the car manufacturing industry there is already flourishing. While we're still competing on engines, China has already overtaken us on the electric vehicle track. Therefore, what often defeats an individual or a company is not technology, but arrogance." Soon, it was Kawaguchi Yuki's turn to test drive. The staff helped him adjust the vehicle, he secured his phone, and slowly drove the Kieran out of the store. He had only experienced the static aspect before, and Kawaguchi Yuki hadn't fully understood why people praised the Kieran so highly. But after actually driving it on the road, he finally understood. Along the way, he experienced all the cutting-edge technologies featured in the Kieran. The fully autonomous driving feature, which was of particular interest to netizens, left him speechless with amazement. Kawaguchi Yuki owns a Tesla and frequently uses level 3 driver assistance systems. However, Kieran's fully autonomous driving system made him feel for the first time that Tesla's driver assistance system was practically useless or even garbage. Throughout the test drive, the Chun almost completely took over manual driving. It handled complex road conditions cleanly and efficiently, and even when encountering intersections with heavy pedestrian traffic, it was able to cope with ease. Overtaking, changing lanes, and accelerating. The entire operation was incredibly smooth, requiring zero intervention from the driver. It took Kawaguchi Yuki a full hour to drive back to the shop. After getting out of the car, he stood there stunned for a long time, unable to say a word. The impact of the Chun on him was so great that it could even be said to have exceeded his comprehension. He finally understood why local automakers like Toyota and Bentley were so eager to use underhanded tactics against faith cars as soon as it landed in the country. Because faith cars really has something that Toyota and Bentley simply can't catch up to in a short time. Viewers in the live stream noticed that Kawaguchi Yuki was silent and urged him to share his test drive experience. After a long while, Kawaguchi Yuki slowly exhaled and said to the camera, "This is terrifying. Faith Auto's Chun is at least 10 years ahead of us." Chapter 56, Made in China. The real number 1. Upon hearing Kawaguchi Yuki's words, the live stream chat instantly erupted in chaos. Can it really be true? Is it that scary? 10 years ahead? When did our car manufacturers become so backward? Kawaguchi Yuki-kun, please don't crash this car. This is a Chinese car company. Almost all netizens did not believe his judgment, and some even suspected that he had been bribed by Faith Auto. Looking at the doubts in the comments, Kawaguchi Yuki smiled and explained that he had been doing car reviews for so many years and was able to get to where he was today entirely thanks to the support of the audience. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but he would definitely speak from his conscience and would never take money to endorse someone else. At this point, he added that a CEO of a car company had approached him today, handing him a check for 2 million yuan, hoping he could fairly evaluate the Chun. These words caused an uproar in the live stream chat. Netizens immediately understood what the so-called fair evaluation meant. Some were shocked, some were skeptical, and some speculated that domestic automakers might be the first to get restless. After all, negative news about car enthusiasts is rampant online right now, and for someone to suddenly pay to do a review at this time seems anything but simple. Kawaguchi Yuki didn't say anything more. Instead, in front of all the audience, she downloaded the Faith Auto app and placed an order for a Chun. He then said that if all goes well, he will continue to bring everyone long-term review videos of the Kieran. Kawaguchi Yuki's live stream of placing an order for the Kieran quickly became a trending topic on domestic media platforms. Upon seeing the news, Chun Dongquan turned ashen with rage. He had originally hoped for Kawaguchi Yuki and even personally sent someone to deliver money. But unexpectedly, not only did she refuse to accept it, she also ordered a Kieran in public. In his eyes, this was practically speaking up for the Chinese. Chun Dongquan angrily denounced Hiku Shui for being a traitor saying that if it weren't for local car companies supporting the car review circle, the other party would probably be out of a job long ago. Just then, the assistant walked in and cautiously inquired whether the media would continue to smear Faith Motors. Meanwhile, many people online have already expressed their intention to go to the auto show the day after tomorrow to support Faith Auto. The assistant is worried that if things escalate and Faith Auto finds out they were sabotaging them behind the scenes, it could cause trouble. Chun Dongquan snorted coldly, believing that this was only the beginning and there was no need to be afraid. The pressure from public opinion must be maintained until Osaka returns. He even declared that if Faith Auto couldn't hold on, it should go back to China. He then instructed his assistant to contact the auto show organizer, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, demanding that the auto show the day after tomorrow restrict entry to Chinese people and ensure that no cars made in China could be sold. Seeing the furious Chun Dongquan, the assistant dared not offer any further advice, but a sense of unease rose within him. Meanwhile, inside the Faith Auto Dongjin store, looking at the back-end data, Chen saw that the number of Chen orders had exceeded 3,000 units. He immediately realized that he had to speed up the delivery process in the small country. Soon after, Chen convened a video conference with top domestic officials. He told Wang Yin that the orders from Rizigua must be kept up, and that after the auto show ends the day after tomorrow, the orders for Chen are likely to surge. Wang Yin, who was in charge of the production line, was taken aback. The unfair treatment that Faith Auto is facing in the U.S. has already caused a stir even domestically. Given this negative public opinion, Chen's prediction that orders will surge after the auto show is hard for him to believe. Wang Yin reported truthfully that there was no problem with the supply of Chen vehicles, and 5,000 vehicles could be transferred over within a week. However, the public opinion in Rizi country was indeed very unfavorable. Other executives also expressed their concerns, with some even worrying about Chen's safety in the area. Chen waved his hand, telling everyone not to panic. As long as the domestic production line was running normally, the orders from Rizi country would be produced as usual. Seeing his confidence, everyone could only suppress their doubts for the time being. After all, that's a small country. If local consumers don't buy it, all the preparations might be in vain. Then, Chen looked at Lu Fei and asked about the progress of the Dragon. Lu Fei was also about to give a report. He told Chen that there were still some final details to be refined for the Gaolong project, and that the engineering vehicle would be ready to officially roll off the production line by the time Chen returned from the country. Chen nodded. This progress is already very fast. The Dongjin International Auto Show is currently a crucial moment for Faith Auto to open up the Chinese market. After the auto show, he will return to China. The Gaolong is Faith Motors' first hardcore off-road vehicle, and its target is the Tyrant under Madfield. Chen had high hopes for this car. With all sorts of strange things happening in the small country, he knew very well that it was mostly the work of car companies like Toyota behind the scenes. Once the Gaolong is online, he'll target Fengtian and launch a fierce attack. Not just the bandits, but also the sails of Hanlanda and the patrol ships. He'll drag them down as well. At the end of the meeting, Chen asked everyone to give him a break and instructed the finance department to allocate some funds to reward the team. Subsequently, Faith Auto also began preparation for the Dongjin Auto Show. The booth setup, material arrangement, and all sorts of complicated procedures were all carried out smoothly. When Chen only looked at the floor plan, he didn't think the location was that remote. But when he arrived at the site, even Tan Ming couldn't help but question his life choices. He looked around and couldn't help but complain. Does anyone really come to a place like this? It's way too remote. It wasn't just Faith Auto that was stunned. Other Chinese automakers participating in the auto show were also baffled. The person in charge of the long-distance route said that the location was practically in the most remote corner. The head of Bidia believes this was definitely a deliberate arrangement by the organizers. Wei Lai, the person in charge, even regretted that he shouldn't have come if he had known this would happen. The person in charge of Lixiang also expressed his anger, saying that this method of suppressing Chinese car manufacturers was too despicable. When everyone saw Chen arrive, they immediately surrounded him and asked what to do next. Chen looked at the indignant crowd and simply smiled faintly. If people in the country think that a booth location can determine sales and advertising effectiveness, they are sorely mistaken. The crowd didn't understand at first. Chen continued. Have they forgotten that there are countless Chinese people and Chinese Americans who support them? They, and the motherland behind them, are the biggest source of confidence for Chinese automakers to participate in this auto show. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone perked up. The day after tomorrow, it'll be here soon. Let's open the eyes of these people from the small country. Made in China is number 1. Chapter 57, The Auto Show begins. People from Dragon Country gather at the Dongjin Auto Show. Su Chen's words ignited a sense of anticipation in the hearts of everyone present. Even though they are in a foreign land, they have countless Chinese people supporting them. So what if their booth location is poor? So what if outsiders don't have a positive view of Chinese manufacturing? They carry the expectations of millions of people on their shoulders, and they cannot back down. Looking at Su Chun, these car company executives couldn't help but feel impressed. At such a young age, Su Chun not only founded Faith Auto, but also led the Chilin brand to the National Auto Show. His courage was truly admirable. Some even started to wonder if working with Su Chun could truly create a miracle for the automotive industry. How exhilarating it would be if cars made in China could be driven all over the world one day. Su Chun didn't say anything more and immediately directed the employees of Faith Auto to set up the booth. Soon, other foreign car companies in the vicinity also noticed the commotion. Some people mocked them for being so serious despite their remote location, saying they were just asking for trouble. Others were there out of curiosity, wanting to see the new car called Chilin from Faith Motors. Before long, people from car companies such as Frozen, Bentley, Ishihara, Limu, and Mazda gathered around. And even Jack, the head of Tesla in the country, came. Jack glanced at the bustling Dragon Kingdom booth, sneered, and thought their persistence was futile. Just then, a Chilin slowly drove onto the Faith Auto booth. Tan Ming recognized Jack and whispered to Su Chun that the foreigner was the head of Tesla, and the people behind him were from other manufacturers and didn't seem to be there to help. Su Chun glanced at them and said indifferently, "Ignore them. Let's do our own thing." But Jack clearly had no intention of leaving just like that. He stepped forward and deliberately provoked Su Chun, saying that it was rather shabby for Faith Auto to bring only one car to the auto show. People from several small Chinese car companies nearby also joined in the mockery, saying that Chinese electric vehicles shouldn't be at such a high-end auto show, and even quoted Akira Tadashi, claiming that electric vehicles are a cancer in the industry and will never outsell gasoline vehicles. Their words became increasingly offensive, even mocking electric vehicles for lacking technological sophistication. After listening, Su Chun pointed at Jack and replied directly, "Next time you're talking bad about electric bikes, remember to avoid your American daddy." Upon hearing this, the people from China burst into laughter. With a single sentence, they had dragged both the Chinese automaker and Tesla into the fray. Those few days, the Chinese people looked displeased, but they quickly turned to Jack and explained that they were criticizing Chinese electric vehicles, not Tesla. They even went so far as to praise Tesla as the world's most mature electric vehicle brand, far superior to those made in China. Some people even made sarcastic remarks, saying that China's electric vehicle technology might have been copied from Tesla. Jack wasn't in a hurry. He walked up to Su Chun, pointed at the Chilin, and said arrogantly, "Tesla sells tens of thousands of units every month in China. No one here can compare to that." After saying that, he pointed to the Tesla booth in the distance, which had an excellent location, and said with a smug look on his face that Tesla's booth was the best in the whole place, while the Chinese booth was no match at all. Su Chun looked at him, finding it all rather amusing. Madman hadn't even finished dealing with the situation, and Tesla had jumped in again. What, did they also want to taste the iron fist of Faith Motors? He simply replied calmly, "Trust is indeed powerful, but I don't care at all." After saying that, Su Chun turned around and continued with his own business, completely ignoring them. Jack had originally intended to provoke Su Chun and then set a trap, but he ended up hitting a brick wall. Looking at the other Chinese car companies, they all seemed indifferent. Jack's face darkened. He clenched his fist, tossed out a "we'll see tomorrow," and turned to leave. Several executives from the small-time car company followed him with cold smiles. As they walked, they mocked the Dragon Kingdom people for their inexplicable self-confidence, saying they would see how powerful they were the day after tomorrow, and that they dared to compare themselves to Tesla, which was simply overestimating their abilities. Time passed quickly, and the Dongjin Auto Show officially opened. Early in the morning, the area outside the auto show was bustling with activity. Visitors who had chartered flights from China, along with local Chinese residents from China, numbered between 10 and 20,000, all waiting for the auto show to open. Many people in the crowd were holding red national flags, and some were wearing red clothes. From a distance, the area outside the auto show looked like a sea of red. Many Chinese people were bewildered, wondering why so many Chinese had suddenly appeared. Some guessed they were there to support Chinese cars and car companies, while others dismissively said they were just a mob and useless. Among the crowd was Chun, a famous car reviewer from China. He was wearing a red hoodie and had the Chinese flag painted on his face. Looking at the endless sea of red people before him, he felt a surge of excitement. He initially thought those people online who said they would come to support the car were just joking, but he didn't expect them to actually come, and there were tens of thousands of them. Chen immediately took out his phone and started a live stream with the title, Dongjin International Auto Show, A Sea of Red. As soon as the live stream started, netizens flooded in. Some asked if he was traveling abroad again, while others only realized after seeing the title that it was the Dongjin Auto Show. Chen looked at the comments on the screen, then held his phone high so everyone could see just how many Chinese people had come to the auto show. When viewers in the live stream saw the surging red wave, only 2 words remained on the screen. Holy crap. Chapter 58, Madman Shock. How'd everyone end up at Faith Cars? The viewers in the live stream went absolutely crazy. Are these all from China? Are there so many? They're so united. I thought they were joking, but they actually all went. It's making me want to go too. Rich guy, please take me with you. Haha, the people of China are still united. This is not like the Dongjin Auto Show. It's more like a domestic auto show. No one expected that people from China would actually flock to the Dongjin Auto Show in droves. Their purpose was clear, to support Chinese cars and to support Made in China. Even watching it through the screen, the sea of red people was exhilarating. Soon, the commotion outside the auto show alerted the organizers. Matsumoto Kiyoshi stood at the window, looking at the dense crowd outside, and was stunned. He couldn't help but ask what these people were there for. The assistant quickly explained that these people seemed to be there to support the car brand, and many were holding Chinese flags. Matsumoto Kiyoshi was immediately annoyed. He hadn't expected that yesterday it was just online chanting slogans, but today so many people had actually come. He remembered that Chuan Dongquan had called him yesterday, asking him to find a way to stop some of the Chinese people from entering the venue. But these people had all bought tickets, and he couldn't very well turn away customers in front of an international auto show. Left with no other option, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, his face dark with anger, ordered his men to keep a close eye on these Chinese. Any instances of littering or spitting were to be immediately reported. For now, this was the only way he could cause trouble. Meanwhile, the Faith Auto booth was ready. All 5 Chilin cars were in place, and with the booth lights on, the entire area was exceptionally eye-catching. Tan Ming rushed over with his phone and handed Su Chen the footage from Chen Dajin's live stream. Su Chen took the phone and saw that the live stream was packed with people. A large number of Chinese people dressed in red were standing outside the auto show, quietly waiting to enter. He hadn't expected that everyone would actually come. Su Chen immediately instructed his team to be on high alert and provide excellent hospitality to these guests from the Dragon Kingdom. He also instructed the finance department to prepare the necessary expenses and reimburse all that could be reimbursed. Tan Ming was thrilled, even more so than when the Dongjin store opened a couple of days ago. As soon as the time came, the Dongjin International Auto Show officially opened. Chun followed the crowd slowly into the exhibition hall. It must be said that this auto show was huge in scale, with almost all the well-known international car companies present. Viewers in the live stream also reminded people to be mindful of China's image when traveling, refraining from littering and spitting. Someone even mentioned being fined while traveling, only to be immediately countered by other viewers. After Chen entered the venue, he discovered that the vast majority of people were heading in the same direction. That was the area where Chinese car companies were concentrated, and these people's goal was naturally Faith Auto. There were quite a few Chinese people in the queue, all looking for the Faith Auto booth. After looking at the location map, some people couldn't help but complain that Faith Auto was placed at the very back, in a ridiculously out-of-the-way location. These people walked in, barely stopping as they passed the booths of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Land Rover, and others. Staff from the various automakers enthusiastically greeted customers, announcing new car launches and ice cream promotions, but the crowds simply wouldn't gravitate towards them. Netizens were also confused, and many sent comments asking what other booths were in the background. Weren't these people here to see Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Someone replied that there were booths for Chinese cars in the background, and then they realized that this group of people were all there for Chinese car companies. Chen squeezed through the crowd for nearly 5 minutes before finally spotting the Faith Auto booth. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This location is way too out of the way. The organizers are clearly up to something." The surrounding Chinese people also expressed their sympathy for the Chinese automaker. Seeing the crowd approaching from afar, Su Chen immediately instructed Tan Ming to greet them. Tan Ming stood on a chair and loudly welcomed everyone who had come from afar. Soon, the area where the Chinese automakers were located became the liveliest place in the entire auto show. Many Chinese people from Longhua, China, rushed to the Faith Auto booth as soon as they arrived at the event. Those who couldn't squeeze and went to the booths of Bidia, Weilai, and Li Xiong, while others formed long queues. Many people saw the Chilin in person for the first time and were captivated by its appearance. Some exclaimed that the actual car was far more beautiful than in the videos, and its quality was on par with the German luxury brands, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi. Others, who had booked a test drive but were scheduled for next week, decided on the spot to skip the test drive and buy the car immediately. Some even mentioned that they run a travel company in Shaorizigua and plan to replace all their Alfords with Chilins. Many people of the scene became increasingly interested and immediately began inquiring about the ordering process. Holding up his phone, Chen Dajin confidently introduced the Chilin to those around him. He said that you could buy this car without even looking at it. Not only is it good-looking and full of cutting-edge technology, but most importantly, its safety is top-notch. Last time, on his way to pick up his car, he was sandwiched between two large trucks, but he was completely unharmed. The doors opened normally, and the battery was fine. The viewers in the live stream were amused, jokingly asking if he had received a PR fee from Faith Auto. Just then, Chun Dajin saw Su Chun and immediately squeezed over to greet him. Su Chun hadn't expected Chen Dajin to come to the Dongjin Auto Show and immediately welcomed him inside. The live stream chat instantly became lively, with netizens laughing and flooding the screen with comments praising Su Chen's excellent customer service skills and wishing Faith Auto a massive order surge, giving other automakers a boost. At this time, the area for Chinese car companies, led by Faith Auto, was already packed with people. Although other car companies also had visitors, it was noticeably quieter compared to this area. Chuan Dongquan stood beside the Bentian booth, looking at the wildly popular Faith car from afar. His face was grim, and he muttered sourly, "Wherever there are Chinese people, it's as chaotic as a vegetable market." Just then, Akira Fonda called. His first question was whether the auto show had started and whether there was anyone at Faith Auto. Chuan Dongquan didn't know how to answer for a moment. "Nobody's here? It's almost like a grand market in China over there." Seeing his silence, Feng Tian Nanzhong immediately asked to turn on the video call. When the video call connected, he was stunned to see that the Faith Auto booth was packed with people. What? Where did everyone go? Chapter 59. The Chilin is going to be a hit. Mata Osaka instructed Kawato Izumi to rotate the camera, and wherever the camera panned, everything was red. His heart sank. Could all these people in red be Chinese, or Chinese? He suppressed his anger and pressed for details. Chuan Dongquan stammered that as soon as the auto show opened, a large number of people wearing red clothes arrived, many of whom had Chinese flags pasted on their faces. Feng Tian Nanzhong was stunned. Judging from the scale of the event, there were at least 8,000 to 10,000 people from China. But the Chinese car company was located in the worst corner of the venue. How could it possibly attract so many people? He immediately gave an order that, under no circumstances should Faith Auto and Chinese car companies be the focus of today's attention. He then angrily hung up the phone, feeling utterly frustrated. If this scene were filmed by the media, wouldn't that be like giving Faith Motors free publicity? Chuan Dongquan was also full of worries. He couldn't just drive these spectators away, so he could only bite the bullet and see how things developed. By this time, the Faith Auto booth was completely surrounded, leaving all the other manufacturers dumbfounded. The red-clad spectators, once inside, had a clear objective: head straight for the most secluded area occupied by Chinese automakers, especially Faith Auto. This doesn't look like a car show. It's more like a bustling market. Other car companies are incredibly envious, yet they can't help but hope that Chinese visitors will come to their booths, given that Chinese consumers are renowned worldwide for their purchasing power. A BMW representative approached with a flyer, inviting a young man with a Chinese flag painted on his face but he immediately said he didn't like it. A Mercedes representative also tried to recruit someone, but the man refused, saying the booth was too far away. The Mercedes-Benz representative almost laughed in exasperation, as the Chinese booth was located in a rather out-of-the-way area. Audi also received the same cold shoulder. As for smaller companies like Fengtian and Bentian, they fared even worse. When they handed out flyers, the staff wouldn't even bother to speak. Those in charge were furious, gritting their teeth, and saying that Chinese people didn't understand cars, that Chinese car companies were just assembling parts, and that they wouldn't welcome them to the next auto show. But deep down, they were just putting on a brave face. They were secretly seething with resentment. Soon, the media in the small country also noticed the anomaly. There were indeed quite a few people at the auto show today, and other booths also had visitors, but compared to the automakers from China, they were on a completely different level. Moreover, the sea of red people was simply too conspicuous. Reporters arrived with their cameras, only to find they couldn't squeeze in and could only stand on the outside to film an interview. Female reporter Xiao Song Izi exclaimed to the camera that on the first day of the Dongjin Auto Show, the most popular area was actually the exhibition area of Chinese car manufacturers. Among them, the most crowded was the Faith car, which had become a sensation in China a few days ago. After the live stream was broadcast, the audience was stunned. Weren't many media outlets supposed to be pessimistic about Faith Auto? Why was it so popular at the event? And looking at the people's attire, it was clear that most of them were Chinese and of Chinese descent. Many netizens were intrigued and expressed their desire to see for themselves what magic this car brand possessed that could draw so many Chinese people to come and support it. Meanwhile, at the auto show, visitors were also starting to wonder, why were those booths, which were clearly in the farthest corner, the most crowded? After looking at BMW and Mercedes, they finally couldn't resist and headed towards the cars they admired. Someone in the crowd recognized it. It turned out to be the car brand that had been making headlines a few days ago, and they'd heard that the Chila model was quite special. So they immediately called their friends and squeezed into the booth together. Chen was chatting with Chun when he suddenly saw a large number of spectators from the Shao Rizigor region rushing towards them. They finally managed to squeeze to the front of the Chilean car and repeatedly examined the exterior and interior. Many of these people already owned MPVs at home, while others had previously seen media reports about Chilean. Because most of the reports denigrated Chilean, they initially harbored a natural aversion to it. But after actually sitting inside and experiencing it, these people were all stunned. The Chilean space, interior, features, and intelligent driving capabilities were completely different from what the media had described. Some couldn't help but exclaim that the on-site experience was far more comfortable than the reports. Others admitted that the gap between small-scale car manufacturers and domestic car manufacturers is probably not just in appearance, but also in interior design and high-tech features. The 1,200 kilometers range and fully autonomous driving capabilities, in particular, attracted many people. After their initial excitement, they all rushed to Tanming to ask if they could take a test drive. After learning that test drive appointments were booked up for half a month, these people were disappointed, but they still immediately chose to pre-order one, hoping to receive the car as soon as possible. Tanming was extremely busy. The auto show had only just begun, and the Chinese community in China had already placed orders for 700 or 800 vehicles. Now, even people from Japan were starting to place orders. Judging by this momentum, the Chilean was likely to become a real hit. Chapter 60. The Dongjin Auto Show is a resounding success. Suchen Housa Celebration Banquet. Not only is the Faith Auto booth packed with people, but the booths of other Chinese automakers are also overflowing with attendees. Not only was the Faith Auto booth packed with people, but also other Chinese automakers like Bidia, Lixiang, Wal, and Changchun were all overflowing with visitors. In Chun Dajin's live stream, the chat exploded instantly. Netizens were laughing hysterically, saying that this was the true strength of the Chinese people. The Dongjin Auto Show deliberately gave them a bad booth, but they couldn't compete at all. Chun had already guessed that it would be popular, but he didn't expect it to be this hot. Not only Chinese people, but also many local visitors from other countries began to flock to the Chinese exhibition area. The organizer, Kiyoshi Matsumoto, stood frozen in place. He never imagined that the Dongjin Auto Show, which was supposed to be a great event, would soon turn into a showcase for Chinese-made products. Even more outrageous, people from the R&D departments of many foreign car companies also rushed over, constantly observing the Chilin car from Faith Auto. They initially thought the Chinese were just there to join in the fun, but it turned out they had actually placed an order. The staff at Faith Auto were overwhelmed, with everyone busy registering orders. The Kieran back-end data skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 units, a level of demand that defies description. Many Chinese people from China who originally planned to buy the Alfred, and even consumers from Japan, have turned their attention to the Kieran, with about 70% of them opting for a full price order. After the news reached China, major media outlets rushed to report it. Topics such as, "Made in China is the biggest winner at the Dongjin Auto Show," "Faithful cars lead the way in Chinese manufacturing," and "Chilin receives massive orders on its first day," quickly became trending topics. At this moment, BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, and even domestic Chinese automakers were all overshadowed. In a sense, the Dongjin Auto Show has become a stage for Chinese automakers. Meanwhile, Mada CEO Mada Osaka also saw these reports. The explosive popularity of Faith cars in Dongjin completely exceeded his expectations. In China, Alfred sales have plummeted, with daily sales dropping to single digits in recent days. Even with many dealerships offering discounts and promotions, customers are still not buying. He had originally hoped to make a splash at the Dongjin Auto Show with the launch of the new generation Alfred in China. But now, the new Alfred popularity is less than a tenth of that of the Chilin. What he found even more unacceptable was that many consumers in smaller cities had switched their support to Chilin and placed large orders. He couldn't understand how an electric car could achieve such a level of success. It's worth noting that the Chilin costs nearly 850,000 small Rigi yuan in the small Rigi kingdom, and besides tariffs, there are significant markups. Yet, these people are still willing to buy it. As Fengtian Nanzhong grew angrier, he immediately yelled at his assistant, "Book me a flight back to China. I need to go back right now." He thought of the anti-faith alliance established by Chuandong Quan, and his frustration deepened. Hadn't they hired so many car reviewers? It had all been to no avail. Chilin's sales were still rising. For 2 consecutive days, the Dongjin Auto Show remained a hot topic. Chen was also on site, tirelessly promoting the brand's cars, until his voice was almost hoarse. Looking at the Chinese people dressed in red who came to support him, Chen publicly stated that he had previously promised to reimburse everyone's expenses, and now as long as they left their information, all the follow-up arrangements would be made. Surprisingly, everyone present gave the same answer: no need. Some said that since they were willing to come all the way from China to support them, they shouldn't be short of money. Others said that supporting domestic products was their duty, and they shouldn't let Chen spend money. They believe that a company like Cine Auto, which truly manufactures cars, deserve their support. Not only car enthusiasts who came from China, but even local Chinese from China refused to be reimbursed. Chen was deeply moved by this scene. Who says the people of China aren't united? This time, they not only brought popularity and orders, but they also took their trash with them when they left, demonstrating unprecedented cohesion. The 2-day auto show quickly came to an end, with Faith Auto securing nearly 20,000 orders in Dongjin. Other Chinese automakers also reaped significant rewards, breaking their own auto show order records. After the auto show, Chen booked the best hotel in Dongjin to host a celebration banquet. He raised his glass to the employees of Faith Auto and said, "This moment belongs to all of us." "Thank you." Tan Ming sat at the table, his eyes red-rimmed. He had felt incredibly stifled working at Fengtian before. Now, at the Faith Auto Small Business Marketing Department, he was experiencing this sense of triumph for the first time. He stood up, holding his wine glass, and choked up, saying, "President Su, I'll dedicate my life to Faith Auto. Brothers, I wish Faith Auto all the best and hope you conquer the Chinese market soon." Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. Chen put down his glass and looked at the finance manager of Dongjin, announcing on the spot that after the celebration banquet, each employee of Faith Auto would receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan. He then looked at Tan Ming and said that Tan Ming had made great contributions to the opening of the Dongjin store and the success of the auto show, and that he would personally award him another 1,000,000 yuan. For Chen, money is no longer the most important thing. His goal in founding Faith Motors is to make Faith Motors travel all over the world and become the world's most valuable car company. As long as you sincerely work with him, bonuses are definitely not a problem. Upon hearing the reward, the entire staff erupted in cheers. Long live President Su. Long live Faith Auto. Long live Made in China. The cheers were like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami, engulfing Chun in the crowd. The following morning, the Dongjin Affairs Department of Faith Auto released an update announcing that the delivery process for the Chilin would begin immediately, aiming to allow customers who had placed orders to take delivery of their vehicles within 20 days. As of now, pre-orders for the Chilin are still rising, having already surpassed 15,000 units. This achievement not only sets a new record for Chinese automakers listing overseas, but also surpasses the sales figures of domestic Chinese automakers. At this moment, Madara Osaka sat in Dongjin's office, facing the heads of local car companies such as Binta, Mazda, Linmu, and Wuxilin. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, "We can't just stand by and watch Faith Auto steal our market share. Isn't the Chilin about to be delivered? Do everything you can to drive its sales down." Chapter 61. Negative reports abound, affecting Chilin's reputation. Those seated there are all members of the Anti-Faith Alliance. Although they were filled with anger, everyone present lowered their heads and remained silent. Chuan Dongquan was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table and cursed. After 2 days at the auto show, the limelight had been completely stolen by Faith Auto. The number of pre-orders for the Chilin was still soaring, and it was about to break 20,000. What made it even more embarrassing for them was that even people in their own country were placing orders. The scene immediately erupted in chaos. Some people were unconvinced, saying that China's car manufacturing industry was the real pioneer and that China's manufacturing industry used to be unable to even make proper internal combustion engines and transmissions. So why was it making such a fuss about electric vehicles? Madara Osaka's face was also grim. Alpha sales in China had plummeted to an all-time low, with many target customers switching to Chilin. Now, Chilin was encroaching on China's market share, and he just wanted a solution. Chuan Dongquan stated in a deep voice that the Chilin series would begin delivery in a few days, and they had to focus on improving the delivery process. They absolutely could not allow Chilin sales to continue rising, otherwise it wouldn't just be a slap in their face, but also a slap in the face to the entire Chinese automotive industry. Fukami Osaka then asked why the media's focus had shifted, with many now reporting on the Kieran. Kawato Izumi could only suggest immediately contacting the car reviewers and finding fault with the Kieran. They all knew that the reason for Chilin's explosive popularity was largely due to its previous disastrous actions, even turning the Dongjin Auto Show into a promotional event for the brand. They never expected the Chinese people to be so united, directly channeling all their attention to Chilin. After the meeting, Chuan Dongquan once again arranged for the car reviewers he had previously contacted to downplay the data and reputation of the Chilin from various angles. Soon, Faith Auto began delivering the Kieran to small towns in China. The hired car reviewers also took delivery of their vehicles and started publishing so-called reviews. Within 2 days, the internet was flooded with Kieran test videos. However, many people in these videos are clearly biased. In their comparisons of the Kieran with the Alfred and other MPVs, they deliberately ignore the Kieran's advanced technology and even blatantly lie, belittling the Kieran to the point of being worthless. Some say the Kieran isn't a car in the strictest sense, but just a product made up of electronic components. Others say the large screen will distract the driver. Still others question the 1,200 kilometers range, claiming that it might not even reach half of that in winter. Fully autonomous driving is also considered useless by them because it would rob driving pleasure. Some even sarcastically suggested that if you don't want to drive, you should just take a taxi, since the price of the Kieran could buy 2 top-of-the-line Alfreds. Some even directly called out that Faith Auto is just a newly established car company with no brand competitiveness and should immediately withdraw from the Chinese market. Suddenly, the market in China was filled with public opinion against Chilin, and some people even began calling for a boycott of Chilin and of products made in China. Many fair comments were also deleted from websites, and the intentions behind them were almost obvious. The members of the Anti-Faith Alliance nodded in satisfaction as they saw the overwhelming number of review videos. This was exactly the effect they wanted, to make the Chilin unable to adapt to the environment of the Little Life Kingdom. Soon, the reputation of the Chilin plummeted. Some pre-order customers began to waver, and some even went directly to the dealerships to return their cars. Images of Chilin customers returning their vehicles circulated online. The comment section was immediately flooded with ridicule. Some shouted that the car brand had crashed, some called Chilin electronic waste, and others called for support for domestic car companies. The negative news came one after another, almost overshadowing the previous buzz. Tanming urgently sought out Chun, stating that immediate action was necessary to safeguard the reputation that Faith Auto had painstakingly built up. Chun remained calm. He believed that for every person who liked a car, there would be someone who criticized it. If they couldn't even withstand this little bit of criticism, Faith Auto wouldn't be qualified to continue manufacturing cars. Seeing Chun's unwavering composure, Tanming could only sigh helplessly. No one had expected that Kieran, which had only been a viral sensation for a few days, would face such a fierce backlash online. Meanwhile, car reviewer Kawaguchi Yuki from Zaira Zigwo also successfully purchased the Kieran. He completely ignored the negative comments online. After receiving the car, Kawato Izumi even called him, hoping he could give the Kieran a fair evaluation. Kawaguchi Yuki ignored Kawato Izumi. As a car reviewer, he at least maintained basic professional ethics. So, he began to seriously test the Kieran. 2 days later, Kawaguchi Yuki uploaded a video of his Kieran test drive online. To test the range, he personally drove the Kieran from Dongjin all the way to Changshi, 1,400 kilometers away. The vehicle started with a full charge and only needed to be charged once when it was almost fully charged. In total, the Kieran traveled a total of 1,268 kilometers, 68 kilometers more than the officially advertised 1,200 kilometers. On the return trip, Kawaguchi Yuki activated fully autonomous driving. Throughout the journey, Kieran almost entirely controlled the vehicle, with him rarely taking over. This performance was close to the experience of an airplane's autopilot. At the end of the video, Kawaguchi Yuki offered a fair assessment. He stated that this was the most surprising and delightful review he had ever conducted since becoming a car reviewer. From all aspects, the Kieran is one of the most perfect MPV models currently available, especially the range and fully autonomous driving capabilities, which exceeded his expectations. He believes that anyone who needs an MPV should seriously consider the Kieran. Finally, Kawaguchi Yuki also mentioned the various negative news about Kieran that has been circulating online recently. Chapter 62 Rich Guy's Violent Test of the Kieran. Many car reviewers, in my opinion, are just spouting nonsense, completely denigrating the Kieran as worthless. I don't know why. In addition, I would like to say that at the Dongjin Auto Show, I experienced all the cars made in China. In the video, Kawaguchi Yuki frankly stated that Weilai, Li Xiong, Dapeng, and Bidia all gave her great surprises. In contrast, traditional car manufacturers like Zairai lag behind in almost every aspect, from exterior and interior design to technological features. Finally, she also called on domestic automakers to stop being complacent and to face the gap between their products and those made in China so that they can catch up. The video immediately sparked a huge controversy in China. Many netizens who were previously unaware of the truth realized that many car reviewers' previous evaluations of the Kieran were clearly biased. The comments section quickly became lively. Some said that those car reviewers were completely unprofessional and were simply spouting nonsense. Others felt that belittling the Kieran would only make them a laughingstock. Furthermore, some of the first owners of the Kieran model came forward to support Kawaguchi Yuki, stating that all the opinions expressed in her video were based on her genuine experience. Others said that they used to drive an Alphard, but after switching to the Kieran, they immediately sold their Alphard, emphasizing that only owners can truly understand the comfort it provides. Kawaguchi Yuki has a large following and is known for her impartiality, so her reviews carry significant weight. As a result, Kieran's reputation on CRIZI.com has gradually begun to reverse. What truly ignited public outrage was another video released a day later. The poster was a wealthy man from Shaorizigua, and his testing methods were far more ruthless than those of ordinary car reviewers. In the video, Fu Gu directly compared several mainstream MPVs on the market with the Kieran. Just looking at the appearance, the Kieran is clearly superior. Models like the Alphard next to it seem to be stuck in the last era. Next, instead of giving a complicated explanation, Mr. Fu went straight to a violent test. He pulled the Kieran and Alpha to the center of the track and conducted a head-on collision at 80 kilometers per hour. With a loud bang, the two cars collided violently. The result was unexpected. The Alpha's A-pillar broke instantly, the engine compartment shifted severely, and even intruded into the driver's cabin, with the steering wheel almost smashing into the seat. Worse still, the Alphard's front doors were severely deformed and locked, making them impossible to open. If this weren't a test, but a real car accident. Everyone knows the answer to whether the driver would have survived. The camera then turned to the Chilin. Although the front of the Chilin was also severely damaged, the A-pillar was intact, without even a noticeable bend. All the airbags deployed, the steering wheel did not move, and there were no signs of a battery fire. Most importantly, all 4 doors of the Chilin could be opened normally, and the hidden door handles popped out automatically. The contrast was so striking that Mr. Fu stood there dumbfounded, holding his head in disbelief. A full minute passed before he came to his senses and looked at the Chilin in shock, saying, "My God, what kind of material did the Chilin use?" With such a fast head-on collision, the A-pillar is still completely intact. He added that if this were a real car accident, everyone could clearly see which car's occupants were more likely to survive. From today onward, he was a die-hard fan of cars. After saying that, Fugu immediately took out his phone, opened the Faith Auto app, and placed a new order for a Chilin. Compared to static or dynamic evaluations, Fuji's simple and direct crash test is more impactful. After all, no one can guarantee they'll never have an accident while driving, and when danger strikes, vehicle body strength is paramount. The video was quickly shared wildly by netizens, and the Kieran's popularity soared to the top of the charts again. The comment section was full of discussions about its safety. Some people exclaimed that this was a real crash test result, while others mentioned that when Chinese car reviewer Chen was picking up his car, he was sandwiched between 2 fully loaded trucks and was completely unharmed. Some netizens exclaimed that they finally understood why Chilin dared to sell at such a high price. It truly has real capabilities, and some even immediately expressed their intention to order one for their homes. Not only in China, but the video quickly went viral on YouTube. Overseas netizens were also stunned by the Kieran's performance at such speeds, and many inquired which car company it belonged to, hoping it could be introduced to their countries as soon as possible. Upon learning that it came from a new car company in China, some people exclaimed that its safety was outrageously high. Other netizens remarked that the quality of products made in China is truly unquestionable. Even the glass can withstand gunfire, let alone this car. Following the viral spread of 2 videos by Hiku, Shui, and Fugu, the Chilin has become a sensation across China. A large number of interested consumers have begun flocking to the Dongjin branch of Cine Auto. Even the Yamaguchi Gumi, a small-time organization in Japan, noticed Kieran immediately. After watching several review videos, the leader, Shinobu, immediately thought it was impossible. After the initial shock, he immediately summoned his men and ordered them to order several Chilin cars to be his personal vehicles from now on. People like them have extremely high requirements for vehicle safety and comfort. Ninja used to drive a Madal Alfred, but now he's decided to switch to Kieran all his new cars. A few days later, some media outlets photographed Ninja Tsukasa's Kieran car. The news that Ninja Tsukasa of the Yakuza had changed his car to a Kieran instantly became a trending topic on domestic media platforms. Chapter 63, The Dragon. Coming soon, Shinobu from the Yamaguchi Gumi actually replaced his car with a Kieran? Unbelievable. Impossible, right? Did Faith Motors hire Ninja Tsukasa as their spokesperson? The internet was in an uproar, but people quickly dismissed the idea. The leader of the Yamaguchi Gumi was certainly not sure of money. Since he didn't receive PR fees, there's only one possibility left. Kieran truly won over Ninja. Not only did he replace all his Alpha vehicles with Kieran, but his subordinates followed suit, replacing all their small, domestically produced MPVs. This completely shattered the reputation of the Kieran. Who would dare say a car is bad if it received the collective approval of the 3 bigwigs of the Yakuza? Even the most vocal critics could only turn their attention to cursing Kawaguchi Yuki and Shinobu. They launched a fierce attack online, angrily denouncing Kawaguchi Yuki for earning money in her own country while supporting products made in China. Some even called for a boycott, calling her and the Yamaguchi Gumi a disgrace to the nation. The fiercer the online criticism, the more slapped in the face in reality. The Dongjin store of Faith Auto was packed with people, with wave after wave of people test driving the Chilin, and more people placing orders directly. Orders for the Kieran processor have skyrocketed, especially after its security was widely recognized, which swayed many who were initially hesitant. With orders about to surpass 25,000 units, the anti-Faith alliance finally couldn't sit still any longer. The surge in sales indicates that the brand is gradually gaining market share. Meanwhile, Alfred sales in China have fallen by more than 10%, and Alfreds at the Fengtian Dongjin store are practically unsellable. Fengtian Nanjiang, who had just returned to China, was also dumbfounded. They had clearly put a lot of effort into smearing Faith Motors behind the scenes, but it all benefited the other side. Even more critically, Qilin's online reputation has completely shifted. The popularity of the previously paid videos has plummeted, unable to suppress the positive reviews from netizens. Chun Dongquan slammed his fist on the table in anger, roaring that these lowly people were not united at all and were a disgrace to the nation. Fengtian Nanjiang, watching the wildly popular Faith car, scratched his head in frustration. He even couldn't help but wonder if he had made a mistake by insisting on developing gasoline-powered vehicles. Just a few days after its launch in China, the Qilin Pure electric vehicle received 25,000 orders. Even more outrageous is that the Kieran is priced at almost twice that of the Alfred, yet its sales are still skyrocketing. At this rate, the brand will inevitably capture an increasing share of the market. Kawato Izumi walked up to him and asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Even someone like Ninji is starting to support Kieran. The situation is very unfavorable for us. Akira Fonda remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but rather that he couldn't think of a better solution at the moment. He could only hope that time would reveal problems with the new Kieran model. Chuan Dongquan sighed, unable to help but waver. Did we really make the wrong choice by continuing to focus on gasoline engines? As the president of Bentayga, he also has hybrid models under his company, but he has always followed the judgment of Osamu Fonda, believing that internal combustion engines are the way to go and that electric vehicle technology is simply not mature enough. But when Faith Auto entered the Chinese market, it was like a slap in the face. The success of the Kieran made him begin to doubt his original strategy for the first time. Madonna immediately denied it. Impossible. What's so difficult about electric cars? Chinese manufacturing is nothing but shoddy workmanship, and the so-called technology is all cobbled together. He insisted that the three major components of a car are always the chassis, engine, and transmission. While Chinese car companies only know how to make refrigerators, sofas, and large-screen TVs, stuffing electronic components into cars, which is not considered core technology at all. He took a hard line, directly posting on his phone that Flight-On Motors would continue to invest heavily in gasoline engines and hydrogen energy and would never focus its efforts on electric power. The post immediately sparked a lively discussion in the comment section. Some supported Crazy Field's commitment to his ideals and looked forward to the widespread adoption of hydrogen energy, while others mocked electric vehicles for lacking technological sophistication and said Crazy Field was doing the right thing. However, there are also many dissenting voices. Some say that Tian is still clinging to old ways, that the Dongjin Auto Show has been completely overshadowed by Chinese manufacturing, and that if it doesn't change its approach, it will only fall further behind. Some recent Qilin owners shared their experiences, noting a significant improvement in driving quality and stating they become electric vehicle enthusiasts. Others bluntly stated that Toyota, Honda, and the German Big Three, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, have all been left behind by Chinese automakers in the new energy vehicle sector. Meanwhile, Chen was preparing to return to China. In the past few days, Faith Auto's first foray into the country had been a resounding success, with the Kieran model receiving far more positive feedback than expected, and orders continuing to accelerate. This trip back to China has two purposes. First, to continue expanding the production line and ensure year-round supply to both the domestic and international markets. And second, and more importantly, because the second model of Faith Auto, the Gaolong, has already rolled off the production line. Before leaving, Chen handed over the Little Life Country Market to Tan Ming, telling him to contact him anytime if needed, and then boarded a plane to China. Upon returning to China, Chen rushed to the Faith Auto workshop. There, a dragon, its image shrouded in a curtain, awaited its unveiling. Chen lifted the curtain, took out his phone, took a picture of the Gaolong, and posted it online. The second car from Faith Auto, the Gaolong, is about to be launched. Chapter 64. Chen was also shocked. This was the complete form of the Flood Dragon. In fact, when Chen went to Little Life Kingdom, Gaolong had posted some related updates at night. Chen also stated that the Gaolong will be fully unveiled in the near future. The moment this message was sent out, the entire internet exploded. Netizens flocked to the scene, some clamoring to see the actual car, others speculating that it was a rugged off-road vehicle, but the car in the photo was still covered by a curtain, making it impossible to see any details. Some people couldn't help but joke that they had just bought a Chun a couple of days ago, and now Faith Auto is about to release a new car. The speed of their research and development is simply outrageous. However, precisely because of this, the Gaolong's popularity soared, and the reaction from the entire automotive industry was even more exaggerated than when the Chun was first released. Renowned car critic Chen had just rushed back to his studio from Shaorizigua when he saw Su Chen's post. Although the dragon in the picture was mostly covered by the curtain, he still immediately noticed that something was wrong. This car is very large. Although it's not quite a full-size SUV yet, as a rugged off-road vehicle, its size is already enough to make people look forward to it. Not long after, he received a call from a colleague in the automotive industry. The colleague immediately asked if he could contact Su Chun and try to get a test drive opportunity as soon as the new car was released. Chen was somewhat helpless. He could only say that he did know Su Chun, but Su Chun might not give him the courtesy he deserved. The person on the other end of the phone was extremely anxious, saying that the entire automotive industry was watching Gaolong closely, and that cars based on faith had become a code for traffic. Whoever could get the first test would become an instant hit. Chen certainly understood this principle. Not to mention others, even he himself was very interested in the dragon. In the end, he could only agree to greet Su Chun when the time was right. Inside Faith Auto, all the RD staff were present. Chun Fei stood at the front, leading the way and clapping wildly at the dragon, his excitement barely contained. Their entire RD department has worked so hard for so long, waiting for this moment when the Gaolong engineering vehicle rolls off the production line. When the first Gaolong vehicle actually appeared before his eyes, Chun Fei felt even more excited than when the Chun was first released, because this rugged off-road vehicle is definitely not an ordinary product. What's truly terrifying about it isn't just its size and specifications, but the revolutionary technologies it carries that are poised to disrupt the industry. When a tire blows out at high speed, the vehicle will not deviate from the main lane and may even continue to drive stably. After falling into the water, the car will automatically activate its buoyancy function, adjusting its direction on the water like a boat, and drive itself back to shore. It can make a 360-degree U-turn at narrow intersections. Even wireless charging technology was included. Chun Fei could hardly imagine the sensation that Gaolong would cause in the market once it was launched. Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Toyota's thieves. Compared to Gaolong, the technology on those vehicles seems like a relic of the last century, utterly incomparable. More importantly, Su Chen had said long ago that the purpose of Gaolong's creation was to crush Crazy Tian Badeo's sales. Now that the actual vehicle is right here, let alone thieves, even Mada's patrol boat might not be able to withstand it. From any perspective, the Gaolong is almost the most perfect hardcore off-road vehicle available today. If we have to nitpick, the only thing people can say is that the models are pure electric. However, the Gaolong is equipped with a large 140 kilowatt-hour battery pack, and with the addition of kinetic energy recovery technology, its comprehensive range directly exceeds 1,600 kilometers. This number is phenomenal even in the entire automotive industry. Not to mention in China, even looking at the whole world, there are almost no other new energy vehicle companies that can achieve this level of range. Su Chen looked at Chen Fei, feeling equally excited. As a man, he had dreamed since childhood of owning a real toy of his own, a rugged off-road vehicle. Unexpectedly, this dream has not only come true, but is also about to be mass-produced and brought to all Chinese people who love hardcore off-road vehicles. Of course, the most important purpose of developing Gaolong was still to suppress Feng Tian's arrogance. One Kieran ship has already driven the sales of the Toyota Alphard back to its home country in China. Once the Gaolong is officially launched, the sales of the pirate and patrol ships will inevitably plummet. Su Chan pointed to the curtain covering the car and said, "All right, let's take it down and let the dragon make its appearance." Chun Fei immediately responded, quickly ran to the dragon's side, and pulled hard. The next second, the heavy curtain suddenly slid down. For the first time, the dragon appeared before Su Chun in its complete form. Even though Su Chun had seen its appearance in the design drawings before, he still couldn't help but catch his breath when he saw the actual car in person. The impact of the picture is far less than the sense of oppression one feels when the car is actually parked there. That's amazing. It's like a lurking beast, wild and domineering, exuding a strong sense of power. The car's lines are sharp and angular, as if carved by knife and axe. The deep black paint seems to swallow up the surrounding light, making it appear mysterious and majestic. The car's massive air intake at the front resembles the open mouth of a ferocious beast, while the sharp, deep headlights on either side are like a pair of eyes fixed on their prey. The creases on the hood are high and muscular, giving it a powerful and imposing presence. The side profile of the vehicle features imposing tires and wide wheel arches, while the windows and doors have clean, rugged lines, and the roof rack adds a touch of wildness. The heavy rear bumper and dual exhaust layout on both sides also bring out the rugged off-road presence to the extreme. The entire Dragon is full of wildness and domineering power from head to tail. It truly resembles a dragon. Wherever it appears, it is destined to attract everyone's attention and awe. The mere fact that this design is being released will likely cause a huge sensation in the market. After all, compared with those traditional car companies in China, the design of Gaolong can be described as revolutionary. Chapter 65, The Flood Dragon, is revealed ahead of schedule, causing a sensation. Not only Chen was shocked by the appearance of the Flood Dragon. Not only was Chen stunned by the appearance of the dragon, but even the employees of Faith Auto who were seeing the actual car for the first time were dumbfounded. Many of these people are veterans in the automotive industry, having seen plenty of hardcore off-road vehicles, such as the Chery G-Class, the Toyota Land Cruiser, the Nissan Patrol, and the Jeep Wrangler, all of which are popular models on the market. But they had never seen an off-road vehicle as imposing as the Gaolong. Just by sitting there quietly, it exuded a sense of awe, as if it were born to conquer the wilderness. The employees couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Some exclaimed that when General Manager Liu said the Gaolong would revolutionize the industry, they thought it was just an exaggeration, but the real car was even more amazing than they had imagined. Some say that the faithful car is likely to become a hit again. The Chun has already made Alfa Romeo look bad, and now that the Gaolong is on the market, models like the bygone and Zunhajian will probably have a tough time too. At this moment, Liu Fei came to Chun and reported, "President Su, the Gaolong engineering vehicles are already on the road, and mass production vehicles are also being scheduled for production. In addition, the company has acquired 2 car companies that were on the verge of bankruptcy, so the production lines should be able to keep up." Chen nodded and said, "Well done. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Liu Fei waved his hand with a smile, instead bringing up Chen's experience in Little Day Country, saying that Crazy Field and his gang must have made a lot of sarcastic remarks. Chen responded calmly, "Their complaints are useless. Chen has already opened up the market in China, and its sales this month are estimated to be in the top 5, which is not a bad result." Liu Fei was also taken aback after hearing this. The price of a Chen in the Little Country is almost twice that in the Dragon Country, so the fact that it can still sell for this price can only mean that the product is really strong. Chen looked at the several Gaolong engineering vehicles in front of him and continued, "Take these vehicles out tomorrow. Since they are hardcore off-road vehicles, let's focus on their off-road performance. Also, complete and release the crash test results as soon as possible." He wanted everyone to know that the Gaolong was not an ordinary off-road vehicle, but a truly indestructible hardcore machine. Afterwards, Chen personally drove a Gaolong vehicle out of the workshop. The moment he sat in the driver's seat, he felt an unprecedented aura. The Gaolong truck offered extremely high visibility, making him feel like he was sitting in a heavy truck. The small cars in the factory area looked exceptionally small next to it. As a boss in Shaanxi province, Chen had driven many different kinds of off-road vehicles, including the bygone, Zunhajian, and Patrol. But compared to Gaolong, those vehicles suddenly seemed insignificant. Putting aside the vehicle's size, its 1,200 wheel horsepower alone already puts it far ahead of other models in its class. Despite its 3-ton weight, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 3.5 seconds, and its maximum torque reaches 1,380 Newton meters. Based on these figures alone, there are almost no hardcore off-road vehicles on the market that can rival it. Add to that the cutting-edge technology that Faith Auto consistently boasts, and once the Gaolong hits the market, the demise of vehicles like the bygone will be imminent. Chen drove the Gaolong home. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, he activated the automatic parking system, and the massive vehicle smoothly parked itself in the space. Chen had been working nonstop lately, and after parking his car, he didn't think much of it and went straight home to rest. Little did he know that this dragon-shaped car parked in the underground garage would soon become a popular spot for internet celebrities to take photos. Just as Chen was returning home, Wang Baiqing, who lived in the same neighborhood, also drove back in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Wang Baiqing is an off-road enthusiast and had just returned from an off-road trip. Coincidentally, his parking space was right next to Chen's. Since Chen hadn't been home recently, he immediately noticed the unfamiliar off-road vehicle in the adjacent parking space. As Wang Baiqing drove, he looked around and couldn't help but mutter, "The neighbor's back? What kind of car is this? I've never seen it before. Is it imported?" As an off-road vehicle enthusiast, he usually pays close attention to new cars from various automakers, and naturally, he has also followed the latest news about the Gaolong series. Chen had previously posted updates related to the Gaolong, and he had even urged its release in the comment section. Seeing a rugged SUV he'd never seen before parked nearby, Wang Baiqing immediately became interested. After parking, he quickly got out and went over. When he stood in front of the Dragon, he froze, his throat bobbing involuntarily. "Holy crap, what brand is this car? It's so cool." He walked around the car and looked at it. The front, the size, the taillights, and the tires. Every part seemed to be made for off-roading. However, the Gaolong is still covered in camouflage, so only its general outline can be seen, and its specific model cannot be identified at all. Wang Baiqing opened the car app and searched for a long time using the image recognition function, but couldn't find any results. Having no other option, he took several photos from different angles and posted them to his off-road group. He even included a picture of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class next to it, captioning it, "Guys, look at this camouflaged car. Which brand is it? It looks so fierce. Compared to it, my G-Class is just a little brother." The moment the photo was posted, the group chat exploded. Some exclaimed that the car looked incredibly imposing. Even with camouflage, its domineering presence couldn't be hidden. Others speculated that it might be a modified car, but this was quickly refuted, with some saying that modified cars wouldn't use such test camouflage. It was clearly a new car from a certain automaker. The discussion was lively, but no one could confirm its identity. Half an hour later, someone in the group suddenly posted a photo. It was the promotional image that Chen had posted earlier, showing the Dragon covered by a curtain. Immediately afterward, the man exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, could this car be the Dragon of faith cars?" One sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere in the group. Some immediately agreed, saying the more they looked, the more similar it seemed. Others specifically checked the recent new car plans of major automakers and found that, apart from the brand faith cars, none of them matched up. Wang Baiqing stood in front of the Dragon with his phone in hand, completely dumbfounded. "Holy crap, did I really run into a Dragon?" Chapter 66, Driving the Gaolong to the Suburbs. Competing with the Mercedes G-Class. Wang Baiqing was incredibly excited. Wang Baiqing had been following the Gaolong for some time. Ever since Chen posted the update, he had been keeping an eye on this car, and he never expected to actually run into it in the underground parking garage today. Someone in the group immediately reminded him. "Quickly check if it's a pure electric vehicle. The Gaolong from Faith Auto is a pure electric model." Without hesitation, Wang Baiqing crawled under the car to inspect it. He saw that the undercarriage of the Gaolong was covered by a thick layer of armor, and the exhaust pipe was completely invisible at the rear. He took pictures of these two details and sent them to the group chat. The group chat exploded instantly. "That's right, it's a Gaolong. The underbody armor is definitely protecting the large battery, and the lack of an exhaust pipe at the rear also indicates that it's a pure electric vehicle. Where are you? I'm coming right now." Unable to dissuade everyone, Wang Baiqing had no choice but to share the location. Half an hour later, the off-road enthusiasts in the group arrived one after another. When they first saw Gaolong, they all froze on the spot. This car is huge. It looks rugged enough. Its off-road performance is definitely top-notch. If it really is a Gaolong, I have to support it. Although the vehicle is still camouflaged, the Gaolong's aggressive design language is impossible to conceal. Its square, domineering, and powerful appearance almost perfectly captures the aesthetic of these off-road enthusiasts. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Who is the designer of this car brand? Isn't this design better than the Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Someone next to them immediately chimed in, "The G-Class should take a back seat." The group gathered around the car, discussing it animatedly and snapping photos from every angle, from the front to the back. The photos were quickly shared in various off-road groups and then spread to social media platforms. The internet spreads information extremely quickly. Even before Chun had gone home and fallen asleep, the photo of the Gaolong parked in the underground garage had already spread throughout the entire off-road community. Off-road enthusiasts online started a frenzy of discussion. Which group member leaked this? Where's the car? That's amazing. This design is at least 20 years ahead of current hardcore off-road vehicles. Has Faith Auto really made an off-road vehicle? Of course, some people raise concerns. The Gaolong is a pure electric vehicle. What if it runs out of power if you take it off-road? Someone quickly countered. How far do you plan to drive it? The Kieran has a range of 1,200 kilometers. How much worse can the Gaolong be? Suddenly, topics about the Gaolong, a type of dragon-shaped object, flooded the internet. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the release of the car by Faith Auto, and Chen's social media accounts were also flooded with comments from netizens. Mr. Su, wake up. Gaolong is hot. How can you sleep at this hour? Hurry up and release Gaolong. Gaolong is a hit even before it's on the market. Mr. Su is probably stunned. It wasn't just Wang Baiqing's car enthusiasts in his group. After the news spread, many off-road lovers from the same city also rushed to the underground parking garage to check it out. Even before its official release, the Gaolong had already become a viral sensation online. On Weibo, related trending topics quickly appeared. These included Gaolong, suspected to be the second model from Faith Auto. It's already a hot topic online even before its release. And Gaolong goes to see who can compete. Various topics continued to climb the trending charts. The comments section was in an uproar. The Gaolong's appearance is incredible, even more imposing than a tank. Isn't that obvious? Does a tank even have the presence of a Gaolong? I can't wait to see it. Mr. Su, please grant my wish. Some people started speculating about the price. Many of the big shots in our group said they wanted to buy it. With the Gaolong's appearance and cutting-edge technology, 7 or 800,000 isn't unreasonable, right? Immediately, someone retorted, 7 or 800,000, at least 1 million. Soon, another argument broke out. If a domestic car costs $1 million, would you buy it? Look down on domestic cars? Then go buy a pirate cruiser. The Chun from Faith Cars is selling like hotcakes in China. Everyone says it's good. While the online uproar was raging, Chun was still asleep. The next morning, he received a call from Lu Fei. Lu Fei asked excitedly, President Su, did you drive the Gaolong back to the underground parking garage yesterday? Chun had just woken up and was still a little dazed. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Fei immediately said, it's trending. Gaolong is trending. Someone took a picture of your car, which you parked in the underground garage yesterday, and it's all over the off-road community now. Chun was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes and sat up. Huh? What's going on? After hanging up the phone, he quickly turned on his phone and found that his social media comment section had exploded, with everyone urging him to post about the dragon. Chun was a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't done anything, yet the dragon's story had been exposed prematurely, and its popularity was skyrocketing, even more so than the Chilans back then. After thinking for a moment, Chun got up and went downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the underground parking garage, he found that his car was surrounded by a crowd of people, all of whom were taking pictures of the car with their phones. Soon, someone recognized him. Holy crap, it's Chun, the CEO of Faith Auto. Now it's confirmed, this car really is the Gaolong. Mr. Su, you're my idol. Can we take a picture together? Wang Baiqing also saw Chun and quickly ran over. The crowd instantly surrounded Chun, all wanting to take photos with him. The scene was as lively as a mini car show. Chun was completely bewildered. He had only gone downstairs to check on the car. How did he suddenly become the center of attention? Wang Baiqing excitedly put his arm around Chen's shoulder and said, President Su, the Gaolong is so powerful. I love it just by looking at it. Then he got excited again. Our group is organizing an off-road trip today. Why don't you drive over too? Let everyone see the Gaolong's true off-road capabilities. Chen thought for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Okay, I happen to have time today. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Wang Baiqing was overjoyed. Pointing to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he said, I know a place in the suburbs that's perfect for testing off-road performance. I'll drive my G-Class, and we'll go there and have a competition. Upon hearing this, the people around immediately started clamoring for Chun to drive his Gaolong and have a head-to-head showdown with the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Wang Baiqing even sent a message directly to the off-road group, saying that the Gaolong was about to have a race with the G-Class in the suburbs. The group instantly went wild. "Let's go. My newly acquired patrol ship from yesterday is looking for a worthy opponent. My pirate ship want to try too. My Cadillac can't wait any longer either. See you in the suburbs." Soon, Chun started the Gaolong engine and followed Wang Baiqing's Mercedes-Benz G-Class towards the suburbs. Who is stronger? We'll find out by comparing them. Chapter 67, The Dragon makes its debut. Some doubt, some support. Along the way, Wang Baiqing drove his Bentley G-Class at the forefront, with Chun driving the Gaolong closely behind. What truly caught the attention of passers-by was the imposing new car in the background, still camouflaged. Many on the roadside stared in disbelief, speculating about which automaker's new product it was. Some say it looks like an imported car, while others suspect it's a new model from Bentley. In any case, the Gaolong attracted a lot of attention wherever it went. Half an hour later, Wang Baiqing led Chun and more than a dozen vehicles to Wadayapo in the suburbs. As soon as Chun drove the Gaolong to the location, people immediately surrounded him. This is understandable. The aura of the dragon was too strong, and almost everyone present was seeing an off-road vehicle of this size and posture for the first time. Even more outrageous, the news quickly spread within the industry. Some people directly posted photos and called out that the Faith Car's Gaolong had arrived, and Chun was driving it himself. Before long, more and more off-road vehicles gathered around Wadayapo, including Jimny, G-Class, Crazy Tian, Zunhajian, Hongshan, Jeep Mumin, and even the Sugar for Bidia. Almost all the popular off-road vehicles on the market had arrived. These car owners were enthusiastically climbing hills and off-roading. But as soon as Gaolong appeared, everyone stopped as if by prior arrangement and gathered around Chun. Some people looked at the Gaolong and exclaimed that the vehicle was huge and imposing, with a visual presence even stronger than the Volkswagen Patrol. Others started discussing the price, feeling that a vehicle of this size must be expensive. However, Wadayapo is not a place to judge a vehicle by its appearance. What it is most famous for is that it can truly test the capabilities of an off-road vehicle. Soon, doubts arose. Some felt that Gaolong was just a pure electric vehicle, and comparing it to gasoline vehicles for off-roading was simply a publicity stunt. Some people mocked Faith Auto for taking too big a step, becoming arrogant after the success of one MPV, saying that Wadayapo would make them come to their senses. Opinions at the scene were mixed. Fans of the car thought the Gaolong's appearance was amazing, while others believed that pure electric off-road vehicles were simply unreliable. Seeing the high level of interest and noticing that Chun had already brought the Gaolong to the scene, Wang Baiqing immediately started a live stream with the title, "The First Battle of the Faith Car Gaolong. Can it continue the Qilan legend?" He's somewhat famous in the off-road community, and as soon as the live stream started, many netizens flocked to it. Upon seeing the name 5 Slopes, the live chat instantly buzzed with activity. Some recognized it as the famous Instagrammable slope, and even mentioned that no one, not even a Brabus G-Class, had ever climbed the most difficult slope. Many netizens feel that Gaolong chose the wrong location this time. Its debut may be a disaster. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chun listened to the surrounding discussions but didn't rush to explain. Instead, he activated the U-turn function. At first, no one could react. They only saw the dragon suddenly move. A few seconds later, someone exclaimed in surprise. It had actually turned around on the spot. Such a large vehicle could actually spin in place like a tank, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. Some people exclaimed that the technology was amazing, as it was the first time they had seen such a feature on a mass-produced car. Wang Baiqing was also stunned, standing there holding his phone, unable to come to his senses for a long time. The live stream chat was flooded with 666, and holy crap. The viewers were amazed by this feature. Being able to make a U-turn on the spot not only looks cool, but it also greatly improves convenience when off-roading. Especially in narrow road conditions, this ability is almost a game changer. The people at the scene were incredibly excited, seeing a 360-degree turn on the spot for the first time. Some people said they had their eyes open today, while others immediately mentioned that Chun had previously revealed in his posts that the Gaolong also has the ability to float on water after falling in, and can even maintain normal driving after a tire blowout at high speed. These words drew another gasp of astonishment from those around him. Some couldn't help but urge Chun to release the news quickly, saying the money was all ready and they were just waiting to pick up the car. After the dragon turned around on the spot, Chun looked at Wang Baiqing and asked him directly if he wanted to have a competition. Wang Baiqing immediately shook his head, laughing as he said that his clumsy horse was practically an idiot in front of the dragon. Those around him laughed along. Wang Baiqing then introduced the 5 slopes to Chun. As the name suggests, there are 5 slopes of varying difficulty, from the 1st to the 5th, with the difficulty increasing progressively. He pointed to the off-road vehicles on site and told Chun that even though there were many vehicles here, it was already impressive to be able to complete the 4th slope. As for the 5th slope, Wang Baiqing admitted somewhat embarrassedly that even with his clumsy skills, he could only climb halfway up. Someone nearby added that no car has ever actually completed the 5th slope. They usually have to turn back halfway up. Some people are not optimistic about the Gaolong, thinking that the vehicle is too big to possibly go up there. Chun peeked out and looked at the 5 slopes in the distance. When his gaze fell on the last slope, he frowned slightly. The slope is indeed extreme. Just standing here and looking at it, you can tell it's quite difficult. As for whether the dragon can make it up, we'll have to try to find out. Wang Baiqing walked over with his phone and said that everyone at the scene and in the live broadcast room couldn't wait any longer, so they could get ready to start. The surrounding off-road vehicle owners also cheered and urged Chun to drive the Gaolong up the hill quickly. Chun didn't say much and simply nodded in agreement. Wang Baiqing pointed to the 1st slope not far away and suggested starting with the simplest one and trying to climb it step by step. After saying that, he got into his car and drove his Bentley toward the 1st slope. The atmosphere at the scene heated up and more people gathered around, many of them taking out their phones to film. As a new model making its debut at Wadayapo, the Gaolong undoubtedly became the focus of the entire event. Initially, most people praised its futuristic appearance and imposing design. But when they learned that the Gaolong was a pure electric vehicle, sarcastic remarks began to emerge. Some people say that pure electric vehicles shouldn't be in this kind of place, and that real off-roading should be done with gasoline-powered vehicles. Some people ridiculed the car brand for being too radical, saying that it should at least be a hybrid, and that it's unrealistic for a pure electric vehicle to climb 5 hills. Some even asserted that the dragon wouldn't be able to climb the 3rd slope in a short time. As everyone discussed the topic, they watched the dragon with great interest, eagerly anticipating the first battle of this all-electric off-road vehicle. Chapter 68. 4 cars remain. Only the Gaolong is a domestically produced car. The 1st slope isn't too difficult. The 1st slope wasn't too difficult, but it had rained lightly the night before, making the road slippery. It still took some time for cars like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and the Toyota Land Cruiser to get through. After the pirates and patrol ships boarded the ship one after another, everyone's eyes fell on the dragon piloted by Chun. The onlookers instantly became excited, chanting, "Gaolong emerges from the sea," eager to see just how powerful this domestically produced off-road vehicle really was. Some mentioned that Gaolong had 1,200 horsepower, while others worried that its weight of nearly 3 tons might make it unstable. When it was Chun's turn, he didn't hesitate at all and drove the Gaolong up the slope. Everyone thought it might slip a little, but the Gaolong made it go over as if it were flat ground. Although the 1st slope wasn't particularly difficult, the dragon's posture was remarkably stable. The chassis and suspension exhibited almost no excessive swaying, giving the impression of a land tank. Wang Baiqing couldn't help but exclaim in the live stream, "Gaolong is too stable. My G-Wagon slipped a bit going uphill just now. It's really hard to say what will happen on the 3rd hill." The viewers in the live stream were also intrigued and urged them to hurry up and move on to the next slope. Soon, the group moved to the 2nd slope, with Wang Baiqing leading the way in his Bentley G-Class as before. He floored the accelerator, and the engine roared like a wild beast. The 2nd hill was more difficult, but fortunately, the G-Wagon climbed it without incident. Subsequently, vehicles such as the Thief and Cruiser took turns attempting the challenge. However, upon reaching the halfway point, many vehicles began to slip, and several domestically produced vehicles even slid down the slope, unable to make it up. The onlookers started discussing it. Some said that this showed the difference between domestic and imported cars. Others mentioned that imported cars are priced as they are, with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class costing over 3 million yuan, while the most expensive domestic car, the Tank 500, only starts at around 300,000 yuan. Everyone quickly turned their attention back to the dragon. Chen didn't waste any words, drove straight to the second ramp, and steadily surged up amidst cheers. This time, the dragon was even more stable than on the first slope, with no noticeable slippage throughout. The scene instantly erupted in cheers, and everyone immediately rushed to the third slope. Compared to the first two, the third slope was noticeably more difficult. The rain had left the road surface a mess, making it muddy and slippery, even more so than before. Everyone originally thought that Wang Boqing's G-Wagon would arrive first, but to everyone's surprise, Chen drove the Gaolong directly out. The crowd erupted in excitement. Some exclaimed that Gaolong was too confident, while others felt that the third slope was significantly more difficult and that Gaolong was forcing his way out. But the next second, Chen made it across again. The 3-ton vehicle pressed down on the muddy slope, yet the tires remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of slipping. Chen himself was somewhat surprised. He had thought the third slope would cause the dragon some trouble, but it passed through easily. The driver of the stolen car at the bottom of the slope couldn't sit still any longer and immediately stepped on the gas to rush up the hill. But the car started to slip as soon as it reached the halfway point, and the driver kept turning the steering wheel to adjust the route, but it was no use at all. The bandits were stuck awkwardly halfway up the slope, unable to go up or down. A chorus of jeers immediately erupted from the crowd. Some laughed that the bygone, a type of motorcycle, failed on the third slope, while others joked that it was no better than a Tank 300. The bygone owner tried several more times, but with the same result, he could only slink back down in disgrace. After getting out of the car, he scratched his head awkwardly and only said, "It's a bit slippery." This scooter cost him over 600,000 yuan back then, with an extra 50,000 yuan just for the price, and it was the top-of-the-line four-wheel drive model. Now, unable to climb it in front of so many people, he's completely lost face. Wang Baiqing then barely made it to the top in his Bentley G-Class, while other vehicles, such as the Cruiser and Tank 500, also made their way through the third slope. Just as everyone was joking about the thieves, a domestically produced Wuling Hongguang wanted to give it a try. The driver didn't care about the car at all and floored the accelerator to climb the hill. Everyone was waiting to see Wu Lung make a fool of himself, but he managed to climb up safely despite several attempts. This put all the pressure on the bandit. The laughter at the scene grew even louder, with everyone joking that the bandit, worth hundreds of thousands, couldn't even compare to a Wuling rear-wheel drive vehicle worth tens of thousands. Then, the fourth ramp began. This ramp was even more difficult. Half an hour later, only 4 cars remained on the field. Chen's Gaolong, Wang Baiqing's Bentley G-Class, Nissan Patrol, and a Fengtian Cruiser. All the remaining vehicles, including domestically produced tanks, failed on the fourth slope. Wang Baiqing's livestream also saw its viewership reach an all-time high. The screen was flooded with comments. Some asked if they had reached the 5th slope, while others lamented that there were only 4 vehicles left. 3 imported SUVs surrounding a domestically produced Gaolong. Many viewers mentioned that the 5th slope is the real Devil's Slope, where many vehicles overturned last year, and even the Gaolong might have difficulty with it. Chen drove the dragon to the 5th ramp, looked up, and couldn't help but gasp. It's so steep, really too steep. It truly lives up to its reputation as the most challenging section of Wadaipo. Not only is the slope slippery due to the rain, but the route is also winding and riddled with deep potholes, putting off-road vehicles to their absolute limits. Although the dragon successfully passed the first few slopes, the 5th slope was completely different in difficulty, and no one could guarantee the outcome. The scene was already crowded with people, and drones were flying overhead, providing aerial footage of the challenge from all angles. Of the remaining 4 vehicles, apart from the Gaolong, the rest were all imported SUVs. Looking at this scene, Chen felt a surge of fighting spirit. Is this a scenario where 3 imported cars are going to besiege his domestically produced Gaolong? Okay, let's do it then. Chen gripped the steering wheel, full of confidence, ready to drive the Gaolong and officially challenge the 5th devilish slope. Chapter 69, the imported cars were all wiped out. Not a single one could fight back. The other cars around Gaolong were also ready to go. The driver of the Nissan Patrol was a middle-aged man, brimming with confidence. He patted the car door and said, "I've been up this slope several times. Imported cars are indeed powerful." The surrounding crowd immediately started jeering. Only going up their counts, What are you so arrogant about now? The ramp bandit was pretty cocky earlier, but he couldn't even take down a five-edged sword. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Some people were shouting for Su Chen's dragon to go first. Su Chen didn't care, since he had to go sooner or later anyway. But the patrol driver was unwilling and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone move aside. I'll go first." As soon as he finished speaking, he got into the car and started it. The onlookers all stepped back, their eyes fixed on the patrol. The patrol is a six-cylinder, 4.0-liter engine, which isn't bad, but it only has less than 300 horsepower. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The middle-aged man revved the engine, then released the brakes and sped toward the fifth ramp. But the car came to a complete stop before it had climbed halfway up. He refused to give up and adjusted the direction, continuing to accelerate. However, the slope was slippery, and the patrol not only didn't go uphill, but instead gradually slid backward, quickly returning to the bottom of the slope. The crowd burst into laughter. Can't the patrol have any fun? What's the point of competing if it's less than 300 horsepower? Hurry up and get out. This car only looks impressive. The middle-aged man, embarrassed, cursed, "This is too slippery." He tried 3 more times, but failed each time. In the end, he almost flipped over because he turned the steering wheel too sharply and had to admit defeat. After getting off the bus, he still insisted, "It's mainly because of the rain. If it weren't raining, there would be no problem at all." The onlookers all understood that if he couldn't get on, he couldn't get on, and there was no point in explaining further. Immediately afterward, Wang Baiqing couldn't sit still any longer. "I'll go next." He was driving a Benchy G500, a 4.0-liter V8 engine with a maximum horsepower of 421, and he was very confident about the hill. Viewers in the live stream also started to express their anticipation. The Bentley should be fine. It's a proper off-road vehicle. The specs are there for all to see. This car costs over 2 million yuan. Surely it can't be too expensive, right? Wang Baiqing didn't say much and drove his G-Class up the hill. The onlookers cheered. After all, it was the most expensive car in the area, and everyone thought it was a sure thing. But the next second, the G-Class got stuck in the same spot where the patrol had just stopped. Its 4 tires spun wildly, and the car swayed from side to side like a snail, refusing to climb up. Wang Baiqing panicked. No way, it can't get up there. With a car worth over 2 million yuan stuck here, he couldn't save face, so he could only keep pressing the accelerator. No matter how hard he tried to rev the engine, the car didn't budge. In the end, Wang Baiqing had no choice but to apply the brakes and slowly back down the slope. The crowd erupted again. This won't work either. Even a large displacement, naturally aspirated engine can't make it up there. The G-Wagon is only good for driving in the city. The slope is too slippery. It's pointless for anyone to try. This is supposed to go uphill. It'd be a struggle to even get onto a heated brick bed. Of the 4 imported vehicles, only the crazy field patrol boat remained, alongside Su Chen's Gaolong. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the patrol boat. Let's get on the next cruiser. Everyone wants to see how you get off. The brand new cruiser is pretty good. Go my foot. Over 300 horsepower. If I can get on, I'll call you daddy. Su Chen also looked at the patrol ship next to him. It was large and had a domineering appearance. In a place like Shaanxi province, many wealthy bosses liked to drive it, and it was quite famous for its ability to climb mountains and wade through rivers. The owner of the cruiser patted the hood. I'll go. Amidst shouts, he drove to the bottom of the hill. The thieves ahead had already left, and the patrol in G-Class had also failed. He had become the last hope for imported cars. With a price tag of over 1 million and an imposing appearance, everyone felt that even if it couldn't reach the top, it should at least be better than the previous 2. But everyone was quickly disappointed. The cruiser started slipping before it even reached the spot where the patrol in G-Class were stuck. The driver tried several times, but still couldn't climb up and had to sheepishly retreat. The onlookers immediately surrounded them and teased. The name cruiser isn't good either. It's called cruiser, so it can't be used on land. It has to go to sea. Over 1 million? I could buy 20 woolings for that price. The owner of the patrol car smiled wryly and waved his hand, then exchanged a glance with the owner of the stolen car. The car was expensive, but it was useless because it couldn't get up there. Wang Baiqing was also somewhat bewildered. No way. There's only one Gaolong left now? All 3 joint venture and imported units have been phased out. Is there really any hope for Gaolong? The livestream chat became lively. What G-Wagon? What patrol ship? You'd think it was some old man's car. Imported cars, step back and let the Gaolong go. I can't wait any longer. The Gaolong should be able to get up there, right? Some people worried. Electric cars have high wheel speeds. They might dig a hole directly. Others declared, it all depends on how well the car is tuned. If the Gaolong can make it, I'll order one right there at the launch event. Everyone was waiting for Gaolong to appear. What is the hope of the entire village? Is Gaolong now? The crowd automatically parted to clear the area in front of the fifth slope. The owners of the patrol car and the patrol huddled together, whispering a bet. 1 pack of cigarettes. I bet the Gaolong can't make it up this slope. An electric car has absolutely no chance on this hill. I'll add a bottle of Mao Tai. The two hit it off immediately, their eyes fixed on the dragon. At that moment, Chun had already driven the dragon to the bottom of the fifth slope, activating the differential lock and snow-based obstacle avoidance mode. If the Gaolong can really make it up, it will save Faith Motors a huge amount of advertising costs. Chun looked at the slope ahead and whispered, Gaolong, start. The next moment, he piloted the dragon and began to climb the hill. Chapter 70. The dragon becomes the hope of the entire village. Wang Baiqing rushed to the front with his phone in hand. Wanting to capture the scene of the dragon rushing down the slope, Wang Baiqing held up his phone and squeezed to the front. At this moment, only the Gaolong car remained on the track, and the entire audience instantly surrounded it, a sea of black, all staring at this domestically produced electric car. Some people excitedly shouted their support for domestic products, while others were not optimistic about it. After all, the previous 3 imported off-road vehicles worth millions of yuan all failed on the fifth slope. The fifth slope is too steep, and the most difficult part has a bump followed by 2 large potholes. Once the wheels get stuck, it's basically impossible to get out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chun drove the Gaolong to the spot where the 3 cars had been stuck. Soon, the dragon's wheels also began to slip. However, the vehicle has already activated its snow-based obstacle avoidance mode, keeping the wheel speed very stable, and the vehicle's infotainment system is automatically adjusting its speed and posture based on road conditions. The onlookers immediately started discussing it. Some people scoffed, saying that Gaolong is also a car, and it doesn't even have a V8 engine, so why should it be allowed to operate? Some people argue that who says a gasoline-powered off-road vehicle is necessarily better than an electric vehicle? Wang Baiqing's heart also began to pound with anxiety. He both hoped the dragon could rush up, yet felt a strange unease. If the dragon really passes the fifth slope, wouldn't their multi-million-dollar off-road vehicle become a joke? Inside the car, Chun remained completely calm. After assessing the road conditions, he immediately activated the Gaolong's autonomous driving system. A female voice came from the car's infotainment system. Current road conditions have been scanned. We're taking over driving and planning the best route for you. The next second, Chun released the steering wheel, leaving the rest of the operation entirely to Gaolong. This scene was captured on camera by people holding up their phones nearby. The crowd erupted in chaos. What is Mr. Su doing? Has he taken over the management? On such a steep slope, he took both hands off the steering wheel, quickly moved to the sides. If the car slides down, we're doomed. Many people were so frightened that they quickly backed away. If such a large vehicle were to lose control and slide down a slope, the people below would have no chance to escape. Wang Baiqing was also dumbfounded. At first, he didn't understand what Chun wanted to do, but he quickly realized what was going on. This is the fully autonomous driving function of the Gaolong. The self-driving technology of faith cars has been making headlines recently, but whether it works on city roads is one thing, and whether it works on this kind of unnamed, wild hill is another. There are no road markings, no standard road conditions, and it's all mud and gravel. Could it be that the Gaolong has already been able to collect terrain data, determine the angle of its chassis passage, and then plan an escape route? Thinking of this, Wang Baiqing felt a sudden shock. If that's the case, then this technology is simply terrifying. Several drones also flew to the side of the Gaolong, capturing the scene of Chun releasing the steering wheel clearly. Even more outrageous, after seeing the drone outside the window, Chun rolled down the window and waved with both hands. The onlookers became even more anxious. It's over. Chun has gone mad. You still have a mind to greet people at a time like this. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. The dragon did not retreat, nor did it lose control and slide down. Instead, it climbed upwards little by little. Holy crap, look! The dragon didn't slip down. It's still going up. Didn't Boss Su relinquish control? Is he driving the car himself? Those who had just retreated couldn't help but gather around again. The SUV owners' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They watched as the dragon steadily controlled its slipping wheels and slowly ascended along the route planned by the system, without any human intervention. Sitting in the car, Chun couldn't help but marvel at how powerful this cutting-edge technology truly was. In such complex road conditions, the vehicle can analyze the terrain on its own, choose the best route, and even get out of trouble automatically. Everyone at the scene took out their phones and started snapping photos of the dragon. They'd seen off-road vehicles before, even million-dollar hardcore off-roaders, but today all those vehicles failed on the fifth ramp. Now, the dragon is really about to charge forward. In the end, the dragon did not disappoint everyone's expectations. Although it slipped a few times along the way, thanks to its powerful powertrain and fully automated driving assistance, it managed to climb the fifth ramp without any major incidents. It became the only one of the last 4 cars to successfully make it over the fifth slope. Moreover, it is neither an imported luxury car nor a traditional gasoline-powered off-road vehicle. It is a domestically produced electric vehicle. The 3 imported cars failed to encircle and suppress the enemy, and the Gaolong broke through. The entire Wadayapo area instantly erupted in excitement. The dragon is too powerful. It actually went up. Who was looking down on the tram just now? Step forward. It has to be a domestically produced car. That's so satisfying. When will the Gaolong be released? As long as it doesn't cost more than $1 million, I have to buy it. The crowd gathered around the dragon, their eyes filled with excitement. Someone couldn't help but ask Chen, President Su, when exactly will the Gaolong be released? I absolutely must get one of these cars. Chen smiled and simply said it would be soon, in a few more days. The footage of Wang Baiqing's live stream was quickly edited and posted online by netizens. Not long after, the Faith Auto Gaolong once again topped the trending charts in the automotive industry. The news that Gaolong had successfully conquered the most difficult slope of Wadayapo spread far and wide in the off-road community. Online discussions continue. Someone declared that they had become a die-hard fan of Faith cars. Some people say they already have a Kieran and now want to buy a Gaolong. Some people bluntly stated that since so many joint venture and imported hardcore off-road vehicles were defeated by the Gaolong today, they should stop praising how amazing imported cars are. Just as Chen was surrounded by the crowd, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the crowd. Oh no! 2 children have fallen into the river. Help them! Chen immediately looked in the direction of the sound. On the river, not far away, 2 small heads were bobbing up and down in the water, about to sink. His expression changed. Oh no! Save them first. Without saying a word, Chen drove the Gaolong towards the riverbank. Everyone was stunned. The riverbed is full of silt. If a car gets stuck, not only will it be impossible to rescue the person, but a tow truck will also have to be called. Isn't this just making things worse? Only Wang Baiqing saw through Chen's intentions and suddenly raised his phone to chase after him. Chen is planning to pilot the dragon down to rescue people. Chapter 71. Make way for the dragon to go down and rescue people. Wang Baiqing suddenly remembered that Chen had previously showcased various cutting-edge technologies carried by the Gaolong on social media. Besides the tank turning around that was just shown at Wadayapo, there is another crucial function: automatic buoyancy after falling into the water. In other words, the Gaolong will not only not sink, but can even float on the water like a boat. As soon as he said that, the viewers in the live stream realized what he meant. That's right, the dragon has the ability to float on water. An off-road vehicle can go into water? That's outrageous. Is Chen really going to drive a 3-ton truck into the river to rescue people? Don't just stand there, streamer. Hurry up and follow. Wang Baiqing dared not delay any longer. If the dragon could really go into the water, then he would be witnessing history today. The onlookers also rushed to the riverbank, with the dragon leading the way, quickly reaching the riverbank. On the riverbank, a middle-aged couple was crying and shouting into the water. Wang Donglai watched 2 small heads bobbing up and down on the surface of the water, and he was so anxious that he almost collapsed. Those were his son and daughter. It had rained yesterday, and the river was rising, causing the 2 children to drift further and further away from the bank. Wang Donglai couldn't swim, but he still tried to rush into the water. His wife, Zhang Shufang, clung to him tightly, crying and shouting, "What are you doing? You can't swim." Wang Donglai's voice trembled. What can I do if I don't know how? Am I just supposed to watch my child get swept away? Soon, people from Wadaipo also arrived. Seeing that there were many people, Zhang Shufang knelt down in front of them with a thud and kept kowtowing. Please, please save my son and daughter. Wang Donglai also pulled out a bank card, crying, There's 100,000 yuan in this card. Can anyone swim? Please, please save them. They're so young. The people around were extremely anxious, but no one dared to go into the water. Someone sighed. How can you bring your child to the river in this weather? It's too dangerous. Some people also warned, 3 children drowned in this river last summer. It looks calm, but there are strong undercurrents underneath. Even adults might not be able to survive if they went down there. The words were increasingly heavy, but not a single person actually stood up. Wang Baiqing frowned anxiously as he watched this scene. The live stream chat also erupted in noise. Some people criticized the bystanders for being cold-blooded and only knowing how to take pictures with their phones. Others countered that the river was too dangerous and ordinary people could easily drown if they went in. The best course of action was to call the police and wait for rescue. But everyone knew that it would take time for the rescue team to arrive, and the 2 children in the river couldn't wait any longer. People at the scene started calling 119 and 120 emergency services. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang cried so hard they could barely breathe. On the surface of the water, the 2 children were still struggling, but each time they floated up, it was more difficult than the last. Just then, Wang Baiqing caught a glimpse of a huge object approaching out of the corner of his eye. Chen arrived in the Gaolong. He honked his horn, leaned out, and shouted, Make way, I'm going to save the child. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then someone started cursing. Aren't you just making things worse? How can you get out of a car while driving? This is a riverbed. If your car gets stuck, you'll need someone to rescue you. The bandits and the patrol boat driver who hadn't made it up the hill earlier also stepped forward, pointing at Chun and shouting, Go back. Can't you see this is a matter of life and death? Just because you have a high horsepower and can go uphill doesn't mean you can go into the water and save people. That's ridiculous. In an instant, everyone's anger was directed at Chun, thinking he had gone mad. Driving a 3-ton SUV to the riverbank didn't look like he was trying to save someone. It looked more like he was causing trouble. Wang Baiqing finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Didn't you hear me? Get out of my way. Chun is here to rescue people. What are you doing blocking him? Some people disagreed. He's driving. How can he act recklessly at a time like this? Seeing the 2 children in increasing danger in the river, Wang Baiqing shouted anxiously, Chun's car will float. Get out of the way. This statement stunned everyone. Will the car float on water? Wouldn't such a heavy off-road vehicle sink to the bottom immediately? But Wang Baiqing's expression didn't seem like he was joking. Although no one understood what Chun was going to do, saving lives was the priority, so everyone made way for him to reach the river. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun stepped on the accelerator and piloted the Gaolong straight into the river. The crowd erupted instantly. Holy crap! Is the driver out of his mind? Isn't this just sensationalism? Are they willing to risk their lives for clicks? The parents are so worried, and he still wants to get on the trending topics with the Gaolong? No one believed that a 3-ton vehicle could rescue people from the water. The 2 children were at least 50 meters from shore. Even a boat would have to worry about getting stuck in the mud, let alone a car. But just as everyone was cursing, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, that car is floating. The next second, everyone's eyes widened. The dragon actually floated on the water and was heading towards the 2 children. Chapter 72, Everyone is shocked. A real dragon emerges from the sea. As soon as the man shouted, everyone's eyes immediately fell on the dragon that Chun was piloting. Only then did everyone realize that the dragon hadn't sunk into the mud at all. Instead, it was floating steadily on the surface. Its 4 tires spun wildly, and the sides of the vehicle were quickly surrounded by murky water, revealing its formidable power. Several drones immediately flew over, and in the footage, Chun was seen piloting the Gaolong, moving steadily across the river like a boat. The people on the shore were completely stunned. Am I seeing things? A car can drive in water. Holy crap, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this in my life. I just checked, and it seems that the Gaolong really does have the ability to float on water. That's amazing. Now, the 2 children are saved. Only then did everyone understand why Chun had asked them to move aside. It turned out that this dragon-shaped vehicle could indeed travel on water. Inside the car, Chun watched the two children drifting further and further away, feeling anxious. But the water buoyancy function was only in emergency mode, and its speed was far slower than driving on land. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Just as they were about to catch up, the two children had already choked on a lot of water. The little girl was clearly struggling and was coughing and choking repeatedly, while the little boy, who was in slightly better shape, was still holding on to her with one hand, trying desperately to pull her up. But he was just a child, and he couldn't exert any strength in the water. Every time he pulled, he sank a little deeper. As Chen approached, he immediately slowed down. He was afraid that the tires would stir up mud and create whirlpools, pulling the two children in again. 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. Finally, the dragon stopped beside the two children. Chen rolled down the car window. The water was only 10 centimeters from the window. He reached out and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Uncle is here to save you." The little boy's eyes lit up instantly when he saw someone coming. He spat out a mouthful of water and said with difficulty, "Uncle, please save my sister first." After saying that, he used all his strength to push the little girl toward the car window. Without hesitation, Chun pulled the little girl into the car and placed her in the passenger seat. Then he turned around, grabbed the little boy's arm, and dragged him to the side of the car. The little boy was gripping the car window with one hand, gasping for breath, his face pale. Chun used all his strength and finally pulled him in through the window. To prevent river water from flooding the car, Chun immediately closed all 4 windows. The two children were coughing violently, clearly having swallowed a lot of water. Chun knew that falling into the water and swallowing water was very dangerous. Calculating the time, the ambulance should be arriving soon, so he immediately turned the wheel and drove towards the spot where they had just entered the water. This entire scene was captured by a drone overhead. The people on the shore breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two children being rescued and put into the car, followed by a burst of applause. "That was a close call. Chun, you're really great." What does it mean for a dragon to emerge from the sea? This is the real dragon emerging from the sea. If something really happens to the two children, how devastated the parents would be. The Gaolong is too tough. The rescue team should really be equipped with one. It's so useful in critical moments. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufeng also saw the child being rescued from the drone footage. The two collapsed to the ground and hugged each other, crying bitterly. People around rushed forward to comfort him. "It's all right, the child is saved." At that moment, the sounds of ambulances and police cars could be heard not far away, and the Blue Sky rescue team also arrived at the scene. As soon as Chen Ming, the rescue team leader, got out of the car, he began to evacuate the crowd and prepare to have his team launch the boat into the river. But when he looked up, he saw a car moving towards the shore on the river. Chen Ming frowned and asked, "Why are there still cars stuck in the river?" Someone nearby explained, "That car went down to rescue two children who had fallen into the water." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Ming interrupted him. "Nonsense. Does he think his car is a boat? He's trapped inside now, and we'll have to waste resources to rescue him." As he spoke, he instructed his team to lower the boat into the water, then walked over to Wang Donglai and his wife. Seeing that the two were crying so hard they could barely stand, Chen Ming's tone softened. "Don't worry, we're the Blue Sky rescue team. No matter what, we will bring the child back today." He stopped mid-sentence. 2 8 or 9-year-old children had been in the water for so long. Their chances of survival were probably slim. Chen Ming turned around and ordered, "Get into the river quickly and bring them back alive." He then told his colleague, "Call another tow truck. That car will need to be rescued soon too." Looking at the dragon in the river, a colleague couldn't help but mutter, "This driver is really making things worse." He still drove down in this situation. The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore and quickly reminded them, "You've got it wrong. That car was there to rescue people. The two children have already been rescued and are in the car now." Chen Ming shook his head. "Don't joke around. That place is at least 10 meters deep. What kind of car can float on the water after falling in?" Almost simultaneously, the people around shouted 2 words, "Gaolong." Chen Ming was taken aback. "What dragon? Are you kidding me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his colleague patted him on the shoulder. "Boss, look. That car looks like it's floating over." "No, it's driving over." Chen Ming whirled around and saw the dragon slowly approaching the riverbank. Once the tires touched the bottom, its powerful engine roared back up, propelling the vehicle steadily onto the riverbank. At this moment, the Gaolong resembled a ferocious beast that had just crawled out of the water, with mud and water stains constantly sliding off its body, and the two headlights on the front face shooting out sharp light. Defying the heavens, domineering. Even the usually composed Qin Ming couldn't help but swear. Holy crap, this car is so awesome. Chapter 73, What? This car is actually a domestically produced car? The Blue Sky Rescue team members were stunned. They shared the same idea as Qin Ming. Everyone initially thought the car in the river was stuck and wouldn't be able to get out, and that the rescue team would have to go in to save the people. But no one expected that the car wasn't stuck at all, but was specifically used to rescue people. Even more outrageous, it not only rescued the person, but also drove itself back from the river. A member of the Blue Sky Rescue team stared wide-eyed at the dragon that had just emerged from the water and couldn't help but ask Qin Ming, "Captain Qin, what kind of vehicle is this? How can it drive in water?" Qin Ming was also shocked and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. It doesn't look like those imported SUVs. The body is still covered in camouflage. Could it be a new car that a company hasn't released yet?" The team member was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it has to be an imported car. These functions are too incredible. It looks so impressive. It must cost at least $1 million, right?" Qin Ming frowned and said, "It might be more than that. This kind of life-saving function in critical moments is worth more than money. Let's stop looking and go check the situation." After saying that, he immediately led several team members towards the dragon. At the same time, the police and the doctor and the ambulance also arrived and were somewhat bewildered when they heard the surrounding discussions. Some said the rescue team arrived too late, and the children had already been pulled out of the water by the car. Others couldn't believe it. What kind of car could drive in water? But regardless of the truth, the doctors rushed over immediately to check on the two children. On the other side, Wang Baicheng was also running towards Gaolong, phone in hand. A seasoned off-road enthusiast, he was so excited his hands were trembling. Just moments before, he had witnessed a car navigating the river like a boat and rescuing two children. His livestream chat room has completely exploded. This is a Gaolong? That's amazing. A 3-ton vehicle can float on water and even save lives. Today I've truly witnessed history. This time, Faith Auto has truly brought glory to domestic cars. With this feature, who dares to compete? I'll definitely buy it as long as it doesn't exceed 1.5 million. Who's going to hype up imported cars anymore? You can't even afford a 2.0 TG class for over $1,000,000 yuan. Our domestically produced Gaolong is better. The surrounding crowd gathered around, cheering in waves. At this moment, Chun steered the Gaolong ashore while checking on the two children in the passenger seat. Fortunately, he arrived in time. The two children had only choked on water and were not in immediate danger. As soon as the car came to a stop, Chun got out, opened the passenger door, and said to the doctor, "Quickly check the two children." The doctors didn't dare to delay, and several people quickly lifted the child onto a stretcher, preparing to send him to the ambulance. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang stumbled over. Seeing their two children alive, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shufang burst into tears, crying, "Husband, the children are all right. The children are all right." Wang Donglai kissed the two children's faces, his voice trembling. "Yang baby, you scared your mom and dad to death. We didn't watch you properly." The little boy Yang pointed at Chun and whispered, "That uncle saved me and my sister." After hearing this, the couple wiped away their tears, quickly walked to Chun, and knelt down with a plop. "Thank you so much, my savior. If it weren't for you, our family would be finished." The two women wept uncontrollably, kowtowing repeatedly. Chun quickly stepped forward and helped them up, saying, "It's good that the child is all right. You should go see the child first." Wang Donglai, his eyes filled with gratitude, pulled out a bank card from his pocket. "You saved not only my child's life, but also the lives of my whole family. There's 100,000 yuan in this card. You must accept it." Chun quickly pushed it back. "No, I can't take this money." In his view, the Gaolong's floating capability was originally designed for emergency rescue. Being able to save two children today is the greatest significance of this vehicle. Wang Donglai and Zhang Shufang wanted to persist, but Chun's attitude was firm. In the end, Wang Donglai could only say with red eyes, "Benefactor, once the children recover, I will definitely bring them to visit you and let them recognize you as their godfather. Chen smiled and said, we'll talk about it later. Let's go take care of the child first. The couple then left. People immediately gathered around, praising Chun repeatedly. That young man is really great. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. He saved 2 lives. Skilled and daring, we must promote this. Chun could only wave his hand. He knew in his heart that he couldn't swim, and he was only able to go into the water to save people thanks to Gaolong. If it weren't for this vehicle, he might not have dared to go down there rashly. At this moment, Qin Ming walked over, stared at Chun for a few seconds, and suddenly recognized him. Aren't you Chun, the boss of Faith Auto? The other team members nearby also realized what was happening. So, it's the CEO of Faith Auto. So young? Looks like he's only in his early 20s. Young and promising. Chen nodded. Qin Ming's gaze quickly fell on the dragon again, looking it over from left to right, his eyes full of amazement. Mr. Su, your car is incredible. What brand is it? Is it an imported car? Other rescue team members also gathered around, all thinking that if their team had a vehicle like this, they could save many more people in the future if they encountered a situation like today. Chun walked to the side of the dragon and smiled faintly. This is not an imported car. This is a genuine Chinese car, made in China. Qin Ming was stunned after hearing this. What? You're saying this car is a domestically made car? He couldn't believe it and circled the dragon several more times. This is actually a domestically produced car? When did domestically produced cars become so powerful? Not only can they rescue people from water, but it also looks like an electric car. How can a tram be driven into water without catching fire? This is incredible. Chapter 74. Everyone's anticipation rises. The flood dragon becomes a sensation across the entire internet. Chun continued. This is the second car from Faith Motors, the Gaolong. Qin Ming swallowed hard, then couldn't help patting the hood of the Gaolong, his eyes filled with excitement. If such a vehicle could be assigned to the Blue Sky Rescue Team, it might save another life in an emergency. He immediately asked Chun, President Su, when will this car be launched? What will the price be? As long as the price was acceptable, he wanted to go back and persuade the team to get one. Chun replied, the Gaolong will be launched in a few days, and the specific price will be announced at the press conference. The onlookers immediately started discussing. Some thought that since the Gaolong could turn around like a tank and float on water, its price must be high. Others guessed it would be at least $1 million, or even $1.5 million would not be surprising. Some people even compared it to imported SUVs, saying that those cars sell for over $1,000,000 and people still buy them. So the Gaolong's configuration is so strong that even if it sells for that price, it's completely reasonable. Seeing that nothing serious had happened, Chun drove the Gaolong back to the company. Wang Baiqing stood there, watching the car drive away, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He had made up his mind that once the Gaolong was released, he would support it no matter the cost. After witnessing the Gaolong's capabilities, he looked at his own Banshee and felt it was like a product of the last century, utterly outdated. As soon as Chun returned to the company, Lu Fei and the others rushed into the office, their faces full of excitement, and said, President Su, Gaolong is amazing. It can even go into the water to save people. Chun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't told anyone at the company about his rescues at Wadayapo and in the river. So how did they know? Lu Fei immediately handed over his phone, excitedly scrolling through the pages. President Su, look, it's gone viral online. Everyone's talking about the Gaolong. On my phone, there's a video of the Gaolong submersible challenging the Wadayapo slope, and another of it rescuing someone from the water. Even more surprisingly, the official Weibo account for Faith Auto is flooded with netizens asking about the launch date. Chun took the phone and saw that the Gaolong was indeed a sensation online, especially in various off-road vehicle circles. Almost everyone was discussing this new car that hadn't even been released yet. On Weibo's trending topics, related terms surged one after another. How strong is the Gaolong's off-road capability? The Gaolong has become famous in one battle even before it has been released. The most powerful domestically produced off-road vehicle. President Su personally piloted the Gaolong to demonstrate its floating function. The comment section was buzzing with activity, with netizens tagging Chun and urging him to release the information quickly. Some said they had already prepared the money and it would go to waste if he didn't release it soon. Others had just received their project payments and immediately decided to buy the Gaolong submersible. Some people said that they had previously ordered a patrol vessel, but have now canceled it. And wouldn't it be better to save the money to buy a Gaolong? Some even said that they would support one as long as it was less than 3 million. Although some commenters questioned whether it was worth spending 3 million yuan on a domestically produced car, they were quickly refuted. More and more people are beginning to agree that there's nothing wrong with using Chinese currency to buy a Chinese car. Looking at these comments, Chen understood that many people's attitudes towards domestically produced cars had changed after this incident. This was because the Gaolong's functions and specifications practically encompassed every feature a hardcore off-road vehicle could offer. On the forums of the car industry's hometown, the most popular posts all revolve around the Gaolong. The most popular one was posted by Wang Baiqing himself. The title was eye-catching. What's it like to witness a miracle firsthand? Gaolong, my dream vehicle. In the post, he uploaded photos and videos taken at Wadayapo and by the river, and also wrote a detailed account of the entire process he witnessed today. Finally, Wang Baiqing remarked that he used to think that only foreign automakers could manufacture true hardcore off-road vehicles. So when he bought a car, he did not hesitate to choose the Bentley G-Class. He never had high expectations for domestic car manufacturers, but after returning for Wadayapo today, his thoughts have completely changed. If he hadn't personally witnessed the dragon soaring up the most difficult slope and then diving into the water to rescue people, he would never have believed that domestically produced cars had reached such a level. At the end of his post, he only left one sentence. Imported cars aren't necessarily good. There are just as many good products made in China. Now, what he's most looking forward to is the launch of the Gaolong submersible. No matter the price, he'll definitely buy one. The post quickly surpassed 999 plus comments. Some people said that after watching all the videos, they felt Wang Baiqing's evaluation was very fair and that Made in China has truly stood up. Others joked that Faith Auto is a treasure company, having just bought the Chun and now being captivated by the Gaolong. Many people in the comment section also asked what the difference is between Gaolong and common off-road vehicles like the Bydone and Zunhajian. When faced with these questions, Wang Baiqing simply summarized it in one sentence. I say that the Gaolong is the strongest off-road vehicle right now because other vehicles are just the weakest of the weak compared to it. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood. Everyone began to eagerly await the release of the Gaolong. Of course, many people also believe that the price of the Gaolong will definitely not be low. After all, with such incredible specifications, it should start at over 1 million yuan. Meanwhile, at a Toyota 4S store, Zhou Kai was idly scrolling through short videos. When he saw various videos of the Gaolong, a type of electric vehicle, he was completely stunned. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This vehicle is terrifying. It can even float on water? This isn't an off-road vehicle. This is a real land-based patrol vessel." As soon as he finished speaking, a female salesperson walked over with a price list and continued to introduce the Prado 4000 to him with a smile. She told Zhou Kai that there were no cars available in the entire Shanna province at the moment, but if he paid an extra 50,000 yuan, the total cost would be around 800,000 yuan, and he could take delivery of the car within 3 months. The saleswoman talked for a while before realizing Zhou Kai wasn't listening at all. She quickly asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you listening?" Zhou Kai snapped out his daze and asked, "How far has the tyrant landed now?" The saleswoman repeated, "The total comes to about 800,000 yuan, and I can guarantee you can pick up the car within 3 months. Without even thinking, Zhou Kai shook his head. "An extra 3 months? Forget it. I'll look at other cars first." The saleswoman looked puzzled, as there were hardly any options at this price point, so she asked him what other cars he wanted to see. Zhou Kai smiled and only said one name, the hardcore off-road vehicle that Faith Motors is about to release, the Gaolong. Chapter 75, the tyrannical thief cancels his order and turns his attention to the dragon. Saleswoman Wang Xiaoya paused for a moment after hearing Zhou Kai's words. Faith-based car? Gaolong. She read it aloud, then remembered the domestic brand that had been making headlines online recently. Wang Xiaoya smiled helplessly and reminded Zhou Kai that Faith Auto made pure electric vehicles, while he had previously said that he frequently drove to construction sites and needed a gasoline-powered car with a large displacement and high horsepower. That's why Wang Xiaoya recommended the crazy Tian Bydone to him. They'd already gone through the test drive and price negotiation, and today was supposed to be the day to pay the deposit. But Zhou Kai suddenly became interested in a domestically produced pure electric SUV that hadn't even been released yet. What annoyed her even more was that many of her Alfred customers had already been snatched away by Chen from Faith Auto. Now, another Gaolong had appeared, which was practically ruining her sales performance. Zhou Kai smiled and said that Gaolong is exactly what he needs now. So what if it's all electric? After saying that, he got up to leave. Seeing that things were not going well, Wang Xiaoye quickly stood up as well, saying that if they ordered the car today, she could try to get a discount and arrange for the car to be picked up as soon as possible. This was already the biggest concession she could get, but Zhou Kai frowned after hearing it. He asked coldly, "So you're saying I shouldn't be ungrateful? I have to listen to you about which car I buy." Wang Xiaoye quickly explained that the bygone was a best-selling model and was currently offering great discounts, hoping he wouldn't miss out. Zhou Kai impatiently interrupted her. "All right, I'm really not buying this overlord product." With that, he turned and left the Fengtian store. Wang Xiaoye watched his retreating figure, stomping her foot in anger and muttering under her breath that he was ungrateful. She felt she had already made such a huge concession, and for him to still go looking at a domestic electric vehicle brand was utterly absurd. She sat back down at her workstation, preparing to transfer the slots. Zhou Kai didn't want other clients. The end of the month was approaching, and she still had several unsold bygone, a type of mobile phone brand, slots left. These slots were, in theory, highly sought after. But when I made the first call to Mr. Zhang, he immediately said he didn't want it anymore. The second call was to General Manager Li. She had just mentioned the quota for the Domination Thief program when he said he wanted to go see the Gaolong from Faith Motors. The third, Mr. Wang, who had originally agreed to pick up his car in mid-next month, has now changed his mind and is no longer planning to place an order. Wang Xiao made several phone calls, but all she got were replies like, "Don't consider it for now, cancel it, or wait a little longer." She finally panicked. She had at least 5 or 6 prearranged thieves on hand, and even if things changed, she could normally close a deal on 3 or 4. But now, after making all the calls, not a single one was left. Unable to swallow her anger, Wang Xiaoye went directly to the office of Lu Weikai, the owner of the 4S store. As soon as she entered, she saw several colleagues also complaining. Some people say they can't sell a single one of their bygone, a type of motorcycle, cars. Some say customers who are going to pay a deposit are now all canceling their appointments. Others say that not only bygone customers, but even Shuanhai, another type of motorcycle, customers are saying they want to wait and want to see the Gaolong, another type of motorcycle, car first. Some couldn't help but curse, saying that Faith Auto has only been established for a short time and has only sold a few cars by riding on the popularity of the Honda Alfred. Now it dares to steal the market share of the bandwagon. After listening to everyone, Wang Xiaoye finally understood that it wasn't just her customers who were affected today. Other sales staff in the store also encountered cancellations and were hesitant to buy. Lu Weikai's head was throbbing. He simply couldn't believe that a Gaolong that hadn't even been released yet, and whose price hadn't been announced, could steal away the clients of the pirates and the patrol ships. He reprimanded everyone on the spot, saying that the Gaolong was a pure electric vehicle, completely different from Fengtian's gasoline-powered cars. If cars weren't selling, they should first look for the reasons within themselves, instead of shifting the blame to customers and competitors at the slightest sign of trouble. After saying that, he waved for everyone to leave, adding that this was the sales policy for the pirates and patrol ships, and that they couldn't rely on just a few customers to make a living. In Lu Weikai's view, the sales staff were completely overthinking it. The Gaolong submersible hadn't been launched yet, and the price hadn't been announced, so how could it possibly affect their orders? But just then his phone rang. The colleague on the other end of the phone immediately said that many of their customers had canceled their orders for the bygone and Zunheiji models, and after contacting other 4S stores, they found that the situation seemed to be similar. Lu Weikai's mind went blank for a moment, and he quickly pressed for more information. The other party told him that more than 20 cars had been returned today. After investigation, it was found that almost all the customers said they wanted to wait a little longer, waiting for the Gaolong of Faith cars. Lu Weikai's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat. He hung up the phone and immediately called a meeting with the store's employees. In the conference room, he slammed his fist on the table and demanded an explanation for what was going on. Why were customers canceling their orders for the pirate ship and the patrol ship? Was it really because of the unreleased Gaolong? He grew angrier and angrier, feeling that it was bad enough that Faith Auto, an electric car company, was stealing Alfred's sales, but now it dared to touch Toyota's share of the off-road market, which was simply courting death. At this moment, an employee pointed out to him with his phone that there were videos and pictures of the Dragon everywhere online, and it was very popular. He suggested that he check the situation first. Liu Weikai suppressed his anger and made the other party project the video onto the screen. Soon, footage of the Dragon running off-road at Wadayapo and rescuing people from drowning was shown. The office fell silent instantly, and everyone stood there, stunned. Liu Weikai stared at the screen with his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. This Dragon is too overpowered. Chapter 76, 3 days later. Gaolong officially launched its grand debut. Even the sales elites present, including Wang Xiaoye, were stunned. This can't be right, can it? When did domestically produced cars become so powerful? It's fake, it must be fake. There's even a disguise on the car. Maybe it's a new bench. I don't believe that faith cars can be this outrageous. Where does a startup company get so much cutting-edge technology? Even if such a car really existed, it wouldn't conflict with pirate ships or patrol boats, would it? Wouldn't a car with that configuration start at over $1 million? The showroom was filled with chatter, and all the sales professionals present were dumbfounded. Liu Weikai was also stunned and stood there. When did domestically produced off-road vehicles evolve to this level? Turning around on the spot is already exaggerated enough. But the Gaolong can also climb slopes that even pirates and patrol ships cannot, and can even go directly into the water to drive. This doesn't look like a car at all. It's like it's been cheated. But after calming down, Liu Weikai still couldn't figure it out. Even if Gaolong is indeed a new car from Faith Auto, when did the customer base for electric cars and gasoline cars overlap so much? He viewed those customers who wanted to cancel their subscriptions as simply following the crowd. In the off-road vehicle market, the dominance of the SUVs like the Land Cruiser and the Sea Cruiser is unlikely to be easily shaken. Thinking of this, Liu Weikai immediately calmed himself down and said to the sales team, "Don't panic, everyone. Gaolong is just currently experiencing a surge in popularity. Once this hype dies down, customers will naturally come back." He then instructed that the sales policy for the pirate ships and patrol ships should remain unchanged. Customers could cancel if they wanted, but must be made clear that once the quota was gone, any subsequent orders would have to be paid extra. After saying that, he waved for the salespeople to leave. But after the office quieted down, Liu Weikai couldn't stop thinking about the domineering posture of the Dragon in the video. He couldn't resist opening Douyin again and watching the video repeatedly. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this car was extraordinary. I have to say, this car looks imposing and has amazing features. I just don't know how much it will cost. As he spoke, his hand slipped and he accidentally opened the Faith Cars app. After entering the car booking interface, he found that Gaolong had not yet opened for large-scale bookings, and he was actually a little disappointed. He even subconsciously thought that if the price was right, he would secretly order one too. Just then, the phone rang. "Dear Mr. Liu, this is Xiao Sun, the delivery specialist from Faith Auto. Your ordered Chilin has arrived at the store. What would be a convenient time for you to pick up your car?" Liu Weikai's expression changed, and he quickly covered his phone, lowering his voice like a thief. "I'll go tomorrow. I'll go tomorrow." It turns out that he had secretly ordered a Chilin a long time ago. However, he is the owner of the Fengtian 4S store, and given his status, he doesn't dare to be too ostentatious. After hanging up the phone, Liu Weikai stood up and muttered to himself, "Although I sold my land, I am a true Chinese patriot. Is there a problem with supporting domestic manufacturing?" Despite saying that, he began to feel uneasy. If the Gaolong is launched on the market, the sales of pirate ships and patrol ships will likely be affected. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table and cursed. "Damn it, if I have to give up selling Crazy Field, I'll sell Faith Cars instead." Meanwhile, at Madfield headquarters, Wang Haoyu, the newly appointed president who had only recently taken office, was staring at the latest Alpha sales report, his face growing increasingly grim. The Alfred sales are terrible. The report shows that Alfa Romeo sales nationwide have shrunk to double digits in the past week, falling to less than 100 units, a record low. Wang Haoyu had a terrible headache. When he took over Alfa, this mess, he made a promise to Mata Osaka that he would restore sales to half of what they were before within a month. In retrospect, this goal seems even more absurd than tiling the Great Wall. It's simply impossible to achieve. Fortunately, Tianyu still has models like the Land Cruiser, and the Sea Cruiser to support it, and with the brand effect, it also has a high market share in the A-class and B-class car markets, so it can barely stabilize its basic market. However, Alpha's market share has been largely taken over by Chen, a brand known for its faith in automobiles. Customers aren't stupid. They're all MPVs, so everyone knows they could get a better car for less money. Not to mention customers. Even Wang Haoyu himself had considered ordering a Kieran. He had to admit that Chun, the owner of Faith Auto, was indeed a genius. With almost no marketing, Kieran became a hit across the internet and incidentally pushed Alpha to its lowest point. This car is really something. Just as Wang Haoyu was in a state of panic, his assistant knocked on the door and came in. "Mr. Wang, I have something to report." Wang Haoyu waved his hand impatiently. "Can't you see I'm busy? We'll talk later." The assistant, however, remained standing, looking troubled. "Mr. Wang, this is very important. Headquarters has just received feedback from many 4S stores that customers in various regions have canceled their orders to varying degrees. The most canceled orders are for pirate ships and patrol ships. A rough estimate is that nearly 1,000 have been canceled." Wang Haoyu hadn't intended to listen, but upon hearing that the pirates and the patrol ship had canceled their orders, he instantly sat up straight. "What did you say? Customers canceled their orders for the pirate and patrol ships? Is this news reliable?" The assistant quickly replied, "They're all calling from the owners of 4S stores in various regions, and the cancellations are still ongoing." "Impossible!" Wang Haoyu roared in anger on the spot. The sales of the pirate and cruiser ships have been steadily increasing recently, and there have been no large-scale complaints. How could they suddenly be canceled? The assistant handed him the phone and whispered, "It might be related to the new Faith cars." "What does the release of a new car by Faith Auto have to do with us, Crazy Field?" Wang Haoyu didn't believe it at all, but when he saw the various videos about the Gaolong on his phone, his expression immediately changed. In the video, the dragon traverses mountains and rivers, seemingly capable of anything. Wang Haoyu stared at the screen, barely able to speak. Could it be that these customers canceled their contracts with Bydone and are now waiting for the Gaolong from Faith Auto? The assistant nodded with difficulty. According to the information reported by the 4S store, about 70% to 80% of the customers said they would wait until after the Gaolong press conference to make a decision. Wang Haoyu slumped into his chair. This means that pirate ships and patrol vessels are no longer the first choice for these customers. And all of this is because of the Gaolong. He worked his way up from vice president to president. Is he going to be laid off as soon as he takes office? Alfa Romeo's sales haven't recovered yet, and now even pirate and cruiser ships are being affected. What's even more frightening is that the Gaolong has not yet been officially launched, and even its price is only speculation from the outside world. Wang Haoyu remained silent for a long time before waving his hand and saying, "Okay, I understand. You can go out now." After his assistant left, he silently lit a cigarette with only one thought in his mind. Can the faith in automobiles give Toyota a way out? Just as he was praying that Chun would stop causing trouble, Chun unexpectedly updated 2 posts. Faith Auto is about to release wireless charging technology. Furthermore, in 3 days, the second model from Faith Auto, the Gaolong, will be launched with great fanfare. These few words are like a bombshell. The entire automotive industry was in an uproar because of Chun's 2 posts. Chapter 77. Sales of the Overlord series have already started to decline even before its release. Wireless charging technology, another cutting-edge technology from a car brand known for its innovative designs. Every day, simply park your car in a parking space. It will automatically complete wireless charging, just like a mobile phone. The moment this post was published, the comments section exploded. Is Faith Auto going to enter the mobile phone industry? How come they've even included wireless charging? They're talking about wireless charging for cars, not for phones. Cars can be wirelessly charged? What kind of alien technology is that? As expected of a car brand with a strong reputation, they've unveiled yet another cutting-edge technology. Everyone was stunned by this technology. Although many netizens haven't figured out exactly how much change it can bring, they all agree that it sounds outrageous. Chun's second post sent the entire automotive community into a frenzy. The Gaolong has been generating an alarming amount of buzz these past 2 days. On Wadea, it crushed $3 million imported off-road vehicles in succession and climbed to the top of the most difficult slope. Then, they demonstrated a 360-degree tank turn, leaving the audience speechless. Finally, it activated its buoyancy function and miraculously saved the two children who had fallen into the water. From any perspective, the Gaolong has become an unavoidable ceiling in the current hardcore off-road market. It's finally going to be released. I can't wait. I really want to see just how imposing the dragon is after it sheds its disguise. Don't sell it for too high a price. I would definitely support it if it were under 1.5 million. I've already canceled my subscription to the Bandit King, and now I'm just waiting for the dragon to be released in 3 days. In the off-road vehicle community, with the imminent release of the Gaolong, many potential buyers are choosing to wait and see. Many of them were originally prospective owners of pirate and patrol boat vehicles. Even some buyers of the Bentley G-Class have temporarily suspended their plans to take delivery of the vehicles. Everyone is waiting for the price of the Gaolong submersible to be announced. Wang Haoyu scrolled through the comments under Su Chen's posts and looked at several off-road forums, his expression growing increasingly grim. He discovered that customers who were originally planning to buy pirate ships and patrol ships were starting to switch en masse to waiting for the Gaolong. No wonder many 4S stores have been reporting that customers have been canceling their orders for the bygone and Zunheijia models. Thinking about this, Wang Haoyu's back began to sweat. No, this matter must be reported to Madonna Akira immediately. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed. At this time, Akira Madada was also in a state of utter distress. Faith Auto, with its Kieran model, has entered the small-scale Chinese market and secured nearly 30,000 orders in a short period of time. Even worse, the price of a Chilin in Shaorizi Kingdom is more than twice that in Long Kingdom. After deducting costs such as tariffs, Faith Cars can earn more than 200,000 Dragon coins for every car sold, just from the markup alone. With nearly 30,000 orders, the profit from this portion alone was close to 6 billion yuan, all of which went into the pockets of Faith Auto. Moreover, the reaction to the Chilin in the Little Days Kingdom is becoming increasingly exaggerated. Many travel companies that specialize in catering to tourists from China have already replaced all their tourist attractions with Chilin, mythical creatures. Because tourists from China made it clear that they would not choose any travel company that did not have a Chilin, a mythical creature. As a result, many local tourism companies were forced to sell their averted vehicles and buy Kieran vehicles instead, just to please tourists from China. Even the Yakuza, a shady organization, has been completely replaced by Chilin. The more Fengtian Nanzhong thought about it, the more his head ached. Alfred's sales in the Chinese market are barely surviving, with weekly sales plummeting to double digits. The sales of Alfred in China have also shrunk by half. Even MPV models from other automakers have been affected to varying degrees by the Kieran. He just couldn't understand how an electric car, which he saw as having no technological content, could gradually devour the market. Damn Faith Cars! As Fengtian Nanzhong was banging on the table, he received a call from Wang Haoyu. He snapped impatiently. What is it? Speak up. Wang Haoyu could tell he was in a bad mood, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and give the report. Mr. President, the second model from Faith Auto, the Gaolong, will be launched in 3 days. Many prospective owners of the bygone and Zunheijia models have already canceled their orders and are waiting for the Gaolong. Before he could finish speaking, Mata Osaki suddenly flew into a rage. What? You mean, a new car that hasn't even been released, yet has already affected the sales of the Thief and the Sea Cruiser? Wang Haoyu could only answer truthfully, yes, Mr. President. He paused for a moment, then added another sentence. You'd better watch the video of Gaolong first. I suspect that this time, Faith Motors is still targeting Fengtian. Impossible. Madonna Osaka simply refused to believe it. How dare a small, faith-based car company repeatedly challenge Toyota? After hanging up the phone, he still opened a video about the Gaolong online. After reading it, Akira Fonda also fell silent. The dragon in the video is indeed ridiculously powerful. As a hardcore off-road vehicle, it has demonstrated almost all the capabilities that off-road vehicles should have. It can go uphill, turn around, wade through water, and even float on water to rescue people. This is no longer just off-roading, but a true trek through mountains and rivers. However, Akira Madada quickly forced himself to calm down. In his view, the technologies carried by the Gaolong are definitely not mature. Those features are nothing more than attempts to attract attention and gimmick. Aside from fooling those wealthy people in China who love to show off, it has very few actual use cases. Moreover, if the Gaolong is priced at over 1 million as speculated online, it would be courting disaster. How can an electric car, without any traditional technological foundation, dare to sell for over 1 million? In Akira Fonda's eyes, this was an insult to traditional gasoline-powered car companies. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned the company's vice president, Watanabe, one of the newly upgraded pirate and patrol ships expected to be available in China. Watanabe thought for a moment and replied, "About 3 more months." Madman's face darkened. "Speed up. Get the next-generation pirates and patrol ships to the Dragon Kingdom's 4S stores within a month." Watanabe was somewhat puzzled. Why the rush? According to the plan, the next-generation model is supposed to be launched last in the Chinese market, right? Madono Akira didn't want to explain at all and directly scolded him. "Just do what I tell you to do. Don't ask so many questions." Watanabe could only leave the office, but he couldn't understand why the president had suddenly changed the plan. Immediately afterwards, Madara Osaka opened his Chinese social media account and posted a status update. "The all-new Mad Field Bandit and Coast Guard are coming soon. Stay tuned." He then directly released pictures of the 2 new cars. In the comment section, Chinese netizens instantly went wild. Chapter 78, The Dragon's True Face Revealed. Everyone astonished. Jojojo, isn't these crazy Tian Nansan? Haven't seen him for a few days, he's gotten so bad. A brand new pirate ship, right? A brand new cruiser, right? Okay, I choose Gaolong. They can't even climb Wadeapo, and they're talking about a generational change? They're having trouble even getting onto the calm, heated brick bed. I support Gaolong. What do you think you, a thief, have to compare to a dragon? Go wash up and go to bed. The comment section was surprisingly unanimous, almost entirely subtly criticizing Feng Tian and supporting Gaolong. Feng Tian Nanzhong couldn't sit still any longer. Even before its official launch, the Faith car had generated immense buzz, with many customers who were originally planning to buy the pirate and cruiser models switching their minds and waiting for the Gaolong. Having just stolen Alfa Romeo's sales, and now eyeing the pirate and cruiser models, Akira Fonda felt increasingly frustrated. Not only was Toyota shocked, but domestic automakers were also astonished by the speed at which the brand launched new models. After watching the video of the Gaolong, Wang Fuchuan, the CEO of BYD, frowned more and more, sensing that this car was no ordinary vehicle. He couldn't help but say, "This Dragon looks a bit like the Yangwang V8 that we haven't announced yet." Sun Shangqing, the head of the R&D department, nodded in agreement. "President Wang, I also think it's similar. Our V8 also has functions such as floating in water and turning around on the spot." Wang Fuchuan's heart sank. Yangwang was a high-end brand that BYD was preparing to build, especially the Yangwang V8, whose technology was all self-developed. It hadn't even been released yet, and it was possible that Gaolong would snatch it away in advance. He could only suppress his emotions and wait and see what would happen to Faith Motors. On the other side, Wei Junjian, the CEO of Chongqing Motors, had also been studying the Gaolong video for several days. The internet was full of discussions about the Gaolong, and the more he watched, the more convinced he became that the vehicle was indeed very powerful. However, he judged that the initial price of the Gaolong series would most likely not be lower than 1 million yuan, indicating that Faith Auto clearly intends to continue targeting the high-end market. Therefore, it shouldn't directly impact the long-range tank series. However, it was heard that many customers who had originally ordered the Crazy Tian Bandit and the Cruiser had canceled their orders and were all waiting for the Gaolong launch event. Wei Junjian immediately realized that Faith Auto was probably targeting Crazy Tian this time. After all, Chun founded Faith Autos in the first place because of Toyota's insane price gouging on Alfred, which prompted him to develop the Kieran engine in a fit of anger. Later, the Kieran engine successfully drove down Alfred's sales and even secured good orders in Japan. Wei Junjian couldn't help but sigh. Chun's product positioning ability is indeed strong, and this time the one who is most upset is probably Feng Tian. Time flies, and soon it was time for the Gaolong launch event. Before 6 p.m., the venue was already packed with people from the automotive industry, car reviewers, and hardcore off-road enthusiasts. The hype surrounding this launch event was so intense that it felt like a New Year's celebration for the entire automotive industry. The Gaolong received just as much attention as the Chilin had back then, and perhaps even more. As soon as everyone entered the venue, they saw 3 cars covered by a curtain on the stage. Although the curtain had not been lifted yet, the massive silhouettes of the cars already exuded a powerful and imposing aura. Holy crap, is this a Gaolong? It's much bigger than in the video. This size is just unbelievable. I suddenly feel like my old Mercedes-Benz G-Class isn't so appealing anymore, and I really want to test drive it right now. I've already canceled my order for the patrol ship. I came here specifically to see the Gaolong. As long as it doesn't cost more than 1.5 million, I'll definitely buy it. The audience buzzed with discussion, all eyes fixed on the 3 Gaolong cars on stage. The car reviewers were eager to test their skills, knowing that whoever could be the first to review such a high-profile new car would reap the biggest rewards. Backstage, Chun looked at the sea of people below the stage and felt a surge of excitement. Lu Fei, the head of the R&D department, stood to the side and laughed. President Su, with the release of Gaolong this time, those car companies like Fengtian are probably going to have a real headache. There are already quite a few owners of the Tyrant and Xuanhai vehicles canceling their orders and specifically asking to wait for Gaolong. Chun smiled faintly. It's normal to have a headache. Who told them to be so unambitious and only know how to raise prices to fleece people? The significance of the Gaolong is clear. First, to create a truly pure electric hardcore off-road vehicle. And second, to seize market share from competitors like the Toyota Land Cruiser and the Zunhajian. If they aren't worried, who is? Then, Chun glanced at the time and said directly, "All right, let's get started." Soon, the press conference officially began. Chun walked onto the stage and gave a brief greeting to the audience. Welcome everyone to the launch event for Faith Auto's second model, the Gaolong. As soon as he finished speaking, the music started up and started playing, interspersed with a few dragon roars, instantly igniting the atmosphere. It's finally starting. President Su, please hurry. The money is ready. Faith Cars is truly the hope of domestic electric vehicles. Now I drive a Chun when I go out, and it's comfortable to drive and ride in. Immediately afterwards, staff members stepped forward and slowly unveiled the curtains of the 3 dragon-shaped displays. As the curtains slowly slid down, gasps of surprise erupted from the audience. The dragon, previously shrouded in thick camouflage and revealed online, was now unveiled under the lights, finally showing its true form. As a hardcore off-road vehicle, the Gaolong has an elegant yet imposing appearance. Its body lines are full of power, but they're not rough at all, truly combining refinement and wildness. The audience members raised their phones and started taking pictures. My goodness, this is way too big. It feels even bigger than the Tank 500. It looks so imposing and exquisite. I love those muscle lines. I feel like I can ditch my Range Rover now. Meanwhile, over 5 million netizens flooded into the live stream of the Faith Auto launch event. The moment the Gaolong, a mythical dragon, was revealed, the chat exploded with comments. This design is so avant-garde. Those boxy designs on the market now look like antiques. Is this the design of a car with a strong sense of faith? It looks so good. Please don't make it too expensive. It would be better if it were more expensive, preferably over $1 million, and sold overseas like the Chun, so that foreigners can also drive imported cars. Haha, with the Gaolong, what chance do the pirates and patrol ships have? Chapter 79, The Price of the Flood Dragon, coming soon. The launch event for the Gaolong submersible instantly went viral online, and the atmosphere at the scene was absolutely electric. As the curtain was fully drawn back, the 3 dragon-shaped vehicles on the display stand finally revealed their true forms. Compared to the images in the video, the actual vehicles exuded a stronger sense of awe. Their massive size immediately made a powerful impact on everyone present. Standing on the stage, Chun pointed to the dragon beside him and formally introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second model of Faith Motors, the Dragon." The Gaolong is positioned as a large, rugged off-road vehicle, measuring 5.3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, 1.9 meters in height, and with a wheelbase of 3.2 meters. These dimensions place it firmly among the top tier of rugged off-road vehicles. But the Gaolong isn't just big. It's equipped with a top-of-the-line electric drive system, boasting a maximum horsepower of 1,200, more than enough to handle various complex road conditions. Its pure electric range is also 400 kilometers longer than the Chun, reaching 1,600 kilometers. In addition, the Gaolong is equipped with 3 differential locks on the front, center, and rear axles, and has a tank turn function, which can turn on the spot like a tank. Chen became more and more confident as he spoke and continued, "The real cutting-edge technology of the Gaolong is far more than what is shown in the online videos." The next second, the large screen began playing test footage. A Gaolong was traveling at a high speed of 120 kilometers per hour when its right front tire suddenly blew out. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. Some were shocked that faith cars dared to conduct a real-life test, while others worried that if the speed were out of control, the driver would have no chance of survival. But the rollover that everyone expected didn't happen. The dragon in the video continued to move forward steadily, with no obvious tilting or signs of losing control and fishtailing. This feature was being publicly demonstrated for the first time by the Gaolong submersible. The audience was completely stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "That's too steady. If it weren't for the tire blowout, I wouldn't have been able to tell at all." Some people suspect the video is fake. After all, it sounds absurd that such a heavy vehicle could still move forward steadily after a front tire blowout at 120 kilometers per hour. Soon, the dragon in the video slowly came to a stop. As the camera zoomed in, everyone could see that the right front tire was completely flat with a large crack in the tread. At this moment, all doubts vanished. The dragon had indeed suffered a tire blowout, specifically a front tire blowout at high speed, yet still managed to come to a steady stop. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Some begged Chun to stop introducing the products and just go straight to the price. Others said that the project payment had just arrived and they were waiting to grab the first batch. Amid cheers from the audience, Chun continued to introduce the Gaolong's active suspension system. It can automatically adjust the vehicle height according to different road conditions, ensuring sufficient comfort whether driving off-road or in the city. Meanwhile, the Gaolong also boasts features such as a panoramic sunroof, an industry-leading intelligent voice interaction system, and a fully automated driving system. Chun summarized, "The Gaolong is not just a rugged off-road vehicle, but an all-around model that combines technology, comfort, and luxury." Then, staff brought up a set of wireless charging equipment that had already been prepared. Chun said, "Next, I will focus on introducing the wireless charging technology independently developed by Faith Auto." Upon hearing this, many tech enthusiasts at the scene immediately perked up. Chun opened the wireless charging panel and explained that the Faith car uses an electromagnetic resonance wireless charging solution. Immediately afterwards, the three augers on the platform started up simultaneously. The large screen showed that all three vehicles currently had 20% battery power. Chun stated that he would then demonstrate the wireless charging speed live. A timeline and vehicle charging interface appeared on the screen, with the battery level changing clearly like on a mobile phone. In the short time he spoke, the Dragon's battery level had increased from 20% to 25%. The scene and the live stream exploded again. Some people exclaimed that wireless charging had actually become a reality. Some are already imagining the scenario of automatically charging their cars after parking them at home, and others noticed that the charging speed was even faster than many mobile phones. The screen was filled with nothing but "holy crap" and 666 comments. There are many new energy vehicle companies in China, but very few like Faith Auto have truly produced hardcore RD achievements. The cutting-edge technologies showcased at the Gaolong launch event are almost all at the forefront of the industry. This completely ignited the emotions of car reviewers and consumers. Someone in the audience exclaimed, "This configuration is top-notch. It's practically a mobile mansion, much better than the Range Rover and Bentayga, right?" Of course, some people quickly thought of the price. With such size, performance, and technology, the Gaolong would certainly not be cheap. Some people even changed their minds. They used to think they would only buy it for 1.5 million, but now, after seeing these cutting-edge technologies, they are willing to place an order as long as it doesn't exceed 2 million. Listening to the discussions below the stage, Chun smiled slightly. He knew that the part everyone was most looking forward to had finally arrived. "Everyone, I know that what you care about most right now is the price." He paused for a moment, then slowly began, "Next up is the pricing section that everyone's been waiting for." The scene instantly erupted in excitement, with everyone pulling out their phones to film. Then, a beam of light descended from above the stage, illuminating the first dragon-shaped stage. Chun announced, "This time, there are two configurations for the Gaolong. First is the first model, the basic Gaolong. Apart from lacking features such as tank turn, high-speed tire blowout stability, and emergency water floating, all other configurations are standard across the entire series. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy scene immediately fell silent. Chapter 80. The Dragon Floodgates. Sales exceed 10,000 at the launch event. Since it's a basic model, the price shouldn't be too expensive, right? To be honest, the basic configuration is already sufficient. Just the wireless charging alone would cost at least 800,000 yuan. President Su, please announce it quickly. I'll definitely buy it if it's under 1 million. Many people at the scene shared this view. Even without considering the advanced technologies, the Gaolong's appearance, battery life, and charging speed are already quite impressive. Amidst a chorus of urging, Chun finally spoke. The basic model of the Gaolong will be priced at 599,800 yuan. On the big screen, eye-catching numbers instantly popped up. The room fell silent for a moment, and then almost everyone stood up at the same time. 599,800? Is that price even real? I thought it would cost at least 800,000, but it's less than 600,000. I'm in. Boss Su's pricing is too aggressive. He's clearly targeting the bandits. The bandits are probably going to panic. The dragon is trying to take over the construction site's divine vehicle spot. Many people were immediately glad they had canceled their orders for the Badao subscription. At this price, buying the Gaolong Chun seemed like a much better deal, making the Badao subscription almost the first to be affected. Hearing the buzz of discussion from the crowd, Chun continued. Next up is the top-of-the-line Gaolong, which incorporates all the self-developed technologies of Faith Auto that I just introduced, and its final price is... He paused deliberately, then walked toward the top-of-the-line Gaolong with a smile. Someone in the audience immediately became anxious. President Su, hurry up and name the price. Don't exceed 1.2 million. This car definitely has a market. Chun looked at everyone and slowly announced. The top-of-the-line Gaolong will be priced at 799,800. With a bang, the final price appeared on the big screen. 799,800. The entire venue erupted in cheers and applause that nearly lifted the roof off. Most of those present today were die-hard fans of the car brand. Previously, online predictions of the top spec price generally suggested it would be over 1 million. Many car reviewers compared the Gaolong specifications with comparable off-road vehicles, also giving a starting price of 1 million, with some even speculating that the top spec version wouldn't be less than 1.5 million. After all, the Gaolong is equipped with too many cutting-edge technologies. But now, the top-of-the-line model only costs 799,800 yuan. This price is ridiculously competitive in the traditional hardcore off-road market. The Prado 4700 is just the entry-level model. The cruiser with slightly better features costs far more than this. The Volkswagen Patrol starts at nearly 800,000 renminbi, and that's not even counting the on-road price. And as for the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, this price isn't even half of that. Looking at the Gaolong submersible, its hardware specifications are superior. Its interior is fully equipped, and it can even travel on water, perform tank-like turns, and maintain stable progress even after a high-speed tire blowout. For the same price, the experience is on a completely different level. I originally guessed it would be at least 1 million, but it's only 800,000. Mr. Su has a truly broad vision. Faith Auto is genuinely serious about building cars. What are you waiting for at this price? Order now. The pirates and the patrol ships are really in trouble this time. Not to mention them, the Lexus 570 is probably not doing well either. At the same time, Chen Ming, a member of the Blue Sky rescue team who was watching the live broadcast at home, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. At this price, we must equip the Blue Sky rescue team with 2. He immediately called his boss, Su Chong. Mr. Su, did you watch the launch event for the Faith Auto Gaolong? Su Chong was just about to contact him. I've seen it. This car is really impressive. Lao Chen, what do you think? Qi Ming said directly, I think the rescue team really needs this kind of vehicle. We often go to remote areas, even uninhabited areas, for rescue operations. Many places have poor road conditions, and ordinary vehicles simply cannot get in. In addition, the rescue equipment is heavy, and the existing vehicles cannot carry much of it. He paused, then said, but the Gaolong is different. It can carry cargo and operate in water. When encountering complex terrain and flooded areas, it can reach the scene more quickly and help the trapped people. Su Chong fell silent after listening. In fact, he had long realized that the rescue team's existing vehicles were no longer sufficient to meet the demand. especially after last year's mudslide disaster, because vehicles could not enter the disaster area, precious time was wasted, and ultimately several trapped people could not be rescued. This has always been a hurdle he couldn't get over. The appearance of Gaolong now seems to be tailor-made for the rescue team. After a moment, Chen said in a deep voice, "All right, Lao Chen, I'll leave this to you. Contact Faith Motors as soon as possible and order 2 top-of-the-line Gaolong trucks." Qin Ming immediately agreed. "Don't worry, I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly." After hanging up the phone, he immediately opened the Faith Auto app and stared at the Gaolong dating starting up. The atmosphere at the press conference was still lively. Someone shouted, "President Su, when can we start the large-scale order process?" Su Chen smiled and said, "The Great Calm of the Flood Dragon is now activated." As soon as the words were spoken, the back-end technical staff immediately opened the channel. On the large screen, real-time order data began to fluctuate wildly. 5,896, 7,610, 9,888. The numbers are soaring and are about to break 10,000 units. Even more outrageous is that orders for the top-of-the-line version far exceed those for the standard version. Even Su Chun was shocked. This is a car that costs nearly 800,000 yuan, yet it's still generating such a frenzy. Many people who had originally ordered pirate ships and patrol ships also started placing orders like crazy. Don't fight over it. Let me decide first. If you're a step too slow, you'll be in the queue for over 9,000. Why can't I get through this stupid website? I booked it. Holy crap. Over 10,000 place? How long will I have to wait? Just as the Gaolong's real-time data exceeded 10,000 units, this press conference also attracted the attention of the Chinese military industry department. Watching the live stream, leader Liu Jiangwo turned to the person next to him and said, "This Gaolong from Faith Auto is quite interesting. I wonder if they have any plans to launch a military version of the Gaolong."